The state of affairs is profoundly complex. Yet, the breath of June remains unseen. I yearn to rise with the wind, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. In this age of prosperity, though there is no clang of weapons or galloping steeds, I find myself ensnared in the mire of countless intrigues. Amidst the four nations standing in equilibrium, though treacherous individuals may disrupt the peace, there are also heroes who restore order. One is a reincarnated noblewoman of a bygone era, afflicted by a stubborn ailment, searching for plum blossoms in the wintry night, defying snow and frost. Another is a noble house leader disguised as a man, repeatedly beset by treachery, a solitary orchid in a secluded valley, a paragon of humility. Yet another is a maligned enchantress, supporting a young ruler in chaotic times, graceful as the gentle breeze among bamboo, resilient and upright. Lastly, there is a feeble and inept empress on the brink of losing her throne, her temperament as serene as a chrysanthemum, indifferent to worldly strife. With a single melody of the phoenix, I beckon the phoenix to sing. In this tumultuous court, I rise with the winds. The heavens serve as a chessboard, the stars as pieces, casting a game to govern the realm. The earth is a pipa, the roads its strings, playing a tune of a picturesque landscape. Who dares claim that women are inferior to men? In the high halls of power, each step is a calculated maneuver, akin to treading on thin ice. In the distant rivers and lakes, one travels lightly on a lean steed, leisurely watching the falling blossoms. Exhausted in both body and spirit, no matter what, she could not forget the moment the bullet pierced her skull, as if countless ghostly hands were pulling her into the abyss beneath a bottomless cliff. The terrifying voice clamored, leading her to ruin, dragging her into hell no matter how she struggled. She could not escape the horrid laughter. She closed her eyes, as if sinking to the depths of the water. Could it be that I committed too many sins in my past life, and now, in death, they have come to collect my soul? Huh! She chuckled softly. Well then, after all, without him, there is no meaning in this world. The dreadful clamor gradually faded, replaced by the occasional chirping of birds. She felt a cold sweat enveloping her, yet she could not move as voices drifted from beyond the screen. She could vaguely discern that one was an elderly man, and the other a young woman. "Doctor, how is my younger sister?" the woman inquired, concern lacing her words. The doctor sighed, replying, "That young lady has not eaten for several days. Her head is heavy, and she often stares into space. This condition, even after many years of practice, I have never encountered. I fear that young lady is suffering from a broken heart. This ailment of the heart requires a remedy for the heart." The young woman seemed to understand partially. "Thank you, doctor." "Nianzhu, see the doctor out." The elder bowed, and along with the maid Nianzhu, descended the stairs. Though he said to stay, out of courtesy, the young woman accompanied them to bid farewell. Finally able to open her eyes, she found everything before her hazy. After a while, she could finally discern the surroundings of the room. In each corner stood sandalwood pillars, adorned with exquisitely carved plum blossoms in full bloom, while the moon-white gauze curtains billowed gently in the breeze, resembling a fairyland. Directly opposite stood a screen, similarly decorated with blossoming plums, inscribed with a poem. The camellia bears unique qualities, the green leaves dense and rich, often blooming red flowers, yet overshadowed by white snow. Though possessing a noble appearance, it is not flamboyant. Enduring the cold of winter without withering, it shall welcome the spring breeze. I shall define the flower's worth. With this I shall liken to the three nobles. The plum is particularly pure, akin to the esteemed Ishu. Turning her head, she noticed a bronze mirror resting on a wooden dressing table. For a brief moment, she thought she had returned to his antique shop. However, upon seeing her reflection in the bronze mirror, she was taken aback. She threw off the covers, hastily ran to the mirror. Her waist-length hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she was clad in a water-green brocade gown, embroidered with delicate plum blossoms. A thought surged within her, but she suddenly shook her head and stepped back. This is not her. This is not her. With a swift motion, she rolled up the sleeve of her left arm. It was a hand of flesh and blood. Her left hand, which had been lost years ago in that incident, replaced by cold steel. Why? Is it now like that of a normal person? Upon closer inspection, she noticed a plum blossom-shaped birthmark on her arm. Upon touching it, an unexpected revelation emerged. The cold steel from her previous life had somehow fused with her current hand. If she did not touch the birthmark, it appeared as if she were an ordinary person. Contrary to her expectations, Memories did not flood back like a tide, but rather scattered like fallen beads, making it difficult to piece them together. She vaguely understood that the owner of this body was named Chuyu Rue, who had turned 15 years of age, born into the esteemed Chu family, and was originally a noble daughter of high standing. However, she had become an orphan at a young age, both parents deceased, leaving behind a younger brother, named Yu Yuan. The woman who had just spoken with the doctor was Yu Rui's elder cousin, the daughter of her father's brother, 1 year her senior, named Yu Jun. Yu Rue found it peculiar that the memories within her body were so fragmented, yet there was little she could do about it. She only knew she came from a noble family and, as a legitimate daughter, had entered the capital with the purpose of an arranged marriage. Speaking of arranged marriages, it is essential to mention the land to which Chuyu Rue had come. This realm was divided among 4 nations. To the east lay Huaxiang, with its capital in Ping; to the west, Xiaoyang, with its capital Beichin; to the south, Hanli, with its capital Fuli; and to the north, Tangyu, with its capital Fengming. Beyond these 4 nations, there were powerful families that could rival the states, the Chu Su, Bai, and Yun families. The Chu clan, having retreated to the mountains after peace was restored, now faced a dwindling lineage. By the time of Chuyu Rue, only 2 male heirs remained, Chuyu Yuan and Chuyu Lu. Although the Chu family was gradually declining, it remained resilient. The arrival of the Chu family's legitimate daughter in the capital could stir unknown tempests. In her ears echoed his words, "Survive. Quickly. Flee." Yes, living is more important than anything else. She had fantasized countless times about how to explain herself in the Hall of Yama, yet she never anticipated that she would be reborn in this foreign world in such a manner, uncertain whether to feel fortunate or desolate. Gazing at the woman in the mirror, she clenched her fists. "Very well, from this day forth, I shall be Chu Shiryu Rue, and I will live on. For you." At that moment, footsteps approached. It was her cousin Chu Yuzhen and the maid Nian Zhu returning upstairs. Chuyu Rue instinctively tucked a hairpin from the dressing box into her sleeve and quickly sat on the couch, quietly listening to the conversation outside. "Miss, what shall we do now?" Nian Zhu appeared distressed. "At this pace, shall we reach in Ping before the holy festival?" Chu Yuzhen inquired, attempting to pour tea, only to find the kettle empty. Nian Zhu, understanding the hint, hurriedly took the kettle to fetch water. "Rest assured, miss, we departed from Chu City after the winter festival at most. It will take 30 days. Although the third young lady is ill and must pause for a few days at the inn, we still have ample time to reach the capital," she said, then carried the tea tray downstairs to refill the kettle. Hearing Nian Zhu's words, Chu Yuzhen felt reassured. She stood in front of the screen for a moment, then upon stepping around it, saw Chuyu Rue sitting on the couch, her gaze fixed intently upon her since she entered. Three, younger sister?" Chu Yuzhen tentatively spoke. A silence ensued. No one responded. Chuyu Rue pretended not to hear, then innocently uttered an ah, as if she were lost in thought. Chu Yuzhen assumed she was merely daydreaming and did not dwell on it. "I thought 3 younger sister was still asleep. Is your health any better?" Chu Yuzhen smiled and sat beside Chuyu Rue, taking her hand in inquiry. Chuyu Rue merely nodded, refraining from speech. With her fragmented memories, she could no longer recall what the former Chuyu Rue had been like. She feared that speaking too much would expose her. As for the present Chu Yuzhen, though she was her cousin, her intentions remained unclear. Her mind was in turmoil, and she seemed to recall the horrifying scene when he had forcefully pushed her away, urging her to leave while he perished in the flames. Chu Yuzhen observed her vacant gaze, uncertain of her thoughts. She rose and took a piece of jade from her sleeve, placing it in Chuyu Rue's hand. The jade was a vivid green and warming in her palm. Chuyu Rue inadvertently glanced, noticing a piece of broken jade at Chu Yuzhen's waist, only half, yet expertly strung, tied around her waist. This must be what he referred to as a Jew, Chuyu Rue mused. Chapter 2. The initial unveiling of a conspiracy. This is a piece of warming jade. Although we have already reached the end of the lunar month, your constitution is frail, and you are sensitive to the cold. This morning, upon seeing you outside, I decided to purchase it for you, so that it may warm your body. Chu Yuzhen was unaware that Chu Yurua was observing the shattered jade on her own body as she spoke of the warming jade. Chu Yurua merely smiled faintly, expressing her gratitude to her elder sister. She then turned her gaze to Chu Yuzhen's pair of eyes, which, when she smiled, resembled the crescent moon on the horizon. As she spoke of their sisterhood, she added that there was no need for such formalities, while returning her smile without revealing any flaws. Had she misjudged the situation? The warming jade in her hand still radiated heat, yet she felt a chilling cold within her heart. She truly feared those who could smile openly while harboring malice behind their backs, even though she herself was quite adept at masquerading her true feelings. Lost in thought, she was interrupted by Nianzhu, who approached with a food tray, standing before the screen. "Miss, the evening meal is not yet prepared. Would you like to have some pastries to tide you over?" Upon hearing Nianzhu's inquiry, Chu Yuzhen gently pulled Chu Yurua around the screen, agreeing that it would be fine to place the food there. Once Nianzhu withdrew, Chu Yurua noticed the peach blossom cake on the table, glistening like jade. Strangely, the peach blossom seemed to be embedded whole within the cake itself. She could not help but feel a pang of hunger after spending such a long time here. Chu Yuzhen, perceiving her thoughts, urged her to sit on a chair while she herself poured a cup of tea to savor slowly. "Would you not partake in some, elder sister?" Chu Yurua suddenly inquired, as she clearly observed the fleeting panic in Chu Yuzhen's eyes. Chu Yuzhen maintained her gentle smile, responding, "Oh, dear sister, I had forgotten. I do not care for sweet treats." Chu Yurua's hand paused, inwardly scolding herself for being too impulsive. "Is that so? I must admit, I have been rather muddled lately, forgetting even such things, no matter. You are often like this, yet I cannot help but wonder when you shall recover from this peculiar ailment. Once we reach Anping, the physicians there possess even greater skills. Nevertheless, it is good that you can eat something now." As Chu Yurua pondered the reasons behind her strange illness, a tumultuous sensation surged within her abdomen, and she suddenly felt nauseous. Having consumed half a piece of the peach blossom cake, she found herself retching it onto the floor. "Nianzhu? Nianzhu, quickly, bring the spittoon," Chu Yuzhen exclaimed, seeing her sister's distress, and rushed to support her to prevent her from collapsing. At that moment, the world spun around her. She felt dizzy and disoriented. The undigested food surged forth into the spittoon, some of it splattering onto Chu Yuzhen's sleeve, which made Chu Yurua feel quite queasy. However, Chu Yuzhen paid no mind to this, gently patting her back and inquiring if she felt any better. She then called for Nianzhu to bring warm water. After a considerable amount of time, the revived Chu Yurua lay back on the couch. She entered a dream, though she could not discern if it was indeed a dream. Originally intending to close her eyes and enter her previous space of belongings, she found herself unable to do so, nor could she access the items she had once stored there that could aid her in this life. A distant silhouette of a woman loomed, lingering in silence. She yearned to discern the woman's features, but upon seeing her, she recoiled in astonishment, for the visage mirrored her own. Memories, indistinguishable from her own, surged forth, and as the ground beneath her seemed to vanish, she plummeted into the abyss, a chilling cacophony ringing in her ears. Startled, she bolted upright in bed, scanning her surroundings, which remained steeped in antiquity. The incense within the burner crackled to life, and a gentle breeze stirred the moonlit gauze curtain, casting an ethereal glow. Could the figure from her dreams be none other than Chu Yurue herself? She gasped for breath, her heart racing, when a sudden sound of shattering porcelain emanated from the adjacent room. Chu Yurue threw aside the covers, wondering if something had transpired next door, where her cousin, Chu Yuzhen, resided. It was said that after ensuring Chu Yurue's comfort, Chu Yuzhen and her maid, Nianzhu, had retired to a well-deserved respite with tea. Yet, their tranquility was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Chu Yuzhen set down her teacup, exchanging a glance with Nianzhu, her brow furrowed in concern. Who could be calling at such a late hour? Nianzhu rose, refraining from opening the door. It might merely be the servant bringing supper. The young lady had been weary for quite some time and could benefit from sustenance. Chu Yuzhen waved her hand dismissively. "No need, I lack the appetite for food now. Just tell him to leave." Upon receiving Chu Yuzhen's command, Nianzhu called out, "My lady says there's no need for dinner. You may depart." Yet, the figure outside seemed impervious to her words. The knocking persisted. "I said there's no need for food. Why do you not take your leave?" Nianzhu, exasperated, opened the door, ready to unleash a torrent of ire upon the intruder, only to be confronted by a burly man. Towering over her, in his hand was a jar of wine, and in a drunken stupor, he addressed Chu Yuzhen, "Fair maiden, how about sharing a drink with me?" It was then that Chu Yurue heard the sound of porcelain shattering. Uncertain of the unfolding events, she hurried to the door, having arrived here only a day ago, still unacquainted with the intricacies of this body's past, her only connection being Chu Yuzhen. However, she found herself unable to unlock the door. A flash of realization struck her. This door was likely locked from the outside. Reflecting on her transference, it dawned on her that despite the Chu family's decline, the only ones accompanying her to the capital were her cousin and a maid. Was it true that the Chu family had fallen into such destitution that they could not even afford to hire a matron? Chu Yuzhen, Your smile is truly disarming. Long tresses obscured Chu Yurue's face, yet a curve of her lips betrayed her thoughts. The aroma within the room thickened, and that nauseating sensation resurfaced. Clutching her abdomen, she overturned the incense burner and with great effort made her way to the window. She propped it open and hurled the warm jade in her grasp outside, the stone emitting a fragrance akin to the incense. While she inhaled the crisp air, her balance faltered, and she collapsed to the ground. This body was still too frail. Meanwhile, the young gentleman clad in red, leisurely sipping tea at a nearby stall, prepared to indulge in another sip, only to have a piece of warm jade soar past him, landing squarely in his teacup, splashing the liquid all over his face. Xu Huai rolled her eyes. They were on the verge of returning to the capital, yet she had managed to spill tea all over herself. What bad luck. Truly, what ill fortune. The following day, Chu Yurue was awakened by the sound of birds chirping. To be precise, it was the gentle shaking of the prayer beads that roused her, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the enlarged visage of the beads. Mississippi awakened. Slowly, Chu Yurue began to recollect the events of the previous night. That intoxicating fragrance must have had a significant connection to her dizziness and fragmented memories. Although she remained unaware of the reasons behind Chu Yuzhen's actions, she had already begun to feel wary of her. She needed to devise a way to access her personal space, where numerous medical texts he had once gifted her lay, surely holding the key to understanding this bizarre ailment. Miss, how could you possibly be sleeping on the floor? And this room is in such disarray. The beads glanced around the room and inquired. Chu Yurue rubbed her temples, still appearing as daft as ever. Oh, I felt parched last night and intended to brew some tea. Unbeknownst to me, I tripped over the incense burner, and in my dizziness, I collapsed onto the floor. Chapter 3. The murder at the inn. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chu Yurue's admission of having felt alarmed during the night, the beads quickly asked, "Did you hear anything, miss?" Realizing her reaction had been overly dramatic, she hurriedly composed herself. Chu Yurue merely shook her head, secretly scrutinizing the beads' every move. Instead of first inquiring about her well-being or whether she had caught a chill, her cousin's primary concern was whether she had heard any sounds. Where, indeed, was her cousin who had yet to appear? What had transpired last night? Suddenly, a piercing scream from the main hall jolted Chu Yurue from her thoughts. Chaos erupted outside, the clamor growing increasingly loud, and she vaguely heard the sound of weapons clashing against the ground. What on earth was happening? With a sudden shove, Chu Yurue pushed past the beads, only to find Chu Yuzhen sitting on the ground. Evidently shaken, a murder has occurred at the inn. Chu Yurue glanced down and saw a robust man lying in the center of the hall, his head crushed by a wine jar, as if he had bled to death. Surrounding him stood an orderly array of officials and soldiers, their imposing figures reminiscent of warriors from the battlefield. A man clad in armor stepped forward, brandishing a token. "I am commanded by the emperor to return the troops to the capital. However, upon encountering this murder scene, I have come to assist the authorities. I implore all guests within the inn to gather in the main hall, and the inn shall be sealed." The county magistrate, compelled by duty, promptly complied with his instructions. Chu Yurue helped Chu Yuzhen descend the stairs, joining the other guests in a collective assembly. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled that the man had introduced himself as a general. The only one currently stationed outside leading troops could only be the legitimate scion of the Yun family, Yun Jing. The sunlight glinted, revealing a glaring mark on the man's neck, and Chu Yurue squinted her eyes. This was, before she could fully ponder, she felt an unexpected shove, causing her to stumble towards the fallen man. Would she intervene? The plum blossom birthmark on her left arm glimmered ominously, yet no one noticed it. Fearing exposure, she was timely caught by Yun Jing. "Are you unharmed, miss?" "I am fine." When she turned to examine the needle mark on the man's neck, it had vanished. "Miss, might you be of the Chu family?" Yun Jing inquired, noticing the family token at her waist as he assisted her. Chu Yurue was taken aback, unaware of why he recognized her, for this body possessed no memories of him. Yun Jing, cognizant of her unfamiliarity, elucidated. "I was en route back to the capital when entrusted by the Ping Wang to ensure the lady's safe passage to Anping." Upon uttering these words, he produced a letter from the Ping Wang, which only served to further confound Chu Yurue. Who was this Ping Wang? Beside her, Chu Yuzhen glanced at the letter and remarked, "Thank you, General Yun." Yun Jing observed the contrasting demeanors of Yurue and Yuzhen, concluding that Chu Yuzhen was indeed of the Chu family's legitimate lineage, elder sister. Chu Yurue refrained from adding any further remarks, sensing that this Chu Yuzhen was far more complex than she had initially perceived. In recent days, the inn had been sealed off by the authorities due to a homicide, and the body of the deceased had been handed over to the coroner for examination. Chu Yurue remained oblivious to who had pushed her that day, diverting Yunjing's attention, thereby enabling her to remove the needle from the neck of the deceased. The notion that the man had merely fallen from the second floor while intoxicated was a farce. He had undoubtedly been murdered. Given Yunjing's discernment, had it not been for that shove, he might have detected the needle himself. The more she pondered, the more dread enveloped her. At that moment, the door swung open, and Yinju entered, announcing, "Third Miss, the investigation is complete. We may depart." The inn returned to its previous tranquility, and with Yunjing's troops providing escort, safety was considerably assured. However, along the way, Chu Yurue suffered several relapses, necessitating frequent rests. "General, I am at a loss as to why you agreed to the Ping Wang's request. This journey, under normal circumstances, would require merely 3 days. Yet now, accompanied by 2 delicate young ladies, we have yet to reach the city gates," the deputy complained as they halted once more. The Yun family has always been loyal to the emperor. Miss Chu's journey, far from being merely a protective detail, involves only a single maidservant. The dangers are manifold, and ensuring Miss Chu's safe arrival in the capital is likely more than just the Ping Wang's desire. Yunjing, true to his noble lineage, had a clear understanding of matters within the palace eye in the distance. Chu Yuzhen dismounted from the carriage, distributing water to the soldiers. "General Yun, my younger sister's health is compromised. I apologize for the prolonged delay it has caused and hope you do not hold it against us." Chu Yuzhen approached Yunjing and bowed slightly, causing the previously complaining deputy to feel somewhat uncomfortable. "I was already somewhat delayed. Miss Chu, there is no need for such formality. May I inquire if the third Mrs. condition has improved?" Yunjing had not anticipated that Chu Yuzhen would personally alight from the carriage, and he exchanged a few pleasantries with her. The deputy, watching Chu Yuzhen's departing figure, shook his head with a sigh. "What troubles you? Why the sigh?" Yunjing pulled on the reins and mounted swiftly, preparing to set off. The deputy followed suit, mounting his horse as well. "I simply do not understand. Despite hailing from the same noble family, the second Miss exudes grace and poise, whereas the third Miss's awkwardness starkly contrasts her. The second Miss appears more akin to a legitimate daughter." Yunjing tightened his grip on the reins, leading the way on horseback, letting out a snort, his mood indeterminate. "When did you, a grown man, begin to indulge in idle gossip? The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring is not always apparent at first glance." As they approached the city gates, the procession came to a halt. Yunjing dismounted and approached the carriage, where Chu Yurue and Chu Yuzhen descended. "According to protocol, I must return to the palace to report to the emperor and cannot escort the ladies into the capital." After the young lady arrived in the capital, she encountered Lin Gonggong, sent by His Majesty, who would arrange all matters accordingly. Yunjing clasped his fists in respect and then departed. Upon reaching the city gate, however, their carriage was halted, and they were requested to present a token. A token? What token? Chu Yurua had not anticipated that entry into the city required such a pass, unaware that the family emblem tied around her waist sufficed. They were referring to the family token, which was necessary for entering and exiting the city gates, varying by rank and status. Princesses, princes, and legitimate heirs of noble families from various nations possess such tokens, distinguished only by the designs inscribed upon them. Chu Yuzhen elucidated, glancing at the family emblem at her waist. Chu Yurua removed the token but did not hand it to Chu Yuzhen. Instead, she directly presented it to the soldiers guarding the gate. "Let them pass." The gate swung open, and the carriage continued on its way. Chu Yurua distinctly felt that Chu Yuzhen's gaze upon her had shifted. Anping, the capital of Huaxiang. Though referred to as a capital, it bore little difference from Yunyang, save for the livelier streets and the increased populace. At tea midday, the cries of vendors filled the air, and tables were set up beside tea stalls, where storytellers, with a fan in hand and a table before them, performed their tales. The carriage came to another halt, and not far ahead, the ornate characters of Shuazhai adorned a sign. Upon arriving in the capital, there would be even more of the peach blossom cakes that third sister cherished. "Shall we buy some from the famous pastry shop ahead?" Chu Yuzhen inquired with a smile. Yet Chu Yurua seemed indifferent to the peach blossom cakes, instead captivated by the storyteller. Chapter 4. Arrival at Anping Third Sister. "Why not stay here and listen to the story while I go with Nianzhu?" Seeing Chu Yurua so engrossed, Chu Yuzhen decided to accompany Nianzhu to Shuazhai. Chu Yurua watched their retreating figures, pondering the peach blossom cakes. Once again the peach blossom cakes. For some inexplicable reason, consuming those cakes always led to a feeling of nausea, followed by a bout of illness. The corners of Chu Yurua's lips curled slightly as she surveyed her surroundings. Spotting several apothecaries, however, Considering the urgency of time, she refrained from investigating whether the peach blossom cakes were safe, fearing that Chu Yuzhen might discover her intentions. Speaking of which, 3 months prior, Yunyang had suffered from a plague. Alas, the situation was dire. In just one night, countless lives were lost. The storyteller's words pulled Chu Yurua back to reality. The plague? Only then did she recall that indeed, 3 months ago, Yunyang had been afflicted by such a calamity. It appeared that her memories had been deliberately erased, yet she could still recall events related to the past when mentioned by others. Upon closer inspection, those who had fallen ill appeared emaciated, their skin mottled with dark spots, and the physicians were rendered helpless, unsure of how to treat them. The storyteller, caught in his own fervor, began to mourn alongside the audience, which fell into a hushed silence. Yet, he swiftly changed his demeanor, declaring, "But one day, a mysterious figure appeared in Yunyang, a mysterious figure." The audience below began to murmur with curiosity, and the storyteller, slapping the table, cleared his throat and continued. This person donned a flowing white robe and a veil of white silk, their appearance ethereal, with eyes like autumn waters, as if a celestial being had descended to rescue the world from its tribulations. A celestial being descending? Is it truly possible for women to become physicians nowadays? How extraordinary. I have heard that the lady is accompanied by a fox. Could she possibly be a fox spirit? A spirit, you say? If she is indeed a fox, then she is a celestial fox. Below, the audience began to chatter animatedly, each voice vying for attention. With a sharp clap, the storyteller closed his fan, saying, "To learn what happens next, please await the next installment." Yet, it seemed the listeners were not yet satiated, insisting that he continue the tale. I know. A young girl, in the bloom of youth, leaped forth from the crowd, raising her hand and imitating the storyteller with utmost seriousness. "This lady, she is not some divine maiden descended from the heavens. She is my daughter, celestial fox." Later, this celestial fox used the tender leaves of mugwort from the spring of March to cure the ailment. "Hey, you little imp, listen to the tale without interrupting. You're stealing the old man's business." The storyteller feigned anger, chasing after her playfully as the girl skipped away. Chu Yurue gazed at the sword the girl had been wearing, pondering her thoughts. At this hour, why had Chu Yuzhen and Nianzhu not yet emerged? Casting a glance towards the food and goods pavilion, Chu Yurue stepped forward. Inside the pavilion, in a certain room, a man sat with his back to the shopkeeper, gazing out of the window. "Master, the accounts from last month have been organized. When shall they be delivered to the estate?" The shopkeeper inquired, clearly indicating that this man was the true owner of the food and goods pavilion. Just after the new year, the antique shop had been bustling, and with the lantern festival yet to come, it seemed they would be occupied for some time. Thus, the accounts could be delivered later to avoid drawing attention from others. The man spoke, his voice smooth and gentle, prompting curiosity about his appearance. Indeed, the shopkeeper nodded. "Then, how shall we handle matters with the 10th prince?" The corners of the man's mouth curved into a smile as he turned, a gust of wind blowing, causing his moon-white hair ribbon to dance among his flowing locks. He was truly a sight to behold. Lips red and teeth white, not yet of age, clad in a flowing white robe, a family token tied around his waist, and apart from his fan, he bore no other adornments. His smile resembled blooming peach blossoms, more enchanting than the spring breeze. After the sacrificial rites comes the holy festival. That idle prince, the 10th, will likely be busy collecting taxes from the royal relatives for quite some time. As for the matter of taxation, I have my own methods of resolution. Having said this, the man pushed open the door to leave, but just as he was about to descend the stairs, he overheard two individuals whispering within the room. "Miss, did the master not instruct you to?" His actions were merely to ensure the preceding events unfolded more smoothly. The man turned to meet the shopkeeper's gaze, urging him to ascertain the identities of the guests in the room. Understood, the shopkeeper bowed respectfully and accompanied the man downstairs. As they reached the main hall, they fortuitously encountered Chu Yurue, who was searching for Chu Yuzhen and Nianzhu. The two exchanged friendly nods, and the man donned his customary charming smile. Chu Yurue found herself momentarily stunned by this smile, as if she believed he had returned once more. "What would you like to eat, miss?" The waiter interrupted her contemplation. Upon looking again, she saw no one else present. Fearing she had merely imagined it, "I'm here to wait for my elder sister." As they conversed, Chu Yuzhen and Tong Zhua descended the stairs, and upon spotting Chu Yurue, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Third sister, we were engaged in discussions with the shopkeeper, and thus we have come down a bit later than intended. We truly apologize." "It matters not," replied Chu Yurue, maintaining her usual reticence, an attitude that Chu Yuzhen did not take to heart. The residence, adorned with a staircase every 5 steps and a pavilion every 10, was alive with vibrant flowers and fluttering orioles. Although it was still early in the month, the clear courtyard was the abode that Emperor Huaxiang had arranged for Chu Yurui in the capital. Throughout the day, guided by eunuch Lin, Chu Yurui and her companions explored the various courtyards, marveling at the different pavilions and towers, their heads spinning from the abundance of sights. Today, we owe a debt of gratitude to eunuch Lin, Chu Yuzhen remarked as dusk settled in and their tour of the garden neared completion. You must be weary, eunuch. I have prepared tea, your favorite Luan melon slices. The old servant is most grateful to Miss Chu, he replied. Throughout the journey, Chu Yurui remained silent, lost in contemplation of the residences eunuch Lin had introduced. One of these was called Jiuiju, encircled by pale walls and draped with low-hanging green willows. Upon entering, 2 willows stood sentinel on either side. When summer arrived, the surroundings would bloom with a riot of flowers. Passing through the corridor, lush trees flourished, and a clear stream meandered from the verdant depths, cascading down to the stone creek below. Through the window, one could catch a glimpse of the cool pavilion opposite. Though the winding path taken to arrive was somewhat long, making it a splendid retreat for summer respite. Third sister? Chu Yuzhen called to her, noticing that Chu Yurui was once again lost in thought on the way back. Have you decided where you wish to reside? As my second sister knows, given my illness, a tranquil place will suffice. What of Jiuiju? Chu Yuzhen inquired. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of a smile flickered in Chu Yurui's eyes. Jiuiju was indeed to her liking. During the days spent in Anping, Chu Yurui remained at Jiuiju, organizing her recent thoughts while perusing the books left behind in the residence. Most were trivial tales and scripts, and after much effort, she finally unearthed a few volumes of value, though they were written in classical Chinese, causing her head to ache after only a few lines. Chu Yurui tapped her head lightly. She resolved to adapt and persevere until she finished reading them. Chapter 5. The space at hand raising her eyes, she spotted an impressively thick tome. With considerable effort, Chu Yurui managed to move it to her desk. It contained 5 volumes, each inscribed with the title Divination Classics. Alas, she sighed, having initially hoped for something of practical use. The ancients were indeed superstitious. An entire 5 volumes dedicated solely to divination. After briefly skimming through, finding little of interest, she decided to neatly arrange the heavy tome on her desk. That night, the flickering candlelight barely illuminated the room, and a light snow had begun to fall. Feeling the chill, Chu Yurui rose, draping a cloak around her as she descended from her bed in search of the warming stove. Suddenly, she caught sight of a shadow. Yet, upon closer inspection, it vanished from view in an instant. All the surrounding objects vanished, and Chu Yurui found herself enveloped by darkness. A fleeting shadow darted past her, prompting her to pursue it relentlessly. When she finally grasped the figure, the person turned to face her, bearing an appearance strikingly similar to her own, yet with a faint smile that belied a gaunt visage. The moment Chu Yurui made contact, the figure shattered into fragments and disappeared. Upon looking again, the darkness had dissipated, revealing a stack of books. It is a personal space. Chu Yurui exclaimed with delight, yet her expression soon soured. Why were there only books? As she navigated between the shelves, she discovered not only the tomes she had previously perused but also medical texts and historical accounts from this world as past. Thus, Chu Yurui chose to remain in her personal space to read. In the Zangku Wangfu, Hua Hasu, clad in dark attire, ignored the bows of those around him and strode directly to his study. Inside, Su Huai, draped in a flowing red garment, remained seated, unperturbed by the sound of the door opening. He casually fanned himself, savoring his tea, humming a carefree tune after taking a sip. Hua Hasu huffed disdainfully, bypassing Su Huai to occupy a chair at the writing desk. You seem quite at home. Treating my royal residence as if it were your own with a snap, Su Huai closed his fan and took another sip of tea. Isn't this what you've grown accustomed to? Hua Hasu pulled out a book and began to leaf through it. His brow furrowed as he stated, let us discuss serious matters. And no sooner had he spoken than Su Huai adopted a grave demeanor. I have uncovered the details of the investigation. My visit to the Futsu Pavilion was not in vain. Hua Hasu listened intently, his gaze fixed on the book in his hands, remaining silent. There indeed exists a fox spirit, though her name and appearance elude me. It is said her medical skills are exceptional, and she is accompanied by 4 women who appear to serve as her guards. However, this information holds little value, as she came to Yunyang solely for healing, without any ulterior motives. Once the plague was cured, they simply departed. Su Huai paused, casting a glance at Hua Hasu, deliberately withholding further details. Hua Hasu, however, continued to peruse his book, unresponsive. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, Su Huai cleared his throat and pressed on. I pursued them to Anping, but they vanished abruptly, as if evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Hua Hasu dipped his brush into ink and annotated the text, remarking, "It matters not. If there are no other forces at play, let it be." He then raised his gaze, adding, "Since they have concealed themselves in Anping, they must still be there, merely adopting new identities." Su Huai nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the logic, he waved his fan, continuing, "There is another matter you are likely aware of. The legitimate daughter of the Chu family arrived in the capital 3 days ago as for the marriage alliance. It is expected that the emperor will make a decision after the holy festival. Will you not take action?" Hua Hasu shot him a sidelong glance, setting down his brushed eye. "Hua Hasu, have yet to reach the point where I require a woman to pave my path." Su Huai rolled his eyes and stood beside Hua Hasu, contemplating tapping his head with the fan, but was deterred by a fierce glare. "I understand your reluctance, yet it appears that the Prince of Ping is stirring restlessly. After 7 years of planning, are you truly willing to watch this prized opportunity slip away?" Hua and Su remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the books adorning the desk. Su Huai shook his head, his expression one of resigned despair, akin to that of a lifeless log unworthy of sculpting. "I truly cannot fathom what you are contemplating," he implored. "Pull him down from whatever lofty position he occupies." Hua exchanged a glance with Su Huai, gesturing towards the tome in his hand. "Who says that acquiring the power of Chu City necessitates a marriage alliance? While it is true that Chu Yurue is the legitimate daughter of the Chu clan, it is her brother who is destined to inherit the title of the city lord." Su Huai turned his attention to the book, which contained a comprehensive account of the Chu family lineage. Chu Yurue, having lost her parents, ventured to the capital alone, while her younger brother has only just reached the age of maturity. "Do you truly believe that the current power in Chu City lies with her?" The records indicated that the names of Chu Yurue and Chu Yuyuan had been crossed out, prompting Hua and Su to inquire further. It must undoubtedly be Chu Yurue's father, Chu Su. Historically, the act of favoring illegitimate offspring over legitimate ones has been deemed illicit. If Chu Su wishes to rightfully claim control over Chu City, what fate awaits Chu Yuyuan? Hua encircled the name of Chu Yuyuan, stating that according to tradition, a man must wait a full 5 years to be granted titles and positions. Who could predict what events might transpire within that span? Upon hearing Hua's analysis, Su Huai pondered, "If your assertions hold true, then Chu Yuyuan is indeed in peril. Should this sole legitimate heir meet with an accident within 5 years, the successor would inevitably be Chu Su. What if we were to lend a hand to Chu Yuyuan?" Hua inquired, crossing out the name of Chu Su. However, Su Huai deliberated for a moment, recognizing that Chu Su's faction was currently more formidable. Furthermore, it was rumored that Chu Yurue suffered from a peculiar ailment, often lost in thought and appearing somewhat daft. Placing their bets on her seemed precarious. Moreover, the head of the Bai family, having recovered from a severe illness 3 years prior, had undergone a transformation. Witnessing their power grow exponentially, it appeared that there were intentions from the emperor's side to bestow titles as a means of restraint. Recognizing the futility of a game where the outcome was all too clear, Hua remarked, "It is time to investigate further into the Bai family's affairs. As for Chu Yurue, whether she is genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, that is a matter that can be discerned through trial." Hua raised his teacup, savoring a sip, concealing the glimmer of amusement that danced within his eyes. Due to the remote location of Jiui residence, Chu Yuzhen had not visited Chu Yurue of late. One afternoon, as the sun bathed the room in golden light, Chu Yurue sat by the window, engrossed in a book from her personal space. To the untrained eye, she appeared to be napping. The chatter of maidservants outside drew Chu Yurue from her reverie. Upon arriving at the adjacent courtyard, several maidservants had been dispatched by Emperor Huaxiang to attend to Chu Yurue and Chu Yuzhen. Chu Yurue casually selected a few. Why does this third young lady confine herself within the walls, never venturing out? She is nothing like the second young lady, who enjoys lake outings one day and poetry recitals the next, returning with an abundance of gifts. Just yesterday, that little cooling was boasting to me about it. Indeed, one cannot deny that despite their shared lineage, the temperaments of these two young ladies seem inverted. I have heard that although the second young lady is of illegitimate birth, she was well educated from a young age. While she may not be a master of every art, she has dabbled in them all, unlike that one, who, despite her noble birth and the affection of both father and mother, has failed to excel in anything. Having barely finished reading a few books and now only capable of recognizing a handful of characters. Chapter 6. The first action. Chu Yurue had never been fond of reading. Upon hearing the maid's remark, she straightened her posture and gathered her thoughts in a wonder. When Chu Yuzhen visited a few days ago and noticed the book of divination on her desk, her expression had been rather peculiar. Her body had yet to fully recover, and she had only found temporary remedies within medical texts. At this moment, she was determined to conceal her transformation from the previous Chu Yurue. Perhaps the few maids outside had already been bribed by her. It seemed essential to fabricate a reason to venture out. The following day, as Chu Yurue hastened toward the main entrance, she unexpectedly encountered Chu Yuzhen returning. "Sister, you seem to be feeling better? It's rare to see you out and about." The smile on her sister's face, one that Chu Yurue had seen numerous times before, now appeared insincere. Chu Yurue responded with a smile, "I am much improved. These days at Jui residence have been rather stifling, so I decided to take a stroll and purchase a few items. Such matters should be left to the servants," Chu Yuzhen remarked, clearly uneasy about her sister's outing. What exactly was troubling her remained a mystery. "But, sister, you said it yourself, it's a rare occasion to see me out, so please allow me this time," Chu Yurue playfully pleaded. With no alternative, Chu Yuzhen relented, fearing that further resistance would reveal her intentions too overtly. "It is good that you can get some fresh air, but I cannot help but worry about you going out alone. Why not let them accompany you? They can assist you in carrying some items." Chu Yuzhen glanced at the maids nearby, and Chu Yurue did not object. Since arriving in this world, every step she took required meticulous calculation, discerning the true implications behind each statement. She could no longer afford the reckless abandon of her past life. After all, she had perished due to her own arrogance, had she not? It was truly exhausting, yet she had no choice but to scheme, speculate, and ponder, much like a game of chess. Human nature must be studied gradually. "Thank you, dear sister," Chu Yurue beamed, her smile radiant. Yet, the truth remained that the more beautiful the flower, the more potent its poison. Those who appeared harmless and adept at concealment were often the ones who triumphed in the end. As her master had once said, the greatest skill of a top-tier agent lies not in aggression, but in disguise. Watching Chu Yurue depart, Chu Yuzhen furrowed her brow. "What is my sister so worried about?" Nianzhu, who stood nearby, noticed her troubled thoughts. "My third sister has changed so much of late." After witnessing Chu Yurue's departure, Chu Yuzhen turned to head back to her room. Ever since their parents had passed 5 years ago, she had lived with her sister, and she was well aware of her temperament and preferences. In the past, she had despised reading. If it were said that she had sneaked out to listen to lectures or performances, she might have believed it. Yet, recently, she had taken to reading, particularly that thick book of divination. What is contained within the book of divination is merely a collection of curiosities. Perhaps the third young lady has developed an interest in it, or she is simply browsing through it. Nianzhu speculated. At first, I merely sensed a difference, but upon witnessing her daydreaming and appearing dizzy as usual, I dismissed that thought. Yet her actions today have increasingly unsettled me. A few days ago, when I visited Jui residence, I discovered that the incense in the burner had been replaced, and the warm jade had mysteriously vanished. According to the diviner's calculations, she has been consuming this medicine for 5 years and should have long since perished. Why? Ever since the incident at the inn, her temperament has begun to change. However, she is aware that being with us, it is utterly impossible for her to be swapped out midway. If everything prior was merely a ruse on her part, then it appears I must pay a visit to the master. The streets remained lively. No matter where Chu Yuru wandered, her maidservants followed closely behind. As Chu Yuru approached the apothecary, she hesitated, recalling the conversation between Chu Yuzhen and Eunuch Lin. Eunuch Lin must be weary. "I have prepared tea, your favorite Luan melon slices." Chu Yuru's heart raced. Chu Yuzhen was well aware of what tea the emperor's eunuch enjoyed, and she thought of Chu Yuzhen's demeanor when she gazed at Prince Ping. If one were to claim that Chu Yuzhen had no ties to the capital, no one would believe it. Should the peach blossom cake indeed pose a problem, it is plausible that she has connections within the apothecaries of this city. Turning away, she tugged at her sleeve, opting not to enter the apothecary, but rather stepping into the bookstore. "I shall peruse the place scripts within, and will emerge shortly." Chu Yuru deliberately stated this, providing her maidservants little opportunity for further conversation as she swiftly entered the bookstore. "Miss, all the books here pertain to medicine. Thank you." Chu Yuru glanced around the shelves filled with tomes. Recently, she discovered that simply flipping through the pages allowed her to store the knowledge within her personal space. With so many books, it seemed implausible that she would be unable to ascertain the ailment by examining them one by one. Chu Yuru quickly scanned the shelves, yet the abundance of literature was overwhelming. To avoid arousing suspicion among her maidservants outside, she could not linger for long. As she reached for a book she desired, she found it just out of her grasp. Stretching her hand, she realized that not only was her physique frail, but she was also rather short. The person beside her extended the book and handed it to her. "Thank you." Chu Yuru was taken aback that someone would assist her, and after expressing her gratitude, she looked up at the individual clad in a blue robe, with jet black hair neatly styled into an elegant bun, adorned with a delicate white jade hairpin. He brought to mind the lines from the Book of Songs, with a blue collar. "My heart is at ease." Could he possibly be a scholar? The man appeared somewhat startled upon seeing her face but quickly regained his composure. "It was but a small effort. You need not concern yourself." As she departed, Chu Yuru casually grabbed a play script, wandered around the street for a while, purchased some rouge and powder, before finally heading home. The scholar in the bookstore smiled ruefully. "Arue, you have finally returned." "Second miss." The maidservants followed the third miss the entire way. Apart from the bookstore where she purchased a play script, she did not venture elsewhere, I understand. "You may leave now." Chu Yuzhen rubbed her temples. "How many days remain until the festival?" "Precisely 5 days." The bead bracelet massaging her shoulders replied, "Today, I managed to contact the master, who instructed that you meet him at the 4th hour tomorrow." Chu Yurue distinctly sensed that today was unlike any other. The usual chatter of her maids was conspicuously absent, leaving only Nianzhu by her side. After a meager breakfast of thin porridge, Chu Yuzhen mentioned her intention to visit a certain young lady. Chu Yurue merely responded with a non-committal sound, indicating her agreement. Just as she prepared to rise, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame her. "Nianzhu, quickly assist the third miss back to her chamber," Chu Yuzhen instructed urgently. After a considerable effort, they arrived at Jui residence. Once Chu Yurue was settled, Chu Yuzhen surveyed the room and lit the incense. Lying quietly on the bed, Chu Yurue listened intently to their conversation. "Take good care of her. I shall return shortly." "Understood." Once Chu Yuzhen departed, Chu Yurue propped open the window and deftly climbed out. Behind the house lay a tranquil pond, and as she leaned precariously, she nearly slipped in. After some time, she stealthily approached Nianzhu from behind and, before the maid could react, delivered a swift blow to render her unconscious. Chapter 7. Following the cousin casting a glance back at the room, she noted that the door was still locked from the outside. With great effort, she dragged Nianzhu inside. However, upon preparing to leave, she furrowed her brow, catching a whiff of her own sleeve. Turning back, she removed Nianzhu's garments and dressed her in her own attire. Once everything was in order, she clapped her hands together and declared, "Your lady's fragrance is better suited for your own enjoyment." With that, she hastened away from Jui residence in pursuit of Chu Yuzhen. Time was of the essence, and after a while, she finally caught sight of her cousin's figure. However, a drunken man staggered toward her, swaying precariously. Chu Yurue attempted to push him aside, but as she opened her mouth to reprimand him, a beam of sunlight struck her, and the drunken man inadvertently shielded her from its glare. Startled, Chu Yurue realized she had underestimated him. He was clearly more than just a mere drunkard. A group of thugs approached, wielding clubs, and menacingly shouted, "No money. How dare you come to drink without paying?" "Break his legs." As Chu Yurue tried to maneuver past the inebriated man, his strength trapped her against the wall. "Wouldn't a lady be inclined to assist me?" he slurred, his face flushed with alcohol. "Please, have some decorum." Chu Yurue frowned, anxious that Chu Yuzhen might wander too far and she would lose her trail. "Why should I help you?" The drunken man squinted and leaned in closer. "As the saying goes, one relies on friends when venturing out. I lent you my aid earlier. Why not return the favor? That way, we owe each other nothing." Chu Yurue was compelled to confront this man directly. He was aware of her pursuit of Chu Yuzhen and understood her cousin's intention to check for any followers using a mirror. This individual was certainly not as simple as he appeared. She tossed him a silver ingot, preparing to leave, but he seized her hand, grinning. "Thank you, my lady. I shall repay you in due time." After giving a lingering glance at the tavern's rooftop, he finally released her. Once the drunken man departed, Chu Yurue touched the plum blossom-shaped birthmark on her left arm. Two circular steel plates swiftly encased her arm, and a slender silver wire shot forth from the mechanism. With a swift leap, Chu Yurue ascended to the tavern's roof. It seemed her suspicions had been correct. From this vantage point, she could clearly observe the happenings below, including the movements of Chu Yuzhen. Chu Yurue followed closely behind Chu Yuzhen, who meandered along before finally halting in front of an ordinary inn. Chu Yurue waited outside, observing as Chu Yuzhen entered the establishment and exchanged a few words with the innkeeper, indicating a familiarity between them, before ascending the stairs. Just as Chu Yurue was about to reach the staircase, a smiling young attendant approached, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, are you here to dine or to stay?" With a stoic expression, Chu Yurue wished to hasten upstairs. The attendant, taken aback by the response, uttered a bewildered ah. As she sidestepped the attendant, Chu Yurue caught sight of Chu Yuzhen entering a private chamber. "Esteemed guest, you cannot enter this room." The same attendant chimed in, still wearing a broad smile. Chu Yurue restrained herself from delivering a swift blow to him, retorting, "Oh, is it that no amount of silver can grant me entry?" The attendant replied earnestly, "Well, if one were to offer a bit more, it might be considered." However, when he looked up again, he found there was no one before him. He only heard a resignation in the air. "So expensive. Never mind, I shan't enter." Meanwhile, the person the attendant sought was perched atop the inn's roof, akin to a cat lurking in the dark of night. Chu Yurue moved with fluidity, effortlessly determining the location of the room Chu Yuzhen had entered, and slowly pried open a tile. "In 4 days, the sacred festival shall arrive. Is it that genre cannot contain her eagerness to meet this king?" The man within, clad in resplendent robes, had his back turned towards Chu Yurue, obscuring his features. "You jest, my lord, if it were not of great importance, why would Yuzhen dare to meet so recklessly?" Chu Yuzhen's tone was grave. "Yet, has there been any flaw in the plan?" The man, who claimed to be the king, appeared far less composed than Chu Yuzhen, his voice tinged with agitation upon hearing her words. "A flaw? Not precisely, merely some complications in execution. It is indeed a cause for celebration that a fool can be utilized as a pawn under our control. Yet, one must fear that this very pawn may have laid traps before we could set our strategy, potentially turning against those who wield it." The man sat in contemplation. "Are you suggesting that Chu Yurue's folly may very well be feigned?" "That is but a conjecture," Chu Yuzhen replied, her tone noticeably softened. "The shaman indicated that the potion does indeed possess the power to gradually erase one's memory and render them foolish, yet it does not preclude the possibility that she has discovered an antidote." No, the man stroked the teacup in his hand, dissenting with Chu Yuzhen's perspective. "She has been under the influence of that potion for 5 years. Its effects are slow-acting, and it is implausible that she would suddenly discover a remedy. Speculation remains mere conjecture. We must procure evidence." Chu Yuzhen stepped closer to the man, her displeasure evident. "Yuzhen understands that my lord wishes to achieve great things, and I shall certainly lend my utmost efforts to assist you in ascending to the throne. Yet given the current circumstances, Chu Yurue has already lost her most steadfast support. Her younger brother is still a child, and power lies firmly in the hands of the family patriarch. Capturing Chu City would be a trivial task." "Oh?" The man lifted his gaze. "Then are you aware of why your esteemed father has yet to declare himself the lord of Chu City?" "It is the emperor," Chu Yuzhen speculated. "Indeed, the emperor fears the 4 great families, yet he wishes not to meddle in the strife between legitimate and illegitimate heirs. Do you know what is of utmost importance to garner the people's hearts?" Chu Yuzhen fell silent. "Tio have a rightful claim." The man softly uttered 4 words, "A mere brutish man. If one wishes to silence him, they can simply eliminate him. But what if it were a scholar? Would killing him resolve the matter? In this world, the most difficult mouths to silence belong to the literati. Furthermore, let us not mention the recent emergence of the so-called Qing Shang Palace, a group of scholars utterly incapable of harming a chicken. Even for the sake of his own reputation in honoring the worthy, the emperor must yield a measure of respect. Should we eliminate the direct line of the Chu family while supporting the illegitimate offspring, success would indeed come swiftly. Yet, should this matter be widely publicized, not to mention the disgrace it would bring upon me, it would surely be more than just a matter of face for your esteemed father." On her way back, Chu Yurue was consumed by thoughts of their conversation. It turned out that she had been harmed for 5 long years, 5 whole years, deceived into consuming poison by her close cousin. It was likely that further schemes were afoot, yet Chu Yurue possessed only knowledge of royal lineage and was ignorant of the situation within the capital, unable to fathom who might conspire alongside Chu Yuzhen. She utterly detested this feeling of being controlled by others. The path to Jui residence was winding, granting her ample time to restore the room to its original state. She pushed open the door, stripped the garments from Nianzhu's body, donned them herself, redressed Nianzhu, dragged her out, and locked the door from the outside. Then, she climbed through the window and lay down on the bed. Before long, Chu Yuzhen indeed paid a visit. Chapter 8. The purple bamboo shoot. It seemed her predictions were correct. She was evidently still uneasy. Fortunately, Nianzhu had awoken before Chu Yuzhen's arrival at Jui residence. Naturally, she would not be foolish enough to admit that she had inadvertently fallen asleep outside. Upon learning that Chu Yurue was still sleeping, Chu Yuzhen departed with Nianzhu. The fragrance of incense lingered on the 3rd young lady's attire, sufficient to prove that she had not left Jui residence. That was for the best. Hearing Nianzhu's words, Chu Yuzhen's anxious heart finally settled. Once again, that familiar sensation. Chu Yurue felt parched, as if engulfed in flames. She wished to open her eyes and rise, but her body ached painfully, her hair seemingly grasped by an unseen hand, and cold words reached her ears. Is this the pinnacle of Zyr's agents? Chu Yurue's eyes widened. She had returned? The innocent student, the alluring courtesan, Mei Junsu. How adept you are at masquerading. When did you infiltrate this place without my notice? The man before her was strikingly handsome, yet his expression was grotesque and terrifying. Blood trickled from the corner of Chu Yurue's mouth. She wished to speak, yet no words escaped her lips. Perhaps, would you leave behind your arm as a memento? The man smiled wickedly. Chu Yurue's eyes widened. She understood just how vulnerable she was in that moment. That was her nightmare. In the haze, it seemed she caught a glimpse of his gentle smile. Him whispering in her ear, Junsu, do not fear. I will take you home. The flames blazed ever hotter, his smile turning into a fleeting dream, shattering at a mere touch. Chu Yurue could only flee repeatedly until she encountered that familiar figure once more. The second layer of the spatial dimension? Chu Yurue gasped for breath, recalling her master's words that the portable space comprised 3 layers. Her heart raced with fervor. Everything that had just transpired felt astonishingly vivid. Each time she entered this space, she would dream of events from her past life. Truly, as Chu Yurue advanced, her spirits soared upon glimpsing the weapons and other items stored from her former existence. The silence enveloped her as if every object here could evoke a memory. To her astonishment, she recognized the dagger. When she had gifted it to herself, she had not given it much thought, only to later find it irretrievable, having been cast into the portable space. Upon closer inspection, the dark blue scabbard of the dagger was adorned with a single red gem, through which Chu Yurue felt she could glimpse the gentle smile of him, Nan Sun. Chu Yurue whimpered, clutching the dagger, lost in a sea of confusion. Nan Sun. Nan Xu and I in the chamber of Jiu Ju. Her voice echoed, and upon awakening, she found herself enveloped in darkness. Rising from her bed, she lit a candle and gazed at the dagger, exhaling a sigh as she tucked it into her sleeve, only for a slip of paper to fall out. It was then that Chu Yurue recalled the drunken man she had encountered while trailing Chu Yuzhen, who had handed her a note as he grasped her hand, nearly forgotten in her mind. Illuminated by the candlelight, she discerned the words written on the note. At the 5th watch, meet in the bamboo grove of the eastern outskirts. The night watchman outside resumed his rounds, and Chu Yurue silently counted 5 strikes in total. Suddenly, the candle within Jiuiju extinguished, a shadow flitted past, and several leaves cascaded down, as if nothing had transpired at all. In the eastern bamboo grove, it was still the 5th watch, with few souls about, particularly in the outskirts. As Chu Yurue stepped into the bamboo thicket, her senses heightened. The rows of green bamboo stood resilient against the biting winter winds, unyielding in their existence. As she ventured deeper into the grove, she found herself shrouded in a thick fog, surrounded by identical bamboo stalks. Despite her expertise in reconnaissance and terrain navigation, she was apprehensive about how to escape this labyrinthine grove. Not far off, she discerned a humble thatched cottage and approached the fence, where a man sat leisurely, playing the lute. Look at that green bamboo, swaying gracefully, the noble gentleman, skillfully carving and polishing, like cutting jade. Perhaps it referred to him. The lake green robe fluttering in the spring breeze, with a jade-carved chilan belt adorned in crimson. Silver hair and dark eyes, a rarity in the world, as pure and cool as the autumn moon, and as elegant as flowers at dawn. His fingertips danced along the strings of the lute, producing melodies that flowed like water. The sound was haunting, evoking feelings of longing and sorrow, lingering and ethereal, as if dancing with the hidden dragon of the depths or weeping for a solitary widow in a drifting boat, captivating in its depth. Suddenly, Chu Yurue's vigilance surged, and the dagger in her sleeve instinctively darted toward the lute player. The man, with a subtle smile, seemed blissfully unaware of her impending assault, continuing to pluck the strings. The enchanting melody seemed to possess an invisible force that compelled Chu Yurue to retreat just as the dagger was about to strike him. Yet she was unscathed. Aware of the captivating nature of his music, Chu Yurue refused to abandon her attack. As the lute's notes momentarily paused, she seized the opportunity. The dagger met the strings, and with a swift motion, the 7 strands were effortlessly severed. The man did not seem angered by this. Rather, his tone was filled with resignation. Just yesterday, he had finally repaired a string, and today, as he took it out to practice, "You have severed them all very well. It seems I must indeed change my instrument." The figure before him was strikingly ethereal, akin to a celestial being, utterly distinct from the drunken man encountered earlier. "Who are you? And who was that drunkard?" Chu Yuru could not help but inquire. "One must never judge solely by appearances. The truth is, I cannot appear in broad daylight, and without me, he would not have lived to see today." The man spoke, his smile warm and gentle. Upon hearing his words, Chu Yuru pondered for a moment. According to his implication, he and the drunken man were the same person. Yet, the disparity in their ages was vast, and one's appearance could hardly be so drastically altered. The person before her could not possibly be over 30, while the drunken man's age remained uncertain. Could it be that you are a demon? After all, if one could traverse worlds, encountering a demon would hardly be deemed extraordinary. Upon hearing her thoughts, the man rose and adjusted his sleeves. "If I were to claim that I am a deity, would you believe me?" Chu Yuru barely suppressed a laugh. "A deity? Where do deities come from in this world? Are you immortal or wielding boundless magic?" The man discerned her mockery but remained unfazed. "Child, there is no such thing as immortality. Even deities will one day live long is merely a result of deep-seated obsessions." Chu Yuru felt a twinge of discomfort at his address. She was not significantly younger than him, and in her previous life, she might have even been his senior. "You have gone to such lengths to seek me out. I presume it is not merely to discuss whether you are human or demon." "Ziyun Tuajun," the man replied. Chu Yuru was taken aback by his words. "What? Your name," he stated, appearing disinclined to linger on the subject of names. "I have brought you here to inform you that you have entered the capital, and the dangers surrounding you are likely already apparent. Onping is far from as tranquil as it seems. The road ahead will be fraught with challenges. Perhaps you should heed my advice and leave this place. After this, the Chu family's legitimate daughter will meet with an untimely demise, and all matters will be of no concern to you." Chapter 9. The head of the Bai family, Chu Yuru, listened quietly to his account but remained unmoved. He understood her identity and was aware that Chu Yuzhen sought to harm her, yet he urged her to depart. She chuckled softly, her expression revealing a touch of resignation. "Thank you, but had you sought me out a fortnight ago, I might have considered your suggestion. However, since I have arrived, I intend to live well. I am aware that this path is fraught with peril, yet I can no longer turn back. Perhaps if I continue onward, I may yet glimpse the light." Chu Yuru recalled the figures she had seen in her dreams. She was now Chu Yuru, the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. She must survive, for herself and for the past Chu Yuru. Ziyun Tuajun appeared unperturbed by her response. "Be cautious." As the sky gradually lightened, Chu Yuru clearly observed Ziyun Tuajun's complexion growing paler, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Dawn had arrived. Ziyun Tuajun's body seemed significantly weakened. He glanced up at the sky. "It is time to return." Chu Yurue furrowed her brow. Though unaware of the identity of the individual before her, she could discern that this person bore no malice. "And you?" Lord Ziyun Tua turned, striding towards the rows of green bamboo. "If fate permits, we shall meet again." "Hey," Chu Yurue called out. "Both Yin and Tua signify bamboo. Your name is rather difficult to remember. I shall call you Eju." The figure of Ziyun Tua, leaning against the bamboo, trembled slightly, as if recalling something I said agreeable for me to be called Eju. Many years ago, a maiden with crescent-shaped eyes once inquired similarly. A bamboo flute soared through the air towards Chu Yurue. "Very well, should you encounter any trouble, simply play the flute." The Bai residents, Bai Chishu, clad in a moon-white robe, strode through the gates, appearing in good spirits. "Young master has returned earlier than usual today," remarked the maid Bai Ji, catching the outer robe that Bai Chishu had just removed. Bai Chishu proceeded directly to the study. Today, they had visited the garden to admire the winter plum blossoms, and inspired by their subtle fragrance and graceful shadows, he felt a sudden spark of creativity. "I shall depict this plum blossom scene, compose a poem to accompany it, and craft an antique piece. It is sure to fetch a handsome price," he mused as he entered the study, turning to close the door just in time to avoid colliding with Bai Ji. Inside, Bai Wei approached, having noticed Bai Chishu's return. "How curious. Young master, upon your return, you are not here to settle accounts." Bai Wei and Bai Ji were twin sisters, with the elder, Bai Ji, being more circumspect in her speech compared to the more candid Bai Wei. Bai Chishu paid no heed to Bai Wei's remarks, hastily ushering her out of the door. "Today, I intend to paint. No one is to enter until I have completed my work, and if any guests arrive, do not announce them. By the way, is the tea prepared?" As Bai Wei was pushed out of the study, she understood her master's decisive nature. Whatever he decreed was final, and she could only acquiesce. How could a servant dare to neglect the tasks entrusted by the young master? The two had just reached the corridor when they caught sight of a furtive figure lurking by the wall. Luoyu, where have you been wandering off to? Bai Wei approached the wall, only to find a girl of 13 or 14 years perched atop it. The girl, named Luoyu, upon being discovered, did not flee but nimbly flipped over and landed gracefully. I was going out. Tio gather information for the young master. Luoyu scratched her head, unable to meet the gaze of Bai Wei and Bai Ji while fabricating her tale. Bai Wei and Bai Ji exchanged glances. Shaking their heads, what information could you possibly gather? Was today's lesson engaging? Engaging. It pales in comparison to my storytelling. Luoyu proudly lifted her chin, only to realize she had let slip too much. I merely listened for a bit upon my return. Bai Wei and Bai Ji exchanged knowing looks. Very well, since you are back, refrain from your reckless escapades. The young master has matters to attend to. You must remain within the residence. Luoyu wore a perplexed expression. Are there tasks assigned to me? Aren't they usually for Sister Feng and Sister Hua? As they were conversing, a man dressed in red approached from a distance. Bai Wei, observing the gentleman fanning himself, instantly recognized him. Indeed, aside from the nominal vice minister of rites, who else would engage in such frivolity on a winter's day? Upon seeing Su Huai holding a gift, the three of them bowed and said, "This servant pays respects to Lordess." Su Huai waved his hand dismissively. "Since we are not in the court, there is no need for such formalities. I have come today merely to check on your well-being." Hearing his words, Bai Wei and Bai Ji exchanged awkward glances, for their young master had been ill 3 years prior. Was Lord Su perhaps a bit slow to catch on? Furthermore, it was rather peculiar that he would refrain from using titles outside the court. After all, it had been years since he last graced the court with his presence. Nonetheless, Bai Ji replied earnestly, "Thanks to Lord Su's kindness, our master has fully recovered." Bai Wei reflected on the approaching Saints' festival, noting that many had been coming to seek favors from their master. However, most were merely seeking assistance. This Lord Su, whose family was known for its scholarly pursuits, seemed to have no dealings with commerce, leaving Bai Wei curious about his intentions. "I shall go announce your arrival," she said. Luoyu, realizing her presence was unnecessary, attempted to leave hastily, only to be halted by Bai Wei's grasp and "Oh need. I shall enter alone." Before Bai Wei could voice her thoughts, Su Huai swiftly vanished from sight. Even Bai Wei and Bai Ji, skilled as they were, could not prevent his departure, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. Creak. The study doors swung open, revealing Bai Qishu, engrossed in sketching a tree trunk, oblivious to the door's opening. Not wanting to disturb Bai Qishu, Su Huai approached quietly on the rice paper. The branches of the wintersweet were robust, with strategic areas left untouched, as blossoms unfolded delicately at the tip of the brush. Accompanied by the inscription, "The plum blossoms are particularly pure," akin to the company of Eshu. Su Huai, well versed in the art of painting, nearly exclaimed his admiration for the work, yet noticed Bai Qishu's hand tremble, causing a drop of ink to spread across the paper and mar the beautiful piece. Bai Qishu's demeanor seemed less than pleasant, though Su Huai could not comprehend the reason behind it. Bai Qishu crumpled the painted paper and, striking the table, commanded, "Bai Wei, bring me some tea," completely disregarding his earlier admonition to the two not to disturb him. Beside him, Su Huai remained silent, handing over a cup of tea. Bai Qishu took a sip before setting it down. "Bai Wei, did I not tell you I prefer my tea not too hot?" Bai Qishu had always disliked hot tea. However, Bai Wei, concerned for his health, insisted on warming it each time, only for Bai Qishu to wait until it cooled before drinking. Bai Qishu looked up, only then realizing the person before him was not Bai Wei, causing him to step back in surprise. It was at this moment that Su Huai finally discerned Bai Qishu's features, lips red and teeth white, clad in pristine white, untouched by any speck of dust. Chapter 10. Testing the waters. "Who are you?" Bai Qishu inquired, uncertain of when this person had entered his study, grasping the chair for support as he recalled his earlier instructions to Bai Wei and Bai Su Huai feigned disappointment. Slowly approaching Bai Qishu, "Does Bai Di not remember me? Alas, you make me feel quite sorrowful." With the demeanor of a forlorn lady of the imperial palace, Bai Qishu forced an awkward smile, retreating step by step until her head collided with the wall. Letting out a hiss as she squinted her eyes, Su Huai finally came to a halt. Both the Su and Bai families were distinguished clans and had long-standing ties, and hearing that Bai Di was unwell recently, he had come to pay a visit. Bai Qishu nodded, her mind racing to recall details about the Su family. Long-standing ties? How absurd. The Bai family, originally a lineage of scholars, had produced 3 chancellors and 5 censors since ancient times. It was only due to the gradual decline of the Bai family that thoughts of engaging in commerce arose. Though they had experienced a resurgence over the past decade, Historically, the emphasis had always been on agriculture over commerce, and Emperor Huaxiang had never held the Bai family in high regard. Fearing the immense wealth and power of the Bai family, 3 years prior, he had issued an edict for them to relocate to Anping. Living under the emperor's watchful eye, Huaxiang would no longer harbor doubts, and as for Bai Qishu's generation, they were all engaged in commerce. It was a rare stroke of luck that Bai Qishu possessed some literary foundation. Yet regrettably, 4 years ago, during the Tongxing examination, she had failed to even attain the status of a scholar, while Su Huai had soared to prominence, transforming from a wayward young master into the right vice minister of rights in just 5 years. Observing this, the Bai family could not help but feel resentment, and animosity brewed between the two families. It was not merely a grudge. They were supposed to be family friends, with the sacred festival approaching, and the legitimate daughter of the Chu family having entered the city. Su Huai was seen drawing closer to the 10th prince. Could it be that he was here to gather intelligence on her? I know, how could I ever forget? You are Suda. Bai Qishu struggled to mask her confusion, but the name that lingered on her tongue eluded her. Raising her gaze, she fortuitously locked eyes with Su Huai. Stammering, You Arius Yu Xiong, right? Haha. She then awkwardly laughed a couple of times. Su Huai, aware that she had forgotten his name, shook his fan and casually placed his other hand on her shoulder. Surely you remember. We shared the same trousers and slept in the same bed during our childhood. How could you possibly forget? He then gestured with his eyes, as if inquiring if Bai Qishu agreed. A bead of sweat trickled down Bai Qishu's forehead as she forced a smile. He'd just a dry laugh, while inwardly contemplating if the person before her was a bit deranged for mentioning such things. Su Huai pouted. Isn't that how good brothers are described? Bai Qishu, feeling embarrassed, averted her gaze from Su Huai and removed his hand from her shoulder, maintaining a semblance of decorum. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Su Xiong? Su Huai felt a bit empty after his hand was taken away and, regaining his composure, reiterated what he had discussed earlier with Bai Wei and Bai Ji. It was nothing of great significance. He had merely heard that Bai Di had fallen ill recently and had come to check on her, while also delivering an invitation. As he spoke, he handed the invitation to Bai Qishu, who opened it and thought to herself that she could not possibly refuse the 10th prince's request. After bidding farewell to Su Huai, Bai Qishu summoned Ling Feng, the sister of the wind. As mentioned by Luo Yue.in just 2 days, the sacred festival would commence a few days ago. The matter I had entrusted to the manager of Shihuazhai has been thoroughly investigated. According to tradition, tomorrow, the 4 prominent families will send representatives to congratulate the Chu family on their relocation. Your martial prowess makes you the finest among the 4. Thus, I am assigning you the task of completing this mission for me. Bai Qishu gazed intently at Su Huai's departing figure, his expression grave. Ling Feng clasped his hands in salute, affirming, I shall certainly not disappoint your expectations, my lord. The clouds hung low, hinting at impending rain, while the water shimmered like smoke as they walked along the path. Lush trees lined the way, and the cobblestone road was adorned with vibrant moss. A gentle stream flowed nearby, its waters strewn with fallen blossoms. Su Huai continued along the narrow path when suddenly, a furry creature darted out. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a completely white little fox. The fox clutched a small bamboo basket in its mouth, which contained several fresh fruits. Su Huai stood in stunned silence as the fox merrily scampered away. The basket in the distance. The steam rising from the hot springs rendered the scene ethereal, resembling a fairyland. Just as Su Huai was about to move forward, he spotted garments on the riverbank. Through the hazy mist, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman's silhouette. In an instant, the effects of the wine evaporated, and he shook his head, hastily concealing himself behind a tree. The woman emerged from the water and donned her clothes. Su Huai swallowed hard, eager to depart, but noticed the little fox returning, the bamboo basket now empty. The fox paused at his feet, causing Su Huai to hold his breath in fear. Inju, it's time to go, the woman called, not noticing Su Huai hidden behind the tree. She urged the fox to hasten away. The fox glanced at Su Huai, igniting a sense of panic within him, but then turned to follow its master. Su Huai patted his chest, exhaling deeply. What if that fox were to become sentient? In the next moment, a sharp crack jolted him awake. Before him stood a masked man, his features obscured, holding Su Huai's folding fan. Observing Su Huai's startled awakening, the man spoke. Is it truly so cold in Futsu Pavilion that you can still sleep, Sir Su? Su Huai paid little mind to being roused. The dream had reminded him of events from 3 months prior. He had only encountered the woman once and did not even know her name. Yet her image lingered in his mind, causing a flush to rise to his ears. Lien Yiching leaned on the table, inquiring, "Did you have a dream? And of the amorous kind?" Clearing his throat, Su Huai snatched the fan from the man's grasp. "Lien Yiqing, I wish to discuss serious matters with you today. When will you probe into Chu Yurua?" As dusk approached, the distant barks of dogs faded, and the lights of countless homes extinguished one by one. Yet, in the residence of Chu Yurua, she remained engrossed in her reading. Not far off, Lien Yiqing, clad in a fitted outfit and still masked, blended seamlessly into the dark night. At last, he observed the occupant of the room trimming the wick of the lamp, plunging the previously warm space into darkness. In that moment, the room was shrouded in impenetrable blackness, until a shadow slipped through the slightly ajar window, surveying the surroundings before moving toward the inner chamber. Before the bed, Lien Yiqing furrowed his brow. Was Chu Yurua still resting with her head covered? Just as he contemplated leaving, he felt a sharp object pressed against his waist, akin to a hairpin. In the darkness, neither spoke, caught in a tense standoff. At such a late hour, you still grace my humble abode, truly leaving this young woman both flattered and bewildered. Chu Yurua's voice resonated in the room. The hairpin did not pierce Lien Yiqing's skin. He chuckled softly, yet felt a sharp pain in his waist as the hairpin drew closer. Exhausted from his journey, he approached in hopes of requesting a cup of tea. Surely the young lady would not take offense? Chapter 11. The joy of relocation. Oh? The corners of Chu Yurue's mouth curved into a mocking smile. Be why your reasoning, if I were to refuse. Would it not imply that I am overly petty? The hairpin at her waist inched closer once more. Chu Yurue lowered her voice and leaned in toward Lien Yiqing, demanding, "Speak. Who exactly are you?" Lien Yiqing opened his arms, signifying his lack of intent to harm her. "I have completed my task and may now take my leave." With that, he attempted to depart. Chu Yurue's expression hardened. The dagger concealed in her sleeve sprang forth, poised to strike Lien Yiqing in a swift motion. Lien Yiqing turned his head, his long sword intercepting the dagger, though he was forced to retreat 2 steps. Chu Yurue inwardly cursed. Her opponent's martial prowess was evidently not beneath her own. "I have already informed you, young lady, that I am merely here to inquire, with no malicious intent. How can you harbor thoughts of murder?" Lien Yiqing appeared to have held back, effortlessly blocking Chu Yurue's assault. Chu Yurue narrowed her eyes. "Inquire? I know not from whence you hail, nor can I ascertain whether you will disclose my true circumstances. Therefore, death is the utmost secrecy." With that, she broke the stalemate and lunged at Lien Yiqing once more. True to his words, Lien Yiqing bore no intent to harm, primarily focusing on defense. Yet, what irked Chu Yurue was the ease with which he repelled her every attack, as if he were deliberately toying with her. A smile playing on his lips. Gritting her teeth, Chu Yurue was determined not to yield. But Lien Yiqing had no intention of lingering. In a swift motion, Lien Yiqing sheathed his sword and pushed forcefully. Chu Yurue, taken aback by his sudden maneuver, stumbled backward and collided with a nearby shelf. The vase atop it teetered precariously, and in the instant she fell, she instinctively grasped the hem of Lien Yiqing's garment, resulting in an awkward tableau with one above and the other below. The vase shattered beside Chu Yurue, its shards grazing Lien Yiqing's face, though the mask he wore shielded him from harm. Or so it seemed. A voice from outside, belonging to the night watch maid, called out, "Miss, is everything all right?" Chu Yurue averted her gaze from Lien Yiqing, turning her face aside. "It is nothing. I merely knocked over a vase in my thirst during the night." She recognized the timid maid by her voice. "The maid will come in to clean up. No need," Chu Yurue interjected, striving for a calm tone. "You need not keep watch any longer. Come back in the morning to tidy up." Footsteps followed, indicating that the maid had indeed heeded her request and departed. Lien Yiqing smiled with amusement, observing Chu Yurue beneath him. "You dare not meet my gaze. Are you afraid?" Thinking her shyness was evident, Lien Yiqing continued to perceive her as a typical young lady, oblivious to the fact that Chu Yurue was anything but ordinary. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of Chu Yurue's mouth. "Afraid? I fear you might be the one who is afraid." With that, she widened her eyes and turned to meet Lien Yiqing's gaze directly. Lien Yiqing was evidently unprepared for Chu Yurue's sudden turn of head. What he did not anticipate was that Lien Yiqing's gaze would gradually become unfocused, transforming into a hollow stare. "Pray tell, who are you?" Chu Yurue, undeterred by the awkward position, began to inquire. Lien Yiqing's lips moved slightly as he truthfully replied. "Lien Yiqing, and what brings you here?" "I seek someone." "Whom do you seek?" Lien Yiqing maintained his impassive demeanor, yet offered no response. Chu Yurue repeated her question. "Whom?" "Chu Yu, Rue, Lien Yiching elongated the syllables, the one I have been yearning for. W. Chu Yurui was taken aback by this revelation, yet she swiftly caught the hint of a smile lingering at the corner of Lien Yiching's mouth. In an instant, he rose, intending to depart. The next moment, Chu Yurui's dagger was poised to strike again. It turned out that he had not truly succumbed to her hypnosis. This time, Lien Yiching had no intention of being courteous. He snatched the dagger from her grasp, leaving her with only an exquisitely crafted sheath. Chu Yurui, eager to pursue, found herself thwarted as Lien Yiching wielded the dagger, severing the ties of her cloak, which then slipped away, leaving her clad only in her undergarments. A shiver ran through her, and she indignantly exclaimed, "Scoundrel!" With that, Lien Yiching leaped from Jui residence. Behind it lay a pond, and as Lien Yiching emerged, he failed to notice the moss-covered stones, neglected for quite some time. No sooner had Chu Yurui's words faded than a loud splash echoed, and the world once again fell silent. Within the room, Chu Yurui laughed, rolling about on the bed. Not far away, Su Huai, perched on a tree and nearly dozing off, recognized the sound of footsteps and realized that Lien Yiching had returned. However, upon seeing him drenched and sporting a wound on his face, his mouth gaped open in astonishment. Then came the biting sarcasm. "Ah, Lien Yiching, I never expected you to return bearing scars." With that, he patted Lien Yiching on the shoulder, fanning himself as he looked skyward. "It seems we have underestimated this Chu family heiress." Lien Yiching's expression darkened, yet the mask concealed his face, preventing Su Huai from noticing. "Dare to utter another word, and I shall send you back to Futu Pavilion." And no sooner had he spoken than Su Huai's haughty demeanor vanished, and he departed alongside Lien Yiching. Chu Yurui had not anticipated that Chu Yuzhen would visit Jui residence in the early morning. She wondered if the maid had informed Chu Yuzhen of the events from the previous day, but it seemed not to be the case, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. When Chu Yuzhen arrived, Chu Yurui was crouched at the door, weeding. As she had her back turned to Chu Yuzhen, the latter did not recognize her, for when had one ever seen a noble lady squatting on the ground? "Is the third miss at home?" Chu Yuzhen inquired. Chu Yurui continued her task, unperturbed. "I am merely tending to some weeds. Has my second sister not visited me in days that she no longer recognizes me?" Only then did Chu Yuzhen discern the voice of Chu Yurui, awkwardly chuckling. "Ah, it is my third sister. I mistook you for some ill-mannered maid." "What are you doing?" Chu Yurui replied nonchalantly, weeding. Chu Yuzhen could no longer suppress her laughter. Her lips ached as she stammered, weeding. As she surveyed her surroundings, Jiuju no longer resembled the flower-filled haven it once was. Unbeknownst to her, Chiyurui had uprooted all the blossoms, allowing weeds to thrive in the soil. Chiyurui stood and brushed off her hands, turning to Chuzan. "Oh, those flowers were too variegated for my liking. They displeased me, so I planted grass instead." "What do you think, second sister?" Chuzan twitched her lips. "As long as you are content." She then sensed that Chiyurui was once again in a peculiar mood, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment. According to tradition, the prominent families would come to congratulate them on their housewarming tomorrow. She wondered what plans her third sister had in mind. Chapter 12. A pre-feast inquiry. Chiyurui lowered her gaze, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. Second sister understood that Yuru preferred tranquility, especially since this particular affair was beyond her comprehension. Aware of this, second sister took it upon herself to assist. Although Chiyurui had expressed such sentiments, Chuzan knew she wished to avoid the arrangements. Just as she had anticipated, it was no cause for concern. As Chuzan departed, she appeared quite cheerful, oblivious to Chiyurui's somber expression. After Chuzan left, Chiyurui cast another glance at the weeds in the courtyard. In truth, these were not mere weeds but medicinal herbs she had discovered in medical texts that could potentially cure her ailment. They bore an ordinary appearance, resembling common weeds, and Chiyurui sighed. Despite having the herbs, they were merely raw materials. She was unaware of the method to concoct the medicine. Consuming them directly would likely diminish their efficacy. When guests arrived to extend their congratulations on the Chu's housewarming, Chuzan greeted them at the entrance with poise and grace. The visitors offered their well wishes, yet none of the prominent families had sent their legitimate sons or daughters. Opting instead for capable attendants, a maid approached Chuzan with a message, indicating that her presence was required. Chuzan entered the Lingqing courtyard, and upon reaching the corridor, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw a woman clad in fitted attire, a sword at her waist, exuding an air of gallant confidence, accompanied by several attendants bearing gifts. Who might this be? Chuzan had not engaged with the nobility, thus was unfamiliar with her. Earlier, the guests had introduced themselves, so there was no need for her to inquire further. The woman clasped her hands in greeting. "I am Ling Feng, entrusted by the head of the Bai family to convey their congratulations on the Chu's housewarming. Chuzan understood, realizing she was a representative of the Bai family. Miss Lin, she nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Feng replied expressionlessly, I have no surname. My name is Ling Feng. Chuzan awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Is that so? Once all the representatives from the noble families had arrived, they took their seats in order. Ultimately, it was merely a gathering for food and drink. Chiyurui was notably absent. When Bai Chishu assigned tasks to Ling Feng, he had shown her Chiyurui's portrait, allowing Ling Feng to recognize that the person before her was not Chiyurui. During the banquet, Ling Feng casually concocted an excuse to leave, making her way to Jiyuju. Within Jiyuju, Chiyurui remained as usual, reclining on the couch, engrossed in a book. Ling Feng observed from a distance as a maid pushed open the door, carrying a plate of peach blossom cakes from the Shihua pavilion. Set it down, Chiyurui instructed without raising her eyes. The maid replied affirmatively and then exited. Chu Yurue flipped through the pages of her book once more, playfully teasing the cat that Chu Yuzhen had sent her a few days prior with a piece of peach blossom cake. She mused that the cat had been sent to alleviate her boredom. Before long, the feline had devoured half of the cake, prompting Chu Yurue to toss the remaining portion into the pond behind Jui residence. Ling Feng observed this scene with a sigh of relief, contemplating his departure, yet encountered two maidservants conversing on his way back. They spoke of how the young lady of their household had fallen ill again, behaving erratically while planting grass in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng deduced they were referring to Chu Yurue, and he stealthily entered Jui residence, discreetly taking away a weed they had mentioned. At the Bai residence, the young master had discovered that the peach blossom cake was poisoned, yet the Chu family bore no connection to the Bai family. Why, then, would he extend assistance to the legitimate daughter of the Chu family? Ling Feng expressed his doubts. Bai Chishu chuckled softly, remarking that the fates of the four great families were intertwined. It was folly to claim otherwise. The Chu family's influence had waned significantly, and with internal strife, it would likely diminish further. Should the Chu family vanish, the next emperor might well turn his attention to the Bai family. The Bai family had risen through wealth, yet their power in the capital was limited. The emperor dared not provoke them, fearing the wrath of the populace. Ling Feng nodded in understanding, confirming that during his departure, he had overheard the two maidservants discussing the legitimate daughter of the Chu family planting grass, prompting him to bring back a specimen. Planting grass? Bai Chishu was not as incredulous as Chu Yuzhen regarding such behavior, but was nonetheless taken aback upon seeing the grass Ling Feng had retrieved. He collapsed into a chair, murmuring, "Is it her? No, how could it be her?" Ling Feng felt perplexed but refrained from inquiring further and withdrew. On the 14th day of the first month, the eve of the Lantern Festival, Chu Yurue finally discerned that the holy festival frequently mentioned by Chu Yuzhen referred to the emperor's birthday. This year's celebration was unlike any other, as Emperor Huaxiang had summoned the scions and daughters of the four great families to the palace, along with all the civil and military officials. Chu Yurue understood that the emperor was preoccupied with matters of marriage alliances. Early in the morning, even before the hour of Chun, Chu Yurue was roused from her slumber by the commotion outside. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yuzhen arrived at Jui residence, declaring that today was the holy festival and that every endeavor required utmost attention, with no room for negligence. Consequently, the maidservants dragged Chu Yurue from her bed to prepare her for the day. Having lingered in Jui residence for so long, she had almost forgotten her current existence in the ancient world, her long hair cascading down to her waist proving quite bothersome during her baths. As Chu Yurue gazed into the bronze mirror, she allowed the maidservants to style her. Chu Yuzhen, disinterested in lingering, left her with a prayer bead before attending to other matters. It must be said, the intricacies of ancient women's grooming were indeed tedious. An entire hour spent merely on hairstyling. Chu Yurue's back ached from sitting, yet she finally noticed the maidservants beginning to adorn her with hairpieces. Stifling a yawn, she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror. Gradually, she had come to accept this body, though in her dreams, the former Chu Yurue still appeared, silent yet filled with sorrow, as if burdened by words unspoken. Chu Yurue furrowed her brows slightly. The actions of the maid had caused her a bit of a headache, bringing her back to her senses. Rising from her seat, she allowed the maids to assist her in changing her attire. She distinctly noticed that Nian Zhu had been staring at her left arm for quite some time, and Chu Yurue understood that she was assessing her identity. As Chu Yurue gracefully approached the carriage, she found that Chu Yuzhen was already waiting for her inside. It was not that she was moving slowly. Rather, the elaborate headpiece adorned on her head was so heavy that it left her breathless. Just as she was about to step into the carriage, she hesitated momentarily, realizing that her skirt seemed a tad too long today. As her hand grasped the carriage's handrail, Her foot unexpectedly slipped. Fortunately, Chu Yurue reacted swiftly, clutching the handrail, and her gaze met that of Chu Yuzhen. Startled, Chu Yurue pondered whether she was once again testing her. Was it the birthmark? Yet Chu Yuzhen displayed no outward signs of concern. "Hurry and fetch a stool for the third young lady," she commanded. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yurue observed the maids timidly bringing over a stool. With the aid of the stool, she found it much easier to board the carriage. The journey was silent, yet Chu Yurue felt that Chu Yuzhen was looking at her differently, leaving her to contemplate her next course of action. Chapter 13. His Royal Highness, the Prince Ping the Emperor's birthday was an occasion that could not be taken lightly. At noon, preparations were underway within the palace, and both Chu Yurue and Chu Yuzhen arrived as scheduled. Upon disembarking, Chu Yurue noticed a group of individuals gathered in one area, seemingly quite lively, engaging in brotherly banter, resembling a gathering of young scions. Having never visited the imperial palace before, she was unaware of the customs but knew that one could bring only a single personal maid into the palace. Trusting Nianzhu implicitly, Chu Yuzhen naturally brought her along. With some time remaining before the festivities commenced, Chu Yurue and Chu Yuzhen stood outside for a while, observing the groups forming outside the palace gates, a mix of court officials and noble young ladies, creating quite a scene. The group of young scions she had seen earlier began to approach her direction, engrossed in conversation, appearing quite jovial. The leading figure, clad in a blue-gray long robe, though less striking than the white attire he had worn on their previous encounter, possessed a unique charm. Chu Yurue recalled that this man was indeed someone she had met during her visit to the Shihuazhai in Anping. Most of the companions around him waved their fans in an attempt to display sophistication, yet his fan rested idly at his waist, responding only with a smile to those around him. As the group laughed and walked away, Chu Yurue suddenly sensed a chill in the air. Raising her head, she beheld an imposing figure in the distance. The leading man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, donned a deep purple dragon robe that proclaimed his noble status, cinched at the waist with a matching dragon-patterned belt. His dark hair was elegantly secured with a gilded crown, and he wore a flowing cloak while cradling a warming stove in his hands, exuding an air of languid ease. Accompanying him was a young man in red, who, like the previous group of scions, was shaking his fan and casting flirtatious glances. Upon catching his eye, Chu Yurue rolled her eyes and shifted her gaze elsewhere. The officials gathered around noticed the nobleman and stepped forward to pay their respects, to which he merely nodded, his smile barely perceptible, as the din subsided. Realizing that the time was drawing near, the officials entered the palace according to their ranks. Chu Yuzhen tugged at Chu Yurue's hand, signaling that it was time to proceed into the palace. Originally a royal banquet, many individuals entered together. However, inexplicably, as they walked, the trio found themselves surrounded by an absence of company. At tea that moment, a young lady of noble birth approached, identifying herself as Miss Gu, expressing her longing to see Chu Yuzhen, with whom she wished to discuss the couplets from their recent lakeside excursion. Though Chu Yuzhen feigned a difficult demeanor, she could not dissuade the noble lady. Observing her fatigue from the performance, Chu Yurue kindly allowed her to depart. Initially accompanied by a maid named Nianzhu, after a few steps, Nianzhu hesitated, appearing to grapple with some unspoken concern. "What troubles you?" Chu Yurue inquired, halting her stride. "Second miss. I have something to say, but I am uncertain if I should," Nianzhu replied, clutching her abdomen, looking visibly distressed. Chu Yurue frowned. "Then perhaps it is best left unsaid." With that, she turned and continued on her way. "Ah?" Nianzhu nearly questioned her own hearing, hastily following. "I doubt I am feeling somewhat unwell." Chu Yurue rolled her eyes. They were in the palace, and one by one, the people around them had vanished. What were they plotting? Gritting her teeth and narrowing her eyes, she resolved that regardless of their schemes, she must possess the courage to confront them. Letting out a sigh, she said, "Go on." Nianzhu, seemingly relieved, dashed away. Now truly alone, Chu Yurue initially felt indifferent, yet soon realized the vastness of the palace. As she meandered, attempting to familiarize herself with her surroundings, she sensed someone watching her from behind. After a moment of contemplation, she refrained from touching the plum blossom birthmark on her left arm, deciding to remain still. Even if Chu Yuzhen wished her demise, it would be foolish to act against her in the palace, especially since she was not yet ready to meet her end. Thus, she kept her head down as she walked. Just as the person in front of her assumed she would collide with them and extended their arms, Chu Yurue halted, gazing at her would-be assailant. This individual was evidently intent on causing a collision. Having been an agent in her previous life, she was accustomed to various disguises. Chu Yurue endeavored to make her voice sound innocent as she asked, May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? The individual, clad in a dragon robe, was clearly a prince. To encounter Miss Chu in the palace is truly a privilege for this humble prince. He remarked that I am Prince Ping, and I believe you may recall my connection to General Yun. Chu Yurua feigned enlightenment. Indeed, I remember. It is thanks to your highness, Prince Ping's kindness, that I arrived safely in Anping. Prince Ping smiled. Miss Chu, you are too modest on this festive occasion. It would be my honor to accompany you, as you are new to the palace. Chu Yurua nodded. I appreciate your highness's offer. With her head still lowered, she proceeded forward while discreetly observing her surroundings. Upon noticing a silver thread ahead, a realization dawned upon her. A subtle smile curved her lips as if she had seen nothing amiss, and she strode confidently onward. Upon hearing a piercing scream, Su Huai caught sight of Chu Yurue stumbling towards the Ping Wang. Strangely, she suddenly recalled the scene from that night when Lien Yiqing had deliberately pushed her, her brow furrowing in concentration. Just as she was about to collapse into the arms of the Ping Wang, she grasped his belt, and with a swift motion, her small dagger sliced through the fabric with a sharp sound. Chu Yurue intended to smirk mischievously, yet she forgot that her balance was precarious, causing her to continue her backward descent. Internally cursing, she lamented how history often mirrored itself so astonishingly. Before falling, all she glimpsed was a fleeting red figure, and she rolled her eyes, recalling the dashing young man in crimson who had flirted at the palace gates. Su Huai, possessing exceptional lightness of foot, deftly caught Chu Yurue, spinning gracefully as he set her down. Observing the ambiguous smile on his face, she felt a surge of dizziness and nausea. He then respectfully bowed, expressing, I never anticipated encountering His Highness the Ping Wang within the palace. It is truly an honor. I am but Su, and I believe His Highness remembers having met me. Beads of cold sweat appeared on the Ping Wang's forehead. The lines sounded strikingly familiar. Chu Yurue barely suppressed a laugh. Watching Su Huai circle around the Ping Wang, she voiced her concern. Today is the Emperor's sacred day. Is it not inappropriate for your highness to be dressed in such a manner? After a moment's thought, she stroked her chin and shook her head, emphasizing that such attire was indeed unsuitable. What would His Majesty think if he were to see your highness in such disarray? How would His Majesty react? Though the Ping Wang felt a surge of discontent, he could do little but chuckle awkwardly before excusing himself to change. None noticing the fierce glint in his eyes, Su Huai watched him retreat. He sighed. I had suspected that the Chu family's legitimate daughter was far from simple indeed. Gazing at the individual before her, Chu Yurue noted that despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was not so easily trifled with, especially since he had been close to the 10th prince, indicating he was no mere pushover. Chapter 14. In broad daylight, Miss Chu, Su Huai elongated the final syllable. You truly possess an audacious spirit. He then sidestepped to obstruct her path. Chu Yurue had intended to hastily depart after shaking off the Ping Wang, but unexpectedly, Su Huai had followed her. Lowering her gaze, she replied softly, Yurue is unaware of what Lord Su means. At that moment, she resembled a virtuous woman being harassed by a rogue. Su Huai considered tapping her on the head with his fan, but was met with a piercing glare that made him swallow hard. That gaze seemed familiar. Yet upon closer inspection, her expression appeared entirely ordinary, leading him to dismiss his earlier impression as mere folly. Not long ago, General Yun had entered the palace to report, removing his helmet and sheathing his sword at the palace gates to ensure the emperor's safety. Even a high-ranking official like General Yun would not dare approach the emperor armed. Yet Miss Chu seemed oblivious to the palace's rules. Given the day's festivities, did she not fear causing a disturbance? Upon hearing Su Huai's words, Chu Yurue was taken aback. Her earlier swift actions had not escaped his notice. She had hoped to slip by unnoticed, but it appeared that Su Huai had no intention of letting her off easily. Chu Yurue let out a cold laugh, saying, Sir Su, your words are misguided. Oh, you truly believe that the sword-bearing guards before the emperor wield only dog-beating sticks? Su Huai almost choked on his own saliva. What a sharp-tongued young lady Chu Yu was today. He had indeed met his match. Taking a deep breath, he caught sight of her attire and, without further ado, began to tug at Chu Yurue's waistband. Before she could react, as soon as she realized he was pulling at her belt, she struck with a hand chop, causing Su Huai to cry out in pain, bewildered by how such a seemingly delicate woman could inflict such agony. Chu Yurue stepped back 2 paces, exclaiming, I had thought Sir Su to be a gentleman, at least in appearance, but it seems I was mistaken. Observing her misunderstanding and the veiled barbs in her words, Su Huai hastily explained, If you wish to leave the palace alive today, I implore you to heed my words. Although Chu Yurue remained on guard, She reasoned that he could not possibly act inappropriately within the palace, and thus decided to listen to his explanation. After a brief pause, seeing that she had no intention of striking him again, Su Huai clarified, "My lady, you are wearing left-sided garments." Chu Rui glanced down at her attire, confirming it was indeed left-sided, yet retorted, "And what of it?" Su Huai scoffed, as a Han person. "Are you truly unaware of your own customs? On the emperor's birthday, wearing left-sided garments signifies. Do you know what it represents?" As he spoke, he moved closer to Chu Rui, who shot him a fierce glare, nearly causing Su Huai to stumble. Being no ancient figure herself, she was oblivious to the origins of such rules and averted her gaze. Asking, "What does it signify?" Su Huai replied grimly, "It represents the invasion of minority tribes, or death." It appeared that the individuals surrounding Lady Chuyu were not as trustworthy as one might hope. A person like her would naturally have maids to assist her with dressing. The fact that Chu Rui wore left-sided garments without realizing it was indeed a matter of grave concern should he allow her into the palace unheeded. Chu Rui narrowed her eyes, recalling the prayer beads in a wonder the maid had been so secretive while preparing her this morning. Yet, during her previous surveillance of Chu Zhen, she had distinctly overheard a conversation between her and a man who did not seem intent on eliminating her. Could it be that Chu Zhen had begun to act independently? Was the Prince of Ping just now the same individual who had conspired with Chu Zhen at the inn? Now aware that the person before her harbored no intentions of harm, Chu Rui stammered, "Then, what should I do?" Su Huai sighed, "It's quite simple. Just change into right-sided garments." Chu Rui turned her back to Su Huai, muttering, "Fine, I'll change. But why must you pull at my waistband right away?" To prevent any further misunderstandings, Su Huai also turned away, fanning himself as he spoke, "My lady, you ought to take a good look at those around you. Furthermore, you should rectify your habit of avoiding eye contact while speaking. Those unaware might think you harbor disdain for others." As Su Huai turned back, he found only the autumn wind sweeping through barren branches. Oh no, it was winter now, and with no leaves remaining, all that remained were withered twigs. Where had the lady gone? Su Hua hurriedly caught up with the ahead Chiyurui and inquired from behind, "Miss Chu, do you know the way?" Chiyurui halted her steps, turned around, and Su Hua nearly collided with her. Amused by his near stumble, Chiyurui cleared her throat and replied, "I do not know, but as the saying goes, the path lies right beneath one's nose." Su Hua blinked earnestly and asked, "Are there any people nearby?" Chiyurui feigned a glance around, sighed helplessly, and shook her head, saying, "There are none." Su Hua felt a surge of frustration, nearly spewing blood onto Chiyurui's face. "I shall no longer beat around the bush, Miss Chu. The Su and Chu families are both esteemed clans, and a few years ago, when Uncle Chu visited the capital, he temporarily resided at the Su residence. Thus, my father and your esteemed father share a bond of acquaintance. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to caution you to be wary of Prince Ping." Su Hua resumed his serious demeanor, speaking with gravity. Chiyurui blinked at him and retorted, "Do you think I lack eyesight, Sir Su?" Su Hua twitched his lips, perplexed by her question. "Well, yes, you do have." Chiyurui abruptly turned and sprinted away, eager to escape Su Hua, reasoning that since she possessed sight, she could certainly see for herself. "Farewell, you perverse man," she exclaimed, leaving Su Hua alone in the corner, tracing circles on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, a cloaked figure had approached, cradling a warming stove, maintaining the same languid demeanor as before. "Have you finished?" he inquired. Su Hua nodded, continuing his circular motions. Hua Hasu cast a sidelong glance at him and stood up, saying, "I told you long ago, she is not easy to handle. Yet you chose not to believe me." With a slight curve of his lips, he added, "The capital is about to become livelied." As Chiyurui stepped into the palace doors, she spotted Chuzan scanning her surroundings, with a string of prayer beads beside her, seemingly waiting for someone. Although the ministers had taken their seats, they were still murmuring amongst themselves. The main event had yet to commence, and the atmosphere remained relaxed. Upon noticing Chiyurui, Chuzan rose and exclaimed, "I was just worried you might lose your way." Chiyurui lowered her head, appearing bashful as she replied, "I encountered a noble on the way here, which is why." She twisted her handkerchief, embodying the demeanor of a shy young lady, her expression suggesting she was on the brink of divulging something significant. Chuzan, intrigued by her words, probed, "Might I inquire who that noble was?" Chiyurui lowered her head even further, stammering, It was just my second sister." As she hesitated, she secretly observed Chuzan's reaction. Seeing her response, Chuzan let out a sigh of relief, seemingly concerned about the implications of their familial ties. Chiyurui wondered if this was yet another test. Just then, as they conversed, Chiyurui caught sight of Prince Ping entering the grand hall. Chuzin did not exchange any glances with him, appearing as though they were complete strangers. As Chiyurui pondered this, she suddenly felt a chill in the air. Looking up, she indeed saw that very man. Clad in sable, Hua Hasu squinted as he entered the hall, and the surrounding courtiers bowed in his presence. Chiyurui, unaware of his identity, followed suit and bowed, hearing them call out, "King Zhongziu." The hour has arrived, and from a distance, the voice of the eunuch can be heard proclaiming, "His Majesty has arrived." The assembly promptly rises to pay their respects. The Emperor Huaxiang, now in the prime of his life, is adorned in resplendent yellow, seated regally upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Chiyurui raises her gaze, surveying her surroundings. According to protocol, the seating arrangement is dictated by rank, with the most esteemed individuals positioned closest to the emperor, while the rest follow in descending order of importance to the right. Upon inspection, Chiyurui notes that the empress occupies the seat beside Huaxiang, while the Wang of Zhongziu is seated to the far right. To her astonishment, the young man clad in red who claims to be from the Su family is seated adjacent to the Wang of Zhongziu. The Prince Ping, whom she encountered in the palace, is positioned to the far left, accompanied by an unfamiliar gentleman donning a python robe, who, by virtue of his attire, must also be of royal descent. Seated second to the right, presumably alongside his wife. Following them are the envoys from various nations, succeeded by the scions of the four great noble families, and finally the esteemed officials and their families. Once the emperor is settled, he gazes warmly at his subjects, for today marks his birthday. After the ministers extol their blessings, they collectively wish the emperor longevity. Once everyone returns to their seats, the entertainment of song and dance commences. Chiyurui has never held a keen interest in such performances, her thoughts consumed by the fact that she has yet to eat anything since morning, her stomach growling with emptiness. Naturally, a royal birthday feast would be plentiful. Yet given the sacredness of the occasion, preparations must have taken considerable time. The cold dishes on the table are unappealing to her, as she fears they may upset her stomach, and she fixates on the palace maids, hoping they will bring forth some warm dishes. Thus, she finds herself scanning the grand hall restlessly. Through the fluttering sleeves of the dancing maidens, her eyes inadvertently meet those of Hua Hasu, who seems to be assessing her. In a flurry to disguise her unease, Chiyurui hastily lowers her head and takes a bite of her food. When she raises her gaze again, Hua Hasu is now engrossed in the performances. As if he had merely glanced her way by chance, she lets out a sigh of relief, sensing a certain danger emanating from him. Once the dancers exit the stage, Hua Hasu rises to offer his birthday wishes, and Chiyurui realizes that each individual must pay their respects in turn, according to their rank. She glances at the officials behind her, pondering how long this will take. Chiyurui is entirely oblivious to what Hua Hasu has said, instead engaging in whispered conversation with her sister, Chu Yuzhen. "Sister, when does the palace banquet conclude?" Chu Yuzhen, not wishing to see her sister cause any disturbance, responds in a hushed tone, "At the hour of Shan. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival, and there will be river lanterns released in the evening. What troubles you?" Chiyurui had intended to return home early, but upon hearing this, she bites her chopsticks. "In nothing, I was just wondering who the person was that just offered their wishes with such arrogance." With bated breath, she eagerly anticipates the arrival of the palace maid, who finally approaches with a bowl of sweet soup. Chu Yuzhen glances at Hua Hasu and remarks, "Ah, that gentleman is the youngest brother of the Huaxiang emperor. Titled Zhongziu, he is idle at court, and outside of formal occasions, many prefer to address him as the 10th imperial uncle." Chiyurui nearly spits out the soup she has just sipped. A brother? She had assumed him to be a son, yet recalling the ancient context and royal lineage, a significant age gap among brothers is not entirely unusual. Once again, I am reminded of the book I perused some time ago, which chronicled the intrigue surrounding the imperial succession. Those were indeed difficult times. The emperor presently has no close brothers, yet this youngest one remains, presenting two possibilities. Either he is woefully naive, so oblivious that the emperor deigns not to pay him any heed, posing no threat whatsoever, or he possesses extraordinary intellect, clever enough that the emperor dares not provoke him. It is evident that the individual before me does not belong to the former category. Chiyurui swallowed the remnants of her dish and remarked with a smile, "He seems to have benefited from the situation." Chu Yuzhen, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "He is referred to as the 10th imperial uncle, thus accumulating a plethora of nephews for no reason at all." Raising her gaze, she noted that Hua Hasu had also concluded his congratulations, followed by the Ping Wang, who presented some stones from Nanshan. The Huaxiang emperor beamed with delight, unable to contain his joy. Chu Yuru stifled a yawn, pondering that they were all of one family, engaging in this exchange of gifts. Next was an unfamiliar prince, who humbly declared, "This subject, accompanied by my wife, wishes to congratulate your majesty on your longevity, and may you reign for countless years." Chu Yuru raised an eyebrow, questioning why this prince referred to himself as a subject. Logically, as the emperor's son, shouldn't he claim to be a son of the emperor? Then, from the dragon throne, the Huaxiang emperor chuckled. "Shi has traveled from Dingzhou, and yet he has returned in time to celebrate my birthday. He truly possesses a noble heart." The man addressed as Shi replied, "This subject is overwhelmed. On your majesty's birthday, as a younger generation, I must exert myself to show my respect." Chu Yuru tilted her head slightly, noticing that beside him stood a woman and a young child. The child, with a tender voice, called out, "Grandfather Emperor." The Huaxiang emperor eagerly waved him over, saying, "Come, Yuan Xing, come to your grandfather and let him see how much you have grown these past years." As the child began to step forward, the woman beside Hua Shi interjected, "Yuan Xing, do not be disrespectful." The little Yuan Xing pouted, glancing at Hua Shi. The Huaxiang emperor feigned displeasure, saying, "Princess, today is my birthday. Do not be so strict with Yuan Xing. If you continue in this manner, I may just become displeased." The princess promptly bowed, replying, "I would not dare, for I fear that my child's mischief might trouble your majesty." The Huaxiang emperor beckoned Yuan Xing to his side, as a eunuch brought forth a soft chair. With a wave of his hand, the emperor invited Yuan Xing to sit beside him. Inquiring about his favorite pastries, it was evident that the Huaxiang emperor held great affection for this young lord. Once the royal family had completed their birthday salutations, the focus shifted to the envoys from the other three nations. The first was from the Hanli kingdom. Upon observing his attire, which was distinctive to Hanli, Chu Yuru noted that the kingdom, located in the south, is known for its humid climate and abundance of venomous creatures, with poison-making as a traditional craft. Following him was a striking woman, clad in vibrant red attire and adorned with a headpiece, who confidently proclaimed, "The envoy from Tangyu Kingdom has specially come to congratulate the Huaxiang Emperor on his longevity." The Huaxiang Emperor replied, "I have long heard that the women of Tangyu do not yield to men, and that the esteemed officials engage with integrity, neither flattering above nor being disrespectful below. Today, I see that this is indeed true." The envoy, Lu Xing, clasped her fists in gratitude, saying, "Your praise is unwarranted, Huaxiang Emperor." The Huaxiang Emperor appeared to recall something, leaning forward to ask, "Is the Empress in good health?" "Thanks to your kind consideration, my health has greatly improved," replied Lu Xing. The Huaxiang Emperor nodded, and Lu Xing retreated to her seat. Beside her, Chu Yuzhen smiled, leaving Chu Yuru puzzled, wondering what amused her second sister. Chu Yuzhen remarked, "You must be unaware that the lady physician just now hails from the Tangyu Kingdom, a realm historically dominated by men. Yet, in Tangyu, not only is the sovereign a female emperor, but everything is also centered around women, hence it is referred to as the matriarchal kingdom. I can only chuckle at how this nation has descended to relying on daughters." Chu Yuru let out a scoff, refraining from expressing her opinion. She had initially thought of Chu Yuzhen as an intriguing adversary, only to discover that she too embraced such decayed ideologies. Chapter 16. The dance at the birthday banquet. The last to arrive was the Summer Sun Kingdom. Chu Yuru had long been aware of the demise of the Summer Sun Emperor, and the current ruler was the regent of the Summer Sun Kingdom. The crown prince was a foolish and debauched individual, indulging in wine and pleasures, yet obstinately opposing the regent. Were it not for the presence of the regent, other nations would likely have already taken up arms against Summer Sunday among those gathered to celebrate the birthday. It seemed that the crown prince was present, seated beside his younger sister, rumored to be the apple of his eye. However, this Summer Sun princess was known for her arrogance and lacked the support of the people. As the crown prince rose to offer his birthday wishes, he uttered the customary pleasantries. When Emperor Huaxiang was about to guide him to his seat, the crown prince clapped his hands, interrupting, "Emperor Huaxiang has yet to receive the birthday gift I have prepared." The assembly was eager to discover what the crown prince had in store. Everyone except Chu Yuru, for her attention was captivated by a dazzling soup being presented by a palace maid. Qi Zhiheng glanced outside the hall and clapped his hands. A woman clad in ethereal white dance attire floated gracefully in, her face veiled by a translucent fabric. Chu Yuru squinted to discern her features, biting her chopsticks, finding the old trope of presenting a beauty rather tiresome. As the music swelled, the maiden began to dance, her movements light and airy, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting among flowers. Chu Yuru couldn't help but recall a verse, "As graceful as the orchid, as elegant as a dragon in flight." After sipping her soup, Chu Yuru raised her gaze once more, only to find the dancer had approached the emperor, now mere steps away, and had unveiled her face. A palpable chill seemed to descend upon the hall. Chu Yuru shivered, perplexed by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Observing her surroundings, she noted the expressions of the court officials, confounded and inscrutable. The empress beside Emperor Huaxiang appeared astonished, swiftly morphing into fear. The 10th imperial uncle across the way seemed enraged, and had it not been for the red-clad youth beside him restraining his arm, he might have overturned the table in fury. Hua Hasu's fists were clenched tightly, veins protruding, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. Chu Yuru glanced between Emperor Huaxiang and the maiden, blinking in surprise. She was indeed striking, yet not to the extent that the grand hall fell into silence. Ha ha! The summer sun crown prince chuckled lightly, breaking the stillness. I wonder if Emperor Huaxiang is pleased with this birthday gift? Emperor Huaxiang did not respond to his query, instead turning to the maiden and inquiring, "What is your name?" The maiden replied timidly, "I am but a servant, Liener." As her words lingered in the air, Chu Yuru caught sight of Hua Hasu's gaze, swallowing hard. It was terrifying, and she was left wondering what the maiden had said to invoke such a reaction. Upon hearing the maiden's name, Emperor Huaxiang appeared taken aback, closing his eyes and stating, "The Wuya Pavilion still requires skilled talents. Since you are adept at dancing, you shall go there." Liener remained silent, seemingly intimidated by the emperor's authority, only murmuring a soft, "Thank you for your gracious favor," after a prompt from the summer sun crown prince. Opposite, Hua Hasu suddenly stood up, bowing to Emperor Huaxiang and stating, "Your humble servant is unwell. I hope, gracious elder brother, that you will permit me to return to my residence early." Upon hearing this, Emperor Huaxiang genuinely believed he was in poor health and hastily inquired whether he should summon the imperial physician from the medical office. Crown Prince Xiaoyang, seemingly oblivious to the suspicious atmosphere in the grand hall, kindly asked if the 10th royal uncle harbored any grievances. Hua Hasu let out a cold laugh. Why would Crown Prince Xiaoyang suggest such a thing? With His Majesty present, I am but a humble minister. How could I possibly have any discontent? With that, he flicked his sleeve, while Chu Yuru speculated that perhaps the woman was the source of the problem. Once the woman unveiled her face, the atmosphere began to turn unsettling. Could it that this Liener bears resemblance to someone significant to both Emperor Huaxiang and Hua Hasu? Was Crown Prince Xiaoyang attempting to sow discord? Indeed, Crown Prince Xiaoyang appeared to be foolishly oblivious as he continued, "I have brought 10 dancers today. I wonder if King Zhongqiu would be interested?" Hua Hasu narrowed his eyes and sneered, "I am not as lacking as Crown Prince Xiaoyang. My residence is filled with countless concubines, traversing through a myriad of flowers without a single petal touching me." Chu Yuru clearly observed that Crown Prince Xiaoyang's expression darkened slightly, as he had exposed a sensitive matter. "Crown Prince Xiaoyang, have you ever considered that a realm of tenderness may one day transform into the Hall of Yama? Stepping into it is akin to half of oneself entering hell." Crown Prince Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely inquiring out of good intentions, yet it seems the prince has taken offense." Hua Hasu glanced at Emperor Huaxiang before adding, "I must thank Crown Prince Xiaoyang for finding me such coarse maidens. But it is imperative that the layer of powder on their faces be removed. I am accustomed to such matters, and I fear an outbreak." Chu Yuru nearly laughed aloud. The 10th royal uncle seemed unmoved by the compliment, yet quickly caught onto the significant implications of Hua Hasu's words. The layer of powder he mentioned likely referred to rouge, primarily composed of flower pollen, and the term outbreak resembled an ancient expression for allergies. Simply put, the 10th royal uncle was allergic to pollen. Having extracted this information, Chu Yuru nodded, though she realized it bore little consequence. Crown Prince Xiaoyang, having been rebuffed, saw Hua Hasu leave the gathering, followed by the 4 great families celebrating a birthday. During the celebration, Chu Yuru hesitated over how to refer to herself, ultimately recalling the term servant girl, and she spent a tense half-day before it came to an end. Finally, Emperor Huaxiang, seated upon the dragon throne, declared his fatigue and instructed everyone to feel free to move about the palace. As she watched the emperor's departing figure, Chu Yuru sighed in relief. With the lantern festival approaching tomorrow, many families would be testing lanterns tonight, and most officials opted to return home to spend the evening with their families. Not far away, Chu Yuru noticed 2 gossiping officials, seemingly discussing the earlier events in the Grand Hall. That Crown Prince Xiaoyang truly lacks perception. Lord Su is seated right next to the 10th royal uncle, yet he still sends in dancers, and no wonder the 10th royal uncle is displeased. Chu Yuru's lips twitched slightly. What does it mean that the 10th prince is seated beside Lord Su, and that the Crown Prince of Xiaoyang cannot send a dancer? She recalled the close relationship between the two. Su Huai had not taken a seat beside the head of the Su family, but rather next to the 10th prince. Could it be Chu Yurue's mouth fell agape, and Chu Yuzhen tugged at her sleeve, inquiring what was the matter. Regaining her composure, Chu Yurue hurriedly replied that it was nothing and continued to listen. And then there was that Liena, was that not evidently? The minister was about to elaborate when he was shot a glare by the official beside him. Are you not aware of what His Majesty has said? Upon hearing this, the man quickly fell silent, and the two gradually walked away. Chu Yurue speculated about the difficulties they might be facing that rendered them unable to speak freely. She had planned to return to the Lingqing courtyard after the hour of Shun, but now it was winter, and the night fell early. However, Chu Yuzhen clutched her abdomen, expressing discomfort. Chu Yurue suspected she might have indulged in too many cold dishes. Is second sister all right? Let us return now. Bear with it a little longer, Chu Yurue asked. Yet, Chu Yuzhen seemed disinclined to return, stating, I am fine. Did not third sister mention how stifling it was in the Lingqing courtyard? It is a rare opportunity to come out for a stroll. You may go ahead without concern for me. Chapter 17. A chance encounter in the pavilion. Chu Yurue was perplexed by what scheme Chu Yuzhen was concocting, casting a hesitant glance at her. Nevertheless, Chu Yuzhen continued to encourage her to wander about the palace. Understanding dawned upon her. Most likely, the person with whom she had clandestinely conversed that day was Prince Ping. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, she noticed the crowd had dispersed considerably. Although Emperor Huaxiang had permitted them to roam freely, certain areas remained off-limits, such as the inner palace. Being unfamiliar with the palace's circumstances and unable to recognize any young ladies from noble families, Chu Yurue could only meander alone, trailing behind a group of official daughters. As dusk descended, the twinkling lights upon the water appeared particularly enchanting. They were releasing river lanterns. Initially, the young ladies were engaged in hushed whispers, but after a while, their voices rose, playfully teasing one another about the inscriptions on the lanterns. The Li family young lady, blushing, stammered, in note, nothing. The Zhao family young lady leaned closer, attempting to retrieve the lantern from the water, only to be stopped by the Li family young lady, inadvertently stepping into the water and soaking her skirt. The group erupted into a commotion, exclaiming, Are you not seeking a match? As soon as these words were uttered, the Li family young lady's face turned even redder. It was unclear who first suggested it, but soon everyone was chattering animatedly, discussing how Prince Ding was wise and valiant, often engaged in battles, exhibiting great masculinity. Yet, voices of dissent arose, dismissing the notion, asserting, Did you not see the Princess of Ding? She is so harsh towards the young master. The concubines in the manor must not have it easy either. Even if I had such intentions, I would lack the courage. The Princess of Ding is more than a tiger. You are unaware that a year ago, a pregnant concubine was beaten to death by her, and Prince Ding said nothing. She hails from noble lineage, the legitimate daughter of a former general, and her pride is to be expected. Someone instantly retorted, even if she is of noble birth and possesses pride, she must not regard human life as mere weeds. Enough, enough. Let us not speak of this any further. Did you not witness the expression of the 10th prince at today's banquet? It was truly. The young lady of the Zhao family chuckled softly. You still dare to mention the 10th prince? I truly sympathize with that former princess. Fortunately, she never wed into the royal household. Were she to have married, what difference would it make but to live as a widow? From a distance, Chu Yurue stifled a yawn, finding such gossip exceedingly dull, and continued her leisurely stroll along the small river. Ahead, a pavilion beckoned, flanked by flowering plants on either side of the path. Chu Yurue rubbed her arms. It was surprising to find insects in such weather. This path was remarkably tranquil, yet Chu Yurue felt no fear. She sought a quieter place to rest, and the distant pavilion seemed to glow, as if illuminated by lanterns. Upon reaching the pavilion and catching sight of a familiar face, she realized the person had deliberately lured her there. There was no one else around the pavilion. On the table in the center lay several dishes, and the Ping Wong sat with his back to her, engrossed in something. Chu Yurue was about to turn and leave when the Ping Wong called out to her. Miss Chu, what a fortunate encounter. Chu Yurue twitched her lips, curious to discover the Ping Wong's intentions. She wandered about, unfamiliar with the layout of the palace, and thus inadvertently disturbed His Highness, the Ping Wong, for which she sought his forgiveness. The Ping Wong hastily replied, This humble prince was merely seeking a moment of tranquility and did not expect to meet Miss Chu. I noticed you hardly ate at the banquet earlier. Are you unwell? Chu Yurue forced a smile, realizing that the Ping Wong had indeed observed her from the left side of the table. Did he not have to stretch his neck to see her? Besides, she had eaten her fill, yet she still responded courteously, In recent years, my health has been somewhat fragile, and I am unable to consume much. The Pingwang gestured for her to take a seat at the table. Chu Yurue glanced around and noticed a jug of wine, though the cups had already been filled. The Pingwang raised his cup and said, "I raise a toast to Miss Chu. As you have just arrived in Anping, you are indeed a guest." With that, he drained his cup in one gulp and filled it anew. Knowing that the prince himself was toasting her, Chu Yurue felt compelled to reciprocate, for in Huaxiang Kingdom, the principle of reciprocity was of utmost importance. However, given her delicate constitution, she feared she could not partake in the wine. Chu Yurue feigned difficulty, subtly observing the Pingwang's expression. As expected, he appeared somewhat disappointed but continued to persuade her, saying, "Miss Chu, it would be rather ungracious of you to decline. I do not wish to impose upon you. Merely a toast in return would suffice to honor me." His smile was innocuous, as if it were merely a customary exchange. Chu Yurue raised her right hand, holding the cup, hesitating for a moment, while with her left hand, she suddenly flung a pebble into the flowering bushes beside the path. The Pingwang, startled by the noise, stood abruptly, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" In that fleeting moment, Chu Yurue swiftly switched their cups. The Pingwang frowned, and the surroundings fell silent once more, as if nothing had transpired. "Dio, hurry out." Chu Yurue was about to suggest that it might merely be a stray cat and not to worry, but before she could speak, a cat's meow echoed, followed by a young palace maid emerging to catch the feline. Upon seeing the Pingwang, she promptly knelt, trembling all over and unable to utter a word. "Which palace do you serve? Are you aware that His Majesty has long decreed a ban on keeping cats within the palace?" The Prince of Ping furrowed his brow and questioned, feeling his anger simmer beneath the surface after having been interrupted during a moment of intimacy. He contemplated unleashing his frustration upon the young palace maid. The maid hastily replied, "This humble servant deserves death. It is Princess Ningyang who, feeling bored in the depths of the palace, sought to." The prince's expression softened somewhat upon hearing the name of Princess Ningyang. As she was new to the palace and unaware of the rules established by His Majesty, he chided the maid. "And you too indulged your mistress's mischief? I shall spare you this time, but remember, should there be a next, I will not be so lenient." The maid nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain, affirming her understanding. "You may go now." The prince waved his hand and the maid, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, hurried away clutching the cat. As the two resumed their seats, Chu Yurue appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, "What did your highness mean when you mentioned that Princess Ningyang is new to the palace?" The prince took a sip of wine and replied, "Ah, Miss Chu, you may not be aware that Princess Ningyang was originally the legitimate daughter of the Yun family, named Yun Yuan. Later, His Majesty bestowed upon her the name Shi Ning and titled her Ningyang. This was also due to the scarcity of women in the palace, and the Empress Dowager, recognizing Princess Ningyang's exceptional talents, took her as a foster daughter." Chu Yurue nodded, sensing that the prince was gazing at her with a certain intent. Receiving his look, she downed the contents of her cup in one gulp and asked, "And what of this cat?" The prince, perhaps slightly inebriated, felt a flush creeping upon his face. "That incident occurred nearly a decade ago. I am not entirely certain, but it appears that one of the emperor's favored concubines was caught by the cat of another concubine. Unexpectedly, the captured concubine, being of frail constitution, fell ill and nearly perished. Henceforth, a rule was established forbidding the keeping of cats within the palace." After speaking, the prince noticed his breathing becoming labored. Before him, Chu Yurue rested her chin in her hand, smiling at him, yet her visage remained unclear through the haze that enveloped him, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse onto the table. Chapter 18. A near encounter with medicine. The prince felt his mind clouded. Akin to the sensations of drunkenness, he could not comprehend how the wine that was meant for Chu Yurue had ended up in his own cup. Chu Yurue rose, her demeanor innocent as she leaned closer and said, "Your Highness, it appears you require a moment to calm down." With that, she walked toward the nearby stream. The prince felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, akin to countless ants nibbling at his insides. Chu Yurue squinted, discerning that something had been mixed into the wine. However, in that fleeting moment of looking down, she caught sight of a shard of jade at the prince's waist. Could it be the other half of the Jew? A cold smile escaped her lips, realizing that the relationship between the prince and Chu Yuzhen had indeed been firmly established. Seeing Chu Yurue move further away, the prince instinctively followed her, swaying unsteadily as if he might stumble into the street. He clenched his fists and bit his lip, continuing to pursue her, unaware of her destination. Narrowing his eyes, he observed her halt by the riverbank. At that moment, overwhelmed by discomfort, he acted without thought and lunged forward. Chu Yurue swiftly dodged, and with a splash, the prince found himself submerged in the water. Chu Yurue crouched by the riverbank for a moment, observing Prince Ping struggling helplessly in the water. Initially close to the bank, he soon floundered his way to the center of the river. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Yurue had scavenged a branch, barely longer than her arm, and extended it towards Prince Ping, exclaiming, "Your Highness, are you feeling calmer now? Quickly grasp the branch, and I shall pull you up." With a playful squint and a smile, she encouraged him. Yet, given Prince Ping's predicament in the middle of the river, he could hardly reach the branch. The frigid winter waters had jolted him into a semblance of clarity. Deciding against further extending the branch, Chu Yurue playfully began to swirl it in the water. Growing weary from her crouch, she stood up in feigned alarm, calling out, "Help! The prince has fallen into the water." Her cry reached by Chishu and Su Huai, who were strolling nearby. Exchanging a glance, they hurried towards the source of the commotion, only to find Prince Ping struggling in the water, having ingested a considerable amount, while Chu Yurue attempted to rescue him with a longer branch. Upon spotting the figure clad in red, Chu Yurue recognized it was Su Huai. She stepped forward into the water, leaning in slightly, but in a sudden twist, Prince Ping grasped the other end of the branch, nearly pulling Chu Yurue into the icy depths. Just as she was about to topple, Bai Chishu swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, only to be met with the lingering scent of flowers. "Your constitution is such that you attract insects regardless of the season. Here, take this. It will spare you from worry." "What is this?" she inquired. "Chrysanthemum for pest repellent. It can serve as a sachet," he replied. As memories continued to swirl, Bai Chishu explained. "Having secured Chu Yurue, Miss Chu, your previous actions were exceedingly perilous. A person in danger has a heightened instinct for survival. If you cannot swim, you must never recklessly attempt to rescue them." Su Huai's eyes sparkled with an inscrutable amusement, and Chu Yurue felt a flush of embarrassment upon realizing it was Bai Chishu who had caught her. At that moment, Lord Yun, the general of the right guard, arrived. Having heard the commotion, it was Yun Jing, who had returned to the palace to report and had since requested to relinquish his military command. The emperor, deeply appreciative of his loyalty, appointed him as the general of the right guard. Upon seeing Prince Ping still floundering in the water, Yun Jing barked, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and retrieve His Highness from the water." Chu Yurue quickly shielded her face with her sleeve to avoid revealing her appearance to Yun Jing. The guard scrambled to haul Prince Ping from the river, and it seemed he had swallowed too much water. Slipping into unconsciousness, his face flushed, though this time likely from the cold. Yun Jing, being astute, approached Prince Ping for a closer inspection, immediately discerning the cause of his predicament. It was evident that the prince would not have fallen into the water without reason. "Was it Miss Chu who called for help?" he inquired sharply. Chu Yurue lowered her gaze, wringing the handkerchief in her grasp. It was entirely her fault for being so careless, walking too hastily and slipping. The prince had merely fallen into the water while attempting to save her. Yun Jing crouched down to examine Prince Ping closely. "I apologize, Miss Chu, but this matter must be investigated thoroughly," Bai Chishu interjected. "General Yun, you are being overly sensitive. Miss Chu has already stated that His Highness fell into the water while attempting to rescue her. Is there truly any need for further investigation?" Yun Jing rose, taking a step forward, but Bai Chishu gently tugged at Yun Jing's sleeve, urging the general to speak further. Su Huai observed with surprise as Bai Chishu unexpectedly offered assistance to Chu Yurue, yet found delight in the unfolding drama. Though the content of their conversation remained a mystery, Yun Jing's furrowed brows gradually relaxed into silence. Bai Chishu then turned to the guards, saying, "The immediate priority is to escort His Highness, the Prince of Ping, back to the palace. It would be regrettable if he were to sustain any injuries." Once everything had settled, Chu Yurue exhaled deeply, intending to seek out Chu Yuzhen, only to be informed that Chu Yuzhen had already returned to the Lingqing courtyard. With a cold huff, Chu Yurue suspected that her elder sister had anticipated her predicament and would not be returning to the Lingqing courtyard tonight. As women, it was disheartening that she would resort to such underhanded tactics against her. As twilight descended, Chu Yurue hesitated on how to make her way back when she spotted Bai Chishu. Though they had only crossed paths twice, once at the Shihuazhai, which he had likely forgotten, and once at today's birthday banquet, she felt an inexplicable trust towards him, a sentiment she had never experienced with anyone else. Just as Bai Chishu was preparing to depart, he noticed Chu Yurue wandering within the palace grounds and approached her with a respectful bow. Inquiring, "Miss Chu, have you encountered any difficulties?" Uncertain of how to respond, Chu Yurue hesitated before saying, "My elder sister is likely growing anxious. I should return home first." Upon hearing this, Bai Chishu realized that Chu Yurue's cousin had left her alone in the palace, eliciting a measure of sympathy from him. Although he had discerned that her act of rescuing the Prince of Ping before Yunjing was a facade, the memory of her cousin's treachery dispelled his reservations. If Miss Chu does not mind, I would be honored to escort you, Bai Qishu offered with a smile, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor. Considering her uncertainty about how to return, Chu Yurui saw no reason to decline such a kind offer and thus climbed into the carriage with Bai Qishu. The carriage, though not spacious, was simple yet elegant, perfectly reflecting Bai Qishu's refined nature. Shortly after she settled in, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, prompting her to instinctively hold her breath. Noticing her heightened vigilance, Bai Qishu closed his eyes and reassured her, "There is no need for concern, Miss Chu. This scent is merely a calming incense. I suffered a grave illness 3 years ago, which disrupted my sleep, necessitating its use. For an ordinary person, it is simply a pleasant fragrance." Initially, Chu Yurui did not wish to remain on guard against Bai Qishu. However, the experiences of her past life had rendered her increasingly suspicious. After hearing his explanation, she felt a pang of guilt for doubting his good intentions, as he was kindly offering her a ride home while she questioned his motives. In the midst of their journey, Bai Qishu opened his eyes and posed a question. "I have long held a curiosity that I hope Miss Chu might enlighten me on." Uncertain of his inquiry, Chu Yurui replied, "Please, ask away, Master Bai. Do you, too, harbor a fear of those little insects?" Bai Qishu inquired, fixating on the fragrance pouch at her waist. Chu Yurui lowered her gaze, clearly taken aback by his unexpected question. She had assumed his inquiry would pertain to matters of the aristocracy. His inclusion of two ignited an inexplicable thrill within her, though she quickly quelled it, momentarily at a loss for words. "Oh, I see. I noticed that the sachet worn by Miss Chu contained pyrethrum. Hence my casual inquiry," Bai Qishu explained. Upon hearing the mention of pyrethrum, Chu Yurui turned her gaze towards Bai Qishu and eagerly asked, "Mr. Bai, do you also possess knowledge of medicine?" Bai Qishu, taken aback by her sudden reaction, nodded and replied, "Having been frail and ailing since childhood, I feared for my life when physicians could not arrive in a timely manner. Thus, it was only natural for me to study medicine." Bai Qishu, with an innate curiosity, wished to inquire about the efficacy of pyrethrum and asked Miss Chu from which medical text she had gleaned such knowledge. Chu Yurui's smile turned melancholic as she replied, "Even in medical texts, I doubt there is any mention of the virtues of such a humble flower. A dear departed friend once informed me." Observing her sadness, Bai Qishu quickly apologized, "I did not mean to intrude. I merely wished to meet the friend of Miss Chu's and inadvertently stirred up painful memories." Chu Yurui took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she responded, "It is of no consequence. However, I fear that Mr. Bai would find it exceedingly difficult to meet that particular friend." Just as Bai Qishu intended to express further thoughts, the carriage came to a halt, signaling their arrival at Songqing Garden. "Thank you, Mr. Bai, for your company," Chu Yurui said, disembarking from the carriage and performing a slight bow. Bai Qishu nodded in acknowledgement, watching her enter Songqing Garden. Nianzhu heard a knock at the door and, curious about who might visit at such a late hour, opened it to find Chu Yurui, which startled her. She quickly ushered her inside. Upon seeing her return, Chu Yuzhen realized that their plan had failed, but she composed herself shortly and remarked, "I truly could not endure for long today, so I returned with Nina. My third sister will not hold it against me, will she?" Chu Yurui managed a faint smile, uncertain whether it was due to her earlier conversation with Bai Qishu that had stirred up the past or for another reason, and replied, "It is of no concern." "How did you return? Third sister?" Nianzhu had already informed Chu Yuzhen that Chu Yurui had disembarked from a carriage, but she had not noticed anyone else inside. "The Bai residence is not far from Songqing Garden. Mr. Bai graciously accompanied me part of the way as I left the palace." Chu Yurui answered candidly, not believing that Chu Yuzhen would exploit this situation. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuzhen expressed her surprise. "The Bai family?" Yet, upon catching the look in Chu Yurui's eyes, her tone softened. "It is commendable that Mr. Bai took the trouble to see you home, dear sister. However, you must remain cautious in your words and deeds. Being an unmarried young lady." Chu Yurui felt a cold laugh rise within her but remained silent, lowering her head as Chu Yuzhen continued to speak. Afterward, she returned to Jui residence, disregarding Chu Yuzhen's expression. Chu Yuzhen observed the retreating figure of Chu Yurui, her eyes narrowing. She had changed so much that the current situation was no longer as it had been in Anping. This must not happen. She could not be allowed to slip from my grasp. "Nianzhu, bring me paper and ink." The 15th day of the first lunar month, following the winter solstice, marked another lively occasion in Anping. The streets were bustling with activity, adorned with numerous lanterns, and as dusk fell, the lanterns illuminated the entire thoroughfare in ancient customs, The Lantern Festival is also known as the Shangyuan Festival. At this moment, Chu Yurue finally managed to step outside for a brief respite, accompanied by Chu Yuzhen and Yinzhu. She had hoped for a moment of freedom, yet she remained under watchful eyes. Chu Yuzhen, despite being a lady, had spent so many days confined indoors that she must have been stifled by the monotony. Initially, she had regarded Chu Yurue with a hint of suspicion, but soon found herself captivated by the vibrant lanterns and unable to move her feet. The streets began to swell with people, and the young ladies from various households seized the opportunity to venture out and frolic. Gradually, Chu Yurue found herself separated from Chu Yuzhen and Yinzhu amidst the throng. Letting out a sigh of relief, she welcomed the chance to wander aimlessly. She paused in front of a shop, where a lantern caught her eye. Though its shape was quite ordinary, it was adorned with plum blossoms and inscribed with the verse, Mei Jun Ti Sujia, Na Yu Ishu Tong. Her eyes grew misty, tears threatening to overflow, as his words echoed in her mind. Mei Jun Ti Sujia, Na Yu Ishu Tong, she thought to herself, perhaps I shall name it Jun Su. The myriad lanterns lining the street seemed to reflect his smiling visage, reminding her of their past outings when she would tease him for his childlike enthusiasm over lanterns. Do you fancy this lantern, young lady? Inquired the shopkeeper, a smile gracing his lips. This lantern features poetry penned by young master by himself, and behold, these plum blossoms are also his creation. Chu Yurue lifted her gaze and glanced once more at the painted blossoms. Young master by Are you referring to Bai Chishu? The shopkeeper nodded affirmatively, explaining that Bai Chishu owned numerous antique shops, and this lantern had indeed been procured from one of them. Thank you, she replied. Fully aware that the shopkeeper was deceiving her, yet she purchased the lantern regardless. It was improbable that someone of Bai Chishu's stature would casually display a lantern in a humble street stall. Perhaps what she held was merely a replica. With the lantern in hand, Chu Yurue felt her steps grow lighter, the street ablaze with a sea of lanterns. However, as she walked, her pace gradually slowed, and an inexplicable anxiety gripped her heart, causing her head to throb. Closing her eyes, she realized she hadn't indulged in the peach blossom cakes sent by Chu Yuzhen for quite some time, and she had diligently taken her medicine. Yet, why was this happening? Suddenly, a vision of flames engulfed her, and she found herself trapped within the inferno. Through the blaze, she glimpsed a man and a woman struggling in agony. It was her parents. Memories surged forth, and the lantern slipped from Chu Yurue's grasp as she clutched her head in torment. A commotion behind her startled her into alertness. Who goes there? She demanded. Everything appeared normal. The street remained lively, adorned with rows of lanterns, yet she distinctly felt someone had been trailing her, poised to strike. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, oblivious to how she had wandered into the brocade-laden alley. Halting before an elegant brothel, the establishment was distinctive, likely the finest in the area, with a plaque inscribed Qionglu. Chu Yurue chuckled softly, pondering the name, Qionglu, reminiscent of Su Shi's verses, yet fear the jade towers and crystal palaces, a place of revelry bearing such a name. Shaking her head, she prepared to depart when she noticed two women assisting a man in white robes as they exited the establishment. The man leaned heavily on their shoulders, his head bowed, as if he had indulged in too much drink. Chapter 20. In search of him amidst the crowd soon after, a group of wayward youths emerged, exclaiming, "Brother Bai, let us gather again when time permits." It was then that Chu Yurue discerned that one among them was Bai Chishu. Observing his lack of reaction as the group laughed and departed, a cold smile crept across Chu Yurue's heart. She had once believed Bai Chishu to be a gentleman, only to discover that he too frequented such establishments of frivolity. However, in the next moment, after the crowd had left, Bai Chishu stood upright, his gaze clear and resolute, a stark contrast to the drunken figure he had just been. He sighed softly. Beside him, Bai Wei remarked, "Young master, today is the Lantern Festival. You ought to be at home with your family, yet you find yourself here instead." Bai Chishu chuckled awkwardly. "It's merely social obligations, unavoidable." Bai Ji, seeing through his facade, countered, "What obligations? If you truly wish to avoid them, you could easily find a way. It seems to me that you are evading the three esteemed elders of the household." Bai Chishu, who had been casually embracing both of them, immediately withdrew his arms, displeased by her words. "Mentioning those old fellows irks me greatly. They remain silent during discussions, yet transform into matchmakers with fervor." Bai Wei and Bai Ji urged him, "Why think so ill of them? The elders act with your best interests at heart. Moreover, you may escape for the moment, but you cannot evade forever. The year-end has passed, and come the month of apricot, you shall undergo the coming-of-age ceremony. Bai Chishu shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Zichis. It truly your wish for your master to wed so soon? Bai Wei and Bai Ji fell silent, and Bai Chishu chuckled lightly, patting their shoulders. Ah, fret not. Your master shall not marry so swiftly. If I were to bring back a fierce demon, what would become of my two enchanting ladies? As he spoke, he reached out to caress Bai Ji's face, only to turn and notice Chu Yurue standing a short distance away. Observing them quietly, a jolt of surprise coursed through Bai Chishu. The dignified image he had painstakingly maintained before her had all but vanished. Miss Chu, are you out here alone to enjoy the lanterns? He inquired, glancing at the lantern she held. His expression shifted sharply. This painting, had he not torn it apart? Chu Yurue lowered her gaze to the lantern, replying, Yes, I found myself with nothing to do, so I came out for a look. Bai Chishu regained his composure, striving to dispel the awkwardness surrounding them. You two have a fondness for lanterns, Miss Chu? Chu Yurue wondered why he always prefixed his inquiries with do you also, but when it came to the subject of lanterns, her gaze dimmed. Not particularly, but a dear friend once did. Upon hearing her reference to a dear friend, Bai Chishu recognized that Chu Yurue was reminiscing about the past, in an effort to uplift her spirits. He led her to a bridge. The river sparkled with scattered lights, and along its banks, groups of people released floating lanterns of various designs, some resembling lotus blossoms, others shaped like mandarin ducks. For reasons unknown to him, Bai Chishu felt compelled to share his innermost thoughts with the person before him. He took a deep breath and glanced skyward. This bridge, known as the Sudden Encounter Bridge, was inspired by the line, In search of him amidst the crowd. I turned to find that person in the dim light of the lanterns. I recall that when I first arrived in Onping, this bridge did not exist. I opened numerous antique shops, ostensibly to benefit the local populace, yet, truth be told, that it was mainly for my own selfish interests. I invested in the construction of this bridge, for Miss Chu has an old acquaintance. And so does Bai. He spoke. He cast a glance at Chu Yurue. She listened intently as he continued. However, this old acquaintance, I can no longer see, yet, I only wish for her well-being, although I truly hope that, upon a sudden turn, she might be found amidst the flickering lights. Chu Yurue forced a smile, uncertain of what words might provide comfort, yet the thought in her heart grew ever more fervent. Searching for him amidst the throngs, only to find him unexpectedly in the dim light. Was that phrase penned by young master by himself? This line is from Joshuan's Qing Yuan. Yet does Miss Chu not know? Bai Chishu looked at Chu Yurue in astonishment, while she merely laughed to mask her own bewilderment. Why does this era, which lacks historical existence, still retain the verses of ancient poets? Chu Yurue gazed at the tranquil river surface, closed her eyes, and regardless of the outcome, she thought, go probe gently. If it were he, it would indeed be her fortune, and if not, let it be that they merely share similar fates. Her lips parted slightly as she composed lyrics. On the Lantern Festival, I still see the features of an old friend, the countenance of an old friend, rare to find, amidst mountains and rivers, plum blossoms and snow. The lanterns on East Street are cold as smoke. Now I face the moon of that time, illuminating eyes and chilling hearts. From a distance, the sound of prayer beads echoed, growing louder as a figure rushed towards Chu Yurue, urgently pulling her away as if she were in danger of being abducted, leaving Bai Chishu alone on the bridge, pondering the implications of the poem just recited. After the Lantern Festival, Onping returned to its usual bustle. The streets were alive with the sound of carriages and the cries of vendors. A youth of about 15 or 16, burdened with a package, sprinted away swiftly. As if pursued, he glanced back warily, and indeed, a group soon appeared in pursuit. Wiping his nose, the boy turned to survey the street and darted into a narrow alley. Onping was lively and populous, the alleys winding, and before long, the youth managed to shake off his pursuers. He leaned against a wall, gasping for breath, when suddenly, someone covered his mouth. Startled, he struggled, only to discover the stranger possessed far greater strength, likely a seasoned martial artist. The figure whispered, "The ones chasing you have not yet departed. Do not shout, do you understand?" The boy nodded, and as soon as he was released, he turned to flee again, but the stranger seized him as if he were a mere chick and pulled him around the corner of the alley. "I say, fourth young Master Chu, those people outside are holding your arrest warrants. Where do you think you can run?" Lien Yiqing remarked, eyeing Chu Yuan, who stood a head shorter than himself. Chu Yuan twisted his head away, clutching his package, and protested, "What fourth young Master Chu? I do not know what you are talking about." The man's face was mostly concealed by a mask, leaving his true appearance a mystery, perhaps even an ally of those pursuing him. Lien Yiqing glanced at Chu Yuan. Lin Yuan. Next time, choose a more clever alias. At the very least, do not incorporate characters from your own name. Chu Yuan was taken aback. What exactly do you intend to do? As Lien Yiqing listened to the approaching footsteps, Chu Yuan remained completely still, seemingly unaware of any martial arts training, leaving Lien perplexed as to how he had evaded a relentless pursuit. Help you? Chu Yuan pointed to himself, skepticism dripping from his words. Who would believe you? You might very well be in cahoots with those outside, aiming to capture me. Lien Yiqing struggled to convince Chu Yuan, knowing that if he were not restraining himself, he might have struck him already. Why must you be as suspicious as your sister? If I truly intended to capture you, wouldn't you, like her, seek to silence me? Chapter 21. The peach blossoms flourish, my sister. Upon hearing Lien Yiqing mention Chu Yuan inquired anxiously, what has become of her? She is in Anping, Lien Yiqing replied, attentively gauging the number of approaching individuals by the sound of footsteps. I am well aware she is in Anping, Chu Yuan retorted irritably. Is she faring well? Lien nodded. Indeed, she is well. She is the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. How could she not be, however? Lien furrowed his brow, sensing that the approaching crowd was rather substantial. However what? Chu Yuan exclaimed in alarm, insisting that Lien clarify. Lien regarded him with an expression that suggested a lack of understanding. When His Majesty bestows a marriage, your sister may find herself in distress. To this, Chu Yuan shook his head, grasping Lien Yiqing's arm as if to flee. No, I must save my sister. Lien sighed, bemused at how, despite their prolonged conversation, Chu Yuan still failed to comprehend. He possessed his sister's suspicious nature but lacked her sharp intellect. Grasping Chu Yuan's shoulders, Lien proposed, how about this? Accompany me, learn martial arts, and you will be able to protect your sister. After a considerable pause without a response from Chu Yuan, Lien glanced up to find that they were surrounded by a throng of people. Chu Yuan shook his head and blinked, realizing with dread that those pursuing him had indeed encircled them. In a flash, he tossed aside his bundle and hid behind Lien Yiqing, whispering, You won't let me accompany you? Fine. If you defeat them all, I shall go with you. A sly smile crept across Lien Yiqing's lips. You have my word, and no sooner had he spoken than an assailant charged forth. The once tranquil alley was filled with the clashing of swords. Lien Yiqing moved with extraordinary swiftness, like a gentle breeze. Evading the attacker's blade in an instant, he found himself behind the assailant, unsheathing his sword and delivering a decisive blow to the pressure point, incapacitating the would-be attacker. Soon, the group that had pursued them lay on the ground, howling in pain. Well? Lien Yiqing inquired, surveying the fallen adversaries. After a lengthy silence, when no one responded, he turned to pursue further, only to find his leg ensnared. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Lien Yiqing twitched at the corners of his mouth, preparing to escort Chu Yuan back to Futsu Pavilion, for it was still too early for him to become embroiled in palace affairs. Chu Yuan, resolutely grasping his arm, refused to let go as they traversed the distance from the narrow alley to the Futsu Pavilion. He posed an array of inquiries, each as frequent as the miles they traveled. Questions such as, from whom did you learn your martial arts, master? When did you commence your training? For how many years have you practiced, master? May I ask your esteemed age? Do you have a wife or family? And so forth, as the conversation veered increasingly off course. Inside the Futsu Pavilion, Xiaoming observed with some perplexity as his master led a stranger into their midst. From this day forth, you shall train alongside him. Lien Yiqing released Chu Yuan's arm, addressing him while casting a glance at Xiaoming. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan protested, Master, it was you I pledged my allegiance to. It is I who should train with you. Lien Yiqing, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yuan, retorted, his martial prowess is also of my instruction. If you wish to learn from me, you must first best him. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Chu Yuan to ponder his next course of action. Chu Yuan huffed in annoyance. Were it not for his current predicament of fleeing, who would willingly return to the Futsu Pavilion with him? Within an unremarkable woodshed, the dimness instilled a sense of dread. The unpleasant air mingled with the scurrying sounds of rodents. This shed had long been abandoned, its corners thick with cobwebs, and occasionally, a cockroach would scuttle by in one corner. A youth huddled silently, not uttering a word. Suddenly, the sound of chains rattled outside, indicating the arrival of someone. The door creaked open, and a beam of light pierced the gloom, blinding the boy momentarily. After a while, he discerned the visitor was a woman. Miss Taoji, you must hurry, if the young master learns of this. We, as servants, cannot bear the consequences. A voice from outside rang out, I understand. You have guarded this place for so long. You must be weary. Here is some silver, a token of my appreciation. Go. Enjoy some wine. The woman's gentle voice echoed, but to the youth, it sounded particularly grating. Miss Taoji, you are too kind, the servants replied, pocketing the coins as they departed. Only then did the woman, known as Taoji, bustle into the woodshed, clad in a delicate pink garment, her flowing skirt like mist over blooming grass, her eyes resembling tranquil waters, and her face reminiscent of a peach blossom. As the poem states, the peach tree flourishes, resplendent in its bloom. Upon recognizing her, the boy let out a cold laugh. What do you want? Noticing his demeanor, Taoji crouched down, disregarding the potential for her attire to become soiled. Attempting to reach out to him, yet he recoiled. A fleeting look of disappointment flickered in her eyes as she inhaled deeply. I've stolen the key. I will free you now. You must escape quickly. The third young lady departed for Omping a few days ago to seek you. Qi Yuanyuan raised his head, retorting, Why are you not attending to your young master? What concern is it of yours to meddle in my affairs? Get away! Though his hands were bound by chains, he managed to push her away. Taoji stumbled to the ground, fighting back tears as she stood up and gritted her teeth. Qi Yuanyuan. If you are still the Qi Yuanyuan I once knew, you must flee at once. The third young lady may be in danger. What did you say? Qi Yuanyuan rose, his gaze fixed intently upon her. They are plotting something nefarious, and you must not linger here. Hurry! Seeing him regain some composure, Taoji explained while carefully unlocking the chains binding him. Qi Yuanyuan grasped her hand, asking, And what will happen to you? The calm demeanor of Taoji, as you mentioned earlier, was that I would accompany my esteemed young master. Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. Taoji, I apologize. I did not mean it that way. Just as Chu Yuan wished to further clarify, he was pulled by Taoji out of the woodshed. Not far from the woodshed, a group of servants approached, but fortunately, Taoji reacted swiftly, pulling Chu Yuan behind the rockery. Remember, once you leave Chu City, a carriage will be waiting for you. The coachman has served the master and his wife in the past. He will ensure your safe passage to Omping. Furthermore, this bundle contains several sets of your usual garments, along with silver coins and provisions. Taoji endeavored to communicate everything quickly, yet was interrupted by Chu Yuan. No, Taoji, you must come with me to Yuan. Now is not the time for stubbornness. As Taoji watched the group of people move further away, she grasped Chu Yuan's hand and continued to run. Approaching the city gate, however, a troop of pursuers caught up, clearly skilled in martial arts, unlike the household servants. Taoji released Chu Yuan's hand. Hurry, I can hold them off for a while. But, just go. We cannot let the master and mistress die unjustly. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan, without looking back, clutched the bundle and dashed out of Chu City's gates. Chapter 22. Almost assassinated. A woman's anguished scream echoed from the woodshed where Chu Yuan had been confined. In the dimly lit room, the whip struck again and again against the already battered limbs. Taoji's complexion turned pale, yet she resolutely gritted her teeth, enduring the torment. Her peach-red silk garment was stained with blood. Resembling blooming peach blossoms, as a gentle breeze wafted through, Taoji could not help but shiver. Crack, the whip cracked down once more, and in an instant, flesh was torn. Pfft, Taoji could no longer restrain herself. A mouthful of fresh blood surged forth. If this continued, even a martial artist would not withstand it. You wretched girl, daring to sneak him out while my guard was down. Chu Su felt this was still not enough to quell his rage. Seizing the whip from his subordinate, preparing to take matters into his own hands, that moment, the door was unexpectedly flung open. Chu Yuel rushed in, catching the whip that was about to descend. Father, please show mercy. Chu Su retorted irritably. Spare her life? A mere woman has you so concerned. My plans have been utterly disrupted by her. Chu Yuel, unfazed, replied, Father, he has escaped. You can simply send someone to retrieve him. Retrieve him? How simple you make it sound. Once out of Chu City, he is beyond my jurisdiction. Do you truly believe that in this vast world, finding a single person is that easy? Chu Su shook off Chu Yuel's hand, and another lash struck down. Just as he prepared to strike again, Chu Yuel stepped in front of Tao. I will not allow it, Father. Moreover, should we not first hold those servants accountable for the escape? Pointing outside, a group of servants immediately knelt in submission. Furious, Chu Su trembled with rage, violently throwing down the whip and spitting in disdain. You unworthy descendants. As Chu Su receded into the distance, Chu Yilu sought to lift the barely conscious Taoji. However, the moment she made contact, Taoji instinctively recoiled, which exacerbated her wound, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Chu Yulu had no choice but to temper her movements. Taoji, please endure a little longer. Taoji shut her eyes and nodded faintly. Upon exiting the city, Chu Yuanyuan indeed spotted a carriage not far off and hurried towards it. You must be, indeed. It's me, young master. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us board the carriage swiftly. The driver, his head bowed, obscured his features, urging Chu Yuanyuan to enter. Considering the driver's words, Chu Yuanyuan thought it prudent and climbed aboard without further contemplation. Exhausted from the earlier dash, he took a few deep breaths within the carriage and gradually succumbed to slumber. When he next awakened, it was due to the jolting of the carriage. Sitting upright, he lifted the curtain, only to find that dusk had settled. Yet, he could see trees lining both sides of the road. He hastily called for the driver to halt, but the driver seemed oblivious and continued urging the horses onward. Stop! Quickly, stop! Where are you taking me? This is not the road to Onping, Chu Yuanyuan shouted, pulling aside the curtain to address the driver. In response, the driver whirled around, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Chu Yuanyuan. With wide eyes, he narrowly evaded the attack as the carriage continued its relentless pace. Once the driver regained his composure, he lunged again. Chu Yuanyuan positioned himself at the carriage's entrance, bracing against the horse. I warn you, do not act recklessly. The driver remained silent, thrusting the dagger once more. Chu Yuanyuan barely sidestepped, almost tumbling from the carriage. Before he could catch his breath, he witnessed the dagger plunge into the horse's flank. Startled, the horse neighed and galloped forward with wild abandon. The rugged mountain path jolted the carriage, its wheels colliding with stones, yet it was dragged onward by the frenzied horse. The driver lost his balance and toppled backward, his head striking the carriage, rendering him unconscious. Chu Yuanyuan erupted into laughter, relieved that he had managed to grasp the handrail beside him. However, that relief was short-lived, for the horse was now barreling toward a precipice. His heart raced, terror gripping him. The horse, however, showed no sign of slowing, despite his attempts to soothe Tio jump or not to jump. Chu Yuanyuan wrestled with the dilemma. Noticing the driver stirring, it was over. He would awaken if he jumped. What if he fell to his death? If he did not jump, a sheer abyss awaited him below, certain doom. Suddenly, the gentle smile of Taoji flashed in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to leap. Having never trained in martial arts, he stumbled as he jumped down, rolling down the mountainside and striking his head against a rock, losing consciousness. With a throbbing headache, he groaned, gingerly touching his head. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a magnified face, a youthful maiden, her smile inexplicably cheerful, startling him. Chu Yuanyuan exclaimed, abruptly sitting up, crossing his arms defensively. Who are you? Luoyu, observing his startled demeanor, nearly burst into laughter. Why are you so frightened? If one didn't know better, they might think I was attempting to abduct a delicate gentleman. Chu Yuanyuan swallowed hard, realizing that his head had been bandaged. He recalled the heart-stopping scene from the previous day, concluding that he must have fainted on the mountain. Could it be that the person before him had rescued him? Did you save me? He inquired. It was not my extraordinary ability that saved you. It was my master, Luoyu retorted, pointing at her own nose. At that moment, a woman entered, ethereal in appearance, her face veiled in white gauze. Accompanied by a pure white fox. Chu Yuanyuan's eyes brightened. It was the fox fairy. The fox fairy smiled, stating, a month ago, I came to Yunyang and encountered an epidemic, so I stayed behind to treat it. Little did I expect to find you here in the mountains upon my return. How did you come to know of me? Chu Yuanyuan rose and replied, Fairy, your medical skills are renowned. The citizens of Chu City are well aware of your prowess, and I naturally know of you as well. He cast a glance at Luoyu, thinking to himself that it was absurd to believe this insufferable girl could have saved him. The fox fairy tilted her head. Oh, so you hail from Chu City as well? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yuanyuan admitted, Yes. I am but a humble citizen of Chu City. Having ventured out to seek family, I did not anticipate losing my way in the deep mountains and tripping, resulting in my fall. The fox fairy, oblivious to the telltale signs of his deceit in his wandering gaze, nodded and asked, What is your name? Lin Yuan. Chu Yuanyuan thought it prudent to adopt a pseudonym for safety. Even though he believed the fox fairy to be a benevolent soul, upon hearing his name, the fox fairy displayed no visible reaction, merely opening her medical kit and handing Luoyu several bottles of medicine, instructing her on various matters. You have sustained only minor injuries. I have other matters to attend to, so let Luoyu care for you. Luoyu, ensure you administer the medicine properly. she added. Luo Yu clasped her fists, transforming from her previous demeanor to one of strong resolve, replying as you command. Upon hearing the fox fairy assign Luo Yu to tend to his wounds, Chu Yuan quickly waved his hands in protest. No, no. I can manage on my own. He recalled Luo Yu's earlier smile, which struck him as peculiar, though he could not articulate what felt amiss. Chapter 23. The fall from grace during the days spent with the fox fairy? Chu Yuan's chatter resumed, incessantly inquiring about their intended destination. Why does it concern you where my master goes? Luo Yu snapped, unable to endure his constant prattling, her annoyance palpable before the fox fairy could respond. Why wouldn't it concern me? The fox fairy is my savior. What harm is there in asking? Chu Yuan retorted, sticking his tongue out at Luo Yu. Infuriated by his words, Luo Yu swung her fist at him, prompting Chu Yuan to swiftly hide behind the fox fairy, blinking innocently and lamenting, Fairy, she is bullying me. Luo Yu stamped her foot in frustration. Come out if you have the courage. Who are you calling a nasty girl? Chu Yuan earnestly explained. Here, the fox fairy, wind fairy, and flower fairy are all esteemed adults. Who, then, are you calling a nasty girl? With gritted teeth, Luo Yu charged at Chu Yuan, but the fox fairy intervened. Enough, Luo Yu. Upon receiving the unspoken intent of her master, Luo Yu retracted her hand, yet she still cast a disgruntled glare at Chu Yuan, who defiantly glared back at her. We shall set forth for Onping tomorrow. You mentioned you were going out to seek your kin. Where exactly do you intend to go? The voice of the fox spirit remained as tranquil as ever. Chu Yuan, beaming with delight, exclaimed, What a coincidence. Sister fox spirit, I too am bound for Onping. Why not extend your kindness to the fullest and allow me to accompany you? Absolutely not. Before the fox spirit could respond, Luo Yu quickly interjected with a frown, dismissing Chu Yuan's request. Just as Chu Yuan was about to retort, Ling Feng, who was inside the room, noticed Luo Yu swiftly exiting. Qi Hua stood at the door, attentively listening to the commotion outside. Chu Yuan, perplexed by the turn of events, glanced at the fox spirit, who leisurely poured herself a cup of tea in the span of a mere cup of tea. Ling Feng and Luo Yu returned, reporting, the numbers are not substantial. The fox spirit nodded in silence, setting down her teacup, and addressed Chu Yuan. You should rest well. We depart at dawn. In another room. Luo Yu inquired, Master, are we truly to bring him along? He has no martial training and will only hinder us. The fox spirit listened quietly to the sounds outside, replying, It is of no consequence. We happened upon him while passing through and saved him. It is fate. We shall take him to Onping and find an opportunity to part ways. The number of those tracking us has increased, but there is a distinction. The individual ahead possesses formidable skills, while the group behind seems merely like ordinary thugs. Regardless, we must ensure that innocent lives are not entangled. Ling Feng and Qi Hua nodded in agreement, while only Luo Yu scoffed in disdain. Suddenly, slap, Chu Yuan felt a sharp tap on his head, jolting him from his slumber. I say, you troublesome girl, can't you let me sleep a little longer? Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the expressionless face of Chiu Ming, causing him to sit up abruptly. On the first day of training, one must not be lazy. Without further ado, Chiu Ming turned and left, ignoring him completely. Chu Yuan blinked, recalling that he had indeed arrived at Futsu Pavilion yesterday, yet he often dreamt of the past. As the month of Duanyue drew to a close, the weather began to warm. On the windswept balcony of the Zhongqiu Wang residence, both Lien Yiqing and Su Huai stood against the breeze, observing the lively scene at the horse racing grounds in the distance. What should we name this event? Su Huai proposed. Let us call it the winter hunt, as the winter is waning, yet the spring has yet to arrive. Su Huai waved his fan, watching as many were selecting horses within the grounds. Suddenly, he caught sight of a white figure, his eyes lighting up. Lien Yiqing, you truly have an eye for this. Bai Qishu has indeed arrived. Lien Yiqing appeared unfazed, remarking, the invitation from the 10th prince carries weight. No one dares to refuse such an honor. Su Huai, evidently uninterested in Lien Yiqing's analysis, eagerly prepared to descend the stairs in search of Bai Qishu. After descending a few steps, he turned back to Lien Yiqing, asking, Aren't you coming? Lien Yiqing shook his head, not interested. Su Huai shot him an incredulous glance. The 10th prince's prestige is not something everyone can afford to disregard. Bai Qishu initially believed it to be a grand banquet. However, upon arrival, he discovered a group of individuals selecting horses at the stable. It was to be expected, considering the temperament of the 10th prince, who likely lacked the patience to orchestrate a lavish gathering. Strangely, after surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the 10th prince was nowhere to be found. Not giving it much thought, Bai Qishu, having not ridden in a while, chose a horse with a rather pure coat. He mounted the steed, tugged at the reins, and the horse galloped forward. The gentle breeze tousled Bai Chishu's hair, and in that moment, he felt as light as a swallow. Momentarily forgetting the familial strife that plagued him, behind him, Su Huai hurriedly caught sight of Bai Chishu. Though Bai Chishu was enjoying his ride, he suddenly furrowed his brow, feeling a warm sensation in his lower abdomen. The reins slipped from his grasp, and he nearly tumbled from the horse. He endeavored to endure the discomfort, yet his mind was preoccupied with the thought that he was clad in a white robe today. Taking a deep breath, he realized he needed to take a shortcut back home. Unaware of the reason for Bai Chishu's retreat from the stable, Su Huai followed suit on horseback. Bai Chishu felt an agonizing cramp in his abdomen and, unable to hold on any longer, fell from the horse. Seeing this, Su Huai swiftly employed his agility to catch Bai Chishu as they landed. He steadied himself but stumbled upon a stone, causing both of them to roll down the slope. Confused as to why Bai Chishu had suddenly fallen, Su Huai had just witnessed his adept horsemanship moments before. Noticing Bai Chishu's pallor, he did his utmost to shield him from harm. Spotting a rock ahead, Su Huai instinctively called out in alarm, fearing for Bai Chishu's head. Gritting his teeth, he managed to use one hand to brace against the stone, narrowly avoiding a collision. With a crack, he winced as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Attempting to rise, he felt a sharp pain in his left hand, which had barely grazed the ground. He could only lie there and inquire, "Chishu, are you all right?" Bai Chishu, eyes closed, remained silent. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Su Huai gritted his teeth and struggled to stand. Upon seeing the blood staining Bai Chishu's lower back, he was taken aback. How could he have sustained an injury there from merely rolling down the hillside? Surely, he must have been pierced by something. Lost in thought, Bai Chishu clutched his abdomen and uttered, "It hurts." Ignoring his own injury, Su Huai gritted his teeth and lifted Bai Chishu, offering reassurance, "It's all right. I will take you back at once." He sprinted towards the Bai residence. Upon their arrival, Bai Wei and Bai Ji were taken aback by the disheveled appearance of the two, rendered speechless for a moment. Only upon noticing the blood on Bai Chishu's back did they comprehend the situation. They quickly tended to Bai Chishu, ushering Su Huai out. "Young Master Su, it would be best if you took your leave." Uncertain of the source of Bai Wei and Bai Ji's alarm towards him, Su Huai was nonetheless eager to ascertain Bai Chishu's condition. However, it seemed that Bai Wei and Bai Ji were unwilling to allow him entry. With a resigned sigh, he returned home. Chapter 24. The Lecture on Qing Shang. "Young Master, ginger soup." Bai Wei presented a bowl of ginger soup to Bai Chishu, who took a sip. Initially, he felt nothing, but soon he was taken aback. Sensing a searing pain in his throat, he quickly pushed it away, exclaiming, "It's too spicy. I won't drink it." Bai Ji urged, "Young Master, weren't you just complaining of a stomachache? Drinking this will alleviate the pain." Observing that Bai Chishu was finally convinced to drink the ginger soup, Bai Ji tentatively inquired, "Young Master, has young Master Su noticed anything?" Bai Chishu wiped his mouth, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I suppose not." At the Su residence, the physician, having tended to Su Huai's injuries, prepared to take his leave. With his left hand meticulously bandaged, Su Huai asked, "When will I recover?" The physician bowed and replied, as the saying goes, "It takes 100 days to heal injuries to muscles and bones. Young Master Su has injured his bone. He will need at least 3 months of recuperation." Su Huai lifted his left hand to inspect it, saying, "I understand. You may go now." As he was about to return to his room, he unexpectedly spotted the old Master Su rushing in with great urgency. Startled, Su Huai stumbled backward, tripping over a chair and landing squarely in it. The old master, witnessing this scene, wept with sorrow, lamenting, "My son has fallen and is now all askew." Su Huai twitched his lips, gazing at his father. "Father, what brings you here in such a flurry?" The old master took a seat opposite Su Huai and remarked, "I have told you repeatedly not to frequent the Wang residence of Zhongxiu, yet you refuse to listen. Now look at what has happened. You've fallen, haven't you?" He spoke with an air of schadenfreude. Su Huai rolled his eyes, retorting, "Father, am I truly your biological son? It's merely a minor injury, nothing serious." Before Su Huai could continue, the old master interjected, "You run about all day without a care, while other young masters your age are already proficient in worldly affairs. And you? I have yet to even see a strand of your future bride's hair." Su Huai blinked earnestly and replied, "Father, if you continue like this, the 10th prince will surely be quite displeased." Puffed. Tea sprayed from the old master's mouth all over Su Huai's face. "What did you say?" Su Huai, clutching his head, dashed out of the Su family hall, muttering, "Nothing, nothing. I just remembered I haven't collected my clothes." "Ha ha ha, father. Enjoy your meal and drink well." Only the old master remained, his expression dark as he stood alone in the hall. As the end of the month approached, Chu Yurue strolled from Jiui Pavilion, noticing numerous maids busy tidying up. However, the vicinity around Chu Yuzhen's residence appeared rather deserted. As she approached the door, she overheard voices from within. Her left hand, afflicted with a condition since birth, lacked strength. Yet when the carriage jolted dangerously, she had tightly grasped the handrail, proving she was not Chu Yurue. Chu Yuzhen's voice was resolute. "What does the second young lady plan to do?" Although I cannot fathom who orchestrated the switch of Chu Yurue at this moment, the identity of Chu Yurue is now of little consequence. What I seek is merely a pawn. The last plan failed, and it seems Bai Qishu was not the only one aiding in this. Chu Yurue has truly become increasingly formidable. Chu Yuzhen rose, her gaze fixed ahead as if deep in thought. Now, everything has been thrown into disarray. If it cannot be salvaged, then it must be destroyed. The smile of Chu Yuzhen was laced with a cruel edge as she composed her expression, only to find herself face to face with Chu Yurua upon opening the door. Chu Yurua regarded her with a serene smile. Startled, Chu Yuzhen was taken aback, unaware of when Chu Yurua had arrived or whether she had overheard their conversation. She parted her lips, intending to utter something, but the smile before her was disquieting. Chu Yurua, unfazed by Chu Yuzhen's reaction, realized that since her sister had already begun plotting against her, there was no need to maintain the facade of sisterly affection. She strode directly to the entrance, where the clamor outside was incessant, and casually inquired, "What brings about such lively commotion today?" A sweeping maid responded, in reply to the third miss, "Today marks the end of the month of Duanyue, the day when the Qingshang 13 palaces hold their lectures." Chu Yurua nodded, recalling Chu Yuzhen's conversation with Prince Ping at the inn. In this world, the most challenging task is to silence the loquacious mouths of scholars. Moreover, we ought not to mention the recent emergence of the Qingshang Palace. A group of scholars, utterly lacking in martial prowess, would compel even the emperor to show them deference for the sake of his own reputation. If a school can rise to a level where it instills fear in the emperor, it warrants careful scrutiny. Just as Chu Yurua stepped outside, Chu Yuzhen followed closely behind, whether to trail her or to gather intelligence. Regardless, Chu Yurua chose not to engage her as she made her way to the lecture venue. The site of the lecture was a secluded residence, adorned with 2 ginkgo trees within its courtyard, surrounded by a vermilion railing, with a plaque bestowed by Emperor Huaxiang. At the center of the courtyard stood a stone incense burner. Numerous scholars clad in blue robes were bustling about, arranging cushions and transporting books. The citizens of Anping, seeking diversion, were also present. Chu Yurua stifled a laugh upon hearing their praises of the lecturer's remarkable handsomeness, realizing they had come merely to gawk at him from the conversations around her. Chu Yurua gleaned that the lecturer was extraordinarily gifted, and that the Qingshang 13 palaces primarily advocated for peace, opposing war, akin to the non-aggression of the moists. Lost in thought, she caught sight of an individual in the crowd whose gaze fortuitously met hers. He smiled gently, reminiscent of their encounter at the bookstore. Recognizing the scholar she had seen before, she inwardly lamented, hoping he would not approach her. Yet, fate seemed unkind, as he appeared pleased to see her. Maneuvering past the students carrying items to stand before her. "Miss," he greeted. Chu Yuzhen glanced at the scholar and asked, "Third sister, do you recognize him?" Chu Yurua furrowed her brow. Should she nod in affirmation? It was likely that Chu Yuzhen would uncover her prior visit to the bookstore in search of a remedy. Although the mask of civility had nearly slipped, it was prudent to retain some semblance of dignity. Thus, she shook her head, feigning confusion as she regarded the scholar. She had anticipated that he would continue speaking, yet he instead offered an apology. "I beg your pardon, I mistook you for an old acquaintance." "My name is Fu Quebec." Chu Yurua returned a courteous nod, though inwardly she chided. "What is it with everyone claiming I resemble an old acquaintance? Do I possess a face that is universally familiar?" As Fu Ke turned to acknowledge someone waving at him, he excused himself. Only then did Chu Yurua realize that he was the lecturer for today's event. The lecture delivered by Fu Ke garnered rounds of applause. Yet Chu Yurue found herself disinterested, plagued by an unsettling sensation that someone was watching her from the shadows. As she turned her head, she could only see the common folk seated around her, devoid of any pursuers. Furrowing her brow, she was convinced her instincts could not be mistaken. The individual who had trailed her during the Lantern Festival was unmistakably one person. Who could it be? On the way back to Qingyuan Pavilion, Chu Yurue and her sister, Chu Yuzhen, exchanged not a word, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Chu Yurue whirled around, startling Chu Yuzhen, who, unaware that her sister was searching for the follower. inquired, "Why do you seem so paranoid lately, third sister?" Chu Yurue, still unable to spot her pursuer, replied evasively, "It's nothing." Chapter 25. The spring examination outside the window, the dense foliage rustled with the melodious chirping of birds, and a beam of sunlight streamed into the room. Bai Qishu, seated at his writing desk, squinted and nodded off, nearly succumbing to slumber, only to be roused by a sudden jolt. After yawning, he realized it was already morning. Leaning back in his chair, he momentarily lost himself in thought until the door creaked open, revealing Bai Ji carrying a tray of food. Bai Ji looked at him in astonishment. "Young master, you are up remarkably early today." Bai Qishu stretched lazily. "I haven't slept a wink with that." He moved to the washstand to freshen up. Bai Ji glanced at the disarray of books cluttering the desk. Though the spring examination was imminent and the elders hoped for the Bai family to regain their honor through him, he need not exert himself to such extremes. "What if you wear yourself thin?" she remarked, setting down the tray to tidy the books. Her eyes caught sight of the black box, recalling how, 3 years prior, when he had been gravely ill, he had clung to it relentlessly. It seemed strange that he had taken it out again after all these years. Bai Qishu cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ji as he sat down to eat. "It's nothing I've endured 3 days and nights before." "What's one day?" Bai Ji paused in her task, pondering when her young master had ever truly endured such a trial. After finishing his breakfast, Bai Qishu instructed Bai Ji to leave while he resumed his work on the shop's accounts. Suddenly, a young servant rushed in, nearly tripping over the threshold of the study. Bai Qishu chuckled heartily. "What's the rush? One might think a ghost is chasing you." The servant, panting, replied with a woeful expression, "Young master, it's no ghost. It's the king of hell come to collect his debts." With a loud thud, Bai Qishu's brush fell onto the desk, and he instinctively leapt from his chair. "The 10th prince has arrived?" He swallowed hard, signaling himself to remain composed, and called for Bai Ji to come in and assist him in changing clothes, while instructing the servant to ensure the prince was well received. The study fell silent once more, with no one aware that within the depths of the black box lay a pistol. As Bai Qishu entered the main hall, he spotted the 10th prince leisurely sipping tea, his fur coat having been shed with the warming weather, rendering him a touch more spirited. "Commoner Bai Qishu pays his respects to the 10th prince," he said, bowing deeply. The 10th prince nodded in acknowledgement, and Bai Qishu took a seat, uncertain of the 10th prince's intentions. After a considerable pause without a word from him, Bai Qishu, unwilling to spend the entire morning over tea, inquired, "Might I ask what brings your highness here?" The 10th prince set down his teacup, raised an eyebrow, and replied nonchalantly, "It is nothing of great importance, so leisurely prince. I have found myself rather idle of late, so I thought I might come and collect some taxes." With that, he adjusted his robe and regarded Bai Qishu. Bai Qishu's lips twitched. Was it not the 10th prince, whom he had labeled as a leisurely prince, speaking before him? A sudden chill crept down his spine, leading him to believe that his future would not be particularly bright on that day. The servants observed their master smile as he bid farewell to guests. Yet his eyes betrayed a desire to devour the 10th prince whole. True to form, once the 10th prince departed, Bai Qishu kicked over the chair beside him, exclaiming, "Collect taxes, indeed. What nonsense!" Bai Wei and Bai Ji stood nearby, their expressions dark, and no one dared to intervene. Ultimately, Bai Qishu righted the chair himself. Weariness etched across his face as he lamented. "I knew his arrival would bring trouble. How can one collect taxes and take half of it at once? What have I done to provoke him?" Truly, Su Huai was preparing to check on Bai Qishu's injuries when a servant intercepted him, presenting an invitation signed by Do Zhang, the left minister of rights. Su Huai furrowed his brow. Although he held the position of right minister of rights, he seldom attended court and had little acquaintance with this left minister. Unsure of the reason for the summons, he decided to pay a visit nonetheless. Guided by a servant, he soon found himself before Do Zhang, who, to Su Huai's surprise, was bedridden. It was unusual for the venerable Do, who, though not young, had always been in good health, to suddenly fall ill. "Your presence is much appreciated, Su Minister." Do Zhang coughed lightly and managed to sit up. "I have a favor to ask of you today," Su Huai quickly replied. "You flatter me, Do Minister. We are colleagues, and there is no need for such formalities." Do Zhang nodded and stated, "On the 9th of February, the first examination of the spring imperial examinations will take place, and the name of the Bai family head will be among those listed." Su Huai pondered the implications of his words and asked in confusion, 5 years ago, Bai Qishu failed his initial examination. Logically, he should begin anew as a student. Why is he permitted to participate directly in the imperial examination? Dou Zhang produced a scroll of documents and handed it to Su Huai. As he unfurled it, he discovered the names of several prominent young gentlemen from the capital. By Imperial Grace, Dou Zhang continued, Bai Qishu has been granted the right to participate in the spring examinations. Su Huai, unconcerned with the notion of Imperial Grace, squinted his eyes. Clearly, the 10th Prince's predictions were accurate. Emperor Huaxiang was indeed beginning to cultivate talent through the examination system. The Bai family's influence was substantial. During this spring examination, the emperor would likely ensure Bai Qishu's name appeared on the list, then casually bestow upon him an honorary title to restrain him, much as he had done in his own youth. Su Minister, Dou Zhang called out twice before Su Huai returned to the present. What would you have me do? Dou Zhang elaborated. According to precedent, the examination is presided over by the Minister of Rites. Given my current ailment, I must trouble you, Su Minister, to devote some extra effort. The head of the Bai family has been mentioned personally by His Majesty, and his name must certainly appear on the list. Su Huai inhaled deeply and nodded. The 9th day of the 2nd month, Bai Qishu, feeling irked by the multitude trailing behind him, remarked, Enough of this. I am merely going to take an examination, not to meet my demise. You should return. Bai Wei and Bai Zhi's expressions changed dramatically upon hearing this. Young master, please refrain from speaking such nonsense. If you depart, it will be for 9 days, confined to a small room, uncertain of whether you will eat well, and if illness were to befall you, what then? Bai Qishu rolled his eyes. Although he was aware that many candidates had succumbed to illness due to poor conditions during the imperial examinations, he did not see the need to fear to such an extent. Besides, he was a physician himself. What was there to fear? At the entrance of the examination hall, except for the successful candidates and the students from the National Academy, no one else was permitted to enter. Bai Qishu surveyed the surroundings, noting the significant age disparity among the individuals present. Some were venerable elders still attempting the examination, while others, like Bai Qishu, were of a similar youthful age, albeit few in number. To his astonishment, he recognized several young scions whom he had encountered a few days prior at the tavern. It dawned on him that the notion of fairness in the imperial examinations was rather illusory. He then spotted Su Huai, and his right eye began to twitch uncontrollably. Bai Qishu covered his right eye, then lowered his hand and blinked. Indeed, it was Su Huai. Had he not already attained an official position? Why was he still at the examination hall? Chapter 27. The investigation of Songjing in the Purple Cloud Palace. Emperor Huaxiang pondered over the chessboard. Why has the 10th prince not graced the palace for so long? Yet today he has come for my summons? The 10th prince picked up a chess piece, seemingly analyzing the game. Your Majesty, overwhelmed by state affairs, I am but a dullard unacquainted with court matters, and thus can only accompany you in this game to alleviate your burdens. Emperor Huaxiang smiled. During today's South Morning Court session, Minister Su reported that the examination hall for the scholars has been burned down. Although the fire was not extensive, the need to restore a room will undoubtedly affect the others. What are your thoughts on this matter, 10th Prince? I dare not comment hastily on this issue. In previous years, the examination halls have fallen into disrepair, and Your Majesty has already commanded their restoration. Your Majesty seeks talents eagerly, and the examination criteria have broadened beyond mere poetry and classics. However, the regulations established since the founding of the dynasty must be approached with caution. Emperor Huaxiang raised his gaze, questioning whether he was implying that he had violated the ancestral rules. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, the burning of the examination hall will inevitably disrupt the scholars' progress. A day has passed since the spring examination commenced. If this delay continues, it will only contravene more regulations. My decision is made. This year's examination will be relocated to the Yuan Pavilion. Apart from the Vice Minister of Rites and the Assistant Minister, I shall personally oversee the examination. With that, he swept away, leaving the room. The 10th Prince rose to respectfully bid farewell. Your Majesty is wise. Observing the Emperor's departing figure, the 10th Prince pondered deeply. After Emperor Huaxiang summoned Su Huai and others to discuss the relocation, the group promptly set about their tasks. Outside the Grand Hall, a figure clad in dark azure, moving swiftly, entered the palace, his cloak billowing behind him due to his rapid pace. I, Xian Songjing, do not dishonor my mission. I have accomplished the task entrusted to me by Your Majesty, Xian Songjing announced as he bowed before Emperor Huaxiang. Upon perceiving Xian Songjing, Emperor Huaxiang promptly raised his hand and said, Xian Qing, please rise quickly. Xian Qing had just returned, not yet having caught her breath, when the Emperor continued, I have another matter that requires your assistance. It is truly. Xian Songjing clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and replied, Your servant is overwhelmed. Alleviating Your Majesty's concerns is indeed my duty. Whatever Your Majesty entrusts to me, I shall exert every effort, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation. Emperor Hua Xiang squinted his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Since the founding of the nation, the institution I have trusted the most is the Qiu Cha Si. Although you, Xian Qing, are a woman, your capabilities in handling affairs are no less than those of a man. This time, I wish for you to investigate the inexplicable fire at the Tribute Academy. Accept the command. Xian Songjing responded before exiting the palace. As Hua He and Su departed, they spotted Lian Er in the palace. Or more accurately, Lian Fei, as her title was identical to that of her former self. Lian Fei was in the garden, engaged in conversation with the palace maids, seemingly laughing with great delight. The servant has seen His Highness the 10th Prince, a maid exclaimed, her keen eyes recognizing him. It was then that Lian Fei turned around, staring blankly at Hua He and Su. Hua He and Su, as usual, merely nodded in acknowledgement. As they passed by Lian Fei, Hua He glanced at her, and upon meeting his gaze, Lian Fei felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. However, Hua He said nothing. In accordance with Emperor Hua Xiang's decree, the imperial examination would continue at the Yiwangguan. There were no individual chambers in Yiwangguan. All candidates would take their exams in the main hall. Su Huai chose to patrol the hall where Bai Qi Shu was located. The first examination had taken place over the past 3 days, with the second round focusing on poetry and prose. Su Huai made a circuit of the grand hall, noting that most individuals had yet to set pen to paper, including Bai Qi Shu. After 2 laps around the hall, a few individuals had begun to write, suggesting that inspiration had struck, yet Bai Qi Shu remained lost in thought, seemingly dazed. After 3 laps, the majority had commenced writing, but Bai Qi Shu still appeared to be in a trance. Su Huai reassured himself, believing that a good piece of writing requires careful contemplation. After 4 laps, he observed Bai Qi Shu smiling brightly. Though the incense had already burned down significantly, Su Huai closed his eyes and calculated. If he wrote swiftly, he might still finish. Just then, he noticed Bai Qi Shu lifting his brush, elegantly answering the questions. Su Huai exhaled in relief, confident that Bai Qi Shu had formulated his thoughts. As the incense was nearly spent, Su Huai moved to Bai Qi Shu's side, only to discover that the paper bore merely 3 large characters, Bai Qi Shu. Su Huai felt as though the world had darkened. Even if he intended to assist him in passing, how could one secure a passing mark with a blank sheet? The incense had burned out, and Su Huai rolled his eyes in exasperation as all students exited the hall, followed by the collection of exam papers and the marking of names. Initially, Su Huai had contemplated how to find Bai Qi Shu's paper to aid him, but now it was quite straightforward. Among so many papers, who else would dare to brazenly submit a blank sheet? After 9 days and nights, it finally came to an end. Bai Qi Shu exited the Yiwangguan. He spotted Bai Wei and Bai Ji waving to him from a distance. He sighed in relief. Finally liberated, and disregarding any semblance of decorum, he dashed over. Other students also gathered in groups to celebrate with wine or engage in merriment. Inside the carriage, Bai Qi Shu stretched lazily, feeling the ache in his back from standing for days. However, on another note, he mused that the firewood man had indeed assisted him. Had he truly spent 9 days and nights confined within a 4-foot square room, he would undoubtedly have been unable to stand by the end. Yet Bai Qi Shu did not enjoy much peace in the following days, as a servant came to deliver an invitation signed by Su Huai. Why must one arrange a meeting at a tea house to discuss matters that could be articulated directly? Bai Qi Shu muttered, adjusting the folding fan at his waist. As soon as he stepped over the threshold of the tea house, he sensed that someone was trailing him. Turning to glance at Su Huai, he remarked, "Ah, Su Gongzi, you have brought a friend along." Su Huai appeared somewhat surprised, and soon perceived the presence of someone nearby, likely a companion of Bai's, and a rather formidable one at that. They exchanged a knowing glance and chose not to elaborate further as they entered the tea house. In the distance, Xian Songjing tightened the mask on his face and quickened his pace to follow. A faint aroma of sandalwood enveloped the air, as sunlight streamed through the intricately carved lattice windows, casting dappled patterns on the table. A serving girl brought forth the tea set, steam rising from the freshly brewed tea, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial realm. Bai Qi Shu mused to himself that this was indeed a splendid venue for conversation. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your invitation today?" "Su Xiong," he said, lifting his teacup and gently blowing on the surface of the tea. As he preferred to be forthright, Su Huai responded, "Might I ask if your injuries from our last encounter have improved?" A cough escaped Bai Qi Shu as he sipped the tea. Whether from its heat or the implication of Su Huai's words, his face flushed, leaving Su Huai puzzled. "Thank you for your concern, Su Xiong. I am quite well now." Su Huai continued to scrutinize Bai Qi Shu, who felt uncomfortable under his gaze. If you have further inquiries, please feel free to ask. Upon receiving Bai Chishu's consent, Su Huai nodded gravely and inquired, "Where was Bai Di during the fire at the examination hall?" Bai Chishu lifted his gaze, slightly taken aback. "I have already clarified the situation upon my return to the examination hall, and your repeated questioning today implies a lack of trust in my account. Does it not?" He had altered his address for Su Huai, who noted the underlying ire in his words. Nevertheless, Su Huai pressed on, "I have discovered that the corpse found in the U room belonged to a lowly servant. Since you were away, why would a servant be present in the examination hall, and moreover, why was he burned to death?" Bai Chishu let out a light chuckle. "How should I know? One could as easily accuse that person of burning my writings, causing me to forget everything during the poetry examination." Su Huai raised his teacup, observing Bai Chishu across the table, inhaling deeply. Following the renovations at the examination hall, each room has been fitted with doors. At night, not only do the students lock their doors from within to prevent cheating, but the outer doors are also secured. Therefore, for someone to enter your room, it must have been opened from the outside. The fact that this individual was burned alive and could not escape indicates that someone locked the door from the outside. Bai Chishu abruptly stood, leaning on the table. "What do you imply by this? Su Gongzi? Are you suggesting that I set fire to the examination hall?" Su Huai frowned slightly. "That is not my intention, rather." But Bai Chishu would not let him finish, reclining casually in his chair. "What I did was merely to return the favor in kind. He sought to take my life. As you suggest, I merely pushed him into the examination hall and locked the door from the outside. The outcome, as you know, was inevitable." Su Huai rose, a flicker of anger evident within him. The individual who set himself ablaze bore the blame alone. However, one must recognize the gravity of the situation. It was the examination hall. Within the chambers of the examination hall resided not just the head of the Bai family. If others were to be affected, how could I account for it, and how could you? Bai Chishu, having endured Su Huai's tirade, merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, apologetically remarking, "Young Master Su, it seems we are not of the same ilk. I, Bai Chishu, have always believed in the principle of non-aggression. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Do you truly think my ascension to the position of head of the Bai family is solely due to my status as the Bai family scion?" Su Huai initially wished to avoid a conflict, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, his words took a different turn as they left his lips. Noticing Bai Chishu's aggressive demeanor, Su Huai retorted, "I have heard that the esteemed young master Bai possesses not only a visage as beautiful as a jade crown and a demeanor that exudes grace, leaving others feeling as though they are enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, but also a remarkable amiability devoid of any airs. Today, however, I observe that young master Bai bears a striking resemblance to those cunning individuals in the court who flatter others while treating human life as mere chaff." To this, Bai Chishu responded with a smirk rather than indignation. "Indeed, I merely play the role better than they do. However, young Master Su, do not forget that the Bai family has not thrived solely on my countenance. Without some ruthless tactics and a decisive manner of doing things, how could one command respect? When it comes to schemes and stratagems, you, young Master Su, were born into it earlier than I was. The Su family has been established in the capital far longer than the Bai family. You must have witnessed far more of such matters than I." Bai Chishu stepped closer to Su Huai, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Leaning in, he added, "Yet, young Master Su, you are perhaps more fortunate than I, for you still have a father to support you, while I do not." A sudden realization struck Su Huai that his earlier words had been too harsh. Regret washed over him, but it was too late to retract them. Bai Chishu was right. His father was still present, managing family affairs, whereas Bai Chishu faced the challenges of leadership without the benefit of experience. Setting aside the rivalry between legitimate and illegitimate heirs, even the presence of 3 elders could be quite a headache for him. Ultimately, Su Huai opened his mouth, gazing at Bai Chishu's retreating figure. Yet no words escaped him. He had intended to express concern for him. Yet how had it come to this? Upon visiting the Wang residence of the Zhongqiu, the 10th imperial uncle furrowed his brows at him for quite some time. "You've only been away from me for a few days, and yet you seem to have grown considerably dull-witted." Su Huai twitched the corners of his mouth. He had intended to caution him to be more vigilant today, but ultimately, no words were spoken. The 10th imperial uncle sighed. "In my view, today's conversation was entirely unnecessary. Bai Chishu possesses the capability to manage his household. He would not be foolish enough to overlook the significance of the emperor personally granting him a place. His failure to overlook the arsonist is merely a consequence of that man's own actions. However, it seems this quarrel may lead to someone reaping benefits." Su Huai hastily inquired, "Who?" The 10th imperial uncle took a sip of tea. I do not know. However, it is certain that it is inextricably linked to that arsonist, my lord. The auspicious date for the coming-of-age ceremony has been finalized, Bai Wei announced. The auspicious date she mentioned marked the day of the ceremony, and it seemed astonishing how swiftly time had flown. He had already been in this world for 4 years, and by the end of the month, he would be undergoing his coming-of-age ceremony. Bai Qishu nodded slightly, signaling Bai Wei to place the items on the writing desk. After meticulously managing the accounts of the antique shop, Bai Qishu finally picked up the coronation ceremony arrangements and glanced at them, startled by the densely packed procedures. Firstly, an auspicious date must be divined. Bai Wei had already communicated the date. Secondly, a divination method was to be employed to select the chief guest and the ceremonial sponsor. Bai Qishu rolled his eyes. Since the 3 elder patriarchs were so fond of meddling, they might as well take charge. Due to the passing of Bai Qishu's father, the coronation must be completed before his father's spirit tablet, which meant he still had to visit the ancestral temple. After the crowning, the chief guest would read the blessings and select a name, followed by paying respects to his uncles and elder relatives. Bai Qishu felt a headache coming on. He had anticipated that after the crowning, he could indulge in feasting and relaxation, but that was not the case. Aside from the absence of the ritual of paying respects to his deceased mother, he was obliged to follow through with all other traditions. Despite his reluctance, the end of February arrived. On that day, Bai Qishu was awakened early by Bai Wei and Bai Ji, who spent a considerable amount of time instructing him, anxious that something might go awry. Among the invitations he distributed, there were not only his immediate family members, but also the heads or direct descendants of the 4 great families, along with 10 imperial uncles. In truth, Bai Qishu did not expect the 10 imperial uncles to attend, yet the 3 elder patriarchs were taken aback upon seeing them. When Chu Yurui received the invitation, she did not consult Chu Yuzhen and had no intention of going to the Bai residence together. Recently, she had often noticed a pigeon flying past Jui residence, indicating that Chu Yuzhen was in correspondence with the Pingwang, the Bai residence. 2 young attendants were bustling about in a frenzy, while the steward entertained the guests nearby. During a conversation with the steward, one attendant, rushing too quickly, collided with another, causing the gift list in his hand to fall beside Chu Yurui. She bent down to pick up the opened gift list, only to be shocked by the numbers inscribed upon it. Mississippi, the attendant's voice pulled Chu Yurui from her thoughts. She noticed the attendant looking somewhat embarrassed as he asked, "Would you be so kind as to return it to me?" Chu Yurui promptly handed the gift list back, curious about its contents. "What does this list say? I can't quite decipher it." The attendant scratched his head, feeling bashful as he replied, "Actually, I'm not sure what it says either. It was written by my young master. He said writing was too troublesome, so he used these numbers instead." "Arabic numerals?" Chu Yurui almost exclaimed. "Yes, precisely, Arabic numerals. You know of them as well?" Mississippi Chu Yurui smiled brightly. It had to be him. Chapter 29. Qishu inebriated. The chief guest's blessing read, "On this auspicious month and day, the initiation of the coronation begins, casting aside your juvenile name and embracing your cultivated virtues. May you enjoy longevity and auspiciousness, and may your blessings be abundant." Further, it states, "On this propitious month and day, may you don your ceremonial attire with reverence, uphold your dignity, and cultivate your virtues with prudence. May your lifespan extend for millennia, eternally receiving divine blessings." Lastly, it concludes, "By the rectitude of the year and the auspiciousness of the month, may you complete your ceremonial attire. With your brothers present, may you fulfill your virtues, enjoying boundless blessings from heaven." Chu Yurui, seated below, was nearly lulled to sleep by the congratulatory speeches. Bai Qishu, having no mother, was spared the customary visit to her. Following this, the selection of a name ensued. Upon hearing the words Nanchuan, Chu Yurui abruptly rose to her feet, while those around her remained seated in astonishment. Su Huai, startled by her sudden motion, tugged at her sleeve and inquired, "What is the matter?" Glancing around, Chu Yurui noticed Bai Qishu looking at her in confusion and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered, "This name is quite good." "Ha, indeed it is." Su Huai waved his fan, drawing Chu Yurui back to her seat. "Oh, pray tell, what makes this name so commendable?" Chu Yurui, her mind elsewhere, recited a line from a poem associated with the Lantern Festival. "Old friends are hard to find, amidst mountains and rivers, plum blossoms and snow." Su Huai quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Good? What do you mean by good?" "By your reasoning, Qishu's name is truly lacking. Nanchuan sounds like hard to find. In such circumstances, how can you speak so recklessly?" Chu Yurui freed herself from his grasp. Offering no further explanation, as dusk began to settle, Bai Qishu had to see off the esteemed guests and present gifts of meat. Just as Chuyu Rue prepared to follow, she turned her head and caught sight of a dark figure, a slight smile gracing their lips. This time I shall not let you escape. Hua Hasu, upon turning, noticed Chuyu Rue's departing silhouette and said to Su Huai, "You should accompany Bai Qishu," before leaving without waiting for a response. Chuyu Rue pursued the figure relentlessly, disregarding the distance they covered, from broad paths to narrow lanes, ultimately arriving in the woods. By the time she halted in the forest, the evening had deepened. The trees were thick and lush, their branches obscuring the sunset and providing ample cover for any pursuers. Chuyu Rue squinted, straining to discern the presence of her follower, but upon catching a whiff of a fragrant scent, she realized the peril she was in. It was too late to hold her breath. Fatigue enveloped her, and she collapsed among the trees. The shadowy figure, seeing Chuyu Rue had succumbed, prepared to descend from the branches and take her away. Yet, a voice rang out. It is well known that Tsushin Pavilion boasts an abundance of talent, particularly in alchemy. However, I am curious as to why such despicable means are employed against a frail maiden. The cloaked figures steadied themselves, recognizing Hua Hasu stepping forth from behind a tree, who proceeded to lift Chuyu Rue from the ground. The shadowy figure clenched their fists, aware that the Wang of Zhongzhu was a figure of authority, and thus refrained from engaging in the affairs of the martial world. Hua Hasu raised an eyebrow, insinuating that the cloaked figure was accusing him of meddling. Supporting Chuyu Rue, he declared, "Yet, you currently stand upon royal soil. Are you unaware that beneath the heavens, all lands belong to the king? Since you find yourself on this royal territory, you are naturally under my jurisdiction." The shadowy figure gritted their teeth and swiftly departed. Amidst the mingling of goblets and platters, Bai Qishu, after paying his respects to his uncles and aunts, finally settled down to rest for a moment. Although the guests at the coronation ceremony were friends, Bai Qishu still adhered to the proprieties, inviting the heirs of the 4 great clans as well as a few debauched youths he had once drunk with. Seated alone at the center, as the festivities waned, his mind began to clear, allowing him to recall Chuyu Rue's explanation of her name during the ceremony. Old friends are hard to find. Amidst mountains and rivers, plum blossoms and snow. Hard to find? Plum? At this thought, his chopsticks suddenly clattered onto the table, unnoticed even by Su Huai, who was rising to toast a few days ago. "I misspoke and inadvertently caused you distress, dear Qishu. Today, I come to express my respect." Su Huai, with a wine jug in one hand and a cup in the other, approached Bai Qishu and said. Bai Qishu's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he saw Su Huai, but he paid little heed, for he had not taken their previous conversation to heart. He poured the wine from the jug on his table, raised his cup and declared, "No harm done." Young Master Su's sincerity makes Bai feel somewhat inferior, feigning anger. Su Huai retorted, "Bai, why still call me young Master Su? Is that not a bit too formal?" With a resounding clap, Su Huai set the wine jug upon Bai Qishu's table and turned to the guests on either side, stating, "Today marks Bai's coming-of-age ceremony. This crowning signifies adulthood. Let us not be constrained. Shall we not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated?" The crowd echoed their agreement, while Bai Qishu twitched his lips, realizing how familiar Su Huai had become, treating the Bai residence as his own. The surrounding young scions could not contain themselves, banging on the table and exclaiming, "Since Bai has reached adulthood, he ought to drink more today. Come, bring a larger bowl." Bai Qishu watched as a servant brought over a bowl, swallowing hard and casting a glare at the steward, thinking, "Who do you think is your master?" The steward silently wiped his brow, replying, "Young master, the most important thing in life is to be happy." Bai Qishu forced a smile, thinking to himself that today would likely require several trips to the restroom. Unmindful, he picked up the jug on the table and poured the wine into the bowl, raising it to say, "Since everyone is so gracious today, I shall not decline." As he tilted his head back to drink, he soon realized something was amiss. Bai Qishu stared incredulously at Su Huai. Uncertain of the reason behind Bai's glare, Su Huai wondered if the wine was too strong. That couldn't be right. Were not all the jugs filled with the same wine? Bai Qishu glanced at his table, barely managing to stand, truly feeling as though he had encountered an extraordinary stroke of bad luck. He had mistakenly taken the wrong wine jug. Unbeknownst to the others, Bai Qishu could not actually handle alcohol. His own jug contained only water, while Su Huai had unwittingly placed his own jug of genuine wine on Bai's table during the toast. Bai Qishu poured an entire bowl of real wine without a second glance. Feeling lightheaded, the world around him began to sway. Bai Qishu reassured himself, No worries, no worries. I have only taken a few sips. Observing Bai Chishu's increasingly flushed face, Su Huai supported him, asking, "Are you all right?" To his surprise, Bai Chishu angrily swatted away Su Huai's hand, frowning as he exclaimed, "I am fine. Why are you swaying about? You're making my head spin." The onlookers had never witnessed Bai Chishu in such a temper and were at a loss for how to respond. One person ventured, "Perhaps Bai is a bit tipsy." Bai Chishu stormed up to him, demanding, "Who are you calling drunk? You are the one who's intoxicated. I am perfectly sober." Were it not for Su Huai's firm grip pulling him back, Bai Chishu might have already advanced upon the individual. Su Huai dragged Bai Chishu out the door, turning back with a forced smile, saying, "I shall escort him to his room. Everyone, enjoy your meal and drink well." Drink well. As they journeyed along, Bai Chishu seemed to have lost his way, staggering and colliding left and right. While Su Huai struggled to pull him back in the midst of this chaos, Bai Chishu leaned over their household pond and retched. Su Huai watched in astonishment, wondering if his drinking etiquette was truly so poor. Just as he contemplated this, he noticed Bai Chishu crawling towards the pond, prompting Su Huai to rush over and drag him back. Chapter 30. The royal uncle's rescue. After much effort, Su Huai finally managed to support Bai Chishu once more, panting heavily from exhaustion. He glanced towards Bai Chishu's distant room, realizing that his responsibilities were far from over. Whether it was the dissipating effects of alcohol or some other reason, Bai Chishu stopped his erratic movements, allowing Su Huai to assist him as they continued forward. However, midway, Bai Chishu's legs gave way, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, Su Huai was quick enough to wrap his arms around Bai Chishu's waist. A wave of warmth washed over Su Huai's face for reasons unknown. Despite having consumed only a modest amount of alcohol, his father's words echoed in his mind. "You spend all your time at the Zhongtu Wangfu." One might think you'd. A sudden jolt of realization struck Su Huai, and dread filled him. Was he destined to become a Duanxiu? Gritting his teeth, he reassured himself that as a man, there was nothing to be ashamed of. He would simply escort Bai Chishu back to his room and depart swiftly. It seemed he truly needed to heed his father's advice and hasten to find a woman to marry. With a creak, Su Huai grasped Bai Chishu with one hand and opened the door with the other. Just then, Bai Chishu's foot caught the threshold, causing him to slip, and as Su Huai prepared to close the door, he heard a loud thud. Bai Chishu had fallen face down onto the ground. Su Huai quickly knelt beside him and turned him over. Thankfully, there was no blood, but it was evident that this fall would confine Bai Chishu indoors for at least half a month. After exerting considerable effort to help Bai Chishu onto the bed, Su Huai turned to search for any ointments for bruises and injuries, only to spot a black box on the bookshelf. He attempted to open it, but despite its lack of a lock, it resisted his efforts. Nevertheless, finding medicine took precedence, so Su Huai set the box aside and noticed a hairpin on the writing desk. The hairpin was neither too large nor too small, adorned with a plum blossom whose center resembled Ningji, exquisitely crafted yet unmistakably a feminine ornament. This reminded him of their first meeting, when Bai Chishu had been painting a plum blossom, only to destroy it himself as it neared completion. Su Huai inhaled deeply, unsure of his own thoughts, and after a lengthy search for usable medicine, he found none. Meanwhile, Bai Chishu lay on the bed, mumbling incoherently. Reluctantly, Su Huai dampened a cloth to place upon Bai Chishu's forehead, hoping to alleviate his fever. As soon as his hand touched Bai Chishu's brow, he clutched it tightly. Unable to discern the murmurs, Su Huai leaned closer, listening intently until he finally caught the name he was calling. Jun Su. With a sigh, Su Huai covered him with a blanket, forcing a smile despite the heartache of youth entangled in love. Just as he prepared to leave, Bai Chishu summoned an unexpected strength to grasp at his robe, pleading, "Do not go." "Very well, I shall not depart." Su Huai rolled his eyes and sat beside the couch, only to overhear Bai Chishu giggling foolishly, whispering, "Jun Su." Unbeknownst to him, a strange sensation stirred within Su Huai, prompting him to snatch his robe back from Bai Chishu's grasp. Yet, seizing the opportunity as he leaned forward, Bai Chishu clung tightly to his neck, exclaiming, "I've caught you, you traitor. Don't run away." Su Huai found himself gasping for breath, attempting to pry Bai Chishu's hands away. But in the next moment, he was met with Bai Chishu's enlarged face, which pecked a kiss on his cheek like a chick pecking at grain. Meanwhile, Bai Wei was bustling about, preparing for the coronation ceremony. While Bai Ji attended to the arriving guests, on their way to Bai Chishu's room, they heard that their young master had gotten drunk, prompting them to hurriedly brew a hangover remedy. Fong carried the tea to the door, but it was suddenly kicked open, nearly spilling the contents onto Bai Wei's attire. Before Bai Wei could utter a word, she witnessed the young master, clad in red, darting away like a gust of wind. Glancing back at the room, she saw the culprit peacefully asleep on the bed. Hua Hisu uncorked a vial of medicine and placed it near Chu Yuru's nose. Before long, she stirred awake, only to find herself staring into the chilling gaze of the 10th prince. Quickly straightening her posture, she realized she was inside a carriage. As she reacted too abruptly, her head collided with the low ceiling of the carriage. She caught a glimpse of the 10th prince smirking at her, yet when she turned to face him, his expression was entirely serious, devoid of any trace of mirth. After a moment of dazed reflection, she recalled nearly being taken away in the woods, and before losing consciousness, she had heard the 10th prince's voice. Clearly, he had come to her rescue. How could the 10th prince have seen me? Hua Hisu raised an eyebrow, noting that her first response upon regaining consciousness was not to inquire about her whereabouts or to express gratitude for his timely intervention. As Hua Hisu casually concocted a reason to deflect her inquiries, Chu Yuru let out a cold laugh, remarking on the impeccable timing of the 10th prince's arrival. Hua Hisu looked up, sensing the prickly demeanor of Chu Yuru. Even in her gratitude, she remained guarded. This sentiment resonated with the 10th prince as well. He picked up a book from within the carriage, engrossed in his own thoughts, while Chu Yuru, ever vigilant, questioned, "Where are we headed?" Hua Hisu remained silent, seemingly oblivious to her query. Not wishing to press further, Chu Yuru discreetly contemplated how to make her exit. The carriage moved at a steady pace, and if Miss Chu did not wish to harm herself, she ought to sit still. Although Hua Hisu did not lift his gaze, it was as if he could read her thoughts, understanding her every consideration. He closed the book, revealing that he had not truly been reading, and addressed Chu Yuru. "I merely wish to know the purpose of your visit to Omping, Miss Chu." Chu Yuru smiled. Why would the 10th prince assume that I must have a purpose for my journey? If there were indeed a purpose, would an alliance with the 10th prince be credible? Hua Hisu straightened his posture, acknowledging that Chu Yuru was not the sort to be easily manipulated. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuru furrowed her brow. Had he already claimed to have conducted his investigation? Thus, she generously spoke her mind. As the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, the only value she possessed was in marriage alliances, as the 10th prince had surmised. However, she did not wish to be manipulated by others. With her parents deceased and her younger brother's safety uncertain, she had come to Omping, motivated by power and profit, not to speak of preserving her family's honor or rescuing the citizens of Chu City, but rather to fight for her own interests, and nothing more. Hua Hisu had not anticipated her candor, and he admired her bold resolution. The world was rife with hypocrites, who professed to act in the interest of the people while, in truth, they climbed the ladder of success, disregarding the very populace they claimed to serve upon reaching the pinnacle of honor. Miss Chu was unmatched in her eloquence. Had she been born a son, she would undoubtedly be able to showcase her grand ambitions within the court. Hua Hisu remarked, "It is indeed a pity. Indeed a pity that I was born a daughter, ultimately unable to escape the fate of supporting a husband and raising children. Isn't it?" Chu Yuru interjected, raising her eyes to question him. Hua Hisu merely smiled, offering no reply, yet it was clear that she had spoken the words he wished to express. Hua Hisu was reluctant to embroil Chu Yuru in courtly affairs, much like the Ziyun Tu Ajun chapter 31. A clash of wits, and what if I insist on doing so? Chu Yuru retorted, contemplating how it would unfold if she were to pursue her grand ambitions within the court. Hua Hisu handed her a book, indicating that Miss Chu had likely never heard the tale of Empress Xiaoyang. Chu Yuru accepted the book but did not open it, simply stating, "I would like to hear more." Hua Hisu gazed ahead, as if lost in recollection, and began. Empress Xiaoyang was indeed an extraordinary woman. Before the late Emperor Xiaoyang ascended the throne, she accompanied him in battles across the land. Unexpectedly, the late emperor passed away in his prime, and when Emperor Xiaoyang took the throne, he had yet to undergo the coronation rites. At that time, Empress Xiaoyang governed from behind a curtain, participating in state affairs as a mere woman. However, there was already a prohibition against her involvement in court matters, and given her age, she was susceptible to the influence of eunuchs, leading to the persecution of loyal ministers. Now, the regent holds power, and Empress Xiaoyang has retreated to a Buddhist hall, spending her days in fasting and copying scriptures. Chu Yuru raised an eyebrow, aware that she knew this tale better than he did. Is it not true that I have heard of the regent's remarkable talent? He was once a disfavored prince abandoned in the cold palace by Emperor Xiaoyang. Yet, with the assistance of unknown allies, he severed the empress's wings within a mere decade, dismissing treacherous officials and undermining her resolve to see her son ascend the throne. If that regent possessed no cunning, He would hardly have been so dedicated to supporting him, would he? Chu Yuru gazed at Hua Hasu, devoid of any trace of humility or fear. Hua Hasu merely smiled in silence. Chu Yuru continued. Since this regent possesses some intellect, he would not be foolish enough to believe that the Empress's influence had truly been eradicated. The 10th prince has also mentioned that Empress Xiang fought alongside the late emperor. Thus the Ministry of War must hold significant power. Although the Minister of War can be dismissed, the soldiers who fought alongside the late emperor must surely be known to the Empress. Am I correct? Hua Hasu furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of her words. He had not considered these factors at the time. If the Empress sought to reclaim her power, those soldiers would undoubtedly serve as her greatest allies. The tides of the world have always ebbed and flowed. Where there is chaos, there will be order, and no ruler who has reached the zenith of power ever forgets their original intentions. The weak ruler burdens the strong ministers, and the eunuchs disrupt the governance. All because Xiang has yet to welcome that sage sovereign. Am I not correct? Before Hua Hasu could respond, Chu Yurue continued. I know that the 10th royal uncle intended to use Empress Xiang as a cautionary example to prevent me from following in her footsteps. Allow me to share a tale with you, one about the Emperor Wu Zetian. This time, it was Hua Hasu who listened attentively as the carriage gradually slowed. Chu Yurue lifted the curtain and was somewhat astonished. He was sending her back to the Lingqing courtyard. Upon disembarking, she turned and said, as for the Emperor Wu Zetian, she would become the sole female sovereign of the 9 provinces many years hence. Hua Hasu raised an eyebrow and called out to Chu Yurue, Miss Chu. Your words today are greatly appreciated. I merely hope that we shall not find ourselves adversaries in the future. Chu Yurue bowed in response. I shall remember the life-saving grace of the 10th royal uncle. Hua Hasu did not answer, watching her enter the door before the carriage turned and continued on its way. Wait. Hua Hasu called out. The night was profoundly silent. You lot, ensure the protection of Chu Yurue. No reply was heard, and several dark figures swiftly vanished into the shadows. Chu Yuzhen, at this juncture, was no longer concerned about where Chu Yurue had gone. She seemed convinced that Chu Yurue had been swapped. Yet she could never comprehend who had orchestrated the exchange, and when it had taken place, as Chu Yurue approached Jui residence, several maidservants had already retired for the night and previous days. They would feign vigilance during the night watch, but after spending so much time with Chu Yurue, they had come to see her as an easy target, idling about all day long, oblivious even to the lack of tea in the room. Upon pushing open the door, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Chu Yurue to falter and collapse in the darkness. A figure swiftly emerged, whisking Chu Yurue away from Jui residence. The 4 concealed guards exchanged glances. One proceeded to the Wangfu of Zhongqiu, while the other 3 followed the individual who had taken Chu Yurue. Slowly, Chu Yurue opened her eyes, and before her lay crimson and silver drapes. Beneath her was a couch, and on a small table stood an incense burner, with a soothing fragrance of agarwood filling the air. Rising to her feet, she wandered around the room until her gaze settled upon a painting. The woman depicted wore a white long gown, exuding an ethereal elegance, accompanied by a completely white cat lounging beside her. The woman's demeanor was relaxed, her rosy cheeks adorned with a smile as she squinted. Leaning against a beautiful pillow, unconsciously, Chu Yurue's hand reached for the painting, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized it for a while before suddenly stepping back in astonishment. The woman bore a striking resemblance to her. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man followed by the one who had brought Chu Yurue to this place. Upon seeing her awake and admiring the painting on the wall, he appeared somewhat taken aback. He waved his hand, signaling for the others to bring down the antidote. Chu Yurue, however, was not foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. She merely wished to discern who had been intent on taking her away and where they meant to lead her. The man introduced, "This is Tushian Pavilion." Chu Yurue glanced at the man, her mind stirring with a vague impression. After a while, she faintly recalled a jubilant man cradling a baby girl, his joy beyond words, her first-month banquet. Chu Yuru took a breath, uncertain of the accuracy of her memories, and tentatively called out, "Uncle Jean." Jean Shunyan's eyes immediately brightened. "You remembered. It is good that you remember." Chu Yuru glanced back at Danqing, wondering what brought Uncle Jean to seek her today. Jean Shunyan sat on the couch, gesturing for Chu Yuru to join him. Considering he was her mother's senior apprentice, she complied. Jean Shunyan sighed and said, "After Wani married Chu Li, I roamed the rivers and lakes, appearing only once at your full moon banquet in Chu City. However, I have not returned since in recent years. I have heard of your parents' misfortunes but was unable to come to their aid. Now, it is just you and your brother relying on each other." He paused. "The Susian Pavilion has recently gathered some information. I have heard that in March, Chu Su will hold a significant gathering in Chu City, attracting individuals from all corners of the martial world. I suspect this event is far more than a mere exchange meeting. Chu Yuru's expression sharpened. She understood Uncle Jean's implication. Jean Shunian coughed a few times, but found it hard to stop. Chu Yuru gently patted his back, but he raised his hand to halt her, stating, "It is an old ailment. It is of no consequence." A servant outside, hearing the commotion, brought in a cup of water, and Jean Shunian took a few sips, feeling somewhat better. "You have already seen my condition. The Susian Pavilion cannot remain leaderless for a day, and you have an even heavier burden to bear." Jean Shunian paused. "I know that at your age, one ought to enjoy the warmth of family, but the world is unpredictable. Are you willing to shoulder this responsibility?" Chu Yuru understood. She was aware of Jean Shunian's affection for her mother. Unlike the 10th Prince or Ziyun Taijun, he did not urge her to leave that tumultuous place, but whether it was 10th Prince, Ziyun Taijun, or Jean Shunian, they all sought her opinion. Chapter 32. Recognition of Chu. By Chu Yuru smiled. "I understand Uncle Jean's intentions, but are you truly willing to entrust the Susian Pavilion, which you have managed for so long, to my care?" Jean Shunian looked at Danqing. "Susian, do you know what this means?" Chu Yuru remained silent. "Plum blossom. It signifies plum blossoms. Your mother cherished them dearly during her lifetime." Jean Shunian murmured as if to himself, "If your mother were still here, she would support your decision." As she walked through the woods, Chu Yuru clasped her hands behind her back and suddenly stopped, saying, "You need not follow me. I know the way." The person in the shadows hesitated but eventually revealed themselves, stating, "The pavilion master instructed me to protect Miss Chu." Chu Yuru turned around, kicking at the fallen leaves, and scrutinized the figure who had led her to the Susian Pavilion. Clad in a sleek, black outfit, their appearance was clean and sharp, and the hood of their dark cloak obscured half their face, while the armed guards added an air of martial prowess. "So, it was you who brought me here?" Chu Yuru inquired, her eyes twinkling as if she were casually asking. The figure, known as 17, quickly clasped their hands in apology. "I was merely following orders. I hope the young master will not hold it against me." Chu Yuru nodded, acknowledging their quick realization of her identity. "What is your name?" she asked as she helped them to their feet. "I am the Susian Pavilion. Subordinates do not have names and operate under code names." "I am 17, came the reply. Chu Yurue caught sight of the falling leaves nearby, her expression shifting with a sudden seriousness. While discreetly observing if anyone else was following her, she engaged in conversation with Shichi. Inquiring, "Which month were you born in?" Shichi hesitated, as if contemplating the answer, yet ultimately could not recall, replying, "This subordinate does not know, only that it was snowing heavily when I was born." Chu Yurue smiled faintly, thinking that their birth dates were likely not far apart. She herself was born in the 12th lunar month, which inspired her mother to bestow upon her the name Yurue. "Since you were born amidst a flurry of snow, how about we call you Ingshue?" Shichi responded, "Thank you, master, for the name." Ingshue accompanied Chu Yurue to Jui residence, while the figures trailing behind remained still, simply following them. Ingshue, sensing the presence of 3 individuals based on their aura, noted that one had departed. Upon their arrival at Jui residence, that person returned, accompanied by another in the trees at the southeast corner, atop the roof, and behind the pines in the courtyard, there was yet another. Chu Yurue furrowed her brow, pacing a few circles in the courtyard with her hands clasped behind her back. She then entered the room and dragged out a masked dark guard. The remaining 3 dark guards, realizing how accurately Chu Yurue had identified their hiding spots, had no choice but to reveal themselves and bowed, saying, "We are here under the command of the 10th Prince to protect Miss Chu." Initially, they had scoffed at the notion of guarding Chu Yurue, considering her merely a girl, and questioned the need for 4 dark guards for her protection. However, the 4 now found themselves at a loss for words. Chu Yurue raised an eyebrow, pondering whether she was particularly familiar with the 10th Prince. After some thought, she concluded that having a few more individuals to safeguard her was not a bad thing, and thus retired to her room to rest. Early the next morning, strange sounds emanated from the room of Bai Chi's. "Ouch. Please, be gentler. Don't touch there." Bai Wei sat beside the bed, sighing, "Young master, I am being as gentle as I can." Bai Chishu snatched the mirror from Bai Ji's hand, deciding, "Never mind, I'll do it myself." Frowning, he glanced at his bruised reflection in the mirror, bewildered. What on earth happened? How did I end up looking like this after just one night's sleep? Bai Wei and Bai Ji exchanged glances, silently thinking, "Isn't it because you drank too much last night?" Watching Bai Chishu struggle to apply medicine with one hand while holding the mirror with the other, he inadvertently aggravated his injuries, grimacing at his reflection. After a considerable effort, once the medicine was finally applied, Bai Qishu abruptly asked while changing clothes. Who brought me back last night? Bai Wei and Bai Ji were contemplating whether to inform him when Bai Qishu suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling Su Huai, and then remembered his drunken antics from the previous night, chasing Jun Su around the room, demanding kisses. Bai Qishu mechanically turned to Bai Ji, asking, "What happened last night?" Bai Ji chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Not much, I suppose." She recalled Su Huai's hasty departure from the previous evening. Although she was unsure of the details, it was likely not a pleasant affair. Bai Qishu tightened his belt, exclaiming, "Why didn't you keep a closer eye on me? If I truly frightened Su Huai, I shall have to bring some gifts to apologize." Gazing once more into the mirror, he mused, "Ah, perfection." Just then, Bai Wei, who had gone out to fetch breakfast, entered the room and announced, "Young master, Miss Chu has arrived." Bai Qishu was taken aback, recalling the words spoken by Chu Yurue at both the coronation ceremony and the Lantern Festival. Old friends are hard to find. Mountains, rivers, plums, and snow. Is there something amiss? Bai Qishu inquired, his heart racing. "It seems a dagger was lost in the residence yesterday," Bai Wei replied, "and it is said to be encased in dark blue, adorned with a red gemstone. She wishes to know if you have seen it." Bai Wei described the dagger. Bai Qishu's expression fluctuated between joy and sorrow, rendering him inscrutable. Without pausing for breakfast, he hastily took his fan and rushed to the hall, leaving behind only the words, "My old friend has returned," before disappearing from sight, leaving Bai Wei and Bai Ji bewildered. It had been 3 years since their last parting. The two had encountered each other countless times in dreams, yet had never anticipated that they would truly meet again. What would their reunion look like? Chu Yurue pondered for a long while, initially brimming with words for him, but upon seeing him, found herself rendered speechless. Ultimately, it was Bai Qishu who broke the silence, suggesting they speak in the study. Bai Qishu instructed Bai Wei and Bai Ji, "This time, not even the King of Heaven himself is to be allowed in." At that moment, Chu Yurue could no longer contain the tears that threatened to overflow. She embraced Bai Qishu, exclaiming, "Nanchuan, I knew it was you. I knew you were alive." Bai Qishu gently stroked her head, yet furrowed his brow and pushed her away, asking, "Jun Su, did I not instruct you to live well? How did you end up here?" With a cold chuckle, Chu Yurue replied, "To live, Nanchuan. I long to live, but they are forcing me to the brink." She would never forget the 3 harrowing days she had stumbled through the woods without food or water. Though she had never feared death, the profound loneliness had rendered her unable to seek life or death. Bai Qishu sighed, "Then what of our master?" Chu Yurue lowered her hands, "I do not know. They have likely." Bai Qishu inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "Well, since we have both been reborn in this strange world, it signifies that heaven has taken notice. Why dwell on the past? Let us cherish the present." Perhaps these words were all he could muster to comfort himself, ensnared in the whirlpool of turmoil. Chapter 33. The wind, flowers, snow, and moon. Bai Qishu sniffled, turning to sit at the desk, gesturing for Chu Yurue to take a seat as well. Since we have arrived at this juncture, why linger on bygone matters? We need not live in constant trepidation as we did in our previous lives. Rather, we can finally live for ourselves. How about I share my experiences since arriving here? 3 years ago, during that explosion, Bai Qishu had believed his demise was certain. Of course, at that time, he was not known as Bai Qishu but rather as Nankun. To be precise, he should have been referred to as Shi, a spy of Zyr, just like Chu Yurue's previous incarnation. Meijun Su. In contrast, Chu Yurue was tasked with taking lives in her previous existence, whereas she herself was responsible for gathering intelligence. Frequently donning male attire, she had grown accustomed to masquerading as a man, even presenting herself as the proprietor of an antique shop. That particular operation was intended to be flawless. However, to her astonishment, the adversary inexplicably unraveled Mei Jun's scheme, and reinforcements failed to arrive in a timely manner. Consequently, Nansun had no choice but to engage in a fight to the death, ultimately sacrificing herself to ensure Mei Jun's escape while she perished in the inferno. Upon awakening, she discovered she had become the unadorned young master of the Bai family. This individual had languished on a sickbed since childhood and had succumbed to poisoning 3 years prior, allowing her soul to inhabit his body. The Bai family had few legitimate male heirs, and with Bai Qishu's parents having passed away, it was falsely declared at his birth that he was a boy to secure his inheritance of the Bai estate. Except for Bai Wei and Bai Ji, his devoted maids, no one else was privy to Bai Qishu's true identity. Bai Qishu had been exceptionally skilled in concocting potions in her past life, whether antidotes or poisons. Upon realizing that 2 of the 3 elder patriarchs bore some responsibility for Bai Qishu's demise, she discreetly suppressed their influence. Over the past 3 years, those two elders had shown some restraint, seemingly abandoning their intentions to eliminate Bai Qishu. Chu Yurue listened intently to Bai Qishu's recollections. Prior to her arrival in Anping, she had constantly lamented her circumstances, even in this foreign realm, encountering an array of troubles. In hindsight, she realized she had been overly sentimental. A smile, genuine and heartfelt, graced her lips. Since she had resolved to live well in place of Chu Yurue, she would indeed do so. Those who had danced with death would no longer fear it. She now felt emboldened to speak her mind without trepidation, especially with companions by her side who fought alongside her. Bai Qishu pondered for a moment, then rose to nudge a vase on the bookshelf behind his desk. Instantly, the bookshelf slid apart, revealing a modest secret chamber within. Chu Yurue, unfazed, followed him inside. After a considerable search, Bai Qishu finally uncovered the information on Chu Cheng, which indicated that she had a younger brother. "Do you recall?" he inquired. The last time Ling Feng was sent to probe Chu Yurue, he had recognized the herbs brought back as a sign that she had been drugged, her memories gradually fading. However, at that time, they had not yet recognized each other. Although he knew that relying solely on herbs could not cure her ailment, he refrained from hastily delivering the prepared pills to Longqing Courtyard. Chu Yurue nodded, vaguely recalling some details, particularly that he had just bound his hair. Bai Qishu then scrutinized the information on Chu Yuanyuan, realizing that he might be in trouble. Chu Yurue was not foolish. Reflecting on her journey from Chu Cheng to Anping, she deduced that Chu Su likely had designs on her brother as well. "Can you find his current information?" she asked Dian Anping. She had only just assumed control of Chu Xian Pavilion yesterday, and her sources of information were limited. She was unaware that Chu Yuanyuan had fled from Chu Cheng and had been taken to Futsu Pavilion by Lian Yiqing. Bai Qishu, having never formally acknowledged Chu Yurue before, naturally had no inclination to meddle in others' affairs. He shook his head, stating, "I have not investigated, but if you wish to find out, I can dispatch someone immediately." Chu Yurue shook her head, replying, "There's no need. In 3 months, Chu Su will convene an exchange meeting in Chu Cheng. I believe it is time for me to return." Bai Qishu expressed surprise, asking, "Return to Chu Cheng alone? How should Chu Yuzhen handle this situation?" With Chu Yurue leaving for such an extended period and returning to Chu Cheng, it is bound to attract Chu Yuzhen's attention. Half-jokingly, Chu Yurue remarked, "Will you accompany me?" Bai Qishu found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not leave the Bai residence, especially with 2 elders awaiting his assistance. With a sigh, Chu Yurue continued, "As for Chu Yuzhen, I have my own plans. You need not worry. This time back in Chucheng, I intend to investigate the cause of my parents' demise. They would never have died by accident." The flicker of resolve crossed Chu Yurua's gaze as she pondered the whereabouts of her brother. Bai Qishu expressed his support for her course of action, yet he pulled her toward a hidden chamber, where he opened a box containing a variety of medicines. "This vial contains the antidote for your ailment, and these are remedies for injuries. I trust you will find them useful," he explained. Turning around, he retrieved a black box that he had previously placed on the bookshelf, but which he had noticed had been moved this morning. After matching his fingerprint to the device, the box opened effortlessly, revealing a handgun inside. "This is the very firearm I used before my journey here. Take it for your protection, though it contains only 6 bullets." Suddenly, Chu Yurue recalled her personal space, but aside from a dagger that was still usable, the remaining weapons had been taken by someone named Lian Yiqing. Nodding, she picked up the handgun and expressed her gratitude. Bai Qishu rolled his eyes, saying, "Why are you being so polite with me? I never expected that after 3 years, you would become so distant." Chu Yurue chose not to respond further. Having a friend like him was indeed a blessing. As she prepared to leave, Bai Qishu, disregarding his image, called out loudly for Bai Wei and Bai Ji, instructing them to summon Ling Feng, Qi Hua, and Luo Yu. Chu Yurue understood that he was considering her, helping her to strengthen her capabilities, and she graciously accepted his assistance. However, she noted that Ling Feng, Qi Hua, and Luo Yu were not as adept at concealing themselves as the other 4 shadow guards and Ning Shui, particularly Luo Yu, who stood out conspicuously. Chu Yurua's expression hardened. It seemed she needed to replace the lazy maidservants in her household. Determined, she returned to Ling Qingyuan and expelled the maidservants, venting her frustration. The maidservants, accustomed to their lax routine, were bewildered by their mistress's sudden outburst and, despite their reluctance, were dragged out of Jiuiju amidst tears and protests. Unaware of the reason behind Chu Yurua's anger, Chu Yuzhen, as her cousin, felt it was her duty to provide some comfort. She thoughtfully suggested that Chu Yurue select a few maidservants herself, accompanying her to the selection area. Chu Yurue casually strolled about and remarked, I will take that tallest one, the shortest one, and the one who is neither tall nor short. neither fat nor thin, neither beautiful nor plain. Nearby, Chu Yuzhen's lips twitched at her cousin's seemingly arbitrary choices, and then she noticed Ling Feng, Qi Hua, and Luo Yu step forward. It seemed that when Chu Yurua made her selections, she did so without any prior acquaintance with them. Chapter 34. Returning to Chuching in the misty rain, Su Huai found himself once again entranced by that ethereal white figure, gracefully swaying like slender willows in the breeze. There exists a poem that states, "In the north resides a beauty. With a mere glance, she topples a city. With another, she brings a nation to its knees." The enchanting maiden slowly cast her gaze back, and Su Huai, wide-eyed, was suddenly confronted with the visage of Bai Qishu. Startled, he leapt from his chair. Reflecting upon the evening of Bai Qishu's coronation, Su Huai was astonished to recall that he had been kissed by a man. Moreover, he had not relished it. As this thought crossed his mind, an unusual flush crept upon Su Huai's cheeks. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lien Yiqing regarded him as if he were a person afflicted with some ailment. Why is it that the Futsu Pavilion is so comfortable, allowing young Master Su to frequently indulge in spring dreams? Su Huai took a sip of tea to mask his embarrassment, exclaiming, "It is merely that I waited for you too long, leading me to take a brief nap." Lien Yiqing raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting it is my fault?" Su Huai chuckled awkwardly. No, that I have come today with pressing matters. Chu Yurue is preparing to return to Chu City, did you know? Lien Yiqing disregarded Su Huai's mention of urgent matters and bluntly stated, "She has been spending considerable time with Bai Qishu. For some inexplicable reason, I feel utterly distressed." Su Huai listened in astonishment to Lien Yiqing's revelation. He had not visited the Bai residence for several days and found himself grappling with an inexplicable aversion. Initially, his intent in getting close to Bai Qishu was to foster relations among the four prominent families. Yet now, upon learning of the closeness between Chu Yurue and Bai Qishu, he too felt thoroughly distressed. Certainly, there were numerous individuals in a state of discomfort, and the absence of either of them would not be missed. However, Su Huai only mourned for a brief moment before inquiring, "Are you still investigating the Fox Immortal?" Lien Yiqing replied nonchalantly, "Since the Fox Immortal does not appear to be associated with any other influential powers, why pursue the matter?" Su Huai, filled with fervor, slammed his hand on the table. "No, we must investigate. It is imperative." Lien Yiqing, startled by his sudden outburst, frowned and asked, "Is the Fox Immortal's whereabouts truly of such significance?" Realizing his behavior was excessive, Su Huai hesitated. "Well, this Fox Immortal possesses exceptional medical skills, and yes, if we could utilize them in the future." Lien Yiqing waved his hand dismissively. "You are correct. Yet the pressing concern remains the return to Chu City." "Return to Chu City? You? What of the 10th Imperial Uncle?" Su Huai bombarded him with 3 questions, though the last was evidently the most crucial. Lien Yiqing nodded, indicating that he too would personally journey back to Chu City. "As for the 10th Imperial Uncle, you will find someone, won't you?" Su Huai furrowed his brow. However, this endeavor is unlike previous ones. Chu City is not close to, and Ping It will take at least 10 days for a round trip, and if there are any unforeseen developments in the capital during that time, what then? Lien Yiqing turned away. "I trust you. You will have full responsibility for matters concerning the Wang residence of Zhongqiu." As he pushed open the door, Chu Yuan, who had been eavesdropping outside, nearly stumbled. Shortly after, Xiaoming rushed over. "Why are you not practicing martial arts, but rather sneaking around here?" Chu Yuan surmised that he had not intended to eavesdrop. He had sensed something amiss while outside, but fortunately, he had arrived after the news of Chu Yurue's return to Chu City had been shared. Otherwise, he would have been incessantly exclaiming, "Sister, I must go find my sister." Upon being caught eavesdropping, Chu Yuan hastily chuckled. "Are you searching for the Fox Fairy sister?" Su Huai's eyes brightened as he seized Chu Yuan's hand, inquiring, "Do you know where she is?" Chu Yuan shook his head and, noticing Su Huai's fist nearly coming his way, quickly protected his head, adding, "However, she is often accompanied by a troublesome girl named Luo Yu, so she should be easy to locate." Lien Yiqing, disinterested in discussing the Fox Fairy with them, swiftly departed from Futsu Pavilion. As March arrived, with peach blossoms in full bloom, Chu Yurue, after ensuring that her maidservants were of her own choosing, briefed Ling Feng, Qi Hua, Ing Shui, and Luo Yu on certain matters, falsely claiming she was merely going for a stroll. Glancing at the map in her hand, she recalled Bai Qishu's words. If the medicine proved ineffective, she could seek assistance from Wu Qing at the Nine-Needle Pavilion. Nine-Needle Pavilion. Chu Yurue silently repeated the name, pondering if it was derived from the Taosu Nine Needles. Without further contemplation, she stored the map in her personal space and prepared to depart. Nian Zhu followed closely behind Chu Yurue, observing as she entered a tailor's shop. only to emerge after a considerable time. She meandered through the streets before returning to Juyi residence, at which point Nianzhu felt reassured enough to report back to Chu Yuzhen. In a tea house, a captivating beauty leaned languidly against a table, sipping tea, her gaze fixed upon Nianzhu as she retraced her steps. Just as she was about to turn away, a familiar voice reached her ears. At that moment, Miss Chu was leisurely enjoying her tea in the tea house. Chu Yurue let out a cold laugh, hurling her teacup across the room, which Lien Yiqing caught with one hand. Such behavior from Miss Chu only serves to waste good tea, he remarked. Chu Yurue rose, retorting, I believe you have mistaken me. I am not amiss at all. Lien Yiqing placed the teacup on the table, scrutinizing Chu Yurue's attire. It appeared she had something in her shoes, making her seem slightly taller than usual. The high collar concealed her neck, preventing the visibility of her Adam's apple, and her voice, a touch coarser than normal, could easily mislead one into thinking she was merely an unadorned young master. Miss Chu's ruse of substitution was indeed astute. Lien Yiqing approached the beauty's side, watching as Chu Yurue walked away, then turned back to say, I have been following you since Longqing Courtyard. The person you just saw bore a striking resemblance to you. But her gait was assured and lively, unlike your usual serene demeanor. It is evident she has practiced martial arts for no less than 5 years. Chu Yurue was somewhat taken aback but continued to listen intently. Disguising oneself is merely a temporary measure. You shall be returning to Chu City in no less than 20 days. Are you not concerned about being exposed? The corners of Chu Yurue's mouth curled slightly. Since he had come to probe her, he would undoubtedly uncover all her information. Thus, there was no need for him to worry on her behalf. Suddenly, Lien Yiqing seated himself beside the beauty, addressing Chu Yurue. This time, I shall accompany you back to Chu City. What are your thoughts on this, miss? Chu Yurue raised an eyebrow, inquiring why. Lien Yiqing explained slowly, I am aware of your affliction, my lady. You must possess ample memories of Chuqing without my elaboration. I shall extend my assistance to you, provided that you take me along to Chuqing in search of an item as a form of exchange. Chu Yurue smiled and inquired, what if the item you seek happens to be something I desire as well? Lien Yiqing paused momentarily, but quickly responded, that would depend on who among us is more capable of retrieving it. Chu Yurue pondered with her hands clasped behind her back for a while before simply replying with a single word. Agreed. Lien Yiqing introduced himself, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Chu Yurue's lips curved into a slight smile. I am aware. That evening, when Lien Yiqing tested his own identity, he had already revealed his name. Lien Yiqing, does it imply fragrance is enhanced by clarity, and purity is elevated by elevation? Lien Yiqing had not anticipated that she would associate his name with a line of poetry. After all, it was merely a moniker devoid of profound significance. Chu Yurue entered the room, glancing at the screen beside the desk, my junsu. She continued, in ancient times, the lotus was often used as a metaphor for a gentleman. Your demeanor, it seems, bears little resemblance to that of a gentleman. It is one thing to intrude upon a lady's chamber at night, but to follow her is rather unbecoming. After their introductions, Chu Yurue unreservedly cast a disparaging remark at him. Chapter 35. An ambush on the journey in the horse market. Lien Yiqing observed Chu Yurue examining the steeds with a hint of astonishment. You can ride. It was indeed surprising that a young lady still residing in her boudoir could possess such a skill. Chu Yurue shot him a glance. If I were unable to ride, we would not be here selecting horses, but rather renting a carriage. The two mounted their horses and rode swiftly, reaching the outskirts by noon. Considering their need to continue their journey in the afternoon, Chu Yurue suggested they take a brief respite. They secured their horses and rested upon the grassy knoll. A gentle breeze stirred the air, and the distant thicket rustled. Suddenly, Chu Yurue opened her eyes, casting a wary glance towards the underbrush. She glanced at Lien Yiqing, who remained unperturbed. Her expression seemed to convey a sense of schadenfreude, as if to say, have your enemies come to pay you a visit? Exchanging glances, Lien Yiqing appeared indifferent. The hidden assailants had remained motionless for quite some time. Suddenly, Chu Yurue's horse neighed loudly and inexplicably broke free from its tether, galloping away. Alarmed, Chu Yurue realized she needed this horse for their journey and hurried after it. When she managed to subdue the steed and return to the original spot, she was met with a scene of chaos. Lien Yiqing was already surrounded by a group of men clad in black. Just as Chu Yurue hesitated on whether to intervene, an arrow struck Lien Yiqing in the shoulder. He grimaced, clutching his shoulder, yet resolutely pulled the arrow from his flesh. However, the situation appeared dire, as the blood that flowed was an unsettling shade of black. Though unsteady, Lien Yiqing persisted, and Chu Yurue joined the fray, soon arriving by his side. Supporting him, she inquired, are you all right? Lien Yiqing's brow was furrowed in pain, yet anger seeped into his voice as he demanded, "What are you doing here? You should leave at once." Chu Yurue was taken aback by his insistence to flee, recalling how her previous cowardice had led her to heed Nanjuan's words and abandon him, resulting in his demise in the inferno. Once again, the memory of the horse inexplicably breaking free from its tether flooded back to her. Could it be that Lien Yiqing was deliberately attempting to divert her attention? Her fingers grazed the plum blossom birthmark on her left arm, and from the machine emerged a silver thread, tightly binding the neck of the cloaked figure. With a swift tug, only a thin red line remained on the figure's neck as it collapsed. While dealing with the cloaked assailant, Chu Yurue also had to protect Lien Yiqing, and as more adversaries appeared, she took a deep breath. Before she could regain her composure, an arrow flew towards her, and to her astonishment, Lien Yiqing shielded her from the projectile. Supporting Lien Yiqing, she noticed the wound on his shoulder was still bleeding, likely poisoned by the arrow. "We must leave quickly." Lien Yiqing seemed to have lost his strength, his voice barely a whisper. "Silence," Chu Yurue said through gritted teeth. "You still need to guide me to Chu City." Lien Yiqing managed a faint smile. "But you don't have the map." He recalled how she had been studying the map throughout their journey. "The map, I cannot decipher it," Chu Yurue retorted, exasperated. Yet, Lien Yiqing remained silent, his eyes closing, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. After ensuring Lien Yiqing was settled, Chu Yurue rose to assess the encroaching cloaked figures. Regardless of their fierce assault, their focus remained on Lien Yiqing. Though they came into contact with her, there was no intent to harm her. Two arrows flew towards them with precision, suggesting that there were indeed hidden assailants. Could it be that with Chu Yurue at the center, the movements of Prince Ping and Chu Yuzhen would not be so swift? Drawing a gun from her spatial storage, she aimed it at one of the cloaked figures' heads. "Who dares to advance further? I shall end him." The cloaked figures exchanged glances. Chu Yurue had underestimated them, for they were ancient beings unaccustomed to firearms. With a resounding bang, a bullet erupted from the gun's muzzle, striking one man directly in the head, causing him to fall back lifelessly. This moment of shock stilled the cloaked figures, as no one had witnessed how Chu Yurue had acted. Though her demeanor was one of bravado, her heart raced. This gun held only 6 bullets, and even if she hit every target, she could only eliminate 6 foes. What would come next? As anticipated, after their brief days, the cloaked figures resolved to continue their assault. Frowning, Chu Yurue steeled herself and raised the gun. Before she could pull the trigger, the person aimed at collapsed in response. Stunned, she found another cloaked figure charging at her. As she swept the gun in his direction, he too fell to the ground. With a casual flick of her wrist, several more dropped. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining cloaked figures exchanged anxious glances and hastily retreated. Supporting Lien Yiqing, Chu Yurue glanced around but saw no one else, yet still expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your timely assistance." She had initially intended to teach Lien Yiqing to mount a horse so they could rush to the Juzhen Pavilion to seek the elusive Wu Qing mentioned by Bai Qishu, especially since she had no knowledge of the antidote for the poison. However, Lien Yiqing lacked the strength even to mount. Gritting her teeth, Chu Yurue managed to hoist him onto a horse, reluctantly abandoning the other steed. Grasping Lien Yiqing's hand, she urged, "Hold on tightly, for I shall not return to retrieve you if you fall." As Lien Yiqing's consciousness gradually faded, he could not help but chuckle upon hearing those words. In the meadow where the two had departed, a silver-haired man clad in a green robe observed their receding figures from behind a tree. Retracting the silver needles in his hand, he sighed softly. Lost in contemplation, seemingly unaware of the approach of another, or perhaps he was aware but chose to ignore it. "You have arrived. Do you not find your actions perilous?" Ziyun Taijun did not turn around as he spoke, his complexion pale, even more so than on the day when the sun shone brightly, almost translucent. The figure behind him was the mysterious individual who had been playing chess with Prince Shiyong, still donning a conical hat that obscured his features, sneering with disdain. "The truly dangerous one is you." Ziyun Taijun turned to regard him, as if seeing him for the first time. "With so many by Chu Yurua's side, do you intend to slay them all?" The face beneath the hat contorted with a grimace as the mysterious man placed a hand on the tree beside Ziyun Taijun and stepped closer. "Bai Qishu is inconsequential, but Lien Yiqing must die. Not even 1,000 deaths would quell the fury within." Ziyun Taijun furrowed his brow tightly. "You should have let go long ago. It has been hundreds of years. If she were still here, she would not wish for this, huh?" The mysterious man laughed. "Dare you mention Arui before me? Do you not realize that your actions contributed to her demise?" In the next moment, His hand reached for Xiun Taijuan's neck, tightening its grip. Strangely, Xiun Taijun offered no resistance. Humph. The mysterious man released his hold and turned away, disregarding Xiun Taijuan's anguished expression. Return to your bamboo grove, cultivate your strength using the flesh of mortals, and come back anew. If you perish, there will be few left in this world who are not weary of life. Chapter 36. I Ching poisoned. The sound of galloping hooves drew near. Before the people on the street could react, a horse sped by like the wind, and those with keen eyes noticed two men atop the steed, embracing in broad daylight. What a scandalous display! Chu Yurua had no time to concern herself with the gazes of others as she quickened her pace. Finally arriving at the Jiuzhen Hall, it appeared no different from other medical establishments, with a young apprentice dozing at the entrance, propping his chin on one hand. The sound of hooves startled him, nearly causing him to tumble down the steps. Leaping off her horse, Chu Yurua approached the apprentice, who rubbed his eyes, yawned, and regarded her. May I inquire if Gongzi Wuqing is present? A friend of mine has been injured and seeks his treatment. Chu Yurua asked politely. The young apprentice waved his hand dismissively. My master is in a foul mood today and will not attend to patients. He then turned to re-enter Jiuzhen Hall. Chu Yurua grasped his hand, saying, all healers in this world harbor benevolence, seeking to save lives and valuing human life above all. What does it mean to refuse treatment simply due to a foul mood? Does Gongzi Wuqing truly live up to his name? Lacking compassion? Alas, listen to your words. A man in a pink robe sauntered out from inside the Jiuzhen Hall, leaning against the doorframe. Now my mood is even worse, yet, upon catching sight of the masked Lien Yiqing, a fleeting moment of surprise washed over Chu Yurue. Fearing that time was of the essence, and that Lien Yiqing's affliction would deepen, she reluctantly set aside her pride and said, Young Master Wuqing, my friend is currently poisoned and truly requires your assistance. Wuqing cast a glance at Lien Yiqing, noticing the injury upon his shoulder. He'll be fine. He won't die, no need to save him, he remarked dismissively before turning to leave, only to be halted by Chu Yurue's voice. If young Master Wuqing is willing to lend aid, I shall offer something you desire in exchange, she quickly added. Wuqing raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Oh, you know what I fancy? Prior to arriving in Chu City, Bai Qishu had already briefed Chu Yurue, indicating that Wuqing was someone he had befriended upon his visit, a man obsessed with concocting potions, possessing many admirable qualities, save for his somewhat caustic tongue. Chu Yurue extended her left hand, asking, What do you see here? Wuqing leaned in with curiosity, but saw nothing. Suddenly, Chu Yurue blew gently, and Wuqing felt something invade his nostrils. A chorus of laughter erupted around them, the young apothecary nearby bewildered by his master's sudden outburst of mirth. Ha, what have you done at ha? Wuqing, aware that the substance he inhaled was dubious, found himself unable to stop laughing, his face contorting in amusement. Chu Yurue smirked mischievously. Oh, it's nothing much. It's called peach blossom laughter, derived from peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. What do you think, young Master Wuqing? Is it a beautiful name? Wuqing was now uncertain whether he was laughing or crying. Why should he concern himself with the beauty of a name at this moment? Humph. Chu Yurue continued. This potion will keep you laughing for a full half-hour. How does that sound, young Master Wuqing? Is its efficacy satisfactory? Ha. Wuqing clutched the doorframe, declaring, I won't save him, even if you kill me. So what if it's half an hour? Ha, I can endure. Chu Yurue twitched her lips, proceeding to clarify, young master, perhaps there's a misunderstanding. It's not merely half an hour, but rather half an hour each day. Wuqing's expression was a mix of incredulity and amusement, sucking in a breath yet unable to quell the laughter. All right, haha, I will save him, I suppose. Chu Yurue sprinkled another dose of powder, and before long, Wuqing's laughter ceased abruptly as he leaned against the doorframe, nearly losing his balance. Chu Yurue helped Lien Yiqing down from his horse, remarking, Had you said so earlier, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Child, you go upstairs and prepare the medicines for me, Wuqing instructed. The young apothecary, having received orders, dashed up the side staircase, while Wuqing strode into the main hall, with Chu Yurue supporting Lien Yiqing closely behind. Just as they stepped into the hall, a dart suddenly whizzed past. Had it not been for Chu Yurue's quick reflexes, she would have been struck. Steadying herself, she narrowed her eyes, observing, It seems, young Master Wuqing lacks sincerity. Wuqing turned back with a chuckle. My clinic has been unattended for quite some time. I was merely jesting with you, young master. Ha. The mere thought of Chu Yurue nearly stumbling while evading the dart brought another wave of laughter from him. Chu Yurue's lips curved into a slight arc, did they not? The laughter of young Master Wu Qing truly resembles the sound of celestial music, irresistible enough to ensnare one's senses. If he were to continue laughing. Just moments ago, Wu Qing had been chuckling, but he immediately fell silent, choking on his own saliva. His hand grazed a protrusion on the wall, turned it, and declared, "All right, I have deactivated the mechanism. You may enter now." Chu Yurui let out a cold laugh and assisted Lian eaching up the stairs. Were it not for witnessing Wu Qing's pulse-taking with her own eyes, Chu Yurui would genuinely believe that the Wu Qing from moments ago and the one before her were two different individuals. After examining Lian Yiqing's pulse, Wu Qing remarked, "I told you long ago, he will not perish." Chu Yurui stood up from her chair in delight. Does this imply he is saved? Even she could not fathom the source of her joy. Perhaps it was because he had taken an arrow for her, thus she wished for his survival. Wu Qing approached Chu Yurui and asked, "Who said that?" "This poison is called dream soul remoteness. What do you think? Does it sound pleasant?" Chu Yurui nearly struck him in frustration. "What do you mean by that?" Wu Qing turned to explain. "This poison has yet to have an antidote formulated. As you can see, it induces a state of apparent death. The afflicted will dream of either their most dreaded fears or their most cherished desires within 3 days. If the poisoned individual possesses a weak will, there are only 2 outcomes. The first, to succumb to nightmares. The second, to linger in beautiful dreams. However, ultimately, none can endure prolonged fasting and thirst, and death is inescapable." Chu Yurui took a step back. What does this signify? No antidote, beautiful dreams, or nightmares. If I were to be afflicted with this poison, I fear I would not survive. What shall we do? After a pause, Chu Yurui raised her head to inquire. Wu Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Why the long face? I merely stated that those with weak wills cannot survive. Do you lack confidence in him?" Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yurui, he added, "Fretting is of no use. I suggest you go out and procure some sustenance to fill your stomach. There are still 3 days. What is the rush?" Chu Yurui shot him a glare. "If he were not your friend, you would surely be unconcerned." With that, she turned and dashed down the stairs. Wu Qing watched as Chu Yurui's figure receded, then turned to Lian Yiqing, who lay on the couch, and remarked, "Lian Yiqing, you truly are fortunate in love." Just moments ago, when he had leaned closer to Chu Yurui, he had noticed the earlobe piercings she bore, and Wu Qing had naturally recognized that Chu Yurui was a woman. Chapter 37. Inquiries at the inn surrounded by the gentle sound of flowing water. When Lian Yiqing opened his eyes, he beheld the scene of petals gracefully descending. He sat up from the grass, incredulous, gazing at his hands for a long moment, pondering internally, "Am I still alive? But why was I lying on the grass? Where is this place?" Lian Yiqing continued walking forward, and in the distance, he spotted the figure of a woman clad in a flowing crimson gown, washing silk by the riverside. Lian Yiqing wished to inquire about this place. Yet as he approached, the woman turned and greeted him with a gentle smile. Upon seeing her face, Lian Yiqing was utterly astonished. It was a visage identical to that of Lianer, or rather, Lianer bore an uncanny resemblance to her. "You?" Lian Yiqing finally spoke, uttering merely a "you." He must be lost in a dream. She had long departed from this world, yet this dream felt astonishingly vivid as she stood before him with a gentle smile, her dimples dancing, her skirts fluttering, and not a word escaping her lips, but that was sufficient. Even if it were a dream, it was enough to linger in one's thoughts. The surroundings gradually blurred. Towering edifices gave way to pavilions and intricate palaces, adorned with carved railings and jade structures, golden dragons coiling about the pillars. This place, known as the palace, harbored sights that one could never fully behold in a day, wealth that could scarcely be exhausted in a lifetime, and splendor that could never be fully enjoyed within one's existence. The sound of gongs and drums rose and fell. The palace seemed to perpetually buzz with liveliness, albeit lacking a certain warmth of humanity. With a mere 3 feet of white silk, she chose to end her own life. Regardless of how fervently he called out, she would remain in eternal slumber, never to awaken again. Lying in the Jujin pavilion, Lian Yiqing was drenched in cold sweat, appearing utterly distressed. Due to the mask he wore, Chu Yurui could not discern his expression. Just as her hand was about to touch Lian Yiqing's mask, Wu Qing, returning from outside, called out, "Still not awake?" Chu Yurui quickly withdrew her hand, noting his evident discomfort. Wu Qing was not surprised. It was likely he had dreamt of something distressing. Chu Yurui lowered her gaze, grasping Lian Yiqing's hand, attempting to calm him. Wu Qing chuckled lightly, advising her, "You might as well abandon such thoughts. If the dream spirit were so easily unraveled, it would hardly be called poison." Ignoring Wu Qing, Chu Yurue spoke to herself. Lien Yiqing, do not bring me disappointment. Lien Yiqing, do not bring me disappointment. For some reason, hearing her voice in the dream instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance. On the third day, Chu Yurue ascended the stairs, her heart racing with an unknown emotion. She stood outside the door for a moment, feeling genuine fear. Yes, a palpable fear. That Lien Yiqing might, as Wu Qing had warned, remain ensnared in this dream and never awaken after the third day passed. Taking a deep breath, she slowly pushed open the door, standing momentarily stunned at the sight of the empty bed. Soon, she let out a self-deprecating laugh as Wu Qing's footsteps approached, sounding somewhat hurried. He pushed open the door and called out, "Young master." Chu Yurue moved to the window, realizing he had indeed awakened. Hadn't he? Wu Qing exhaled, stating, he merely went out to attend to some matters. There's no need for concern. Before Chu Yurue could respond, Wu Qing continued, it's nothing serious. He should be back by dusk. Chu Yurue lowered her head and remained silent, eventually turning to say, I am not worried, as long as he has awakened. That is good. We shall set off tomorrow, at some unknown time. A completely white fox emerged from beneath the bed, sniffing around Chu Yurue's feet. Startled by the sudden appearance of the fox, she took 2 steps back. Tonger, how could you let it out? Wu Qing said, somewhat displeased. The little medicine boy, hearing Wu Qing's voice, hurriedly called for Yinzhu while carrying the fox away. When Lien Yiqing received news of movements from Prince Xiaoyang, he hurried to find the nearest informants from Fuqiu Pavilion. In truth, he had awakened on the second day, yet he had refrained from alerting Chu Yurue. When he returned after completing his business, he caught sight of Chu Yurue's silhouette. She was leaning against the window, seemingly gazing at something unknown. Upon sensing the footsteps of Lien Yiqing behind her, Chu Yurue did not turn around immediately. It was only after Lien Yiqing cleared his throat that she finally glanced back. You're back? Her voice bore no significant difference from her usual tone, yet it carried an air of coldness and detachment. It evoked memories of their initial encounter when she had inquired about his identity. Lien Yiqing felt a twinge of melancholy down him. Even Chu Yurue herself could not fathom the source of her irritation. Perhaps it was the fact that he had awakened long before yet chose not to inform her, causing her unnecessary worry. But what was she truly concerned about? As Chu Yurue descended the stairs, she contemplated that while Lien Yiqing had ventured out on business, even Wu Qing, whom she had known for merely a day, had been informed, yet she had been kept in the dark. But what was there to be angry about? As Chu Yurue had mentioned, they had spent the night resting at the Nine Needles Pavilion and departed early the next day. She had procured a horse and, before leaving, presented Wu Qing with some herbs that resembled the frivolous charm of peach blossoms. Her own opinion deemed them useless, yet Wu Qing found them delightful. Mounting their horses, Wu Qing leaned against the doorframe, watching as the 2 figures receded into the distance. Giddy up, Chu Yurue did not glance at Lien Yiqing beside her. She tugged at the reins and surged ahead. Lien Yiqing, bewildered as to how he had provoked this young lady, followed closely on horseback, engulfed in confusion. The journey proceeded in silence. Although they had been unfamiliar during their initial encounter, Chu Yurue had occasionally sought his opinions while studying the map, which fostered a gradual familiarity. Despite her tone remaining consistently brusque, it was far more amiable than the current aloofness that cloaked her demeanor. By midday, the 2 were compelled to halt in search of an inn to rest. Observing Chu Yurue pull on the reins, Lien Yiqing halted as well. Not far ahead loomed the city gates of Chu City. They casually entered a relatively clean inn. The innkeeper, perceptive to their distinguished appearance, hurriedly approached to attend to them. Chu Yurue handed him a silver tael and ordered a few small dishes. However, as the innkeeper prepared to return change, she grasped his hand, inquiring, Is there any news from Onping lately? The innkeeper, having accepted the silver, beamed and replied, What does the young master wish to know? Chu Yurue, taking up her chopsticks, wiped them clean and responded, Something significant. The innkeeper's eyes darted thoughtfully, pondering what constituted as significant news, then remarked, There is nothing particularly momentous, except perhaps the incident involving the 10th imperial uncle who was attacked while traveling. Lien Yiqing observed Chu Yurue's expression in silence, and upon hearing this news, she appeared somewhat astonished. The 10th imperial uncle? Attacked? Him? 3 questions in succession. She seemed incredulous that someone of such stature could be the target of an assassination attempt. Indeed, the assailant had aimed for His Majesty. But unexpectedly, the 10th imperial uncle stepped forward to shield him and was subsequently wounded in the left hand. The assailant then ingested poison and took his own life. His Majesty, enraged, has permitted the 10th imperial uncle to recuperate at home for a month, forbidding any visitors, and has dispatched Lord Xian from the Autumn Inspection Bureau to investigate the forces behind the assailant. Chapter 38. A timely encounter. The 10th Imperial Uncle would risk his life for Emperor Huaxiang. And Chu Yurui's gaze flickered as she caught sight of Lien Yiqing's usual calm demeanor. Is there more? The innkeeper continued, moreover, if one were to insist on mentioning significant matters, it would be the recent illness of Miss Chu San from Anping. Chu Yurui clearly displayed little interest in this news, as she was already aware of Chu Yurui's ailment. Before arriving in Chu City, she had conspired with Ling Feng and the others. Ling Feng, Qihua, and Luo Yu were the ones she had chosen to present before Chu Yuzhen, who naturally recognized them. Should one of them suddenly be absent, Chu Yuzhen would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Thus, the most suitable candidate to impersonate Chu Yurui was Ing Shui. Chu Yurui had instructed her to feign illness on her return from the streets, thereby avoiding considerable trouble. Having poisoned herself, Chu Yuzhen would harbor no suspicion, merely believing that the accumulation of the drug had reached a critical point, resulting in the onset of her illness. This hardly constituted any fresh news. Chu Yurui, while placing food into her mouth, thought that this information must have reached her the moment she departed from Anping. Observing Chu Yurui's lack of interest, the innkeeper hastily added, "Dear guest, please continue to listen. The crux of my tale lies not here. After Miss Chu San fell ill, His Highness the Ping Wang has been searching far and wide for medicine to cure her, truly sparing no expense." Cough. Chu Yurui nearly choked at the mention of the Ping Wang. Rescue her? One would scarcely believe that. The two of them are likely preoccupied with devising ways to bring about my demise, let alone rescue me. In recent days, this matter had spread like wildfire, with rumors asserting that Miss Chu San was destined to become the Ping Wang's consort. Both individuals held esteemed statuses. Were they not a perfectly matched pair? The innkeeper grew increasingly animated in his storytelling, yet upon catching a glance from Lien Yiqing, he inexplicably felt a chill. Chu Yurui also sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere. A fleeting glance at Lien Yiqing revealed nothing amiss. After all, he wore a mask, rendering him inscrutable. Since he began to probe her intentions, he had never removed that mask, which could only indicate his distrust, as he had no intention of opening his heart to her. Why should she be vexed? As Chu Yurui pondered this, she realized that although Chu City was a fair distance from Anping, the rapidity with which news of the Ping Wang seeking medicine for her spread suggested a deliberate attempt to create the illusion among the populace that their union was a foregone conclusion. With this thought, she found her meal tasteless and after a prolonged silence, finally asked Lien Yiqing, "What shall we do?" Lien Yiqing, pleased that Chu Yurui was willing to converse with him, replied, "There is no use in hurrying now. Even if we were to rush to Anping immediately, we could not halt the spread of rumors. Presently, it seems that matters in Chu City take precedence." Chu Yurui nodded in agreement with Lien Yiqing's perspective. As they approached Chu City, the two sold their horse at a nearby market and continued their journey, soon arriving before the city gates. Chu Yurui lifted her gaze, observing that the ancient gates had become overrun with moss, while the walls cast mottled shadows in the fading light of dusk. Returning to Chu City stirred a sense of melancholy within her. After all, this was the place where she had spent 18 years of her life, and she could feel fragmented memories gradually coalescing. Not long after, they encountered a throng of people, tightly packed in layers, clamoring loudly, with the din attracting even more onlookers until the road was completely blocked. Chu Yurui pushed through the crowd. Usually indifferent to spectacles, she found herself drawn in by a sudden shout from within the throng. "Release me!" A woman clad in a delicate, flower-patterned gown of pale yellow struggled, calling out in broad daylight as she was forcibly seized. "Brave heroes, come to the aid of this unfortunate maiden." Chu Yurui furrowed her brow as she observed the two men grasping the woman's arms, accompanied by a gentleman in blue behind them. Those nearby, initially unaware of the situation, were stirred by the woman's desperate cry, immediately igniting a sense of righteous indignation. It was evident that she was unwilling to accompany them. Yet they persisted in dragging her away, exclaiming, "What kind of man would bully a defenseless woman?" Indeed. The two who had been grasping the woman exchanged awkward glances with the man in blue, who was now perspiring profusely. That moment, Lien Yiqing squeezed through the crowd, while Chu Yurui had no intention of intervening. She cast a discreet glance at Lien Yiqing, preparing to navigate through the throng towards the Chu residence. The woman, sensing a slight relaxation in her captor's grip, managed to break free and dash towards Chu Yurui, enveloping her in a sudden embrace. "Young master, please save me." Startled by the unexpected hug, Chu Yurui found herself unable to extricate herself and whispered urgently, "Let go." The woman, however, replied playfully, "No, I shall not release you unless you take me with you." Lien Yiqing's brows knitted tightly, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Why did you venture out in male attire only to attract such attention? Chu Yurue's expression darkened. The fact that the woman had escaped her captors indicated she possessed formidable skills. Now she dared to instruct me to save her. What audacity! The woman paused, loosening her grip on Chu Yurue's arm, allowing Chu Yurue to escape her embrace. She had never been one to display undue kindness towards strangers, for such tendencies only led her to perceive the world's inhabitants as despicable. The three men hastily approached, with the gentleman in blue bowing apologetically. I apologize for the trouble caused to the young master. Chu Yurue shot a glance at the woman, silently admonishing her to take better care of her own protector. Subsequently, she followed Lian Yiching out of the crowd, leaving a few astonished onlookers behind. When the woman lunged at her, Chu Yurue had caught sight of the token at her waist, which was crafted with greater finesse than her own. Perhaps she was someone of considerable importance. Despite her attire resembling that of the Huaxiang Kingdom, her jewelry unmistakably identified her as a native of Hanli Kingdom. The two who had seized her were guards. While the man in blue appeared to hold a rank superior to theirs, yet he treated the woman with utmost respect, suggesting a master-servant relationship. As Chu Yurue departed, the woman stood pouting in place. The gentleman in blue stepped forward, saying, "Miss, please cease this commotion and return with us to Wamping." The guards refrained from forcibly seizing her as they had before. Shi Suxian gazed at Chu Yurue's retreating figure and suddenly declared with determination, "I will not go. I refuse to be taken to an unfamiliar place to marry a stranger." Gradually, the crowd dispersed and Qinglan spoke, "My lord." Yet, Shi Suxian quickly reverted to her previous demeanor, smiling as she remarked, "I've heard that there will be an exchange fair in Chu City soon, attracting many visitors. I wish to witness it." Qinglan furrowed her brows, yet Shi Sunyan playfully whined, "There's still plenty of time." Xiao Lan, "I'm merely going for a quick look. Nothing will happen. After all, it's my last chance to be willful before I marry." Upon hearing this, Qinglan felt a pang of distress in her heart, yet managed to tug at the corners of her mouth, thinking it was fine as long as her master called for her. Shi Sunyan clutched his sleeve, insisting, "No, I shall call you. Xiao Lan, Xiao Lan, Xiao Lan." Qinglan felt embarrassed by her incessant calling, her cheeks flushing red, yet Shi Sunyan remained oblivious to her expression, dragging her towards the direction of the Chu family. Chapter 39. The Maid. Jiangyi. The trees were adorned in autumn hues, and the mountains were bathed in the glow of dusk. Lian Yiching and Chu Yurue ascended the winding mountain path, surrounded by numerous travelers. The Shuang villa, residence of the Chu family, lay atop this mountain, seemingly aligned with their own destination. Contrary to the desolation remembered, the villa buzzed with life due to the influx of many from the Jianghu, with maids at the entrance greeting the arriving guests. Chu Yurue observed one of the maids, who kept her head bowed, hardly glancing at anyone, dutifully attending to her responsibilities. A string of laughter, like silver bells, caught their attention as a figure clad in pale yellow came into view, causing Chu Yurue to feel a headache. She had encountered her once more. Choosing to ignore the person behind them, Lian Yiching and Chu Yurue approached the welcoming maid. Lian Yiching declared their identities, while Chu Yurue remained silent beside him. The name Mei Junsu was probably not widely recognized anymore, rendering its mention rather futile. The maid hesitantly replied, "I truly apologize, but we are currently overwhelmed with guests, and the villa has limited rooms. Would it be possible for you to share a room?" Chu Yurue's lips twitched slightly. Had they indeed arrived too late? Turning to see Lian Yiching's furrowed brow, it was evident he too was troubled by the accommodation issue. "Then let the young lady decide." Chu Yurue spoke just as Lian Yiching regarded her with surprise. Having grown accustomed to sharing sleeping quarters with 7 or 8 others during her previous missions, she found it peculiar to feel shy about such arrangements. Yet, Lian Yiching was puzzled. This Chu Yurue was becoming increasingly inscrutable. A proper young lady who could ride was one thing, but not minding sharing a room with a man was quite another. By the time he regained his composure, Chu Yurue had already heard the location of their room and was preparing to enter Shuang Villa, prompting Lian Yiching to hurriedly follow her, as twilight still lingered. The two did not remain confined to their room, but rather ventured separately to gather intelligence. Since Lian Yiching had awakened without informing her and had acted independently, their communication had diminished. However, after Shi Sunyan's earlier interruption, they had somewhat reverted to a normal state. Though Chu Yurue did not intend to investigate alongside Lian Yiching, perhaps parting ways would yield more information. Despite having lived in this place for 18 years, Chu Yurue's memories were not particularly vivid, and as she wandered aimlessly, she found herself at a moon gate, just as she spotted a man and woman in the distance. Behind the moon gate appeared to be a garden, causing her to hastily retreat. Contemplating, her fingers brushed against the plum blossom birthmark on her left arm. Silver threads emerged from the mechanism and latched onto the wall, prompting Chuyurue to leap onto the wall's edge. Having never engaged in the act of peeping, she felt an inexplicable thrill coursing through her. Upon closer inspection, several peach trees were planted in the garden. And now, in the month of March, it was the season when the peach blossoms were in full bloom. The woman, possessing a complexion reminiscent of peach blossoms, seemed to blend seamlessly with the picturesque scenery before her. Beside her stood a man clad in a dark robe, gently brushing the petals from her hair. Chuyuru, stifling a yawn, had initially hoped to glean some information but found herself inadvertently caught up in this trivial occurrence, which she deemed rather dull. She felt an inexplicable sensation of being observed, and upon spotting Chuyuru perched upon the wall, she was momentarily taken aback. Chuyuru, startled by Tao's gaze, hastily leaped down from the wall, thankful that the sound was not overly loud. Her heart raced as she quickly turned to flee. Although she was dressed as a man, she had not disguised her appearance, fearing that someone particularly familiar might recognize her. "What troubles you, Taoji?" Chuyulu, unaware of the reason behind Taoji's sudden glance towards the wall, followed her gaze. Taoji shook her head with a gentle smile. "It's nothing, the hour grows late, and the wind has begun to rise." Looking at the drifting petals, Chuyulu remarked, "Indeed, let us return." Just as Chuyuru had taken a few steps, she collided with someone, causing the fabric the person was carrying to tumble to the ground. Rubbing her head, Chuyuru stood up and discovered it was a maidservant, dressed similarly to those who received guests at the door. She helped the maid pick up the fallen fabric and apologized. "I beg your pardon, I was hurrying too much." The young maid, taken aback by the sight of such a handsome gentleman, felt flustered and replied softly, "It's quite all right, I wasn't paying attention either." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, and her cheeks flushed. Chuyuru seized the opportunity to inquire about some information, asking, "Where might you be headed?" "My lady, I am new to this place and unfamiliar with the paths. I merely wandered and ended up here." The maid replied, "You may call me Jiang and I am delivering fabric to Madame Tao." Chuyuru raised an eyebrow. "Madame Tao? Is she the lady in the peach-colored attire?" "The one I just saw beside her." Jiang looked up and confirmed, "Yes, indeed, that is her. The gentleman beside her is the eldest son." After pondering for a moment, Chuyuru realized that the man beside her was Chuyulu. Although she had little memory of this nominal brother, the scene she had just witnessed indicated that Chuyulu harbored a strong affection for Madame Tao. She further inquired, "What is the background of Madame Tao?" Jiang Yi shot her a curious glance, seemingly perplexed by the question. Realizing her inquiry was rather direct, Chuyuru hastily added, I merely had the fortune of catching a glimpse of Madame Tao earlier, and her enchanting features piqued my curiosity unexpectedly." Jiang Yi's brows furrowed as she retorted, "Humph, but Tao Ji is not as virtuous as one might think. She was originally a maid purchased by the master and mistress. Yet somehow she has managed to ingratiate herself beside the eldest Sona in the past. She was quite close to the fourth young master." Tao Ji. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Chuyuru recalled a maid named Tao Ji who had once been by her side, noting that Chu Yuan had shared a good rapport with her. Hearing Jiang Yi mention the fourth young master, it was evident that this individual referred to none other than Chu Yuan himself. So what of the fourth young master? Would he truly be content to have Tao Ji taken from him? Chuyuru tentatively inquired, appearing merely as a passerby with a penchant for gossip. Jiang Yi sighed heavily. "Alas, my lord, you are unaware that both the master and mistress have departed this world. The fourth young master is now left with only his elder sister, the third young lady, by his side. 2 months ago, the third young lady journeyed to Anping, and the fourth young master had only recently come of age. What could he possibly contend with? Moreover, I have not laid eyes on the fourth young master for quite some time. It is said that he was abducted." "What did you say?" Chuyuru's heart raced at the mention of abduction, his emotions surging. Jiang Yi was startled by his reaction but slowly continued her tale. "The fourth young master, dissatisfied with the actions of the two elders, ran away from home. Little did he know, he was ensnared by an enigmatic carriage and kidnapped by a masked man." Jiang Yi spoke with a hint of trepidation, her words hesitant, yet she added, "But I have only heard whispers of this." A masked figure immediately materialized in Chuyuru's mind. Thereafter, Jiang Yi's words became a blur. Chapter 40. In Pursuit of Information. Young Master. As Chuyuru turned to leave, a familiar voice called from behind. He quickened his pace, yet the voice persisted. "Young Master?" Looking up, he found Shirsushian standing before him, her eyes sparkling with a playful glint. Chuyuru pressed his forehead. "What is it?" Young master, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you earlier. I wish to befriend you. My name is Suxian. And you are? Sure. Suxian cleverly concealed her surname, for it was well known that Sure belonged to the Hanli royal family. Mei Jun Su, Chu Yuru uttered the three characters, attempting to bypass Sure Suxian to return to his quarters. She mistakenly believed he was unaware of her identity, yet he had already surmised a considerable amount through the token and was reluctant to entangle himself with royalty. Mei Jun Su. Sure Suxian slowly savored the name, then looked up to inquire, does it hold any special significance? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuru paused momentarily, recalling what Lien Yiqing had said while explaining his own name. A subtle smile unfurling at the corners of his lips. It is merely a name. What significance can it possibly bear? Sure Suxian stood there, momentarily dazed by his response, and by the time she regained her senses, Chu Yuru had already walked away. As night fell, a shadow of a girl danced outside the room of Chu Yuru and Lien Yiqing, hesitating whether to enter. After swallowing hard, Sure Suxian finally knocked on the door. Mei Gij, are you in there? With a creak, the door opened to reveal Lien Yiqing wearing a mask. Sure Suxian had noticed him outside the city gates, yet he had remained silent and masked. Easily overlooked. I am looking for Mei Gij. Is he in this room? Sure Suxian asked hesitantly, having gathered information for some time, yet fearful of being mistaken. Lien Yiqing glanced at her but did not fully open the door. He is. Before Lien Yiqing could finish, Sure Suxian, brimming with enthusiasm, darted past him into the room, scanning the interior only to find it empty, before circling around the screen. Lien Yiqing maintained the same posture as Sure Suxian, who was conversing outside the door. After completing the phrase taking a bath, he was taken aback to discover that Sure Suxian was already behind the screen. Behind the screen, the air was thick with steam, and Chu Yuru sat in the bathing tub with her back to Sure Suxian. By the time she registered Sure Suxian's voice, it was already too late. Chu Yuru endeavored to keep her voice composed as she inquired, "What is it?" Unbeknownst to her, Sure Suxian's face had already flushed a deep crimson, rendering her unable to move her feet. Ultimately, with a firm resolve, she stomped her foot, closed her eyes, and dashed out, exclaiming, "Mei Gu, I have brought you some pastries. I hope you enjoy them." She tossed the pastries into Lien Yiqing's hands and vanished from sight. Lien Yiqing stood there, momentarily bewildered by the pastries in his grasp, and quipped to the screen's exterior, "Are the women of Hanli Kingdom so uninhibited? You ought to have a word with her. Otherwise, she may end up with false hopes." Chu Yuru, concealed behind the screen, remained silent as she donned her garments and stepped around the screen, frowning as she remarked, "It would only complicate matters further. With her temperament, she thrives on chaos." Lien Yiqing placed the pastries upon the table, casting a casual glance at Chu Yuru, whose hair still dripped with water, clad only in undergarments. Lien Yiqing's expression darkened instantly as he carelessly grabbed a book and sat down, flipping through its pages without truly reading a word. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chu Yuru sitting on the couch, lost in thought, oblivious to whatever was on her mind. Clearing his throat, he coughed twice. "Aren't you going to put on your clothes?" Chu Yuru responded with a puzzled ah, then looked down at her attire. "But I am wearing them, aren't I?" Lien Yiqing lowered his head in silence. Chu Yuru chuckled, fragrance wafts further and purer, standing tall and pristine. Lien Yiqing remained reticent, unsure of her meaning, avoiding her gaze. Noticing that her hair was nearly dry, Chu Yuru decided to don her outer coat, for it was still March, and she wished to avoid catching a chill before the morning's exchange conference. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, and the room fell into an oppressive silence. Chu Yuru perused the of Chu Chang in her personal space, while Lien Yiqing pretended to read, each absorbed in their own world, unaware of each other's thoughts. Yet, Lien Yiqing believed Chu Yuru was merely daydreaming. An idea suddenly crossed his mind. Could her old affliction have resurfaced? He was still uncertain whether her foolishness was genuine or merely a sporadic occurrence. If Chu Yuru were to fathom his thoughts, she would undoubtedly retaliate with a punch. "I encountered Lady Tao today," Chu Yuru finally said, having finished her examination of Chu Qing's, her demeanor appearing to return to normal. Silence met her revelation, prompting Chu Yuru to glance at Lien Yiqing. She sought to ascertain the whereabouts of Chu Yuanyuan. Continuing, she added, "A little maid casually engaged me in conversation, and during our chat, she mentioned Yuanyuan. She said he has left home and is currently untraceable. Do you have any news of him?" Chu Yuru intentionally omitted the maid's claim that Chu Yuanyuan had been abducted, probing Lien Yiqing for information. She reflected that their encounters had been few, and she knew nothing of Lien Yiqing's true identity, not even his appearance, which diminished her trust in him further. As the scene of Lien Yiqing shielding herself from the arrows flashed through her mind, She involuntarily felt a pang of emotion, which prevented her from directly inquiring whether Chu Yuyuan was the one who had abducted him. Upon hearing Lien Yiqing mention Chu Yuyuan, her hand, which held the book, twitched unconsciously. She did not raise her gaze, perhaps out of trepidation. Or was it uncertainty? Ultimately, he chose to conceal the fact that he had brought Chu Yuan back to Futsu Pavilion. Chu Yurui lacked any formidable influence in the capital, and with Chu Yuzhen by her side, she hardly had the energy to oversee Chu Yuyuan. Upon hearing this, Chu Yurui said nothing further, letting out a sigh, lost in thought. Her hands propped on the couch, she swung her legs, and for a fleeting moment, she found Lien Yiqing's reading posture oddly familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Chu Yurui gazed intently at Lien Yiqing, lost in reverie, until Lien Yiqing glanced up at her, prompting her to turn her head away and awkwardly inquire, "What have you discovered?" As for the prizes of the upcoming exchange conference, there was a remarkable treasure concealed within Shuang Mountain Villa, which could be sought freely once the conference concluded, with the discoverer sharing the spoils equally with Chu Su. Chu Yurui narrowed her eyes, momentarily setting aside her suspicions about Lien Yiqing's involvement in the abduction of Chu Yuyuan. It seemed that the information he had gathered was far more reliable than her own, yet she still posed the question, "Do you consider the information credible?" Chapter 41. Shuang Mountain Villa. Lien Yiqing did not respond to Chu Yurui's query. Instead, he tossed the question back at her, "What do you think?" He was eager to hear her perspective. After pondering for a while, Chu Yurui carefully analyzed, "If it is true, then Chu Su would not be generous enough to share equally. If it is false, with so many individuals from the martial world involved, how would he conclude this matter?" She directed her gaze at Lien Yiqing, hoping to hear his thoughts on her analysis. Lien Yiqing kept his eyes on his book, and it truly seemed as though he resembled that person. "I believe I wish to sleep," Lien Yiqing suddenly declared, leaving Chu Yurui momentarily stunned, realizing that while she was earnestly analyzing, he had not been paying attention at all. Then she noticed Lien Yiqing beginning to undress. "What are you doing?" Chu Yurui asked, her tone laced with caution. Lien Yiqing smirked, bathing. He himself could not fathom why he felt inexplicably cheerful and wanted to tease Chu Yurui. However, Chu Yurui was entirely unfazed by his antics, watching as he draped his outer robe over the screen, then slipped behind it, only to resume teasing him. "You wouldn't be bathing while wearing a mask, would you? Since our acquaintance began, you've never removed your mask. Surely, you haven't committed some heinous act that would incite the wrath of others, have you?" Chu Yurui rambled on outside, reclining on the couch and letting her imagination run wild. Inside, as Lien Yiqing bathed, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he ultimately couldn't help but chuckle before regaining his composure, replying, "Not at all. My appearance is rather unremarkable, lest I startle Miss Chu." Chu Yurui sat up from the couch. Finding Lien Yiqing truly peculiar, she had never heard him refer to himself as unattractive before. "Did I not mention that you should call me Mei Junsu when outside?" Chu Yurui noticed that Lien Yiqing still referred to her as young lady, which would surely cause trouble if Chu Su were to find out. It felt rather uncomfortable and rather unappealing. Lien Yiqing thought that Yurui sounded infinitely more melodious than Junsu, and besides, he had consistently addressed her in that manner. Sitting on the couch, Chu Yurui pondered in silence, contemplating whether she should take offense at the suggestion that her master's name was unattractive. Lien Yiqing, without a hint of courtesy, retorted, "Do you even have a master?" "What kind of master? A martial arts teacher? Male or female? What is their name? How old are they?" Why did I not uncover this information while researching Chu Yurui? At this moment, Chu Yurui was unaware of the barrage of questions swirling in Lien Yiqing's mind. Realizing she had inadvertently mentioned her master, who had already passed away, hadn't he? Shaking her head, she lay back on the couch, questioning why so many inquiries were necessary. She simply wished to bathe. The two fell silent, and the room was once again enveloped in tranquility. Lien Yiqing was puzzled as to why Chu Yurui was so sensitive about the term master. Once she finished her bath, she found Chu Yurui had already turned onto her side and drifted into slumber. In truth, the couch was not particularly small, yet Chu Yurui was curled up on the edge, at risk of rolling off at any moment. Lien Yiqing sighed, uncertain of what to do. If she slept outside, wouldn't that mean she would have to take the inner space? Standing by the edge of the couch for quite some time, she remained motionless. After some contemplation, she opted to walk over to a chair. Sitting down to peruse a book, Chu Yurui, in a light sleep, drowsily heard the sound of pages turning, rubbed her eyes and sat up, blinking at Lien Yiqing. "Aren't you going to sleep?" she asked, only to be met with silence. Chu Yurui hopped off the couch and approached Lien Yiqing's side. "What are you reading that is so captivating? Put on your shoes, Lien Yiqing replied coldly, glancing at her bare feet. Did she not realize that an unmarried woman ought not to go barefoot? Chu Yurue rolled her eyes, dismissing his admonition, and returned to the couch to continue her slumber, this time more obediently nestled within the covers. The candlelight flickered, and Lien Yiqing fought off sleepiness, stifling a yawn as she observed the still figure on the couch, perhaps already lost in dreams. After trimming the wick, she approached the couch, and the two lay back to back, the room remaining silent. Yiqing. Chu Yurue's voice broke the stillness. Lien Yiqing chose to ignore her. Master Lien? She persisted, still met with silence. Little Qingqing, what are you doing? Lien Yiqing's face darkened, choosing not to look at Chu Yurue, yet she sensed the person behind her turning over, facing her back. With a full day remaining until the communication conference, would those in the martial world remain idle? They were likely to prepare in advance, seeking out the so-called remarkable treasure she had mentioned. Chu Yurue did not mind Lien Yiqing's lack of attention. She voiced her thoughts aloud. Lien Yiqing was taken aback by her unexpected words, feeling a strange sense of disappointment wash over her. Perhaps, she mused. Lien Yiqing gazed at the chair in the room. While the martial world claimed to regard wealth as worthless, how many could genuinely live by that creed? Over the years, some sects had fought fiercely, ultimately pursuing fame, fortune, and power. Teach. Chu Yurue flipped over again. You certainly have a keen eye. You could easily become a monk. Lien Yiqing smirked and remarked, I have yet to fully experience the world, Chu. After contemplating for a moment, Lien Yiqing ultimately decided to remove the diminutive form of the name. Upon hearing Lien Yiqing address her in such a manner, Chu Yurue felt an inexplicable warmth spread across her face. What are you shouting about? Chu Yurue feigned anger, though her tone lacked conviction. Lien Yiqing smiled, turned over and queried, What did you just call me? That is because. Suddenly, Chu Yurue rolled over, only to find that Lien Yiqing had already turned, their noses nearly touching. Due to her swift motion, they almost ended up kissing. Because of what? Lien Yiqing asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Chu Yurue hurriedly sat up, resolutely refusing to admit that she merely wished to test whether he was truly asleep. The window remained ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming flowers. Lien Yiqing moved a few inches closer to Chu Yurue, who, uncertain of his intentions, leaned back slightly. Suddenly, Lien Yiqing's brow furrowed in concern as he rose from the bed, lighting a candle and distancing himself from her as much as possible. Do you carry a scented pouch? Chu Yurue recalled that she indeed had a pyrethrum pouch with her. She removed it from her waist and waved it in front of Lien Yiqing, only to see him retreat a few more steps. Indeed, it is merely a scented pouch. You need not be so fearful. Chu Yurue remarked, puzzled by Lien Yiqing's aversion to the pouch. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could it be that you break out in hives from the scent of flowers? Lien Yiqing quickly caught the nuance in her words and replied somewhat awkwardly. How could that be? I simply dislike that scent. Chu Yurue brought the pouch to her nose, detecting a subtle aroma. After all, it was meant to repel insects, and one would hardly sense it unless in close proximity. Could it be that Lien Yiqing is also allergic to pollen? Allergies were rare, yet here she was, having encountered two instances, the second being her own conjecture. Lien Yiqing recognized that his previous reaction had been overly dramatic. Sitting down in a chair, he said, I shall go find a maid to retrieve bedding. Chapter 41. A visit to the falling plum residence, a peaceful night's rest had passed. The following day, Lien Yiqing and Chu Yurue parted ways once more. What? You wonder why they did not remain together. This was because Chu Yurue awoke to find herself alone in the room, the bedding neatly arranged upon the bed. After freshening up, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror, and for reasons unknown, her mind drifted back to that awkward moment when she first encountered Lien Yiqing, a scene she had scarcely paid heed to at the time. Splashing her face with water from the basin in an attempt to rouse herself, she took a deep breath and stepped out of the door. Unlike the previous day's clarity, today's weather was shrouded in ominous clouds, adding to the oppressive atmosphere as Chu Yurue approached the falling plum residence. An unfamiliar force seemed to draw her in, a voice within urging her to enter. In an instant, she felt as if she were once again beneath the plum tree, witnessing a version of herself from dreams long past. Before she could reach the entrance of the falling plum residence, a familiar figure flashed before her eyes. Young Master Mei? Upon seeing Chu Yurue, Jiang Yi appeared somewhat surprised, holding a box in his hands, the contents of which remained unknown. Miss Jiang Yi, Chu Yurue politely bowed and inquired, Where are you headed? Jiang Yi, with her crimson attire, cast a smile at Chu Yurue as she glanced at the box in her hands. The second master had instructed her to deliver some pastries to the eldest young master. Where might young master may be headed? Chu Yurue observed the plum trees within the courtyard of Luo Meiju. At this time of year, the plum blossoms had fallen, making way for other flowers that were yet to bloom. She had just been casually wandering when she noticed several plum trees inside, thriving beautifully, and felt an urge to venture in for a closer look. However, upon hearing her words, Jiang Yi's eyes widened in alarm. She cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was near, before gently grasping Chu Yurue's sleeve and whispering, "Although the second master permits all the gallant ones to roam freely within Shuang Villa, it would be wise for young master Mei to refrain from entering this place." Chu Yurue raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her insistence against her entering, and listened as Jiang Yi continued, "And here, there are rumors of ghosts." Jiang Yi paused for a considerable time, as if she had indeed encountered a specter, her description vivid and animated, her hands trembling intermittently. Chu Yurue, being a skeptic of the supernatural, naturally dismissed her tale, though she feigned acquiescence, wiping the sweat from her brow. "Is it truly that terrifying?" she replied, following Jiang Yi's lead, and upon seeing her nod, she declared, "Then I shall not proceed." After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Yi took her leave, and as Chu Yurue noted that it was nearing midday, she returned to her room. During this time, Shi Suxian visited once more, accompanied by a young man in blue named Qinglan. Shi Suxian spoke little, reluctantly departing afterward. As the sky grew dim, dark clouds pressed heavily upon the heart, stifling one's breath, yet not a single drop of rain had fallen. Chu Yurue opened the window, feeling a slight relief, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the distant peach tree in the garden. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a torrent of raindrops followed suit, while the peach petals that had been blown down earlier were now battered into the mud by the rain. However, the downpour came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Although the sky did not clear, it bore a refreshing sensation. The hour of you. Chu Yurue stepped out of her room and made her way to Luo Meiju, the place where her mother had resided in life. The simple wooden door, having been shut for an extended period, had gathered dust, requiring some effort to push open. With a piercing creak, the door of Luo Meiju swung wide. Just as she prepared to enter, a hand suddenly grasped hers. Chu Yurue turned in alarm to find Shi Suxian, her expression wrought with concern. "Brother Mei, are you not aware that this place is haunted?" Shi Suxian had followed Chu Yurue all the way here, only to realize her intention to enter Luo Meiju in recent days at Shuang Villa. She had heard numerous tales, including those about Luo Meiju, speaking of its heavying energy and ghostly apparitions, prompting her to rush out and prevent Chu Yurue from entering. Chu Yurue twitched her lips, perplexed by Shi Suxian's constant presence by her side, wondering why that fellow named Qinglan was nowhere to be seen. "If you are afraid, then wait outside," she suggested, attempting to frighten her into retreating. Yet, Shi Suxian swallowed hard, peering into the depths of Luo Meiju, where only a few plum trees stood, seemingly not as fearsome as the rumors suggested. With a determined bite of her lip, she declared, "I am not afraid. I shall enter with Brother Mei." Chiyurui had not anticipated that instead of successfully shaking off Shisuxian, she would find herself entangled in a significant predicament, and no matter how hard she tried to rid herself of Shisuxian's grasp, she was compelled to drag her along into the Lomiju. Although it was merely 5 o'clock in modern times, the dim weather rendered the Lomiju even darker, and its long abandonment resulted in cobwebs strewn about. Upon entering the inner chamber, Chiyurui sensed a tremor in Shisuxian's hand. Suddenly, Shisuxian let out a piercing scream that nearly shattered Chiyurui's eardrum. Gritting her teeth, Chiyurui exclaimed, "What are you screaming about?" Taking a deep breath, Shisuxian replied, "There is a ghost." Chiyurui scanned her surroundings. It was eerily quiet, devoid of any apparitions. As Shisuxian regained her composure, she peered out from behind Chiyurui, confirming that indeed, there was nothing there. Yet, she distinctly recalled a shadow flitting past. Had her eyes deceived her? Paying no heed to Shisuxian's alarm, Chiyurui pressed onward when, unexpectedly, a dart hurtled directly towards her. With a swift sidestep, she narrowly evaded the projectile, but Shisuxian was not so fortunate. Knowing there was little time to waste, Chiyurui felt the shaped birthmark on her left arm, triggering the mechanism that released the dart. The dart collided with the one aimed at Shisuxian, deflecting it away. Chiyurui swiftly shielded Shisuxian behind her and urged, "We must retreat." However, Shisuxian felt she had not only failed to assist but had inadvertently burdened Chiyurui. Just then, a voice called out from outside. Miss Qinglan, having discovered Shisuxian's sudden disappearance, hurriedly approached and seized her to leave. "Mei Guo is in danger," Shisuxian exclaimed as Qinglan dragged her out of the Lomiju. her concern for Chiyurui palpable, fearing that the dart's swift approach might have harmed her. Seeing Shisuxian being pulled away, Chiyurui sighed in relief. She had yet to catch a glimpse of the assailant, and the surroundings returned to tranquility as if nothing had ever transpired. Taking a few steps forward, she noticed a table in the center of the room, neatly adorned with books. Approaching, she began to examine them one by one, hoping to uncover some clue. Regrettably, the tomes were unremarkable, yielding no discoveries. Casually tossing a book onto the table, a thud resonated from the center, distinctly different from the sound made when it landed elsewhere. There lay emptiness. Chapter 43. The acquisition of the jade lattice hook Chiyurui rapped on the table. Indeed, the sound emanating from the center was unlike that from the edges. Dusting away the grime, she exerted little effort to uncover a hidden compartment within the table, which contained a small box whose contents remained a mystery. Chiyurui removed her hairpin and pried at the box for quite some time, yet it remained stubbornly shut. A sudden commotion erupted from behind, as Chiyurui, clutching a box, delivered a swift kick to a cloaked figure, causing the masked man in black to stumble and fall to the ground in pain. Just as Chiyurui sought to make her escape, more figures clad in black emerged. Before she could regain her composure, one of them rushed at her with haste. Utilizing her finger sword, she managed to dispatch several assailants, but as the number of adversaries swelled, she realized that lingering in battle was unwise. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, she sprinted back to her room. Along the way, she noticed that she had dropped one of her finger swords. However, she remained oblivious to the contents of the box or the true identity of the black-clad figures. With no time to ponder the lost sword, she hastily opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Lien Yiching seated in a chair. Was Lien Yiching back so early? Chiyurui thought little of it, hurriedly shutting the door behind her and gasping for breath in her chamber. Having just fought and raced back, she would have surely collapsed if not for her prior training. Yet, in Lien Yiching's eyes, Chiyurui resembled a petty thief escaping with stolen goods. "Where have you been?" Lien Yiching leisurely lifted his teacup, casting a knowing glance her way, effortlessly deducing her recent activities. Chiyurui briskly approached the table and poured herself a cup of tea, recalling the events at Luamiju. She had no intention of deceiving Lien Yiching, yet the words of Jiang Yi about Chu Yuan surfaced in her mind, creating a conflict within her. After sipping her tea, her gaze returned to the box resting on the table. Lien Yiching, too, leaned in with curiosity. Chiyurui turned to glance at Lien Yiching and swiftly drew the sword from his waist. "Let me borrow this." Before Lien Yiching could respond, Chiyurui raised the sword and struck down at the box. Strangely, the box remained unscathed. Almost in frustration, she contemplated throwing it out the window, but ultimately refrained. Lien Yiching, having retrieved his sword, interjected, "It requires a drop of blood to open." Chiyurui looked down at the box, then back at Lien Yiching. "How do you know that?" Lien Yiching regarded her with an expression that questioned her intelligence, pointing to the box ITS written on the seal. Chiyurui lifted the box and indeed, a seal adorned its surface, inscribed in seal script, which she could not decipher. Having only read in regular script in the past, she could only guess its meaning. After tearing off the seal, Chiyurui quickly found a small semicircular indentation on the box. Taking the only remaining finger sword from her sleeve, she gently pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to flow into the recess, and the box responded by creaking open. Inside lay a single piece of jewelry. Specifically, a necklace. It was rather ordinary, even somewhat unattractive, featuring a trinket that resembled jade yet was not, shaped like a crescent moon. When Chiyurui touched the necklace with her wounded finger, the crescent object emitted a faint green glow, which quickly dimmed, as if nothing had ever occurred. Lien Yiching's body trembled slightly. "It's the jade curtain hook. Why would such an artifact from centuries past appear here? Hadn't the jade curtain hook been buried alongside its owner long ago?" Chiyurui knew that Lien Yiching was a person of the martial world, affiliated with the Futsu Pavilion, and was thus familiar with many past legends. While she was not particularly surprised to recognize the object, her interest was piqued regarding the tale of the jade curtain hook. "What does this signify?" Chiyurui inquired. Lien Yiching felt as though his heart had been seized by an invisible hand, suffocating him intensely. This jade curtain hook had been discovered in the residence of Falling Plum, a place where Chiyurui's mother once lived. Could it be that Chiyurui was, drawing in a deep breath, he resolved to keep this matter concealed? What could it represent? It signifies that this object is exceedingly valuable and could fetch a handsome price. Chiyurui evidently did not believe his evasive response. A mere glance at Lien Yiching's expression betrayed him. "Let us retire early tonight, for tomorrow morning marks the exchange conference. By the way, although we are all individuals from the martial world, One can never be too cautious. One might employ underhanded tactics in secret. Take care not to consume anything unwholesome. Lien Yiqing hastily shifted the topic, seizing the opportunity while Chu Yurue was distracted to slip behind the screen for a bath. Chu Yurue stared blankly at the jade curtain hook in her hand, a voice within her clamoring to don it. No? A cold male voice echoed. Chu Yurue looked around, but saw no one in sight. After pondering for a while, she ultimately decided to conceal the jade curtain hook within her sleeve, refraining from wearing it. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil, as Lien Yiqing anticipated. Many martial artists could no longer contain their impatience, eager to venture out and investigate. It remained unclear who had leaked the information about someone having found a treasure. Upon hearing this, the others grew increasingly restless. Outwardly, the Shuang villa appeared calm, yet behind the scenes, the tumultuous situation was evident to all. Chu Yurue opened her eyes, striving to move silently as she slipped off the couch. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the window. Without a moment's hesitation, she stealthily exited the door and immediately gave chase. Inside, Lien Yiqing sighed deeply. Why must Chu Yurue never learn her lesson? He muttered, tossing aside the bedding and following her out. The moonlight flowed like water. Chu Yurue paid no heed to the enchanting glow as she pursued the figure into the distance. Could the treasure they spoke of be the jade curtain hook she had found? But it was merely a necklace. What significance could it possibly hold? Lost in thought, she realized she had unknowingly entered a grove, the rustling of grass around her signaling footsteps. Swiftly, she drew her hidden sword and touched the birthmark on her left arm, narrowing her eyes as she cautiously assessed her surroundings. Almost simultaneously, figures in black surged forth from all directions. A smile crept onto Chu Yurue's lips. Was this what it felt like to be surrounded by enemies? Without further contemplation, she unleashed her hidden sword towards the advancing assailants. In the darkness, illuminated only by the faint light of the moon, her agile form was barely discernible. She employed her hidden arrows when the enemies were at a distance, and her sword in close quarters, though it was inconvenient to wield with only one sword. Chu Yurue had intended to dispatch a few adversaries and follow the remaining black-clad figures to uncover the identity of the mastermind targeting her. However, not only were there numerous foes, they seemed to multiply. A sense of urgency gripped her. If this engagement continued, she might not return tonight. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she retrieved powdered medicine from her spatial pouch and scattered it towards the black-clad figures, who promptly collapsed to the ground. Just as she began to assess the situation, a hand from behind seized her throat. Chapter 44. A growing doubt the assailant's grip was merciless, as if he would not relent until he had extinguished his own breath. Chu Yuru furrowed her brow, acutely aware that the air she could draw into her lungs was gradually diminishing, her legs growing unsteady. It was evident that these individuals had come with the intention of targeting her. Apart from the distant Ping Wang and Chu Yuzhen and Anping, she could scarcely recall any other enemies. If these were indeed agents sent by Chu Su, how could they possibly recognize her, given that she was disguised in male attire and had never even met him? Clenching her fists, the sharp pain from the tip of her sword against her palm brought her a fleeting clarity. Yes, her sword. Summoning all her strength, she raised her right hand and delivered a fierce stab to her assailant's left hand. The sudden pain caused him to loosen his grip on her arm, and seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuru broke free, not daring to glance back as she stumbled back into her room. She had never felt so disheveled, even at the moment of her death in her past life. Quietly, she made a mental note of her assailant. If she were to discover his identity, she would surely repay the assault in kind. Gently pushing the door open, Chu Yuru was cautious not to step on Lien Yiqing, who had taken to sleeping on the floor ever since he learned of the fragrance pouch she carried. He had resolutely kept his distance from her, opting instead to sleep on a separate mat. However, as she opened the door, illuminated by the moonlight, she discovered the bedding on the floor had been tossed aside, leaving it empty. Crouching down, she reached into the bedding, only to find it already cold. Lien Yiqing had likely departed some time ago. For a moment, Chu Yuru was at a loss, leaning over the table and staring at the door, wondering when he would return. As dawn approached, she was on the verge of slumber when she faintly heard the sound of the door opening. Lien Yiqing returned, his breath uneven, yet when Chu Yuru rose to greet him, she noticed no significant change in his expression, aside from a few beads of cold sweat on his brow and the slight upward curve of his lips. "You're back?" Neither of them broached the subject of where the other had been, though Lien Yiqing curiously kept his left hand hidden behind his back. Chu Yuru rose to discern the reason, but he preempted her, turning away. "It's nearly morning. You should rest a while with that." He retreated behind the screen. Although a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, it was painfully contrived, as if he were enduring great distress. Standing before the screen, Chu Yuru realized that with just one more step, she could affirm her suspicions, yet strangely, she refrained. Her hand, poised to touch the screen, trembled unexpectedly. From the moment Lien Yiqing had ventured to Jui residence to test her, to his shielding her from arrows, and ultimately his proposal to accompany her back to Chu City, Chu Yuru found it hard to believe these gestures were mere facades. Memories of her past life continued to unfurl in her mind. Was it true that human connections could only be forged through mutual benefit? Was Lien Yiqing correct in suggesting that he sought something she desired, to ascertain who among them was more capable of seizing it? Her raised hand suddenly fell, and Chu Yuru turned to gaze out the door. The sun had risen, casting its golden rays through the window, dispelling the shadows of yesterday, heralding the dawn of a new day. The long-anticipated communication conference commenced as scheduled in accordance with the established protocol. All attendees were to draw lots to select their opponents. Upon discovering that the name inscribed on her slip was that of Lien Yiqing, Chu Yurue momentarily froze. Among the crowd below, a man clad in dark attire curled his lips into a smile, his broad-brimmed hat obscuring much of his face. Beside him, a gentleman in purple observed, propping his chin on his hand as he glanced at Chu Yurue, and remarked with a pout, "Are you truly willing to send your Arue onto the stage to battle against others? If she were to sustain an injury, what then?" The enigmatic figure beside him let out a cold snort, turning slightly to evade the man's hand that sought to rest upon his shoulder. Muttering, "What is it to you?" The purple-clad gentleman rolled his eyes, casually tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear. Were it not for his earlier utterance, one might have mistaken him for a beautiful maiden with cascading hair from afar. As the duelists on stage changed in succession, Chu Yurue and Lien Yiqing ascended the platform, adhering to the conventions of the martial world by clasping their fists in greeting. Despite their prior acquaintance, the duel was conducted without any semblance of courtesy. However, Chu Yurue discerned that Lien Yiqing was not exerting his full strength, much like the times he had visited Jui residence, striving only to parry her attacks. Lien Yiqing's sword remained sheathed at his waist, and Chu Yurue likewise refrained from deploying her hidden projectiles. Observing this scenario, the man in dark attire frowned, while the gentleman in purple stifled a yawn, wondering how long this would continue. Just as the thought escaped his lips, Chu Yurue landed a strike on Lien Yiqing's left arm. She clearly perceived him flinch in pain, his brow furrowing momentarily. Her strike had not been particularly forceful. Under normal circumstances, it would have caused little harm. Yet, Lien Yiqing staggered back 2 steps, and what had once been mere doubt the previous day now crystallized into certainty. As she fled, she had pierced the left arm of the man behind her with her sword, and coincidentally, Lien Yiqing had also been injured in the same arm, returning later than she did. The crisp sound of a gong resonated in her ears, signaling the conclusion of this round, with Mei Junshu of Tushin Pavilion emerging victorious. Sitting in his seat, Chu Su furrowed his brow as he observed the 2 masked individuals in the distance, contemplating the need to investigate this Mei Junshu. He was aware that Lien Yiqing consistently donned a mask within the Fugu Pavilion, but was the master of Tushin Pavilion not Zhang Shunian? When had a young individual taken his place, also wearing a mask? Chu Yurue fixated on Lien Yiqing's departing figure, as if trying to bore a hole through him with her gaze. She hastily approached and grasped his arm, asking, "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Lien Yiqing, taken aback beneath his mask, paused before responding, "Do prepare well for the afternoon match." A gust of wind swept through, dispelling the weariness that had accumulated from the earlier bout. Though her long hair danced in the breeze, Chu Yurue felt no joy standing on the stage. Casting her gaze towards Lien Yiqing's retreating silhouette, an inexplicable sense of solitude washed over her. The afternoon's opponent was a fellow named Banyuan, whom Chu Yurue did not recognize, and naturally, she had no intention of showing mercy. As she ascended the stage, brimming with anticipation, she glanced below and, for reasons unknown, felt a tug at the corners of her mouth when she saw Si Xian waving at her. Her gaze continued to traverse the crowd until it landed on Lien Yiqing, at which point she exhaled a sigh of relief. Steeling herself, she directed her attention to the individual before her. The purple robe languidly draped over his shoulders, adorned with embroidered petals that scattered softly, the fallen peach blossoms creating a backdrop for him. His enchanting peach blossom eyes were irresistibly captivating, with the corners slightly raised and a faint, teasing smile gracing his lips. Despite having reached the age of maturity, he bore no resemblance to other men who would crown their hair. Instead, his locks cascaded down like a waterfall, flowing to his waist, as if he had stepped out from a painting. Chu Yurue, adhering to tradition, first approached to pay her respects at the Su Xian Pavilion, where Mei Jun Su and Ban Yuan were present. Ban Yuan, with a playful curl of his lips, toyed with the ends of his hair. Chu Yurui furrowed her brow, initially mistaking him for a woman. Chapter 45. The rift between two. Since he was not a woman, there was no reason for her to hold back. Chu Yurui flicked her wrist, her gaze fixed intently on Ban Yuan, ready to counter any sudden move. With the resounding clang of the gong, the two figures on the stage, who had been poised, instantly lunged at one another. Chu Yurui's movements were swift and decisive, each strike imbued with intent, showing no hesitation despite the allure of Ban Yuan's captivating eyes. In contrast, Ban Yuan's martial prowess was on par with Chu Yurui's. He deftly evaded her attacks and, seizing the opportunity as she fatigued, closed the distance and wrapped an arm around her waist. The more Chu Yurui gritted her teeth at him, the more joyfully he smiled. Narrowing her eyes, she launched a quick strike. But just as her hand neared Ban Yuan's neck, he seized her wrist. With a deliberate knee bump, he threw her off balance, yet her wrist being held by him yanked her back. In that fleeting moment, they were alarmingly close, their eyes filled with mocking laughter, a sight Chu Yurui observed with clarity. Below the stage, Lien Yiqing clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Ban Yuan, as if he wished to have him flayed alive. Chu Yurui forcefully pushed Ban Yuan away. Though he appeared delicate, he had trained extensively in martial arts, stepping back 2 paces, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind his ear, and provocatively gazing at Chu Yurui. "What can you do to me?" Chu Yurui's eyes blazed with fury, as if she wished to incinerate him. Touching the birthmark on her left arm, several silver threads emerged from the mechanism, each adorned with tiny hooks. Theoretically harmless, yet when Ban Yuan realized that his collar, waist, and shoulder had all been ensnared, he frowned. Chu Yurui swiftly advanced towards Ban Yuan, whispering softly near his ear, "Demon." Ban Yuan's pupils dilated dramatically. Though her voice was soft, he heard her clearly, no longer toying with her. His lips curled upward, a veneer of frost cloaking his expression. His nails, a tad too long, threatened to graze Chu Yurui's face, but just as he exerted force, a tearing sound echoed. This time, it was Chu Yurui who laughed at him. Though the hooks were small, his excessive force had torn the fabric at the collar. "You?" Ban Yuan pointed at Chu Yurui with his other hand, but another tearing sound followed as the fabric at his shoulders succumbed to his grip. Chu Yurui blinked innocently at him. Chu Yurui smiled, her gaze fixed on Ban Yuan, assuring him that if he moved again, she would guarantee he could not remain on the stage. His peach blossom eyes seemed to cloud over, and though Ban Yuan was reluctant, he ultimately conceded, "I admit defeat." Those who stand at a distance cannot perceive the silver thread, nor do they comprehend the unfolding events. Just moments ago, Mei Jun Su appeared to be at a disadvantage, yet in an astonishingly swift turn, Ban Yuan conceded defeat. Chu Yurui lifted her left arm, deftly retrieving the hook from Ban Yuan, who let out a huff before leaping off the stage. Chu Yurui made a face, amused that a grown man had been reduced to tears by her. Below the stage, a man in dark garb adjusted his hat and departed from the crowd. As Chu Yurui stepped down, preparing to rest, Lien Yiqing pulled her aside, announcing that the treasure had been found and it was time to return to Anping. Chu Yurui cast a fleeting glance at Lien Yiqing's hand, suddenly realizing how eagerly she had acted and hastily released her grip. Lowering her gaze, she circumvented Lien Yiqing, her earlier mirth having vanished. "If the esteemed Lien Pavilion Master finds this troublesome or has matters to attend to, please feel free to depart ahead." Observe, Lien Yiqing no longer addressed her by name, but had directly referred to her as Lien Pavilion Master. "Like you, I too am still enamored with this mortal realm, particularly with its silver. Should I triumph in the competition, a substantial fortune awaits." Lien Yiqing found himself at a loss for words. He understood that Chu Yurui was not merely motivated by wealth, yet he could not fathom how he had offended her. He glanced at his left arm, but when he looked up, Chu Yurui had already distanced herself. He was aware that the treasure in question was the jade curtain hook, which meant he had come for that purpose. Chu Yurui's mind felt clouded, and she was uncertain of her thoughts as she retrieved the jade curtain hook from her sleeve, observing its unremarkable appearance. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to wear it. Suddenly, a chilling male voice interrupted her reverie. Chu Yurui scanned her surroundings, yet found no one in sight. A faint sound caught her attention. Looking down, she discovered she had stepped on the bamboo flute gifted to her by Zijun Tu. It had been fastened at her waist, but in her haste, it had slipped away. With a sigh, she reattached the flute, but her expression sharpened as she sensed someone nearby. Lian Yiqing had been pursuing Chu Yurui when a thick fog enveloped the path ahead, causing him to watch helplessly as her figure vanished into the woods. His brow furrowed. This place was ensnared in a formation. Standing at the boundary, he hesitated not a moment longer and stepped into the thicket. A rustling sound erupted behind him. He turned to see Chu Yurui lunging at him with a sword. Regardless of what Lian Yiqing uttered, she remained silent, wholly focused on the battle, as if her sole intention was to eliminate him. A flicker of understanding crossed Lian Yiqing's eyes, and he tightened his grip on his sword, no longer merely defending but swiftly engaging in combat with Chu Yurui. Unlike before, he showed no mercy. Within his gaze burned a fierce fire, intent on purging the woods. Chu Yurui soon found herself overwhelmed, her silhouette retreating deeper into the forest. Lian Yiqing did not pursue but instead stood still, closing his eyes to listen intently to the sounds within the woods. The soft patter of footsteps drew nearer, and when he opened his eyes, he indeed beheld Chu Yurui's visage. It was as if they had both reached an unspoken agreement. Lian Yiqing sheathed his sword, clenched his fists, and charged at Chu Yurui, who deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading his blow. Lian Yiqing curved her lips into a smile. This was precisely the reaction of Chu Yurui. The figure hidden behind the tree bore a fierce glare, their features contorted, as their nails dug mercilessly into the bark, oblivious to the pain. Witnessing this scene brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, so much so that they remained unaware of the sound they made while retreating. At this moment, Chu Yurui's sleeve arrow was loosed towards Lian Yiqing. The person behind the tree widened their eyes in shock as Chu Yurui smirked. Now was the time. Even she was unaware of why the sleeve arrow, initially aimed at Lian Yiqing, had suddenly changed direction and shot towards the figure concealed by the tree. Whoosh! The person behind the tree straightened, the sleeve arrow whizzing past her ear and embedding itself in the trunk, narrowly sparing her from an encounter with the King of Hell. Come out, Lian Yiqing, Chu Yurui declared, halting the skirmish as she gazed at the tree concealing that individual. Gritting her teeth, the figure attempted to flee but collided with Chu Yurui, who had appeared before her unbeknownst to her. Without a moment's thought, the individual aimed a palm strike at Chu Yurui. However, before contact could be made, Lian Yiqing struck from behind, causing the assailant to spit blood and collapse. Yet they braced themselves with their hands. Chapter 46. Unraveling the plot. It has been a while. I trust you have been well, Miss Zhengyi. Chu Yurui crouched down, smiling as she lifted the bamboo hat from Zhengyi's head. Yet her smile was laced with an icy chill. Blood had yet to dry from the corner of Zhengyi's mouth. Yet she too managed to smile. How did you know? Her plan was so meticulously crafted. How could she possibly have known? From spreading rumors to Lian Yiqing's injury to her left arm, their relationship should have been fraying. So why did they still hold such unwavering trust in one another? Or rather, an even deeper trust? Chu Yurui rose, hands clasped behind her back, adopting the demeanor of a benevolent scholar as she elaborated. Your plan is quite commendable. Alas, I have identified several flaws. Chu Yurui glanced at her nails, catching a glimpse of Zhengyi's face growing paler, discovering even one flaw would be enough to unsettle someone. And yet she claimed to have found several. Firstly, the maidservant at the entrance of Shuang Villa informed me that the maids here are all trained, diligently attending to their duties, not daring to even glance at the guests. After I knocked you down, not only did you engage in conversation with me, but you also divulged much that you ought not to have. As a maidservant, gossiping about your master, especially about the eldest son of Chu City. Aren't you weary of life? Chu Yurui observed as Zhengyi's trembling arm betrayed her composure, yet she continued her merciless critique. Secondly, upon hearing me mention Taoji, you hastily diverted the conversation to the fourth young master, amplifying the significance of the masked figure, directing suspicion squarely at Lian Yiqing. Though you claim to be a maidservant beside Taoji, you conversed with me at Luamiju for an extended period while delivering pastries, a maidservant neglecting her duties and wasting time. Do you not fear punishment? Zhengyi's chest heaved, seemingly struggling for breath, biting her lip fiercely as Chu Yurui methodically unraveled her carefully laid trap. Chu Yurui raised 3 fingers before Zhengyi, shaking them slightly, and thirdly, I lost a finger sword. If I am not mistaken, Lian Yiqing's left arm is indeed injured, and the wound bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the finger sword. The number of individuals clad in black at Luamiju is considerable. If their intention were to seize the jade curtain hook, they could easily do so. However, I have observed that they consistently prefer close combat, relentlessly striving to approach me at any cost to procure my finger sword. Chu Yurui paused momentarily, as if gathering her thoughts before continuing. You dispatched people during the night to lure me out of my chamber, creating the illusion of an attempt to strangle me, deliberately compelling me to pierce that person's left arm with my finger sword. Although Lien Yiqing pursued me, he was misled by your formation to another location, resulting in his own left arm being injured. Chu Yurui exhaled, uncertain if my analysis met your satisfaction. Jiang Yi's smile was ferocious. What of it? To harbor suspicion is to harbor suspicion. Can you sincerely claim that you have never doubted one another? Was that previous skirmish truly merely a spectacle for your own eyes? She recalled how Lien Yiqing had shown no mercy in the woods. She was accustomed to close combat and never wielded a sword. Suddenly, the typically silent Lien Yiqing spoke, recalling the dagger that Chu Yurui had drawn during his reconnaissance at Juiju. Her arsenal, consisting of daggers, finger swords, and sleeve arrows, was entirely composed of weapons suited for close-range assault. Thus, the illusion felt somewhat contrived. Because it was an illusion, he would not hold back. Chu Yurui withdrew her smile, looking down at Jiang Yi and stating, I merely wish to know who the puppet master is. Jiang Yi gritted her teeth, summoning the last of her strength to hurl the squinting pill away, as Lien Yiqing pulled Chu Yurui back a step, and a cloud of smoke swiftly enveloped the area. Astonishingly, it allowed her to escape. Once the smoke cleared, Jiang Yi's presence had vanished. Although Chu Yurui had painstakingly traced this lead, it had abruptly ended, leaving her with a sense of dissatisfaction. She was keenly interested in knowing who, besides Prince Ping and Chu Yuzhen, sought to undermine her. Lien Yiqing approached Chu Yurui, offering words of comfort. The orchestration of this entire affair is not solely her doing. The puppet master will not reveal themselves so easily. Patience is essential. Chu Yurui nodded, agreeing with his perspective, but after taking 2 steps forward, she abruptly turned and inquired, Do you truly have no knowledge of my brother's whereabouts? Lien Yiqing hesitated, refraining from answering her question, and instead fixed her with a gaze, asking, Do you trust me? Chu Yurui was rendered speechless. There existed an inexplicable relationship between her and Lien Yiqing. The lessons of her past life incessantly warned her against placing trust in others, yet she found herself choosing to believe, albeit not entirely, as she could never fully relinquish the burdens of her previous existence. Observing her silence, Lien Yiqing's eyes flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of disappointment, only to swiftly revert to his usual demeanor. Presently, Chu Su was intensifying efforts to locate Chu Yuyuan, yet no news had surfaced. However, the absence of news often signifies the best of tidings, so you may rest easy. He chose to conceal this matter. Chu Yuyuan remained in Futsu Pavilion, where no one was privy to his whereabouts, and the pavilion was merely home to additional chopsticks. Yet, upon his arrival at Longqing Courtyard, the situation would be vastly different. Based on Chu Yurui's recent dialogue with Jiang Yi, it was evident that Jiang Yi was aware of Chu Yuyuan's presence in Futsu Pavilion. The pinnacle of deception lies not in crafting a lie so flawless that it appears truth, but rather in uttering words that are both false and true, to the extent that even the speaker cannot discern reality from illusion, or perhaps employing truth to lay the trap. Jiang Yi Guang, concealed behind the tree, could no longer contain her impatience, and it was hardly necessary to mention her words. Upon deeper reflection, the individual behind Jiang Yi was indeed formidable. Not only had he gleaned information regarding Fu Chu Gu, but he had also orchestrated a scheme utilizing these insights. After listening to Chu Yurui's analysis, Lien Yiqing couldn't help but admire her meticulousness. The architect of the plot had crafted a series of interconnected traps, where the dismantler, even with the slightest misstep, could easily fall into the snare. No news was, indeed, the best news, and Chu Yurui felt that Lien Yiqing's assertion was quite accurate, allowing her to relax somewhat as they exited the grove together. The pale purple drapes floated gracefully in the breeze, and the scent of sandalwood wafted about, creating an ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. A man clad in purple reclined on the couch, one hand propping up his head while the other reached for an apricot from the fruit platter. His outer robe hung loosely upon him, and his gaze was fixed outside the door. In contrast, the man in black sat upright in a chair, savoring his tea slowly. The man on the couch, resting his arm, squinted as he rose, returning to the moment. True to expectation, before his words had fully dissipated, Jiang Yi stumbled in, breathless. The murderous intent in his eyes flickered and vanished, replaced by an intoxicating smile. Despite the pain coursing through her body, Jiang Yi knelt on the ground, bowing her head and stating, I have failed to complete my task, and I implore my master to mete out punishment. The man smiled, his lips grazing in a gentle manner, picking up an apricot from the platter and tossing it before Jiang Yi. Leaving her perplexed, he adjusted his garments, descended from the couch, and squatted before her, lifting her chin to meet his gaze and saying, Such a pitiful beauty. I can hardly bear to punish you as chapter 47 unfolds. Titled Rushing Back to Anping, the man's smile grew more enchanting, causing Jiang Yi to feel an increasing sense of dread. He leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly, "Be a good girl and pick it up to eat. I shall refrain from punishing you." "Please, master, punish me," Jiang Yi replied, acutely aware of the fluctuating nature of his temperament. She was unable to fathom his intentions, yet the concealed fury emanating from him was unmistakable. Suddenly, he stood up, looking down upon her, then turned to the man in black with a furrowed brow, saying, "See, the one I personally trained has disobeyed my commands today." The man in black remained silent, seemingly uninterested in engaging with him. With a disdainful huff, he swiftly approached the couch, his long sleeves fluttering as he moved. With a slight smirk, he sat upon the couch, exerting his internal energy to propel an apricot pit that struck Jiang Yi at a pressure point. "Useless wretch! Since you have failed, there is no need for your return," he declared, raising his voice as if the enchanting figure reclining on the couch had been but an illusion. "I did not come today merely to observe your handling of subordinates." The man in black set down his teacup, his expression devoid of emotion, while neither took notice of Jiang Yi, collapsed on the ground. In their eyes, a single life held no significance. With a sly smile, he approached the man in black, lowering his head so that his hair brushed against the man's shoulder, and suddenly lifting his hat, he whispered close to his ear, "Jiang Yi was recommended by me. Should this task fail, must you also punish me?" As he spoke, he exhaled warm breath against the man's ear, causing the latter to frown slightly, yet his smile grew ever more beguiling. The garments were partially obscuring, revealing glimpses of the scene within. The scent of sandalwood seemed to intensify, as the man clad in dark robes rose and pushed open the door. Ban Yuan's body was as supple as if it were made of no bones. And when she collided with the couch, a pang of pain shot through her, yet she merely gazed fixedly at the man in dark robes. He left the room with his hands clasped behind his back, stating that with a month remaining, should Lien Yiqing still be alive, or if they were still together, she need not follow him any longer. With a thud, the door was shut by the man in dark robes. Ban Yuan looked at the crimson garments on the floor and, for reasons unknown, burst into laughter. Her eyes, once clouded, now sparkled with clarity, leaving behind only a fierce determination. Things had changed. After all these years, everything had transformed. "Mu Jun, you should kill me." Her fragile voice suddenly resonated. Ji Jun, the bamboo lord, rose, breathing heavily, staring vacantly ahead. After so many years, she could once again enter a dream. Was something about to happen? Ji Jun lifted the quilt and stood up, only to find her feet felt soft and unsteady, each step akin to treading on cotton. Exhaling deeply, she opened the door to her bamboo cottage, and from a distance, she spotted Ban Yuan, adorned in a purple long robe, standing before the fence. A flicker of confusion crossed Ji Jun's eyes as she approached the entrance. "Ban Yuan?" Her tone held disbelief. Yet the demeanor and gaze of the other confirmed it was indeed Ban Yuan. Ban Yuan offered a faint smile, leaning against the bamboo. "Will you not invite me for a drink?" Ji Jun raised her eyes in surprise, but soon regained her composure, opening the door wide and gesturing for her to enter. Once inside, Ban Yuan began to wander about, her gaze sweeping over the small table, but she found no bamboo flute. "Where is the flute?" Ji Jun poured a cup of tea for her and took a seat at the opposite end of the table. "I offer it to you," she said. Ban Yuan assumed she was jesting. Lifting the teacup and observing Ji Jun's pale visage, "Offer it to me. By Su Lang can preserve your life, and yet you give it away." The bamboo flute was named by Su Lang. Ji Jun lowered her gaze and forced a bitter smile. "He is a man destined to die. What life is there to preserve? Why do you not join him?" Ban Yuan glanced at the kettle on the stove, the smoke filling the bamboo cottage, and for reasons unknown, her previously sullen expression suddenly brightened. "There are not many who tire of living in this world. I have heard that the beauties of Shaiyang are far more numerous, and I no longer wish to accompany him." With that, she stood up. "Next month, I shall visit Shaiyang to behold this splendid landscape. Mu Jun, are you interested?" Ji Jun's hand trembled as she held the tea, a few drops staining the table, her smile pale. "You know I cannot survive outside this bamboo grove." Ban Yuan seemed to disregard her words entirely, automatically glossing over the bitterness within her statement. She drank the tea in one gulp and declared, "Enough, enough. You may continue living." With that, she turned her back on the bamboo grove, casting aside the man's previous words. Ji Jun stood at the door, watching Ban Yuan's figure fade into the distance, murmuring, "Arue, what should I do?" The once lively Shuang mountain villa gradually fell silent, the exchange conference coming to a close. Chu Yurue cheerfully carried a small box of gold out of the villa, with Lien Yiqing trailing behind, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Chu Yurue halted and turned around. What is it? Are you not happy? The exchange conference has struck gold, and now the fortune is in the hands of Chu Yurue, filling her with a sense of clarity and tranquility, where even the mundane appears intriguing. In the past, the silver coins in the Lingqing garden were managed by Chu Yuzhen. Had Chu Yuzhen truly engaged with her like a playful daughter, withholding her silver each month could have caused her considerable distress. However, Chu Yuzhen refrained from such actions, thereby heightening Chu Yurue's vigilance. With the recent acquisition of gold, it seems there will be no worries for a while. Lien Yiqing observed as Chu Yurue removed her mask, which she had donned to prevent Chu Su from recognizing her. Now that they had departed from Shuang Mountain Villa, there was no longer a need for it. Although the conference was initiated by the martial world, the Emperor of Huaxiang would undoubtedly take notice. The terms Tushin Pavilion and Mei Jun Su would likely soon reach the ears of the Emperor in Anping. Lien Yiqing spoke earnestly, and Chu Yurue smiled. Was he genuinely concerned for her? A dove circled overhead, reluctant to descend. Lien Yiqing gazed up at the sky, furrowing his brow, uncertain whether the dove bore a message for him. Chu Yurue cooed at the dove, and to her surprise, it landed upon her shoulder as if it understood her. Lien Yiqing's lips twitched. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. Upon untying the message cylinder from the dove's leg, Lien Yiqing could only decipher a series of incomprehensible symbols. Turning to see Chu Yurue intently deciphering the letter, his expression shifted from excitement to frowning, and ultimately to anger. After tearing the letter apart and cursing, he muttered a hasty farewell, instructing her to return to Anping on her own, and dashed down the mountain without a backward glance. Moments later, another dove flew towards Lien Yiqing, and upon reading the writing, his expression darkened significantly. The Prince of Ping intended to wed Chu Yurue, requiring her swift return within 10 days. The handwriting belonged to Su Huai. Chu Yurue had just received the same news, albeit from Bai Qi Shu. Without a moment's rest, she hastened towards Anping, finding the news of the prince's proposal manageable. Her only concern was that her impersonation of Yingxue in Anping might reveal flaws. Chapter 48. The prince's proposal at the end of March, the late spring afternoon sun was not overly harsh, yet the Prince of Ping had not returned to the royal residence after gathering herbs. He made his way directly to the palace, his steps brisk, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Within the Xuanwu Palace, the palace maid gently fanned herself while the Emperor of Huaxiang engaged in a game of chess with the Empress Huaxiang. With each step the Empress took, she pondered deeply, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, as he moved a piece, the Emperor inquired, "I have not seen sheeping lately. Where has that child gone?" The Empress paused, aware that the matter of sheeping seeking medicine for Chu Yurue was common knowledge. How could the Emperor be oblivious? Yet, he spoke with a nonchalance that suggested he was merely a father concerned for his child. The Empress quickly replied, "Your Majesty, sheeping has gone out to search for medicine for the daughter of the Chu family. He has never shown such dedication before." The Emperor chuckled, placing a piece on the board. "The youngest daughter of the Chu family, I do recall. Her health is rather poor. Sheeping is now 23. It is good that he cares, though I fear he may be too concerned." Upon hearing the words of the Empress Huaxiang, a sudden jolt of alarm coursed through her. She had intended to speak in favor of Shiping, hoping to persuade the Emperor Huaxiang to consent to the marriage. Yet she had inadvertently misspoken. In the realm of royalty, one must not engage in emotions too deeply. "I have overstepped my bounds," she murmured softly, lowering her gaze. The Emperor Huaxiang suddenly chuckled, remarking, "I was merely engaging in casual conversation. Look at you, Empress." So tensed at that moment, a young eunuch hurriedly entered the palace, exchanging a few words with the chief eunuch beside the Emperor. The chief eunuch nodded, indicating for him to leave. Once the Emperor's chess game had concluded, he leaned closer and reported, "Your Majesty, Prince Ping has arrived and is waiting outside the hall." The Emperor Huaxiang glanced at the Empress. "I was just speaking of him, and here he comes." The Empress Huaxiang forced a smile, listening as the Emperor instructed the chief eunuch to summon the prince, and soon thereafter, the figure of Hua Shiping appeared. "Your son pays his respects to father and mother," the prince declared, bowing in a customary manner. The Emperor regarded him with a slight forward lean, his eyes narrowing into a smile as he inquired, "I have heard from your mother that you have recently sought medicine for the daughter of the Chu family. Is that true?" Hua Shiping immediately knelt, responding with unwavering conviction, "Yes, father, it is indeed true." A flicker of irritation crossed the Emperor's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Are you suggesting to me that you have intentions of taking a concubine?" Upon hearing the Emperor bring up the matter, Hua Shiping felt a surge of excitement and shifted his position, declaring, "Father, your wisdom is unmatched, indeed." Before he could complete his statement, the young eunuch re-entered the hall. The chief eunuch whispered something to the emperor, who smirked and waved his hand, instructing the eunuch to clear the chessboard. Straightening himself, he remarked, "It appears that today, my Xuanwu palace is quite lively." Hua Shiping, who had just knelt to respond, found himself in a predicament. Unable to stand yet too hesitant to remain kneeling, he could only endure. "Summon," the emperor commanded, no longer glancing at Hua Shiping, his tone indifferent, revealing no hint of pleasure or displeasure. "Summon the right assistant minister of the rites, Su Huai." The eunuch's voice resonated within Xuanwu Palace, and shortly thereafter, Hua Shiping beheld a figure clad in red. "Su Huai, pay my respects to your majesty." As Su Huai stepped into the hall, his pace seemed more hurried than before, a detail not lost on the keen observation of the emperor. With his hands resting upon his knees, the emperor smiled with amusement, teasing, "How remarkable that Su Qing has taken the initiative to visit my palace today." The usual nonchalance that characterized Su Huai's demeanor had vanished, replaced by a stern expression as he replied, "I am filled with trepidation. Ever since the fire at the Ziqing Academy, I have found it difficult to eat or sleep. Should there be foul play involved, I fear I may fail to ensure your majesty's safety." The emperor interrupted Su Huai with a couple of dry coughs, urging him to get to the point. "Yes," Su Huai nodded, inadvertently catching sight of Prince Ping, who knelt on the ground with an expression of deep resentment directed at him. Su Huai paused, bewildered, wondering why the prince appeared as if he wished to murder him. Oblivious to the fact that Prince Ping had been kneeling since his entrance, and after such a lengthy discourse from Su Huai, the emperor had entirely forgotten that the prince remained in that position. "Yesterday, I finalized the rankings of all the students, and fearing any mistakes, I dared to seek your majesty's guidance." The words of Su Huai resonate profoundly. Fearing the possibility of erring, he seeks the emperor's guidance. In doing so, he not only shoulders the potential blame but also caters to the vanity of Emperor Huaxiang. Aside from the students personally tested by the emperor, this ranking is typically revealed only upon the issuance of the apricot list. Su Huai's presentation of the ranking to Emperor Huaxiang likely aims to demonstrate the placement he has arranged for by Qishu, hoping to gauge the emperor's satisfaction. As anticipated, Emperor Huaxiang willingly accepted the proposed ranking, his eyes landing on the name of the top scholar, Fu Quebec. Just as he prepared to delve further, a young eunuch entered. "Your Majesty, it is the head of the Bai family." Startled, Emperor Huaxiang recalled the matter of Prince Ping expressing a desire to wed Chu Yurua. The arrival of Su Huai and Bai Qishu amidst the flourishing ties among the four great families was precisely the scenario he wished to avoid. Indeed, the strengthening of these familial bonds only served to undermine his own position. With a slight nod, Emperor Huaxiang signaled for the eunuch to admit Bai Qishu into the hall, narrowing his eyes in anticipation of the tempest that might ensue. "Commoner pays respects to your majesty." Bai Qishu, clad in a flowing robe of pale moonlight, retained his title of commoner as he held no official position within the palace. Emperor Huaxiang remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. "This commoner recognizes his transgressions and has come today to seek your majesty's forgiveness." Kneeling beside Prince Ping, Bai Qishu inadvertently caught sight of the prince's contorted expression, as if flames burned within his gaze. Surprised, Bai Qishu pondered the prince's distress, yet quickly lowered his head, feigning contrition. Emperor Huaxiang, intrigued, leaned forward slightly. "I wonder what offenses the head of the Bai family has committed. Should we summon Lord Xian Songjing from the Autumn Inspection Bureau?" The emperor's brow furrowed, his voice rising in intensity. A lesser man would have been cowed by the imperial wrath. Yet Bai Qishu, a former operative, would not have survived to this day without a measure of courage. Su Huai, standing nearby, felt a pang of anxiety for him, simultaneously chiding Bai Qishu for choosing this moment to stir the pot when he could have redirected the emperor's attention. Bai Qishu, feigning fright, glanced up at Emperor Huaxiang before lowering his gaze once more. Tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "This commoner, sob, knows he should not submit a blank scroll sob. However, I truly cannot compose poetry or prose, and can only present a blank scroll." His body quivered, embodying a sense of profound grievance. This commoner was unaware that he would be sent to the Autumn Inspection Bureau to face Lord Xian's inquiries. "Sob, I shall never dare again. I beseech your majesty for mercy." With a sudden thud, Emperor Huaxiang felt as though his mind had short-circuited. Su Huai stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Prince Ping, unable to maintain his composure, nearly collapsed to the ground. The Empress, Huaxiang, twitched her lips in disbelief. marveling at Bai Qishu's unexpected performance, which far surpassed that of any in the palace. A silence enveloped the Xuanwu palace for a spell, until Emperor Hua Xiong, rather than displaying anger, erupted into laughter. "Ah, so you all have come today with the intent of amusing me, have you?" With a wave of his hand, the incense burner toppled from the table, and the nearby eunuchs, including the chief steward, hastily knelt in response. Chapter 49. The court debate. Emperor Huaxiang had initially anticipated that Bai Qishu would address the case of the fire at the Tribute Academy, yet he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, which left him feeling quite vexed. Furrowing his brow, he gazed down at the kneeling assembly, shrugged off his sleeves, seated himself upon the couch, and rubbed his temples. Supporting his head with one hand, he closed his eyes and inquired, "Sheeping, what were you about to say?" The Prince of Ping promptly raised his head and replied, "Your Majesty, I was discussing with Miss Chu." Before he could finish, Bai Qishu immediately interjected, clasping his fists and raising his gaze with determination. "Your Majesty, I believe this matter is inappropriate." The Prince of Ping could no longer contain himself, turning to glare at Bai Qishu, his heart racing with anxiety. Why had he been interrupted before he could conclude his statement? Could it be that Bai Qishu harbored feelings for Chu Yurue? After pondering Bai Qishu's status, the emperor understood that although he had not explicitly forbidden intermarriage among the noble families, such unions would forge tighter bonds, thereby increasing the potential threat to his reign. No one would be foolish enough to invite suspicion by becoming a threat to the sovereign. With this thought in mind, the Prince of Ping straightened his posture and retorted, "My feelings for Miss Chu are mutual." Bai Qishu let out a cold snort and cast a sidelong glance at the prince. "Mutual feelings? Pray tell. How many times have you and Miss Chu met? How many conversations have you exchanged? Are you aware of her likes and dislikes? Has she ever expressed her sentiments to you, Your Highness?" With that, he turned to Emperor Huaxiang, urging, "I implore Your Majesty to reconsider." Emperor Huaxiang narrowed his eyes, observing the markedly transformed Bai Qishu in the past. Bai Qishu would not even dare to lift his head when in the presence of the emperor. Yet now, he had the audacity to respond while maintaining eye contact. "Humph, it seems that becoming the head of the Bai family has indeed changed him." The emperor chose not to interject, quietly watching the exchange between his son and Bai Qishu, curious to see who would prevail in this verbal duel. The Prince of Ping felt slightly uneasy upon hearing this, yet he steeled himself and responded, "Mr. Bai, your assertion is misguided. Miss Chu is the legitimate daughter of a noble family and an unmarried lady. How could she? He deliberately left his sentence unfinished, casting a challenging glance at Bai Qishu. Surely a young lady would not be so bold as to openly declare her feelings to a man. To his surprise, Bai Qishu remained unfazed, retorting with a smirk, "And what of Your Highness? Are you not also an unmarried lady?" At this remark, the emperor's lips twitched in amusement. It seemed that Bai Qishu's years spent in commerce had not only allowed him to forge connections with many members of the noble families, but had also honed his rhetorical skills significantly. The chief eunuch, shoulders hunched, struggled to suppress a laugh, his face turning crimson from the effort. Xu Huai, head bowed, nearly grinned from ear to ear, his hands trembling against the ground. Had he not feared the emperor's notice, he might have already collapsed in laughter. "You?" The Prince of Ping found himself at a loss against Bai Qishu's eloquence, unable to match his wit. Just as the tension in the room escalated, a young eunuch burst in, prompting an irate glare from Emperor Huaxiang. The eunuch quickly knelt, quivering, and stammered, "Your Majesty, it is King Zhongziu." The young eunuch bit his lip, lamenting his misfortune on such a crowded day. The chief eunuch stepped forward and whispered, "Your Majesty, the King of Zhongziu has been invited to engage in a game of chess." The Emperor Huaxiang nodded. It was indeed his invitation, but noticing the king's absence, he had already commenced the match with the empress. He had not anticipated the king's arrival at such a critical moment. Nonetheless, he was curious to hear his thoughts. Dressed in a luxurious purple python robe, Hua Hasu entered the hall, appearing somewhat astonished by the number of attendees. The emperor gestured for him to take a seat. The eunuch promptly arranged a chair, and Hua Hasu merely bowed his head in courtesy before sitting down. Upon hearing the name King of Zhongziu from the eunuch's lips, Su Huai was taken aback. Since his entrance, his gaze had remained fixed on the king, scrutinizing him, though Bai Qishu interpreted his attention as an exchange of glances. Bai Qishu suddenly shuddered, feeling as if he had unlocked a door to a new world. The rumors were not without foundation. If Su Huai were to grasp his thoughts, would he not be rendered speechless? Today, the emperor's court was bustling with people, presumably engaged in state affairs. It appeared the timing of his visit was less than opportune. Observing those kneeling on the ground, Hua Hasu remarked. The Emperor Huaxiang chuckled. instructing them all to rise, then turned to Hua-Hasu, saying, "The child has grown and is considering taking a consort. I wonder what the 10th brother thinks." Hua-Hasu feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Oh, I wonder which young lady could catch the discerning eye of Shi Ping?" Although he was smiling at Hua Shiping, his words sent a chill down the spine. Hua Shiping, perplexed, noted that his royal uncle, despite being only slightly older, exhibited far greater maturity and thoughtfulness than himself. Yet, considering that the 10th uncle would likely not comment further, he answered, "The daughter of the Chu family, whom the 10th uncle has met." Hua-Hasu paused, contemplating, "The daughter of the Chu family? I recall there are 2 daughters. Which one does Shi Ping refer to?" Hua Shiping was at a loss for words. Was the 10th uncle feigning ignorance? As a prince, how could he possibly marry a concubine? It was undoubtedly the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. Suddenly, the previously silent Su Huai interjected, "Your Majesty, according to the rites of Huaxiang, a woman's marriage is determined by her parents' wishes and the matchmaker's counsel. Currently, the Chu family's parents have passed away, and the only one who can decide the marriage of Miss Chu is her uncle, who is still far away in Chu City." The Prince of Ping immediately countered, "An elder sister is like a mother. Although Miss Chu has no elder relatives in Anping, she has an elder sister, and it suffices to consult her." Hua-Hasu cleared his throat lightly, casting a glance at Su Huai, the Deputy Minister of Rites. He had the audacity to state before his sovereign that the only one capable of determining Chu Yurui's marriage was her uncle. What place did this leave the Emperor Huaxiang? Realizing his error, Su Huai hastily lowered his head, refraining from further comment. The Emperor Huaxiang frowned at the Prince of Ping, contemplating that while Su Huai may have misspoken, was it possible for a royal prince to be unaware of the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate? How could a concubine possibly be considered an elder sister? In his ignorance of court etiquette, Bai Qishu was bewildered by the sudden silence that enveloped the hall, and foolishly remarked, "Your Highness, the Prince of Ping appears so eager that I cannot help but suspect whether your affections lie with Miss Chu or with Chu City itself." Su Huai pressed his lips together and chuckled softly, observing how the Prince Ping resembled a cat on the verge of losing its temper. Bai Qishu's remark unflinchingly unveiled his true intentions. He had initially expected some leniency, yet was taken aback by the venom in his words. Just as Prince Ping was about to utter something further, he was abruptly interrupted by Emperor Huaxiang, who inquired of Hua-Hasu, "What does the 10th brother mean?" Every gaze in the grand hall turned towards Hua-Hasu, anxiously awaiting his response. Hua-Hasu cupped his hands and replied, "A few days ago, while recuperating at home, I heard that Shi Ping has been tirelessly seeking medicine for Miss Chu. Such dedication is commendable, and it is indeed not easy for Shi Ping to encounter someone he cherishes." He then cast a knowing glance at Prince Ping. Exuding the demeanor of an elder, Su Huai shot a nervous glance at Hua-Hasu, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. What was Hua-Hasu up to? Bai Qishu gritted his teeth in frustration, pondering the self-centered nature of those within the royal family, who could determine another's fate with mere words. At this juncture, who would think to inquire about Chu Yurua's feelings? However, Hua-Hasu elongated his tone, stating, "Since Shi Ping has returned with the medicine, he should rest at home for the time being. We need not rush. Perhaps we shall wait until Miss Chu awakens to assess her condition." Emperor Huaxiang glanced at the box beside Prince Ping, aware that it contained medicinal herbs. A subtle smile crept across his lips as he grasped Hua Shiping's underlying thoughts. If he were truly infatuated, he would have rushed to save Chu Yurua instead of bringing herbs to the palace at this moment. Yet, his recent conduct was hardly befitting of a prince. Stroking his chin, he acquiesced to the 10th brother's suggestion. Let Shi Ping return home to rest. Upon exiting the Xuanwu Palace, Su Huai trailed behind Hua-Hasu, careful not to follow too closely. Hua-Hasu turned slightly, halting his steps, prompting Su Huai to do the same. Lowering his voice, Hua-Hasu said, "Lord Su, may I have a word?" Taken aback, Su Huai realized the significance of the address. With Lien Yiching yet to return, Hua-Hasu before him was merely a stand-in. Given that Emperor Huaxiang had spoken, Prince Ping was left with no retort, resigned to feigning compliance while privately strategizing with Chu Yuzhen. This delay extended for 3 days until Chu Yurua finally returned to Anping. Lien Yiching had arrived back in Anping a day prior to Chu Yurua. On the lofty balcony of the Zhongqiu Wang residence, Hua-Hasu gazed into the distance, only turning back upon hearing approaching footsteps. "You have arrived," he remarked before resuming his previous posture, ignoring Su Huai. Wiping his brow, Su Huai exclaimed, "Why did you take so long to return?" "I was almost—" Hua-Hasu interrupted, "Su Huai, I have entrusted you with the matters of the capital, yet you have left me greatly disappointed this time." Cold sweat broke out on Su Huai's brow. Was it not better to have the 10th prince intervene? He had devised several plans, initially denying involvement to buy time until Lien Yiqing could return to Anping. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn, and there was no possibility of Lien Yiqing arriving within 10 days. Thus, he had no choice but to present the formidable figure of the 10th prince. Perhaps, if he denied it, Emperor Huaxiang would deliberate more carefully. Hua Hsu let out a sigh, turning to speak earnestly. Indeed, with Prince Zhongtu's intervention, the matter will undoubtedly be more manageable. Yet this also places Chu Yurui in a precarious position. As a legitimate daughter of the Chu family, the head of the Bai clan, the deputy minister of rights, and even Prince Zhongtu himself offering assistance, how could one expect others to perceive this? Su Huai remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought, acutely aware of his own oversight. However, he mused, if the situation were concerning someone else, would he truly feel such anxiety? Uncertain whether his mind was amiss, Su Huai inhaled deeply and summoned his courage to inquire, "You cannot possibly harbor feelings for her, can you?" Hua Hsu rested his hands upon the railing, replying, "One ought to say that Lien Yiqing is the one who harbors affections for her." Observing the emptiness in his gaze, Su Huai approached and placed his hands on the railing as well. It is merely a fade. You need not delineate your feelings so sharply. Over the years, save for him, no one was privy to Hua Hsu's dual existence. Donning the mask of the Lord of Futsu Pavilion, he was a formidable figure in the world, while beneath it, he was a king commanding respect and fear. Yet, living this way was exhausting. It required relentless effort to prevent Emperor Huaxiang from harboring suspicions, which ultimately led to the assassination attempt a month prior. This secret had been kept for a decade, ever since the death of concubine Lien. Hua Hsu lowered his head, wistfully stating, "Lien Yiqing enjoys a freedom in the martial world that I, Hua Hsu, cannot replicate in the court. The identity of Prince Zhongtu only serves to bind her with endless constraints rather than grant her happiness. I am akin to one traversing the precipice. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the ravages of a snowstorm, yet the plum blossoms of late winter can proudly endure the snow and frost. This, perhaps, elucidates my inclination towards Chu Yurui. Ordinary women are like flowers, competing for beauty, yet I have grown weary of such displays. The plum that stands resolute amidst the heavy snow has truly captivated my attention." Upon hearing these words, Su Huai felt a pang of discomfort. No woman can afford to wait indefinitely. Since embarking on his own endeavors, he had ceased to pay heed to matters of romance. Those who could capture his interest were assuredly not of the mundane variety, and he too hoped that Chu Yurui could bear the weight. With a slight grimace, he lowered his hands, recognizing that the most pressing concern was that this course of action would only provide temporary respite. Who could say whether Prince Ping would take further steps? If Chu Yurui were truly to become involved with Prince Ping, the word concubine died on his lips, stifled by a piercing glance from Hua Hsu. "How shall we assist her?" Su Huai asked with a feigned grin. Hua Hsu's brow furrowed, realizing that any movement from the Zhongtu prince's residence would incite Emperor Huaxiang's suspicions and would also invite Prince Ping's scrutiny. The situation was delicate. It appeared that Xiaoyang was poised to act, and they could not afford to disrupt their formation due to this matter. The best course of action was simply to refrain from intervening. Refrain from intervening? Su Huai nearly leapt from his position. Just moments ago, he had spoken of affection, yet now the stance had shifted entirely. However, upon seeing the earnest expression on Hua Hsu's face, the words he had intended to voice fell silent on his lips. Hua Hsu turned to descend the stairs, asserting, "I believe in her. And you should too." As he mentioned trust. A smile involuntarily graced Hua Hsu's lips, as if recalling something that brought him joy, dissipating the previous clouds of gloom. Indeed, he believes that with Chu Yurui's wisdom, she will undoubtedly perceive the true intentions of Prince Ping and will not, like those other naive young maidens, indulge in fanciful dreams of becoming a princess. Chu Yurui can certainly discern that the prince's desire to wed her is driven by ulterior motives, yet devising a counter-strategy is not something that can be achieved merely by wishing. Upon returning to Longqing Garden, she discovered that Chu Yuzhen was absent, likely having gone to Prince Ping's residence. Nonetheless, this was for the best, as it meant she need not avoid her upon her return. That night, as Chu Yurui contemplated her strategies at her desk, she suddenly heard the rustling of leaves. Turning her head, she was startled to see Bai Qishu perched in the tree, clad in white, who smiled down at her in the darkness. A sight that was unsettling to say the least. Bai Qishu, unaware of the fright he caused, believed his descent from the tree to be rather gallant, only to find himself slipping on the moss by the pond and nearly tumbling into the water, much like Lien Yiqing had done before. The image of Lien Yiqing's predicament flashed into Chu Yurui's mind, and she couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Qishu from her window. Chapter 51. A strategy for every challenge. Bai Qishu leaped into Jui residence, taking a seat beside the ever-amused Chu Yurue. "What time is it?" he remarked, "and you still find time to laugh? Are you not anxious?" Chu Yurue rose, approached the table, poured a cup of tea for Bai Qishu, and joined him in sitting down. Taking a sip, she replied, "What is there to be anxious about? When the cart reaches the mountain, a way will surely be found." Glancing up at Bai Qishu, whose moon-white robe blended into the moonlight, Chu Yurue suddenly blinked, revealing her pearly teeth, and offered a mischievous smile. Bai Qishu, perplexed, reached out to touch her forehead, perplexed by her apparent lack of fever. With a swift motion, Chu Yurue swatted his hand away and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Are people in ancient times particularly superstitious?" Bai Qishu nodded, unsure of her intentions. Chu Yurue's smile widened, urging him, "You should quickly investigate whether Prince Ping has ever committed any crimes, such as abducting maidens or causing the death of a servant girl." Bai Qishu's mouth fell open in astonishment, confused as to why she was inquiring about such matters. He earnestly explained what he knew. Abducting maidens is not something one would dare to do under the emperor's nose. Furthermore, Prince Ping is not a lecherous rogue. Even if he harbors such thoughts, he must maintain a faade to ensure a good reputation among the people. However, it is not uncommon for wealthy families to mistreat their servants to the point of death. In the royal residence, the life of a servant is scarcely valued. Suddenly, Bai Qishu recalled his past experience in Yunyang, where he had witnessed countless lives extinguished overnight during an epidemic. To prevent the spread of disease, the bodies had to be burned, leaving those deceased nameless, without even a grave marker. This thought, Bai Qishu couldn't help but sigh deeply and continued, "Moreover, it is said that Prince Ping has a volatile temper and often destroys things in his residence. It is not inconceivable that one day, in a fit of rage, he might accidentally kill a servant girl. To him, a nameless, faceless servant is merely a matter of tossing a mat into a mass grave." Chu Yurue interrupted Bai Qishu's words. For reasons unknown, she found it impossible to suppress her emotions, speculating whether the 10th prince regarded human life as mere trifles. His haughty demeanor suggested that he likely held even the living in contempt. If that were the case, then the solution was rather simple. Leaning closer to Bai Qishu's ear, Chu Yurue revealed her strategy, causing Bai Qishu to grin wider and, in a fit of delight, give a thumbs up, exclaiming, as expected of Jun Su, "This tactic is quite cunning." After a brief exchange, Bai Qishu departed from Jui residence. In the distance, Lien Yiqing observed Bai Qishu's expression as he left and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that she had already devised a countermeasure. Outside, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. In an effort to appear more ill, Chu Yurue spent her days languishing in bed, engrossed in her reading. After Chu Yurue returned, Yingxue was promptly dispatched back to Tuxian Pavilion to attend to matters. When she later discussed this with her, Yingxue assumed that she had been criticized for her inefficiency, explaining that she was overwhelmed and unable to manage the affairs of Tuxian Pavilion, only then agreeing to comply and oversee the relevant matters. As a result, only Ling Feng, Qihua, and Luoyue remained in Jui residence. Through their prolonged interactions over several days, Chu Yurue had come to understand each individual's character. Ling Feng, true to his name, was swift and decisive in his actions, exhibiting the highest martial prowess among the trio, coupled with a composed demeanor. He was also the eldest. Qihua, though not particularly skilled in martial arts, could only exchange a few moves with untrained maidservants, yet possessed a keen intellect, excelling in medicinal cuisine and handling odds and ends, thus managing all internal affairs of Jui residence. Luoyue, the youngest among them, was playful and not particularly adept in martial arts, yet was renowned for her speed, often absent from the residence under the pretext of gathering intelligence. But in reality, she would sneak away to listen to stories. On this particular day, while Chu Yurue reclined on her couch reading, Qihua, who was cleaning outside, spotted Chu Yuzhen approaching gracefully, accompanied by a Ping Wang. She quickly signaled to Luoyue, who was leaning against the door, munching on seeds. Upon noticing, Luoyue hurried inside. "Miss, Chu Yuzhen has arrived, and she is accompanied by a Ping Wang." Chu Yurue promptly sat up straight, put down her book, and swiftly dove under the bedcovers, feigning an air of illness. Luoyue helped her arrange the books, just as the voice of Chu Yuzhen resonated outside. "Is the third miss in here?" Upon seeing Qihua, who was tidying up, Chu Yuzhen inquired. Qihua paused her sweeping, propped the broom against her side, and replied with her head bowed, "She is inside." Chu Yuzhen exchanged a glance with the Ping Wang, nodded, and the two entered Jui residence. Hearing the commotion, Chu Yurue struggled to rise and asked, Why has second sister come? Coughing softly, she deliberately lowered her voice a few decibels, gazing at Chu Yuzhen with tear-filled eyes, reflecting that in her past life, she had disguised herself much better. Chu Yuzhen, having resolved to sever ties with Chu Yurue after discovering that her words had been overheard, had intended to cut off this connection. However, the Ping Wang's indecision led him to seek one last chance, compelling Chu Yuzhen to redesign her plan according to his wishes. Upon reaching this point, I could not help but let out a soft sigh. Yet a smile lingered upon my face. After your illness, His Highness the Ping Wang has been exceedingly worried and has taken the trouble to seek out the medicinal herbs that could restore your health. These past few days, His Highness has been tirelessly bustling about, all for your sake. The Ping Wang, feeling somewhat bashful, quickly replied, Miss Chu Air, you flatter me. I recently went out on errands and heard of these herbs, and having noted the condition of Miss Chu San, I brought them back. Chu Yurue leaned forward slightly, lowering her head as she said, Your Highness, you have been so considerate. Her demeanor resembled that of a shy young maiden, stirring something within the heart of the Ping Wang. Chu Yurue, being the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, possessed a fair countenance. Yet, for some reason, an unexpected thought arose in Hua Shiping's mind. If he were not a prince, he would gladly wish to share a life with a woman like Chu Yurue. Riding together, enjoying the pastoral life, brewing wine in the fields, and sharing music over tea. This is the life that many envy. However, the present circumstances do not allow him to indulge in such personal feelings. Observing the expression on Chu Yurue's face, Chu Yuzhen quietly withdrew, closing the door behind her and instructing the attendant to keep watch outside. The Ping Wang seated himself beside the couch and remarked, I have consulted the physician. Miss Chu's condition cannot be completely resolved in the short term. Fortunately, my residence is well stocked with medicinal herbs. Might Miss Chu be willing to temporarily reside at my manor to recuperate? Chu Yurue lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering as she listened to His Highness. The Ping Wang placed his hand over hers, prompting her to withdraw it hastily, her head bowing even lower, while her other hand fiercely pinched her waist, her face flushed with embarrassment. The Ping Wang mistook her shyness for modesty, feeling quite pleased that Chu Yurue had taken the bait, unaware that he was stepping further into the trap she had set. Chapter 52. Moving into the royal manor early in the morning, Su Huai made his way to the Zhongqiu Wang manor, only to be stopped by the guards outside, who informed him that the 10th imperial uncle had gone to the palace to play chess with Emperor Hua Xiong. Furrowing his brow, Su Huai stood in front of Zhongqiu Wang manor, pondering for a while, bewildered as to why, at such a moment, the 10th imperial uncle would choose to spend time playing chess with the emperor. Just yesterday, the Ping Wang had sought the emperor's permission to bring Chu Yurue to his residence for recuperation. Though it was termed as recuperation, what decorum would it be for an unmarried young lady to reside in a royal manor? Should any untoward incident arise, a rumor could easily tarnish Chu Yurue's reputation. Upon hearing that someone from the Ping Wang's household had gone to Longqing Garden to fetch her that morning, Su Huai hurried over to discuss countermeasures, only to find himself at a dead end. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to change direction and head to the Bai Manor. It was evident to him that, for some unknown reason, ever since Bai Qishu's coming-of-age ceremony, the relationship between Bai Qishu and Chu Yurue had grown considerably closer, as if they had known each other for ages. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a twinge of loneliness within himself. Upon arriving at the Bai Manor, Bai Wei and Bai Ji feigned surprise and hurried off to the study to report his arrival. At this hour, Bai Qishu likely had already received the news. Su Huai quickly stepped into the study, only to discover Bai Qishu's desk cluttered with various vials and jars, while a book lay beside him. One hand was grinding medicinal powder, while the other pointed at the book, and he was murmuring incantations, completely oblivious to Su Huai's entrance. Su Huai stood at the doorway in a daze, having never heard of Bai Qishu's ability to concoct medicines. Could it be that he was preparing rouge? Bai Qishu subtly lifted his head and caught sight of Su Huai, his hands busy with the preparation of medicinal herbs. Yet he did not cease his labor. He merely remarked, Ah, it is Brother Su. Today, I find myself rather preoccupied and unable to entertain you. Please, make yourself comfortable. With that, he returned his focus to his reading. Su Huai approached the chair and picked up the herbs resting atop it, only for Bai Qishu to abruptly rise, exclaiming, Do not touch. Do not mix up the herbs. Embarrassed, Su Huai placed the herbs back in their original spot and inquired while standing before the desk, Are you in the midst of concocting medicine? Such a needless question, Bai Qishu replied, puzzled as to why Su Huai would ask something so obvious. Suddenly, his movements with the pestle slowed. He realized that his tone with Su Huai had been rather too casual. Truth be told, If they were to serve in the palace in the future, Su Huai would still be considered his mentor. With this thought, Bai Qishu forced a slight smile, affirming, "Indeed, I am preparing medicine." Su Huai, seemingly lacking awareness, completely disregarded the matter concerning Chu Yurue and asked, "Does Bai Di know the fox spirit?" The sound of the pestle abruptly ceased, and the room fell into silence. Bai Qishu stammered, "I have not heard of it." "You resemble a fox spirit while preparing medicine," he exclaimed, though he had never actually witnessed a fox spirit at work. Upon uttering this, he glanced at Bai Qishu. Startled, Bai Qishu's hand trembled, causing the pestle to make an intimate connection with the ground, producing a sound that startled both men. Bai Qishu hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, and Su Huai, acting in kind, reached for the pestle as well. The moment their hands touched, both their faces flushed with an uncharacteristic embarrassment. Bai Qishu cleared his throat a couple of times, diverting his gaze elsewhere, and asked, "May I inquire, Brother Su, what brings you here today?" Su Huai chuckled at Bai Qishu's expression. Memories of Bai Qishu's drunken state during the coronation ceremony flashed before him, leading him to recall. Bai Qishu, bewildered, noticed Su Huai's face grow increasingly crimson. He took a seat and resumed his work, muttering softly, "What an affliction." Suddenly, Su Huai snapped back to reality and finally remembered the purpose of his visit. The people from the Prince Ping's residence went to Longqing courtyard early this morning to fetch Chu Yurue. "Were you not aware?" "I am well aware. I am in the midst of preparations," Bai Qishu replied, continuing his work. By the way, I wonder, Brother Su, would you be interested in attending a fine performance at Prince Ping's residence tonight?" "A fine performance?" Su Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If there is indeed a good show, I certainly would not miss it at the entrance of Longqing courtyard." Chu Yuzhen watched the carriage disappear into the distance, her eyes growing increasingly fierce. "Did she agree on her own accord?" Chu Yuzhen inquired. "Indeed, second young lady," Nianzhu replied. As soon as the Prince Ping's name was mentioned, she readily consented. "I have never encountered such an unabashed individual. Had it not been for the second young lady." Chu Yuzhen interrupted Nianzhu, resting her forehead in frustration. "Enough. No need to continue. At present, I utterly detest this feeling of being unable to control the situation. At times, she bears an uncanny resemblance to Chu Yurue, yet other times, she leaves me in doubt. This is the final opportunity. If it succeeds, splendid, but if it fails, I shall eliminate Chu Yurue, even if it means defying the heavens." Inside the carriage, Chu Yurue felt a chill of sweat trickling down her back. She touched her nose, aware that Chu Yuzhen was likely on the verge of losing her composure. A smirk curled at the corners of her lips. "Let us see who will ultimately have the last laugh." As the carriage slowed, the curtain was lifted by an approaching maidservant, and another maid assisted Chu Yurue in alighting from the carriage. "Miss Chu, His Highness the Prince is awaiting you inside." Chu Yurue nodded and entered the room, exchanging but a few pleasantries with the prince. He politely inquired whether she had partaken of breakfast, to which she replied that she had, but had been avoiding him since, claiming to be unwell, while in truth, she was biding her time for the perfect moment. As night fell, another maid arrived to announce that the prince had visited several times that day alone. A smile played on Chu Yurue's lips. Should she refuse him once more, he might very well force his way in. She opened the door to find the prince standing outside. Chu Yurue's calculations were astute. Ordinarily, the prince would not possess such patience, and just moments ago, he had harbored anger, ready to unleash it. Yet that fury dissipated the moment she opened the door. The prince wore a smile, saying, "The moonlight is splendid tonight. Miss Chu, would you care to stroll with me in the garden?" Chu Yurue glanced up at the moon in the sky, replying, "I have been cooped up indoors all day. A breath of fresh air would be most welcome." The prince instructed a maid to fetch a cloak, concerned that the evening chill might cause her to catch a cold. Chu Yurue raised an eyebrow, fully aware of his charade, but accepted it with composure. The garden of the prince's residence was reminiscent of her arrival at Jiui residence, adorned with a variety of flowers. The only difference was the intricately carved rockery, harmonizing with the gentle sound of flowing water, transforming the prince's garden into a miniature paradise. As the moonlight bathed the scene, it illuminated Chu Yurue's pallor, a remnant of her recent illness. The prince strolled ahead, oblivious to the fact that she had fallen behind. As he spoke, he soon realized the absence of her response and turned to find her, only to be startled by a flickering flame floating behind her. The sight sent a jolt of terror through him. On a nearby tree, Su Huai desperately covered Bai Qishu's mouth, barely stifling his laughter, which would have revealed their presence to the prince. Bai Qishu nudged Su Huai with his elbow, causing Su Huai to wince in pain. Nearly toppling from the tree, while Bai Qishu continued to manipulate the ghostly flame in his hand. Chapter 53. A fractured facade, what is it? Chu Yurue feigned ignorance, her smile widening at the sight of the prince's startled, pale visage, which must have appeared to him as that of a disheveled specter. Nothing, he stammered, swallowing hard. Upon a closer inspection, he saw nothing amiss and steadied himself, attributing his fright to fatigue and a trick of the light. The prince slowed his pace, walking alongside Chu Yurue. After a few steps, he noticed a particularly vibrant flower in bloom and moved to pluck it. However, as he took another step, the blue flame drifted past once more. This time, there was no mistaking it. It was indeed fire, a floating fire. His hand trembled involuntarily as he turned to Chu Yurue, asking, Did you see anything? Chu Yurue drew closer, baring her fangs and whispering in his ear. What else do you wish to see, my dear prince? Continuing, he felt a pair of hands resting upon his shoulders. Prior to his arrival in the garden with Chu Yurue, he had instructed the servants of the Wang residence to refrain from any disturbances. Now, standing before him was Chu Yurue. Who else could it be? The Prince of Ping stiffly turned his head, and before he could discern the identity of the individual behind him, he was abruptly knocked unconscious with a thud. Chu Yurue removed the fong from her mouth, stepped forward, and crouched down to pat the prince's face. Xu Huai descended from the tree. So, you have rendered the prince unconscious in such a manner? Are you not concerned that he might seek vengeance upon you once he regains consciousness? He had anticipated a grand spectacle, only to discover it was merely a fright tactic. Bai Qishu, grinning mischievously, retrieved a small vial from his sleeve, presumably containing the concoction he had prepared that morning. The climax of the performance lay within it. Bai Qishu shook the vial, hands clasped behind his back as he prepared to depart, then turned back to glance at the prince on the ground. Brother Su, one must always pay a price to witness a show. Xu Huai raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what might that price be? Drag the prince back, commanded Chu Yurue imperiously. Xu Huai, with a mournful expression, looked at Bai Qishu, who smiled and nodded in agreement, revealing that they had indeed come to enlist him as their laborer. Had he known, he would have brought Lien Yiqing along as well. Thus, Xu Huai proceeded to drag the prince back, while Chu Yurue observed the dust-covered figure of the prince with embarrassment. How practical was this man to actually comply with her request? Bai Qishu closed the door behind them and soon discovered an incense burner within the room, pouring the powdered medicine into it. He tossed a pill to both Xu Huai and Chu Yurue, who, upon seeing Chu Yurue consume hers, followed suit without understanding Bai Qishu's intentions. Bai Qishu ignited the incense burner, and the trio engaged in casual conversation for a while. As the smoke began to spread, Bai Qishu noticed the time was drawing near and bid farewell to Xu Huai before departing. Xu Huai trailed behind him, inquiring about the contents he had burned in the incense burner. Bai Qishu was taken aback by the sudden closeness of their relationship, or perhaps it was Xu Huai's overly familiar demeanor. He merely continued walking ahead, vaguely replying that it was a sleeping potion, not wishing to divulge the truth, as he still had not determined whether Xu Huai was indeed on the same side as him. The following day, the Prince of Ping did not attend court, instead submitting a memorial claiming illness and stating that his temperament was incompatible with the third daughter of the Chu family, subtly revealing his lack of desire to marry her. Emperor Huaxiang, upon reading the memorial, inwardly scoffed, unable to fathom who had employed what means to persuade the prince to willingly relinquish this opportunity. However, it seemed that the prince's refusal to marry Chu Yurue aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Presently, he was in good health, and even though the prince was the crown prince, his authority should not be overly amplified. Moreover, in his heart, he harbored thoughts of a more suitable candidate for the crown prince. Upon hearing this news, Hua and Su felt as if the wind was at their feet, hastening their steps considerably. Meanwhile, within the Prince of Ping's residence, he appeared to be faring rather poorly. Chu Yuzhen had indeed not misjudged. How could Chu Yurue so readily surrender? Early that morning, disregarding her image, Chu Yuzhen made her way to Jui residence. Upon seeing Chu Yurue, her anger flared. Unlike her usual self, buried beneath blankets with a book, Chu Yurue sat upright in the hall, seemingly anticipating her arrival. As she entered, she did not even greet her usual second sister, merely smiling as she regarded her. Yet that smile in the eyes of Chu Yuzhen appeared exceedingly piercing. Chu Yuru exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Feng and the others, who discreetly withdrew. It was only then that Chu Yuru felt inclined to rise from her couch and approached Chu Yuzhen, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings my esteemed second sister to Jui residence so early in the morning?" Chu Yuzhen stepped forward and seized her by the collar, demanding, "What poison have you administered to me, Ming Hunyo?" How could you be so heartless? Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yuru discerned that she had indeed visited the Prince Ping's residence and examined the incense burner. This morning, she recalled the residual powder within the burner. Should anyone investigate the medicinal ingredients, it might well lead them to Nanchuan. However, Nanchuan had claimed to have merely placed some Ming Hunyo powder within, accompanied by other herbs, and no one was privy to his profound knowledge of pharmacology. Moreover, there was no evidence to prove his visit to the Prince Ping's estate, thus alleviating her concerns. Therefore, upon hearing this, Chu Yuru felt no trepidation. Rather, Chu Yuzhen's words only solidified her collusion with the Prince Ping. Chu Yuzhen's eyes widened as she threatened. Are you not afraid that I shall report all your deeds to the emperor? Chu Yuru brushed her hand away and smirked. With your intellect, second sister, you would never recklessly accuse anyone without ample evidence. If you have not gathered sufficient proof, you would be launching an unprepared attack. Had Chu Yuzhen indeed collected advantageous evidence, she would certainly not confess to having poisoned the Prince Ping. Indeed, after her visit to the Prince Ping's residence, perhaps due to her over-reliance on such tactics in the past, she swiftly discovered the incense burner. However, according to those mediocre physicians' assessments, they could only surmise that there was a formula involving Ming Hunyo. They could not deduce the identity of the apothecary. Yet, recently, only Chu Yuru had drawn near to the Prince Ping. Who else could it be? Chu Yuzhen fell silent, furrowing her brow, realizing she had acted too impulsively. Just as she prepared to leave, Chu Yuru called after her. You ought to be cautious, dear sister. Secretly binding yourself to a man is a grave sin that could lead to your disgrace. Startled, Chu Yuzhen turned to fix a fierce gaze upon Chu Yuru, nearly shouting, What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Yuru approached, grasping the jade pendant at her waist, seemingly pondering, and the other half. Who might it belong to? Chu Yuzhen swiftly swatted her hand away, retreating 2 steps, drenched in cold sweat. Chu Yuru displayed no anger, allowing her to flee from Jui residence. She had no intention of using this tactic to bring down Chu Yuzhen. Even if successful, it would lead to her own ruin in a society that favored men over women. Her reluctance to act thus was not out of sympathy but rather an understanding as a fellow woman. There was no need to be so ruthless. Chapter 54. Eloping with me at the break of dawn. The courtyard of Futsu Pavilion echoed with the sound of clashing weapons. Clad in a mask, Lien Yiqing unsheathed his sword to meet the advancing Chu Yuan, who, without hesitation, unleashed all that he had learned from Qiuming over the past few days. In the instant their swords clashed, Chu Yuan caught sight of Lien Yiqing's icy gaze through the hilt, causing him to involuntarily flinch in a fleeting moment of distraction. Lien Yiqing swiftly withdrew the sword from Chu Yuan's grasp, pressing him down with his other hand. Chu Yuan exhaled, conceding, I have lost. Lien Yiqing released him and retrieved the sword from the ground, returning it with a nod of approval. Not bad. You have made some progress. Hearing this, Chu Yuan, who had been sullen moments before, looked up with delight and asked, Is what the master says truly so? Lien Yiqing nodded. However, you must remember that martial prowess relies not solely on speed. The most crucial aspect is to identify the opponent's weaknesses and strike decisively. Do you understand? Chu Yuan lowered his head in earnest, muttering, I understand. Then when may I meet my elder sister? Lien Yiqing's gaze flickered momentarily. Soon, when you are able to defeat Qiuming. Just as he spoke, he caught sight of Qiuming's figure. Go have your breakfast. Chu Yuan acknowledged with a simple and departed with Qiuming to partake in their morning meal. As Lien Yiqing took a step forward, he noticed Su Huai's frantic silhouette not far off, nearly tripping over the threshold as he entered. Without even pausing for a sip of tea, he exclaimed, Why are you still here? Lien Yiqing found the inquiry perplexing, as he typically occupied this space. The wedding procession for the Ping Wang is nearly at the entrance of Long Qingyuan. How can you remain so unconcerned? Su Huai's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly incredulous that Lien Yiqing was unaware of such news. This morning, he had overheard the servants discussing the Ping Wang's impending nuptials, speculating on which fortunate young lady had captured his heart. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a daughter of the Chu family, prompting him to rush to the Zhongcu Wangfu without even finishing his meal. The guards at the entrance maintained their impassive demeanor, stating, The Zhongcu Wang is not receiving guests today. Please return, Lord Su. Su Huai hastened towards Futsu Pavilion, troubled by the thought of what might become of Lien Yiqing if Chu Yurue truly wed. Reflecting on his earlier visit to Futsu Pavilion to resolve matters concerning Shaiyang, Lien Yiqing understood why he was oblivious to the developments. He had heard whispers that the wedding procession was almost at the door. He longed to sprout wings and fly there in haste. Just as Su Huai was still catching his breath, a gust of wind signaled Lien Yiqing's departure, and when he turned around, Lien Yiqing had vanished. Lien Yiqing made his way to Juiju, where an unusual silence prevailed. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he chose to enter through the window. Startled, Chu Yurue, who was in the midst of grooming her eyebrows, accidentally drew a slanted line across her forehead. Not turning her head, she caught sight of Lien Yiqing's figure in the mirror and frowned. "What brings you here?" Lien Yiqing steadied himself, recalling her earlier expression of delight as she groomed her eyebrows. Grasping her arm, he inquired, "Are you very happy?" The mark on her forehead appeared rather comical, yet at that moment, Lien Yiqing found no humor in it. Hadn't Chu Yurue already resolved this matter? Why then was the Pingwang still to marry? Had Emperor Huaxiang issued a decree that Chu Yurue could not defy? Yet, what of the mirth that had danced in her eyes moments ago? Chu Yurue freed herself from his grasp and approached the washstand to cleanse her face, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Upon returning to Anping, they ought to have no further entanglements, right? Draping a cloth over her face, she averted her gaze from him, pondering why she felt anything but joy. Lien Yiqing felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet suddenly he stepped forward and grasped Chu Yurue's hand, pulling her directly towards the door. Before she could utter a word, she was unexpectedly dragged along with him. "Where are we going?" she inquired, bewildered. As Lien Yiqing was on the verge of flinging open her room's door, Chu Yurue hurriedly halted him, acutely aware of the throngs outside. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. What if Chu Yuzhen learned of a man concealed within her private quarters? Elopement? Lien Yiqing's tone was curiously calm, as if he were merely suggesting an outing. A soft laugh escaped Chu Yurue's lips. "I am perfectly content remaining in Longqing courtyard, with all my needs provided for. What reason is there for elopement?" Lien Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. What had she just said? Remaining in Longqing courtyard? He replayed her words in his mind, and in a daze, he asked, "You aren't implying that the prince intends to marry me, are you?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon Chu Yurue, and she chuckled. "Surely you do not believe that the prince's intended bride is me?" Lien Yiqing stood at the threshold, at a loss for words, his mind consumed by a singular thought. "Splendid, Su Huai, you have once again caused me embarrassment." This time, Chu Yurue made no attempt to free herself from his grasp, standing quietly beside him, listening to the ruckus outside. With Chu Yuzhen marrying the prince, she would vacate Longqing courtyard, thereby eliminating a significant source of trouble from her life. How could she not feel elated at the prospect? With this thought in mind, Chu Yurue spoke up, "Lien Yiqing, shake your head." Unsure of her intent, Lien Yiqing complied. Chu Yurue then mischievously inquired, "Is your head filled with the water from the pond outside Jui residence?" Lien Yiqing's expression darkened, unsure of how to respond. Chu Yurue continued, "Have you ever seen a newlywed bride applying her own makeup without the presence of a matchmaker? You have never been married. So how would I have seen that?" Lien Yiqing muttered under his breath. His words were delivered too quickly for Chu Yurue to catch, prompting her to ask for clarification. Flushing slightly, Lien Yiqing replied, "It's nothing." Listening to the commotion outside, it seemed the prince's entourage was urging someone along, while the prayer beads were being discussed. Suddenly, Chu Yurue called out his name, prompting Lien Yiqing to take a step closer. You seemed rather anxious just now. Could it be that you harbor feelings for me?" Chu Yurue gazed at him, innocently posing the question, intending only to tease him. After such a long separation, she had only just realized how easily he could blush. Lien Yiqing replied with a single word, his tone remaining cool but now tinged with a hint of resolve. Chu Yurue's words echoed in his mind. There was no matchmaker present in the room, and the sedan chair outside was not a grand 8-bearer. As the legitimate daughter, her status was clear, and with the prince's interest in pleasing her, it was unlikely he would dare to take her as a concubine. Thus, the identity of the prince's intended bride became quite evident. Yet, he refrained from further speculation, only recalling Su Huai's mention of the Chu family girl, and the very notion of marriage ignited a fervor within him. Moments ago, he had been prepared to elope with her. Yet what would that entail? On one side stood Fuqiu Pavilion, and on the other, the residence of King Zhongziu. He could hardly manage both, and even if Chu Yurue were to truly elope with him, would he be capable of caring for her? Chapter 55. An open heart such jest is far from amusing. Chu Yurue withdrew her hand, hearing the voices outside gradually diminish. It seemed that Chu Yuzhen had prepared herself. Upon hearing Lien Yiqing's affirmative response, a flicker of joy unexpectedly blossomed within her heart, only to be swiftly quelled by her own resolve. Having lived 2 lives, she had not encountered love in her previous existence. Yet that did not imply her ignorance of it. Lien Yiqing's words were unambiguous, yet an inexplicable fear gnawed at her. She glanced at the mask adorning Lien Yiqing's face and clenched her fists in secret. She did not even know what he truly looked like. How could she readily agree? You are aware that my words are not mere trifles, Lien Yiqing hastily countered. Your thoughts are intricate. What I say may provoke your ire, yet your mind is rife with doubt. To elaborate further would only exacerbate your suspicions. Startled, Chu Yurue pondered. Was she indeed so full of doubt? Indeed, he spoke the truth. Since her arrival in this world, she had begun to question Chu Yuzhen, then Lien Yiqing's attempts to probe her, and even Prince Ping. Every individual who had come into contact with her had aroused her suspicion, including Ling Feng, Zhihua, and Luo Yu, whom Bai Qishu had assigned to care for her. Noticing Chu Yurue's silence as she pressed her lips together, Lien Yiqing continued. You resemble a hedgehog, bristling with thorns against others, rejecting their touch, curled up in a corner. Yet I understand that only those who have been wounded become so skeptical. Chu Yurue's gaze drifted towards the outside, and so what? As Nan Sun had remarked. This was already another lifetime, rendering unnecessary any recollection of matters she wished to forget. Lien Yiqing raised his hand, almost reaching for his mask, but thought better of it and let it fall. I understand that you are unaware of my identity, which naturally breeds some apprehension. However, I assure you that I shall divulge everything in due course, with no reservations. I also hope that you can accept me. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yurue turned to Lien Yiqing, biting her lip. Very well, a smile graced Lien Yiqing's lips. Did this signify her consent? Chu Yurue, noticing his smile, adopted a facade of seriousness. That remains to be seen. With that, she pushed open the door and stepped outside. Observing that there was nothing more for him to do here, Lien Yiqing clenched his fists, squinted, and hurried back to Futsu Pavilion. At tea that moment, Su Huai, who was enjoying tea at Futsu Pavilion, nearly spat out his drink upon hearing Chiu Ming mention that Chu Yuzhen was to marry Prince Ping as a concubine. He began to pace the courtyard, his head spinning at the revelation. Just then, the main door swung open, and upon raising his eyes, Su Huai spotted Lien Yiqing returning. In that fleeting moment of opening the door, Lien Yiqing's smile still lingered. But upon entering, his expression darkened considerably. Su Huai chuckled awkwardly. Lien Yiqing, you're back? Are you tired? Shall I pour you a cup of tea? Lien Yiqing exchanged a glance with Chiu Ming, who then took Chu Yuan elsewhere. Su Huai took a couple of steps back to distance himself from Lien Yiqing. Lien Yiqing, this time it's not my fault. It's all on those servants. They said it was a girl from the Chu family, 2 girls. In fact, I didn't think much of it. Su Huai continued to prattle on, but Lien Yiqing interjected, cutting him off. You did well. Huh? Su Huai questioned his own hearing. What did you say? At this moment, Lien Yiqing finally burst into laughter, setting down her teacup and striding towards the inner chambers, leaving Su Huai alone in the courtyard, utterly perplexed, wondering if Lien Yiqing had mistakenly taken some medicine. Regardless of what she might have consumed, Su Huai merely curled his lips in disdain and returned to the Su residence. As Chu Yuru exited her room, she fortuitously encountered her sister, Chu Yuzhen, who was veiled and thus oblivious to her presence. Accompanied by Nianzhu, who had once been her chief maid but was now merely a companion from her dowry, Nianzhu caught sight of Chu Yuru and, as if to alert Chu Yuzhen, exclaimed loudly, "Second miss, the third miss has arrived." Chu Yuzhen stiffened momentarily, remaining silent. Chu Yuru approached her sister, reflecting on the audacity of the Prince of Ping. To call a side consort was a euphemism. In simpler terms, it indicated a concubine from a wealthy household. The process of taking a concubine was not as formal as marrying a wife. One merely needed to be carried into the residence in a small sedan chair, and the attire could not be of bright red. Observing Chu Yuzhen clad in a vibrant red ensemble, Chu Yuru chuckled softly and linked her arm with her sister's. Together, they made their way out of Lingxing courtyard, where attendants from the Prince of Ping awaited them. They prepared to help Chu Yuzhen into the sedan chair. Chu Yuru leaned closer and remarked, "Sister, the path to the Prince of Ping's residence can be quite treacherous. Do take care not to soil your skirts." Unable to see Chu Yuzhen's expression, she merely responded with a light laugh, assuring her sister that there was no need for concern. Chu Yuru squinted at the departing sedan chair, a plan forming in her mind. Ling Feng, contacting Xue, and instruct her to utilize the resources of Tuxian Pavilion to investigate any developments concerning Chu Cheng. Such a significant event as Chu Yuzhen's marriage would not escape Chu Su's notice. Yet, no one from Chu Cheng had arrived. What schemes could he be concocting? Observing the commotion, the onlookers recognized the esteem in which the Prince of Ping held this individual. Given that Chu Yuzhen was not the primary consort, the rituals were somewhat simplified. Once within the prince's residence, the guests, mostly friends of the prince or his allies from the court, offered their blessings and congratulations. That night, the two indulged in a passionate union, tightly entwined. The Prince of Ping, having secured Chu Yuzhen's loyalty, cherished her dearly, spending each day with her to devise plans, which sparked envy among others in the royal household. On a day when the sun shone pleasantly, several of the prince's concubines gathered to converse, naturally centering their discussion on the newly arrived Chu Yuzhen. Despite her recent entry into the household, she had already monopolized the prince's attention, even accompanying him to the study while he attended to official documents. Exuding an air of beguilement, the speaker, a woman clad in orange, possessed striking almond-shaped eyes that hinted at her formidable nature. Hailing from a modest family, her lineage was untainted, and her surname was Li. One beside her, dressed in green, echoed her sentiments. What of noble lineage? She is still a concubine, no different from us. Yet the prince insists we show her respect, as if she were the true mistress of the estate. With that, she slapped the table and glanced at a companion in white. This individual had been brought from a brothel by the Prince of Ping, of lowly status yet possessing a benign demeanor. Though her words were sharp. What of being a concubine? The woman from Choshi Pavilion is a lady from an official family, yet she hardly surpasses Chu Yuzhen in merit. The mention of the residents of Choshi Pavilion. The concubines erupted in laughter, seemingly forgetting about Chu Yuzhen as their conversation shifted back to the topic of Choshi Pavilion. In the autumn evening pavilion, a maid hurriedly rushed in, wiping her tears with her sleeve as she ran. Observing her weeping companion, Qiu Huaying approached and inquired, "What troubles you? Have you been wronged again?" The maid, known as Yuten, lowered her arms and choked out, "Miss, they are being utterly intolerable." Upon hearing her mention Qiu Huaying discerned the identity of the offenders, seated herself at the table, and absent-mindedly replied, "Enough, go wash your face. There's no need to elaborate." Chapter 56. The issuance of the apricot list. Yuten, who had attended to Qiu Huaying since her days in the boudoir, had accompanied her as part of her dowry to the residence of the Prince of Ping. Qiu Huaying, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, had fallen in love with the prince, disregarding her own status, determined to marry him even as a secondary consort. However, her gentle disposition rendered her vulnerable. Once within the estate, others did not regard her highly, leaving her in obscurity, and the prince had likely forgotten her long ago. Today, Yuten had ventured to the kitchen for supplies but, upon overhearing a group of concubines gossiping, returned in tears, feeling indignant on behalf of her mistress. "Miss, you cannot imagine the things those ladies say about you." Yuten's words were abruptly silenced by a stern glance from Qiu Huaying. After a moment's pause, she lowered her gaze, reverting to her former self. As footsteps approached, a man clad in indigo attire arrived at the door. Halting respectfully and clasping his fists, he announced, "Madam Qiu, His Highness the Prince of Ping requests your presence." This man, named Jun Ci, was skilled in martial arts, yet for reasons unknown, he did not share the same favor with the prince as others did. Perhaps, like Qiu Huaying, he was not adept at the art of flattery, leading the prince to overlook him, thus placing him as a guard at his side. Qiu Huaying nodded, her heart a tumult of joy and apprehension, uncertain of the prince's purpose. Jun Ci observed Qiu Huaying's retreating figure, furrowing his brow, gazing thoughtfully at the distant wall. Upon entering, Qiu Huaying saluted those within, and upon noticing Chu Yuzhen beside the prince, she paused, realizing that this must be the Chu family maiden they had spoken of. Chu Yuzhen graciously assisted her to stand, saying, "Sister, there is no need for such formality. Since we are both in the prince's household, we shall work together for his highness henceforth." As Qiu Huaying raised her head, she felt a tremor in the arm that Chu Yuzhen held. Within the majestic Bailing Palace, Emperor Huaxiang sat regally upon the dragon throne, while Xin Songjing, clad in dark robes, hurried in as before. Upon seeing the emperor, she bowed and reported, "Your Majesty's command. I have fulfilled my duty." The emperor nodded, gesturing for her to continue. Regarding the incident of the fire at the examination hall, it was indeed a premeditated act. However, contrary to the emperor's suspicions, it was not the Bai family behind it, but rather another party. Xin Songjing presented the findings of her investigation to Emperor Huaxiang, who received the documents, his brow furrowing ever deeper. This matter entailed the influence of the martial world, and uncertainty loomed. Xin Songjing hesitated, unsure how the emperor would proceed. The martial world. Emperor Huaxiang murmured, recalling that just a few days prior, there had been some sort of exchange conference in Chu City. "That Tsushin Pavilion, I must admit, I have never heard of it." Xin Songjing replied, "Your Majesty, the Tsushin Pavilion you mentioned was established 7 years ago. The head of the pavilion is a figure from the martial world, known only by the surname Jean.it, seems there is some connection to the former lady of the city lord of Chucheng. However, the Tushin Pavilion primarily gathers information and often assists the common folk, so there appears to be nothing amiss. It is not particularly renowned. Yet, just recently, Pavilion Master Jean unexpectedly announced the succession to the young Pavilion Master. Claiming that this individual is his protege, Emperor Huaxiang rubbed his temples, pondering the emergence of an unknown young Pavilion Master making waves at the exchange conference. After a moment, he raised his head and commanded, "Investigate. Ascertain the identity of this young Pavilion Master." Xian Songjing clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Yes. Once Xian Songjing exited the Grand Hall, Emperor Huaxiang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the information regarding Tao Hall. 10 years of arduous study unnoticed by anyone, suddenly achieving fame across the land in the blink of an eye. It was already the month of March, the time for the announcement of the apricot list. On that day, the 2 apricot trees in front of the palace bloomed in clusters, while beneath the apricot list, a throng of people gathered. Bai Qishu found himself squeezed to the back of the crowd, unable to discern anything amidst the sea of heads. Amongst the crowd, a few familiar young rakes eventually managed to push their way out. Spotting Bai Qishu, they waved enthusiastically, "Bai Xiong." One of them likely performed well. Grinning like a fool, those at the front of the apricot list, upon seeing their rankings, exhibited a range of expressions. Those who succeeded wept tears of joy, reminiscent of Fan Jin's foolish laughter, exclaiming, "I passed." Conversely, those who did not succeed stood frozen for a moment before quietly departing. Seeing the jubilant expressions of those around him, another individual hastily slapped his companion's hand, signaling him to be silent. The two approached Bai Qishu. Bai Xiong.as Bai Qishu observed their hesitant demeanor. He surmised they were worried about something. As for fame and fortune, I am not overly concerned. As long as I do my utmost, that suffices. Upon hearing this, the two began to defend him. Bai Xiong, your poetic talents are unmatched. No one can rival your brilliance. Bai Qishu wiped the sweat from his brow, humbly responding, "You flatter me. It is merely the result of memorizing what I encountered in books." The two did not agree with his modesty, insisting, "The poetry you have studied is beyond our reach." Bai Qishu chuckled awkwardly. "If you had seen it, that would suffice. Since the dust has settled, there is no need to dwell on the outcome. Come, did you not mention a new restaurant with delightful flavors the other day? I happen to have time today. Shall we go together?" Upon hearing this, the two admired Bai Qishu's magnanimity, but lamented, achieving a position among the top 300 truly does not do justice to Bai Xiong. Just moments ago, Bai Qishu, with a grin stretching from ear to ear, nearly stumbled. Trembling, he turned back, as if confronted by a ghost, and uttered, "What did you say?" The two, assuming that Bai Qishu was dissatisfied with his own performance, appeared somewhat astonished and melancholic, preparing to offer him words of encouragement. However, Bai Qishu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You go eat. I am full." Having said this, he paid no further attention to them and, upon spotting a horse in the distance, led it away. "What? You ask why he doesn't ride?" Ever since his fall at the horse ranch last time, Bai Qishu had learned his lesson and developed an aversion to riding. Today, due to the antique shop needing to restock, the horse-drawn carriages had all been allocated to the shopkeeper, leaving him with no choice but to lead a white horse. He had been cautious on his way here and found no inclination to ride back. A group of scholars emerged from the palace, and Bai Qishu, clad in a moon-white robe while leading the white horse, became the center of attention. The streets of Anping bustled as always, and the path Bai Qishu traversed was narrower than the main thoroughfare, flanked by small stalls, with a bustling tea-house behind. Chapter 58. Qingming's sacrifice elderly stood in a daze for a moment, recalling the carriage he had seen from afar earlier that morning as Chu Yurue departed. Having inquired about whose carriage it was, he recognized that this was not the first time encountering this carriage. Thus he casually asked, initially thinking it belonged to a merchant close to the family head. Little did he realize it belonged to the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. However, as if struck by a thought, elderly spoke solemnly. Even if the family head is fond of the Chu family girl, that wish may never come to fruition. Beside him, Elder Wang chuckled lightly, aware that with Emperor Huaxiang in the picture, any union with the Chu family would be self-sabotage. Observing Elderly's nonchalant demeanor, Elder Wang still felt compelled to caution. Do not underestimate our young family head. Although he has only recently assumed his position, you have witnessed his methods. 3 years ago, when he was poisoned and bedridden, he was fully aware of the situation, merely giving face by not exposing it. Moreover, he possesses a daring spirit. One can never predict what he might do. Upon hearing Elder Wang mention the incident of 3 years ago, Elderly coughed lightly, feeling somewhat awkward and chose to remain silent. The palace examination loomed at the end of April, and should the family head rank among the top 3, many girls would surely be enamored with him. Compared to the unfamiliar women and the Chu family's legitimate daughter, I would much prefer the matriarch of the Bai family to be someone we know well, rather than waiting idly. Why not? Elder Wang smiled at Elder Li, who had been with the Bai family for so many years and quickly grasped the implication. He replied, "What you mean is..." The two exchanged ambiguous smiles and simultaneously remarked, "The one closest to the water gets the moon first." In the depths of obscurity, the day seemed dim, and the eastern wind carried whispers of divine rain. Faint singing wafted from afar, mingled with soft weeping. Chu Yurue furrowed her brow, surveying her surroundings. An infinite darkness enveloped her. This was a dream. As the distant song faded, a woman in plain white attire, tears brimming in her eyes, stared blankly at her, silent and unyielding. The figure, resembling her former self, was the past incarnation of Chu Yurue. Having met her demise, why did she refuse to reincarnate? Was she resenting her for occupying her body? Chu Yuru advanced, eager to approach her, when suddenly a flash of light burst forth, blinding her momentarily. As she reopened her eyes, she beheld Chi Hua, who was drawing the curtains. Chi Hua, meeting her gaze, expressed a mix of surprise and guilt, saying, "Did I disturb you, my lady?" Chu Yuru sat up from the couch, accepting the outer garment that Chi Hua offered, replying, "It is of no consequence. I merely awoke from a dream." Chi Hua appeared to breathe a sigh of relief as she helped her arrange her attire, and once Chu Yuru had completed her morning ablutions, she set the breakfast table. Chu Yuru gazed at the cold noodles and tea laid out before her, momentarily taken aback. "Has the kitchen not been lit today? Why is everything cold?" Chi Hua, still occupied with tidying the room, turned at her remark and replied, "I assumed you were aware today is the cold food festival." Chu Yuru took a bite of her breakfast and sipped her tea, musing vaguely, "I see. The cold food festival. So that means tomorrow is Qingming." As Chi Hua prepared to leave with the soiled garments, she halted upon noticing the plain garment by the couch. "It seems you are already prepared, my lady." While dining, Chu Yuru lifted her head, perplexed, and asked, "Prepared for what?" Chi Hua retrieved the plain clothing from beside the couch, circled the screen, and presented it to her. "Tomorrow is Qingming. Are you not going to pay respects to the master and mistress?" Chu Yuru's eyes widened as she set down her chopsticks. "When did I ever prepare plain garments? I only just recalled the cold food festival, and it was only after your mention that I began to consider whether to return to Chu City for the memorial. Yet now, there is no time. I have heard that my parents perished in the flames, their remains never recovered. Even if I were to return now, would it hold any significance?" She approached Chi Hua, taking the plain garment from her hands. The white cloth was not of fine silk, adorned only with a few simple white floral patterns, lacking in embellishments. A memorial is indeed necessary, but returning to Chu City is unnecessary. Chi Hua, aware of Chu Su's disdain for her, nodded and said, "You must follow your own judgment. My lady, I have heard that the Baiju Temple is a tranquil Buddhist temple. You may pay your respects there, and your parents will surely understand your intentions." Baiju Temple. Chu Yuru sighed, glancing again at the plain garment in her hands. "Is this what I wish to do but cannot? Could this plain attire represent me?" Shaking her head, she thought, "I have never believed in such supernatural matters, yet since my rebirth, this world has begun to feel unfathomable. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. When swallows arrive, the new society begins, and when pear blossoms fall, Qingming arrives." The next day, as willow branches swayed and swallows flew low, Chu Yuru awoke to find a gentle drizzle outside, truly embodying the ancient verse. During Qingming, the rain falls in abundance. Each year, the Qingming festival brings rain, light yet persistent, seeping into the hearts of the living, as if mourning the departed while comforting those still among the living. "Why, lady, the carriage is ready outside." Chi Hua rushed in without an umbrella, swiftly retrieving one from within the house to shield Chu Yuru. Chu Yurue nodded slightly and turned to see a blooming gardenia in the courtyard. She plucked a few blossoms and said, "Let's go." Baiju Temple is situated atop a modest hill. The light rain dampened their garments, and after the rain, the mountain path became rugged, making it impossible for the carriage to ascend. Fortunately, the hill was not too high, so Chu Yurue and Chi Hua disembarked and chose to walk. Along the way, they encountered numerous worshippers making their pilgrimage. As they walked, Chu Yurue listened to the conversations of passers-by, who spoke of a revered monk from the temple's past, known by the Dharma name of Liaochen, who was respectfully referred to as Master Liaochen and had passed into eternal rest a decade ago. They also mentioned the temple's remarkable efficacy in divination. Chu Yurue merely smiled in silence, Continuing her ascent with Chihua in the distance, the sound of bells began to resonate, and the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, adding a tranquil ambience to the post-rain setting. The temple exuded an air of solemnity, with 2 attending monks at the entrance, who greeted them with hands clasped in reverence, uttering, "Amidst." Chu Yurue, adhering to local customs, reciprocated the gesture. She purchased incense and candles before entering the main hall. Following the ancient rites, Chu Yurue bowed thrice. She did not utter a word, and Chihua assumed she was grieving. Although there were no memorial tablets for Chu Yurue's parents in the temple, she felt their presence in spirit. Chu Yurue pondered this, and after her worship, Chihua assisted her in standing up. Gazing at the statue of the Buddha before her, she suddenly asked, "Do you believe there truly exists a cycle of reincarnation and karma in this world?" Chihua was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the meaning behind her words. If reincarnation were indeed real, considering the countless lives she had taken in her past, this life would surely not be easy for her. Chapter 59. Meeting Suke. Even if there is a cycle of reincarnation and karma, my dear, all one needs to do is live this life well, without clinging to the past or chasing the future. Cherishing the present is the wisest choice. Chihua expressed her thoughts with a gentle smile. For some reason, seeing Chihua's smile brought a sense of calm to Chu Yurue, dissipating the shadow of melancholy that had recently clouded her heart. As they turned a corner on their way out, a figure clad in pale blue caught Chu Yurue's attention. Dressed in a scholarly robe with a white jade crown adorning his hair, he moved with an elegance reminiscent of moonlight. However, today, he appeared troubled, his brows knitted tightly, his silhouette swaying as if he were lost in thought. When he looked up and met Chu Yurue's gaze, the sorrow etched between his brows had not yet lifted. "Mr. Fu," Chu Yurue greeted him, recalling that the scholar she had encountered at the bookstore was named Fu Kei, who was also on the list for the upcoming examination. She had heard that he was quite accomplished. In recent days, Luoyue had often mentioned Fu Kei's name, praising his exceptional talents and vast knowledge. Upon hearing Chu Yurue call his name, Fu Kei smiled politely and clasped his hands in greeting. "Miss Chu," he replied. Noticing her slight surprise, he continued, "I had the pleasure of meeting you at the bookstore, and when we encountered each other during the lecture, I paid attention to you. I hope you do not mind." Chu Yurue, hearing his explanation, quickly responded, "I would never hold that against you, and I hope Mr. Fu does not take offense regarding that day at the lecture." Fu Kei, aware of her intention to feign ignorance about their previous meeting, smiled and said, "If you choose to act this way, it is certainly for your own reasons. If it is inconvenient for you to share, I shall not press you." Chu Yurue gazed upon Fu Kei, exuding an air of refinement and eloquence. Although he was but a scholar, his discourse was far from the pedantic nature typical of mere bookworms. Despite being a distinguished figure, his demeanor betrayed no hint of arrogance. When she first encountered Fu Kei, his countenance appeared somewhat haggard, yet after engaging in conversation with Chu Yurue, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Chu Yurue discerned that he possessed a remarkable conversational prowess, adept at understanding her curiosities while deftly steering clear of topics that failed to intrigue him. Through their dialogue, she learned that Fu Kei had come to pay respects to a deceased acquaintance, revealing little more than that he was a former friend, and, wishing to avoid any awkwardness, she deftly redirected the conversation. Fu Kei glanced outside, where a gentle drizzle continued to fall, albeit lessening in intensity, enveloping the mountaintop in a misty shroud. The temple atop the peak appeared to dwell in a realm of ethereal beauty. He raised his hand, allowing a few raindrops to fall into his palm, then turned to Chu Yurue and remarked, "It seems this rain shall not cease anytime soon. I have heard that the divinations at Baiju Temple are remarkably accurate. Might Miss Chu be inclined to give it a try?" Just as he pondered this, Chihua rushed over, lifting her skirts to stand before Chu Yurue and exclaimed, "Miss, the paper umbrella we left outside is nowhere to be found." Chu Yurue furrowed her brow, perplexed as to how a perfectly good umbrella could simply vanish. Fu Kei chuckled, saying, "It appears to be the will of fate." Chu Yurue cast a glance at Chihua, who turned to search for the umbrella once more. Just as she was about to speak, Fu Kei's voice resonated. "Why fear the slanting wind and fine rain? Instead, let us don raincoats and traverse the rain." With no immediate prospect of finding the umbrella, she reasoned that visiting the temple for divination held no detriment. Thus, Chu Yurue followed Fu Kei to a tranquil meditation room, which was said to have been the dwelling of Master Liaochen in his lifetime. Walking side by side, Fu Kei quietly cautioned her to tread carefully on the slippery path. Itia bend. Several purple bamboos, having endured the gentle rain, seemed to regain a semblance of vitality. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that they had long succumbed to decay. Fu Kei's gaze was indifferent, lost in thought, until he finally spoke. I have heard that bamboo blooms but once in its lifetime, with its flowering leading to its demise. These purple bamboos were planted when Master Liaochen renounced the world. The monks here say that these bamboos possess a certain spirit, which is why, despite their desiccation, they have not been uprooted. A stirring sensation welled up within Chu Yurui's heart. To bloom once and then perish. Surely, even so, the purple bamboo lived with purpose. Even in death, it had once unfurled its beauty, leaving a trace of its most exquisite self in the world. Purple bamboo. Purple bamboo. Suddenly, Chu Yurui looked up, as if struck by a revelation, eye in the shadows. Lien Yiqing hesitated upon spotting Chu Yurui, only to subsequently notice Fu Ke beside her. The distance rendered their conversation inaudible. Yet to his eyes, it appeared that Fu Ke was incessantly chattering, while Chu Yurui listened with a radiant smile. This scene irked him to no end. Lien Yiqing had intended to investigate certain matters today, but was unexpectedly confronted by Chu Yurui. After observing them for a moment, he noted that they had entered the meditation room, prompting a frown from him. After all, the individual he sought was also present there. The owner of the meditation room seemed to have a profound affinity for bamboo. Not only were there the aforementioned purple bamboos in the corner, but the area was flanked by an abundance of green bamboos as well. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and the soft patter of rain created a serene atmosphere, allowing one's mind to expand with newfound clarity as they approached the meditation room. Seated across from one another, the small table crafted from sandalwood bore only an incense burner, filled with sandalwood fragrance. After a short while, a young acolyte emerged from the inner chamber, carrying a tea tray. He ignited the small burner beside the table, placing the teapot atop it, which soon began to emit a gentle hissing sound. The room was remarkably simple, devoid of excessive ornamentation, yet the master of the Zen abode spared no expense in cultivating bamboo, allowing Chu Yuru to grasp the profound meaning behind the adage. It is better to dine on meat than to live without bamboo. The Bai Luo Chun, harvested during the vernal equinox, was offered to Miss Chu for tasting. Fu Ke accepted the tea from the young acolyte, but then passed it to Chu Yuru. She observed the curled tea leaves, glimmering with a silvery green hue, and took a delicate sip, savoring its rich, sweet, and refreshing flavor, with a lingering aftertaste. "Thank you. Are you well acquainted with this place, Mr. Fu?" she inquired. Upon hearing her question, Fu Ke set down his teacup and replied with a faint smile. "I come here annually to pay my respects to Master Liaochen during his lifetime. I hold a deep admiration for Master Liaochen, hence my familiarity." Chu Yuru interpreted his reluctance to discuss the master's past and refrained from probing further. Fu Ke then leaned toward the young acolyte, seemingly discussing matters of divination, lowering his body slightly to speak to him. Chu Yuru followed the direction of the acolyte's gaze and discovered that he had his eyes closed, suggesting he was blind. After listening to Fu Ke, the young acolyte nodded and hurried back into the inner chamber, but in his haste, he inadvertently jostled the teapot, causing the scalding water to nearly spill onto Chu Yuru. Fu Ke, quick of reflex, blocked the teapot just in time. Yet the water that splashed from the lid scalded his hand, prompting him to furrow his brow and emit a soft grunt. The young acolyte, still outside, heard the commotion and turned back. Chu Yuru immediately took Fu Ke's hand to examine it. "Mr. Fu, your hand has been burned. Does this Zen abode have any bandaging supplies?" The young acolyte stood still, his head bowed, seemingly reflecting on his mistake. As the scalding water threatened to spill upon Chu Yuru, Fu Ke felt a surge of alarm, instinctively intervening without a second thought. Truth be told, he loathed the anxiety of such precarious situations, yet he feared that overtly displaying his concern might lead her to believe he had ulterior motives in drawing near. Now, witnessing Chu Yuru grasping his hand, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, pondering how wonderful it would be if this moment could persist. Noticing the young acolyte's blindness, Chu Yuru surmised he would be unable to fetch any bandaging supplies. Recalling that Nanchuan had recently gifted her some medicine, she retrieved a small vial from her spatial pouch. Fu Ke observed her produce the medicine, though he refrained from questioning its origin, captivated by the earnestness on her face as she applied it to his hand. His gaze softened, his lashes fluttered slightly, as the cool ointment alleviated the earlier pain. Once she finished applying the medicine, Chu Yuru lifted her gaze and asked, "Are you all right?" It was only then that Fu Ke returned to the present moment. Chu Yuru smiled, and the young acolyte brought forth the divination tube. She placed Fu Ke's hand back on his own lap, advising, "You must be cautious in the coming days. Avoid getting it wet. I am not well versed in medicine, so this ointment may prove inadequate. If it does not improve, do consult a physician upon your return." Fouquet found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at his scalded hand. Raising his head, he remarked, "There is no need. Miss Chu's ointment is quite effective." As he spoke, the young monk handed a bamboo tube to Chu Yurua. She shook it gently, and a bamboo slip fell out. Upon picking it up, she noticed a poem inscribed upon it. "Last night, startled by the partridge, the shadow of the crane did not cross the cold pond. I have yet to see the path of my past life. Please, stay, please, stay." From where does Yurua arise? Chu Yurua, not well versed in ancient poetry, could not comprehend its meaning. Fouquet took the bamboo slip, his brow furrowed in contemplation, just as he was about to offer words of comfort to Chu Yurua. The previously silent young monk suddenly spoke. "It is a bad omen." A tightness gripped Chu Yurua's heart as she looked up at the young monk, awaiting his interpretation of the omen. It was indeed ironic. Having died once, she had vowed never to fear death again. Yet now, upon hearing the young monk's words, she felt an unsettling dread. Perhaps, in an unexpected turn of events, she had found herself in Nanzhou, accepted her responsibilities, and consented to bewitching, which had led to an increasing number of concerns and attachments to this world. It seemed she, too, had developed a fondness for life in her past life. How fervently she wished to conclude her existence sooner. Fouquet lowered his gaze once more at the bamboo slip in his hand, closed his eyes, and returned the slip to the tube, clearly reluctant to allow the young monk to interpret it. The partridge symbolizes parting sorrows. It seems the young lady must experience a separation in this lifetime. The phrase startled by suggests a farewell with someone she never anticipated. The young monk articulated each word with a calm and steady tone, as if imbued with a certain magic. Despite his blindness, he appeared to perceive everything. Fouquet wished to interrupt him but was halted by Chu Yurua's gaze. Truth be told, she too yearned to know what experiences awaited her in this life. The cold pond and the crane's shadow evoke an image of solitude. "If I am not mistaken, you now dwell alone, correct?" The young monk's expression was unyielding, yet his tone was serious. "Indeed," Chu Yurua replied, "after marrying into the Pingwang manor, I currently reside alone in the Lingqing courtyard, apart from the maidservants." The young monk seemed unfazed by her knowledge and continued his analysis. "From where does Yurua arise?" "Ah, your given name is indeed Yurua?" Chu Yurua nodded in affirmation. "Yurua signifies a flower of pure elegance. In which month were you born?" he inquired. "In the 12th month," Chu Yurua recalled distinctly, wondering why he did not ask for her birth date. The young monk pondered for a moment, then looked up with a slight smile. "Ah, the 12th month, the time of the plum blossom. It does not bode too poorly." Chu Yurua furrowed her brow and glanced at Fouquet, who shook his head, seemingly unable to grasp the young monk's implications. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, prompting Chu Yurua to instinctively rise and rush out, but she saw nothing amiss upon returning to the room. The young monk had vanished. "Where has that young monk gone?" Chu Yurua inquired of Fouquet, who shook his head. "As soon as that noise occurred, he ran off. I do not know where he has gone. The monks here frequently change, and I am not acquainted with him. I did not expect him to be so peculiar," he said, furrowing his brow. The rain outside has ceased, and a ray of sunlight streams into the meditation room. Sitting beside the desk, Fouquet momentarily gazes at the silhouette of Chu Yurua, lost in thought. Chu Yurua turns and says, "The rain has stopped." Noticing Fouquet's intention to rise, she approaches and assists him. Fouquet jests, "It's merely a burn on my hand. I am not yet incapacitated." Yet, despite his words, his heart swells with joy at her concern, an uncontainable smile gracing his face. Bewitching, in pursuit of a young monk, finds himself thwarted at the temple entrance by the throngs of people, causing him to flee. As he turns, he unexpectedly spots Chu Yurua and Fouquet amidst the crowd, the two walking side by side, with Fouquet's injured hand tucked within his sleeve. Although Bewitching cannot hear their conversation, he observes their animated exchange. Upon reaching the temple's grand entrance, Chu Yurua halts her steps, and Chihua, in search of an umbrella, has already awaited them there, though the umbrella has become somewhat redundant. Chu Yurua retrieves a gardenia flower from her sleeve and presents it to Fouquet, saying, "Gardenias are rarer than most blooms. Truly, they are scarce in this world. I have heard that gardenias symbolize sorrow or remembrance. Mr. Fu, you visit to pay tribute to your departed friends each year. It must indicate your profound longing for them." Fouquet is taken aback that she remembers his words about honoring the deceased, warmth flooding his heart. Regardless of past events, she has returned, standing before him in good health, and he finds himself utterly content. Her disposition resembles that of a roue. No, she is indeed his roue. Fouquet smiles, preparing to reach out for the gardenia she offers, when a figure suddenly rushes forward, pulling Chu Yurua aside. Caught off guard, she stumbles into the embrace of the newcomer, the gardenia slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground as she steadies herself and turns to reprimand the intruder. She is met with the masked visage of Lien Yiqing. Lien Yiqing clears his throat, averting his gaze, and speaks awkwardly. It has been quite some time since we last met. I noticed you were rather excited just now. Chu Yurua stands frozen, at a loss for words, while Fu Ke bends down to retrieve the fallen gardenia. However, Lien Yiqing steps on it, feigning ignorance as he stands before Chu Yurua, asking, "And who might this be?" Although directed at Fu Ke, his eyes are fixed on Chu Yurua. She twitches her lips, glancing at the gardenia crushed beneath Lien Yiqing's foot, and replies, "This is Mr. Fu Quebec. He will be the top scholar in this year's imperial examination. As a wanderer of the world, you may not be familiar with such matters. It is quite understandable that you do not recognize him. This is Lien Yiqing, the Lord of Lien Pavilion," she continues as she observes Fu Ke rise from his half-squatting position. Before he can inquire further, she introduces him. "He is a friend of mine," and no sooner had she spoken than Lien Yiqing tugged her sleeve closer to himself, flashing a smile at Fu Ke. As if ignoring the exchange, Fu Ke muses, "Lord Lien, are you not the master of Fu Chu Pavilion?" Before Lien Yiqing can respond, Fu Ke's lips curve into a light chuckle. Indeed, a true lover of flowers would never allow a newly blossomed gardenia to be trodden underfoot. Lien Yiqing narrows his eyes dangerously, while Chu Yurua raises her left hand, interjecting, "It is of no consequence. It was merely an accident. Chu is unlikely to hold it against me." Lien Yiqing interrupted Chu Yurue's words, cradling the two gardenias she had retrieved from her sleeve in his hands, and playfully inquired. Chu Yurue cast her gaze toward Fu Ke, fearing he might be displeased. However, he simply smiled amiably at her, indicating that he bore no ill will. In an effort to dispel the awkwardness, Chu Yurue spoke up. "It is getting late, so I shall take my leave." Fu Ke performed a bow, glancing up at the sky, and replied, "Miss Chu is indeed correct. It is time to depart." Chihua trailed alongside Chu Yurue, while Fu Ke walked on her other side. The recent drizzle had rendered the mountain's soil muddy, making it inevitable for their shoes to become soiled. Fu Ke gently reminded her, "Miss Chu, be cautious. The path is slippery after the rain." Chu Yurue nodded, becoming increasingly mindful of her footing. Behind her, Lien Yiqing discarded the gardenias and hurried to catch up with her. Upon hearing Fu Ke's prior warning, he wasted no time in positioning himself before her and lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Caught off guard by his sudden action, Chu Yurue instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. A smirk played at the corners of Lien Yiqing's mouth as he chose not to glance at Fu Ke's expression. Often, actions speak louder than words, as exemplified in this moment. Chihua watched, her mouth agape, as Lien Yiqing carried her young lady down the mountain, hastening to follow. Meanwhile, Fu Ke's demeanor remained cool and composed, his right hand clenched tightly. Chu Yurue lowered her head, murmuring, "Lien Yiqing, what are you doing?" Having practiced martial arts, Lien Yiqing found no difficulty in carrying her down the mountain, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. Rather than feeling perturbed by her reprimand, he cheerfully responded, "Seeing you makes me a bit too excited." "Put me down," Chu Yurue insisted, not wishing to become the subject of gossip the following day, her brows furrowing. "Not a chance," Lien Yiqing retorted, quickening his pace. In no time, they reached the foot of the mountain, where a carriage awaited beneath a tree. The coachman, dozing off, awoke abruptly as a shadow loomed over him, only to find Lien Yiqing holding Chu Yurue. The sight of Lien Yiqing's masked visage startled him, while Chihua, panting from her exertion, placed the paper umbrella into the carriage. Only then did Lien Yiqing reluctantly set Chu Yurue down, scratching his arm absent-mindedly as a peculiar itch arose. Not far off stood Lien Yiqing's carriage, where Xiaoming sat idly by. He spotted Lien Yiqing from a distance, but hesitated to approach. It was only upon seeing Chu Yurue that he grasped the situation. What was unexpected, however, was that Fu Ke, a mere scholar, managed to keep pace with them. After descending the mountain, he maintained an air of nonchalance, bidding farewell to Chu Yurue with a smile, before whispering something solely to Lien Yiqing, which Chu Yurue did not quite catch. Lien Yiqing did not turn back until he had watched Fu Ke's carriage recede into the distance. By then, Chu Yurue had already boarded her carriage, which had barely moved a few paces when it came to a halt, accompanied by Lien Yiqing's voice from outside. Chu Yurue lifted the curtain and was indeed greeted by Lien Yiqing's figure. "What is it?" she inquired, perplexed as to why he had reappeared before her carriage. Sensing that something was amiss, Lien Yiqing, unabashed, replied, Just as the carriage was about to set off, the wheel became stuck in the mud. It seems we cannot proceed. Might you grant me a ride? Upon turning her head, Chu Yurue indeed spotted a carriage in the distance, with a figure crouched beside a wheel, inspecting it. Noticing that Chu Yurue had remained silent for a considerable time, Lien Yiqing, feeling aggrieved, asked, "Have you begun to disdain me, Chu Chu?" At that moment, Chu Yurue felt as if Lien Yiqing had transformed into a different person. Whatever happened to the aloof demeanor he once possessed? "I want back the high and mighty Lien Yiqing," she mused. Ultimately, Lien Yiqing let out a heavy sigh, contemplating that perhaps a solution would present itself soon enough. Returning later was not a significant concern, save for the fact that he had numerous enemies, which might complicate matters. "I do not disdain you," Chu Yurue quickly interjected, "but the carriage is rather small, and I fear it may be uncomfortable for you." Just moments ago, Lien Yiqing had appeared gloomy, yet now, with a heart suddenly illuminated, he lowered his head, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Striving to regain his composure, he replied calmly, "I will not be uncomfortable." As Lien Yiqing entered the carriage, it became apparent that Chu Yurue, having rarely ventured outdoors, had only hired a modest carriage for their journey. This carriage was far smaller than the one used by the 10th prince, and with Lien Yiqing's presence, the confined space felt even more cramped than an inch spread across his arm. Lien Yiqing furrowed his brow. The carriage traveled relatively smoothly, yet for reasons unknown, it suddenly jolted, causing Chu Yurue to lose her balance and lurch forward. Jihua reacted swiftly, but Lien Yiqing had already caught her, thankfully preventing any injury. The coachman explained that a stone had lodged beneath the wheel, abruptly halting their progress. Straightening herself, Chu Yurue noticed the last remaining gardenia from her sleeve tumble out. Upon seeing the flower, she bent down to retrieve it, but Lien Yiqing, seemingly anxious about her potential to fall again, reached out to stop her. However, Chu Yurue's gaze fell upon the rash on his hand. "What happened?" she inquired, pulling his hand closer, revealing a series of red spots adorning his skin. Lien Yiqing appeared somewhat flustered and quickly withdrew his hand. "It's nothing, just some insect bites from the mountain," he replied, clearly lying. Chu Yurue sensed the deception but was at a loss as to why he would conceal this from her. Reflecting on Lien Yiqing's previous words, she sighed and added, "Why are you behaving so unusually today? Surely, those insect bites haven't made you ill?" Clearing his throat, he insisted, "No, I'm perfectly fine." Chu Yurue raised an eyebrow and chose to ignore him, but just then the carriage jolted again, causing her to grasp the railing beside her and murmur, "Lien Yiqing, have you had your fill of games?" Lien Yiqing chuckled sheepishly. Chu Chiute in a cold voice. Chu Yurue stated, "Lien Yiqing, you have changed." Hearing this, Lien Yiqing felt a wave of panic. Earlier, he had witnessed Fu Ke engaging in lively conversation with her at the temple, which sparked a deep jealousy within him. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning Xiaoyang and investigating the Hellion family, leaving him no time to accompany Chu Yurue. Although she had acquiesced to his absence, he feared that during his absence, someone might abduct her. That Fu Ke, despite his seemingly upright demeanor, struck Lien Yiqing as suspicious. One could never be certain of the malice hidden behind a facade of nobility. Chapter 62. The Sacred Hall examination. Before Lien Yiqing could utter a word, Chu Yurue continued, "In the past, you wore a mask, merely concealing your visage from my sight. Now, it seems, you have cast it aside entirely." Chu Yurue spread her hands, expressing a sense of helplessness. Beside her, Chi Hua bit her lip, lowering her head, one hand grasping the umbrella within the carriage, stifling her laughter, afraid to let it escape. Lien Yiqing stood in stunned silence for a moment, realizing that Chu Yurue was once again making subtle jests at his expense. After a few days apart, her wit had evidently sharpened. Just as he was about to respond, a frown creased his brow. Chu Yurue had already noticed the red spots on his hand, and upon seeing him reach for them, she hurriedly interjected, "What has happened to your hand? This is clearly not a mere insect bite." The spots were multiplying, and while Lien Yiqing had managed to endure the discomfort earlier, his expression now betrayed increasing distress, an unmistakable sign of an allergic reaction. Reflexively, Lien Yiqing withdrew his hand, dismissing her concern. "It's nothing, I am fine with that." He sprang from the carriage as if pursued by a phantom, leaving Chu Yurue to observe his exasperation through the curtain, noting that he departed without a backward glance. She furrowed her brow, feeling perplexed. Within the Futsu pavilion, Wu Qing chattered incessantly, having begun her tirade the moment Lien Yiqing entered. Holding a food tray, Chu Yuanyuan noticed the red spots on Lien Yiqing's hand and inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Wu Qing snorted disdainfully. Your master is rather absent-minded. It has been said that his constitution cannot tolerate pollen, yet he refuses to heed such warnings. Come now, you should persuade him. After applying ointment to Lien Yiqing's hand, Wu Qing packed away her medicine box and beckoned to Chu Yuan, only to pause in surprise at his expression. In her recollection, Lien Yiqing was a solitary figure. Thus, she was taken aback when she heard from Chiu Ming that he had taken on a young apprentice. Upon seeing the face of the girl who had previously supported him during his injury, she finally understood the situation. Go ahead and eat. This matter does not concern you, as the redness on his arm gradually subsided. Lien Yiqing urged Chu Yuan to leave, then turned to Wu Qing and asked, What brings you to Omping? Wu Qing tossed her hair back, declaring, I came to see if there was anything I could assist with. Lien Yiqing chuckled, You? Assist? I would be grateful if you simply refrained from causing chaos. Incensed, Wu Qing rose, retorting, How dare you, Lien Yiqing? I, Wu Qing, am a renowned physician in Yunyang. How could I possibly complicate matters? Lien Yiqing shot him a sidelong glance. Skeptical of his sudden journey from Yunyang to Omping, clearly unconvinced by Wu Qing's explanations. Ultimately, it was Wu Qing himself who revealed the true purpose of his visit to Omping, claiming he was in search of his master. You have a master? Lien Yiqing scoffed, bemused at Wu Qing. Obsessed with alchemy and possessing quite an eccentric temperament, piqued Lien Yiqing's curiosity about the individual capable of earning such profound admiration from him. Wu Qing raised an eyebrow. And what of it? Do you not also have an apprentice? A single remark left Lien Yiqing momentarily speechless. He settled down to sip his congee, while Wu Qing sat opposite him, stirring her spoon in her bowl without bringing it to her lips. Casting a sidelong glance at Lien Yiqing, she sighed and said, You carry the fragrance of gardenias on your hands. You are well aware that you must avoid pollen. You are usually so cautious. Pray, be honest with me. What exactly is going on? Lien Yiqing picked up a steamed bun from the plate, remarking on the beauty of the blooming gardenias before breaking it. Humph! Wu Qing emitted a sound of exasperation through her nose. Continue with your foolishness, and when you return late, even a divine physician won't be able to save you. I'm not criticizing you, Lien Yiqing, but your temperament leaves much to be desired. I know you have feelings for that girl. Yet you cannot be so noisy. In response, Lien Yiqing stuffed the bun into Wu Qing's mouth and contentedly finished his congee. Meanwhile, Chu Yurui had not returned to Qingyuan but instead headed to the Bai residence, where she unexpectedly encountered Elder Li and Elder Wang exiting. After exchanging greetings, the two elders began to whisper as they observed Chu Yurui entering Bai Qishu's study. I have long maintained that the Chu family's legitimate daughter is one to be wary of. Elder Wang murmured, to which Elder Li nodded in agreement. Inside the study, Bai Qishu listened to Chu Yurui recount her experiences with Lien Yiqing over the past few months, yet uneased gnawed at him. After all, Chu Yurui knew too little about Lien Yiqing, and with her face concealed by a mask, she had no clear idea of his appearance. However, as she meticulously described Lien Yiqing's symptoms and inquired if he was experiencing an allergic reaction, Bai Qishu sighed deeply. From what you describe, it seems he developed red spots due to contact with gardenias. It indeed aligns with allergic symptoms. Bai Qishu's words echoed in her ears as Chu Yurui furrowed her brow in contemplation. Pollen allergy, how could it be so coincidental? No, one is the highly sought-after 10th imperial uncle in the court, the brother of the current emperor, while the other is the master of the distant Jianghu's Futsu pavilion. Their statuses are worlds apart. How could they possibly be the same person? Rubbing her temples, she closed her eyes in thought, yet her mind inexplicably drifted to Lien Yiqing's infuriating face when he held her. Further distancing him from the seemingly indifferent figure in the court. In late April, the final examination of the imperial examination, the palace test, was to be personally administered by the emperor at Bailing Palace. Naturally, with 300 candidates, Emperor Huaxiang could not assess each one individually, thus delegating some slots to the Minister of Rites and the Deputy Minister of Rites. As the top scholar, Fouquet was naturally included in the emperor's evaluations. However, Bai Qishu spent a sleepless night, fully aware that he too would be among those assessed by Emperor Huaxiang. It was not excitement that kept him awake, but fear. The following morning, Bai Qishu rose early and reviewed the poems he had previously copied. Sighing heavily as he clasped his hands in prayer, this time, I truly find myself at a loss, and can only borrow the words of the poets. Although he had dealt with antiques in his past life and possessed considerable knowledge of ancient matters, he was hardly a poet. The verses he had penned previously might earn him a few compliments in the modern world, at least for appearances, and they even had rhyme. Yet in ancient times, they would amount to nothing at all. In the resplendent hall of Bailing Palace, Emperor Huaxiang sat majestically upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Su Huai was currently occupied in the side chamber, assessing other candidates, and thus was not present. The figure of Bai Qi Shu approached, briskly making his way into the grand hall. The emperor acknowledged him with a nod, noting that his etiquette was commendably learned. Commoner Bai Qi Shu pays his respects to your majesty. His demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, further enhanced the emperor's appreciation for him. However, recalling the scene from some time past, where this esteemed young gentleman, lauded for his virtue, had knelt before him in tears, the emperor could not help but twitch his lips in amusement. Chapter 63. On strategies for current affairs at last. Emperor Huaxiang spoke. Let us commence. The day prior, Bai Qi Shu had familiarized himself with the content of the imperial examination, knowing that the emperor's first query would pertain to strategies for current affairs. This meant that the emperor would present recent events within the realm for Bai Qi Shu's counsel. Though Bai Qi Shu had primarily engaged in commerce, he had been hands-on in his antique shop and had interacted frequently with the common folk. Thus he felt a measure of confidence rather than anxiety. As anticipated, the emperor's first question revolved around the recent flooding in Jianglin. Situated in the southern part of Huaxiang, Jianglin was frequently beset by floods. However, this year, the deluge seemed particularly severe, affecting an even greater number of citizens. Not only had many been displaced, but crops had also suffered considerable damage. Bai Qi Shu gathered his thoughts and after a moment, he responded. In the face of the Jianglin flood, the foremost concern must be the welfare of the populace. Therefore, it is my humble opinion that in addressing the disaster, first and foremost, the Ministry of Revenue should promptly allocate funds to the governor of Jianglin. In areas less affected by the calamity, shelters should be constructed and provisions distributed. Furthermore, it is imperative to continuously monitor the situation, analyzing the potential for further spread of the disaster, and to relocate affected citizens in a timely manner. Emperor Huaxiang nodded in agreement with Bai Qi Shu's assessment, recognizing that the initial step after a disaster must be to reassure the people. A reflection of stabilizing public sentiment, he raised his hand, gesturing for Bai Qi Shu to continue. With a sigh of relief in his heart, Bai Qi Shu gained confidence from having answered the first question correctly and proceeded. Secondly, while reassuring the populace, the Ministry of Works should expedite the construction of various official buildings, while the Ministry of War should intensify local patrols. The emperor lifted his gaze, intrigued. And why is that? Bai Qi Shu, composed and unflustered, replied. The population of Huaxiang is vast, and not every citizen is of good character. There are always those who incite unrest, spreading rumors among the masses, potentially leading to local uprisings. Therefore, hastening the construction of official buildings and reinforcing local patrols can effectively avert the outbreak of such disturbances. Many in the grand hall cast admiring glances towards him, and the emperor smiled faintly. Indeed, he thought, Bai Qi Shu was a scion of the Bai family, who had produced 3 chancellors and 5 censors. He could hardly be an ordinary individual. After these measures were implemented, the Ministry of Personnel should dispatch individuals to Jianglin to investigate the population, tally the victims and the missing, while the Ministry of Revenue collaborates to plan the state's agricultural lands, thereby adjusting the new tax rates. First, it is imperative to stabilize the hearts of the populace, while simultaneously maintaining a dignified presence through vigilant patrols. Bai Qi Shu's governance embodies a harmonious blend of firmness and gentleness. Furthermore, he meticulously considers even the minutiae of taxation in the event of a calamity in Jianglin. It is inevitable that crop yields will diminish. If taxes are imposed at the previous rates, it will undoubtedly incite discontent among the people, thereby rendering the prior strategy of ensuring public tranquility ineffective. Thirdly, the Ministry of Works should undertake the construction of local water conservancy projects, dredging waterways to alleviate the severity of floods. Although Bai Qi Shu's voice exudes steadiness, his heart beats anxiously, fearing that he may merely be engaging in theoretical discourse. Subject to the emperor's scrutiny, the Emperor Huaxiang leaned forward slightly, curling his lips in inquiry. You spoke of stabilizing the populace and averting unrest, and of promptly initiating waterworks post-disaster. From where shall these laborers be sourced? Without hesitation, Bai Qi Shu replied, the local populace can be summoned. A soft chuckle escaped the Emperor Huaxiang's lips. The very people who have suffered from disaster and lost their homes would surely be in low spirits. Summoning the Jianglin citizenry to undertake waterworks at this juncture might indeed yield counterproductive results. Bai Qi Shu bit his lip, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The expressions of those within the grand hall varied, each pondering how to respond. Yet, Bai Qi Shu's furrowed brow slowly unfurled, leading to the consideration of a fourth point. What is the fourth? The Emperor Huaxiang inquired, having identified a shortcoming in Bai Qi Shu's strategy. The Ministry of Rites should hold a grand sacrificial ceremony, with Your Majesty personally presiding, beseeching heaven to bestow favorable weather upon our Huaxiang, ensuring peace and prosperity for the nation and its people. Bai Qishu inwardly amused himself, recognizing that an ancient belief in superstition could be leveraged. Natural disasters were often perceived as divine retribution for the emperor's failings. For instance, today's drought could be interpreted as a sign of imperial incompetence, just as tomorrow's lunar eclipse might be viewed similarly. At this moment, as the monarch, it is only fitting to engage in profound self-reflection and publicly announce such sentiments, seeking forgiveness from the heavens. Even the illustrious Emperor Wu of Han, renowned for his military and literary prowess, was deeply convinced of the connection between heaven and humanity, at least in appearance. The Emperor Huaxiang remained silent for a while before posing a second question, a clear indication of his agreement with Bai Qishu's response. Subsequently, he inquired about matters within the court, such as the pros and cons of reducing officials and opinions on recruiting militia. Bai Qishu answered each query in turn, despite inevitably being challenged by the emperor. Yet, the emperor had already gained a substantial understanding of Bai Qishu's strengths and weaknesses in governance. As the discussion on current affairs concluded, the Emperor Huaxiang noticeably observed Bai Qishu bow his head and exhale deeply, regaining his composure. The chief eunuch beside the emperor descended from the platform and exchanged a few words with the young eunuchs within the grand hall. Before long, several young eunuchs approached, carrying ink, paper, and inkstones. A sheet of rice paper was laid flat on the table, another placed before the Emperor Huaxiang. Bai Qishu's heart raced, a sense of foreboding creeping in. I have heard you are skilled in calligraphy. Coincidentally, I too delight in admiring the works of great masters. Why not write something for me to see? The Emperor Huaxiang's tone was neutral, betraying no signs of approval or discontent. Bai Qishu inhaled deeply and replied, "This humble subject is apprehensive, having only practiced for a few days, and dares not claim to be among the masters before your majesty." The Emperor Huaxiang's expression was enigmatic. "You shall write. There is no need for such trepidation." "Yes, your majesty." Bai Qishu bowed his head in response, approaching the table where he examined the rice paper with a brush in hand. The memories of past days, when he practiced calligraphy to conceal his identity, flooded back to him. Masquerade as an inconspicuous antique shop owner, Bai Qishu had immersed himself in a plethora of ancient artifacts to fend off those who doubted his true nature. Calligraphy, of course, was among them. As he began to sketch, it seemed as though the essence of bamboo resided within him. Lifting his gaze, he felt a certain elegance manifest itself, intricately engraved within every stroke of his brush. Each line was imbued with a distinct charm, both clear and powerful, much like his own character, which was marked by nonchalance and decisiveness. The characters De How He shone gracefully emerged on the rice paper, radiating a refined beauty. At that moment, Emperor Huaxiang, seated upon his dragon throne, rose and, with a flourish of his sleeve, beckoned his chief eunuch to prepare the ink. Dipping his brush, the emperor commenced to write upon the rice paper. Once finished, he presented his work to the assembly. Upon seeing the characters Lu Tai Xiaoxia, the emperor could not help but exclaim, "Your calligraphy is truly a dance of dragon and snake." Setting aside the rice paper, Huaxiang Emperor whispered something to the chief eunuch, who signaled two young attendants to lift the two scrolls for all in the hall to see. The onlookers scrutinized the characters, uncertain of the emperor's intentions. "Do you believe, my dear, that my calligraphy surpasses yours?" Upon hearing this question, Bai Qishu felt a jolt of surprise. If the previous assessment was a test of his capabilities, then this inquiry seemed to probe something deeper. Was it a trial or perhaps an attempt to intimidate him? The people in the hall could not help but feel anxious for Bai Qishu. A wrong answer could very well lead to dire consequences. While the Huaxiang Emperor had a passion for calligraphy, it was undeniable that his skills paled in comparison to Bai Qishu's. Should Bai Qishu claim his own work was superior, it would be an affront to the emperor. Conversely, should he praise the emperor's calligraphy, it would seem insincere, risking a decline in the emperor's favorable opinion of him. Bai Qishu bit his lip, recognizing the cunning of the victor in the struggle for the throne. Such a question was indeed difficult to navigate. An emperor who had ascended the throne through the strife among his kin, despite any present kindness or humility, could not easily shed the paranoia and egotism inherent to his station. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qishu maintained his composure and replied, "Your Majesty's calligraphy is, quite frankly, incomparable to that of a mere commoner." The assembly fell into stunned silence, aghast at Bai Qishu's audacity. It seemed he had just signed his own death warrant. Indeed, the Huaxiang Emperor's expression darkened, demanding, "What do you mean by that?" Bai Qishu steadied his nerves and calmly elaborated, "Calligraphy encompasses various styles. Without a shared category, comparison is futile. Your Majesty's writing exudes dignity and vigor. embodying the spirit of yin and gu. Regrettably, he internalized that this dynasty may not grasp the meaning of yin and gu. Should the emperor inquire further, he would be at a loss, though his surprise. However, the emperor's demeanor softened, encouraging him to continue. I have merely practiced for a few days and do not presume to offer a judgment. These words ignited a spark of joy within the heart of Emperor Huaxiang, alleviating much of his earlier frustration. Not only did he refrain from flattering him, but he also deftly extricated himself from a troublesome predicament. Bai Qishu truly possessed a clever wit. The emperor cast his gaze towards the palace exterior, inquiring how many steps it would take for him to reach there. Bai Qishu estimated it to be roughly 10 steps. Then proceed, the emperor commanded, and compose a poem reflecting your mood today. Was this a deliberate challenge from the emperor? During the imperial examinations, he had submitted a blank paper for the poetry section, and now, with merely 10 steps to traverse, he felt as though he could rival Chao Ji's famed 7-step verse. Should he attempt to compose a poem or abstain? Amidst these contemplations, Bai Qishu had already taken 3 steps forward. The emperor had cunningly maneuvered him into the palace's final examination list, personally overseeing his assessment. Thus, it seemed inevitable that he must fulfill this task. It was likely that the emperor had already arrived at his own conclusion regarding the poem, whether it materialized or not. With the 4th step taken, he pondered what sort of poem a man, who had endured years of rigorous study and finally gained the monarch's favor, would craft. Bai Qishu closed his eyes. The grand hall was enveloped in silence, and no one could believe he would conjure a poem within such a short distance. A smile curved his lips as he realized the perfect choice. At this moment, Meng Dongyes after the imperial examination seemed most fitting. With the 5th step, Bai Qishu finally spoke. In days of yore, my misdeeds were unworthy of praise. Today, I revel in boundless thoughts. With the 7th step, he continued, in the spring breeze, my steed gallops swiftly, and in a single day, I behold all the flowers of Chang'an. As his words echoed, Bai Qishu found himself at the threshold of the grand hall, with just 1 step remaining to the outside. Ah, to behold all the flowers of Chang'an in a day. The emperor's emotions remained inscrutable, yet he sensed his approval. How could Bai Qishu compose a poem within 10 steps today when he had submitted a blank sheet during the previous examination? Was this intentional? The emperor squinted thoughtfully. Having navigated the complexities of commerce and governance, he perceived the situation clearly. Very well, you may withdraw, he declared. Bai Qishu bowed and slowly retreated from the grand hall. Behind him, others awaited their turn for the final examination. Once outside the Bailing Palace, Bai Qishu exhaled deeply, feeling as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest, granting him a newfound sense of ease. He glanced at the sun above, his spirits lifted. 3 days later, when the results were announced, a crowd gathered before the list. Yet Bai Qishu found himself devoid of interest in the proceedings. Nevertheless, the emperor summoned him into the palace once more. Naturally, he was not the only one. Upon exiting, he noticed that the area before the results board was now largely deserted. Bai Qishu stepped closer to examine the list, which read, by the grace of heaven and the decree of the emperor, on the 21st day of the 4th month in the 30th year of the Yuanxi era, 300 scholars of the realm have been selected, with the 1st class granted the title of Jinshi, the 2nd class awarded Jinshi status, and the 3rd class recognized as Tongjianshi. Thus, we hereby announce. Following was an array of fine print detailing the names and hometowns of the top scholars, and Bai Qishu quickly found his name among the 3rd class. The title of Jinshi signified the pinnacle of scholarly achievement, leading to the bestowal of official positions. The top scholar, Shu Qian, hailing from Yunyang, was appointed as the Grand Minister of the Yiwang Academy, overseeing its affairs. The 2nd place, Lin Yi, from Jianglin, was assigned as the Chief Supervisor of the Longhuan Pavilion, tasked with the compilation of the Chronicles of Huaxiang. Qin Lu, a distinguished scholar from Jingzhou, was appointed as the Left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rites, succeeding the former Left Vice Minister, Dou Zhang. Bai Qishu, hailing from Anping, was conferred the position of Junior Minister of the Ministry of Works. The resonant voice of the eunuch in charge of the imperial summons still echoed in the air as Bai Qishu sat within the carriage, contemplating future plans. In the Lingqing garden, Luo Yu, after eagerly reading the gold list, hurried back without even stopping to purchase her favorite pastries. Bursting through the door, she exclaimed, Miss, the gold list has been released. Chu Yurue, sipping tea, remarked, what is this exuberance for? One would think you have achieved the top scholar. Luo Yu unceremoniously took a seat, pouring herself a cup of tea. Qihua, entering the room, chided her for her lack of decorum. Luo Yu chuckled lightly, since the young lady is unconcerned, we need not be so formal, do we? With that, She cast her gaze towards Chu Yurue. Chu Yurue found herself at a loss with Luo Yu's carefree disposition. She herself was but a child, fond of play and mischief, and thus refrained from reprimanding her. However, Chihua's rigid adherence to propriety seemed unnecessary, making Chu Yurue feel as though she was the one imposing restrictions on them. Very well, do as you pleased. It has been rare to see you return this early. Who is this top scholar that brings you such joy? Luo Yu, having been raised by her father, a mere scholar with aspirations for fame, was influenced by his pursuits and thus developed a fondness for literature. With a gleam in her eye, Luo Yu declared, "It is the palace master, Palace Master." Chu Yurue's lips quirked in disbelief. Can a princess participate in the imperial examinations? Indeed, he is remarkable. Luo Yu nodded, reminiscing about the admiration she felt while listening to his lectures. Is it true that Huaxiang is so tolerant, allowing women to partake in the examinations? Chu Yurue casually inquired. Luo Yu stood abruptly. Women in the imperial examinations? How could that be possible? It would be prudent for you to refrain from such talk. Although Huaxiang's customs have become somewhat more liberal than in the past, they cannot compare to those of the Tang and Yu eras, where male superiority still prevails. According to the law, a woman disguising herself as a man to serve in court is a grave offense, punishable by death. With a sudden tremor, Chu Yurue's hand slipped, causing the walnut she held to tumble to the floor. Concern for Bai Chishu arose in her heart as she mused, "Are you implying that the palace master is a man?" She had heard of the female-dominant Tang and Yu states with their princesses, which was not entirely surprising. But what of a male palace master in Huaxiang? Luo Yu inadvertently spat out her tea. No. The palace master I refer to is not the kind you are thinking of. It is the master of the Qingshang Palace. With the mention of that familiar name, Chu Yurue's eyes widened in astonishment. She had assumed he was just an ordinary scholar, never anticipating that such a young man would be the esteemed master of the Qingshang Palace, the most renowned academy in Huaxiang in recent years. Typically, individuals from such institutions travel between nations, delivering lectures, and would rarely accept official positions in any country. Yet, no one had anticipated that the master of the Qingshang Palace would now serve as a grand scholar in Huaxiang. Indeed, if you had not clarified, Luo Yue, merely referring to the palace master would have certainly led to misunderstanding. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, Chu Yurue swiftly redirected the conversation. Have you heard any delightful tales of late? Do share them with me. Luo Yue leaned over the table, grasping a handful of sunflower seeds. What kind of story does the young lady wish to hear? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yurue propped her head up with her right hand and mischievously replied, I desire to hear the secrets of the imperial court. Upon hearing Luo Yue's inquiry, Chu Yurue could not help but recall the lady who accompanied Crown Prince Xiaoyang during the birthday banquet of Emperor Huaxiang. She was left pondering the woman's true identity and why the atmosphere in the grand hall had suddenly turned frigid. Luo Yue, spitting out a seed shell, hesitated and said, As for the secrets of the court, one mustn't speak carelessly about such matters. Moreover, these tales often contain exaggerated embellishments and are merely hearsay, lacking authenticity. Chu Yurue, however, grew increasingly intrigued. I am merely idle and wish to indulge in some light conversation. As though I were listening to a tale. If you truly cannot think of anything, then let it be. Alas, it seems you are still quite young, having heard too few stories. Luo Yue slammed her hand on the table, startling Chihua, who had entered to tidy up, causing her to look on in bewilderment. Luo Yue cleared her throat. Speaking of imperial court secrets, there is indeed one tale, however. It bears little relation to the consorts of the harem. The protagonist of this incident is the 10th imperial uncle. The 10th imperial uncle? Chu Yurue mused, touching her face. It's the last birthday banquet. The look the 10th imperial uncle cast upon that Lianer was distinctly different. Perhaps it was indeed what she wished to hear. Pray, do continue. Luo Yue, suddenly animated, pulled Chihua over to sit in a chair. Rolling up her sleeves, Luo Yue prepared to tell her tale while Chu Yurue arranged the fruits. Luo Yue, having procured a small rectangular box from somewhere, slapped it on the table and began to recount the story with great enthusiasm. This tale takes us back 7 years, to a time when the 10th imperial uncle was but 20, having just returned from the kingdom of Xiaoyang. Wait, Chu Yurue interrupted. Although Luo Yue was somewhat displeased at being cut off so abruptly, she inquired what was amiss. Chu Yurue pressed on. Why did the 10th imperial uncle return from Xiaoyang? Luo Yue pressed her lips together. It is not surprising that the young lady, not being from Anping, is unaware of past events. When the 10th imperial uncle was merely 10 years old, a significant incident transpired within the palace. In a bid to protect him, the then prince, now the emperor, dispatched him to the kingdom of Xiaoyang. A significant incident? Chu Yurue furrowed her brows. What could have been so grave? With so many brothers, why did the emperor choose to send the 10th imperial uncle to Shaiyang? Luoyu's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper, aware of Chu Rui's curiosity regarding the events of that year. I am not entirely sure myself. It may have some relation to witchcraft. It is said that the 10th imperial uncle's mother was deeply involved in this matter and, fearing the consequences, took her own life. An event that the young 10th imperial uncle, then only 10, witnessed. It must have been quite a harrowing experience for him. Chu Yurui fell into a prolonged silence, pondering the reason behind the 10th prince's cold demeanor. Such a scene would be disconcerting for anyone. Luoyu sighed and continued, His Majesty is aware of the 10th prince's return to Huaxiang and personally journeyed to the outskirts to greet him. An act that embodies the highest etiquette reserved for foreign dignitaries. A decade has swiftly passed, and the 10th prince is no longer the child he once was. He has matured into a man. Consequently, His Majesty naturally considered his marriage prospects. The status of the 10th prince is immensely exalted, evident to all. The ruler who triumphed in the struggle for succession shows no mercy towards any of his sons. The former crown prince renounced the world. The second prince succumbed to illness during exile. The fourth prince was executed for treason. The fifth prince was demoted for failing to observe propriety. The sixth prince perished in confinement. And the seventh prince was killed for coveting military power. The eighth and ninth princes conspired against His Majesty and were captured. Only the 10th prince remained, and ministers believed he was doomed upon returning to Huaxiang. Yet, to their astonishment, the Huaxiang emperor transformed his previous ruthlessness into benevolence, ruling with compassion. Moreover, he frequently engaged in chess matches with the 10th prince, truly resembling the bond of brothers. As Luoyu recounted the fates of the princes in their struggle for succession. The more she spoke, the more chilling it became for Chu Yurui. The imperial palace had always been a place she wished to avoid, and she maintained a respectful distance from the 10th prince. However, the emperor's sudden change in attitude was something even the ministers of that time failed to comprehend, and Chu Yurui could only glean from Luoyu's narration, remaining oblivious to the full truth. Luoyu sipped her tea and continued, the 10th prince did not stay long in Anping, and many are unaware of his temperament. However, to outsiders, he appeared to be in the prime of his youth, exhibiting a demeanor that was both refined and elegant, unlike other noble youths who indulged in debauchery. Rather, he seemed as serene and transcendent as a lotus. It is no wonder that numerous officials wished for the 10th prince to become their son-in-law. Chu Yurui blinked, realizing that if this continued, the 10th prince must already have a wife. Yet, at the longevity banquet, he was seated next to Su Huai. He had chosen one portrait among many, saying nothing of the woman's family or her name, leaving her as an enigma. Luoyu's eyes widened with excitement and she chuckled. Moreover, the 10th prince did not adhere to royal customs by holding the wedding within the palace. Instead, he carried the bridal sedan chair out onto the bustling streets of Anping. That day was truly a scene of exuberance. 7 years ago, Luoyu had just turned 6. Her vivid recollection of that occasion attested to the grandiosity of the wedding festivities. Chapter 66. The affection of Longyang on the day of the 10th prince's marriage. The streets of Anping were thronged with people from a distance. They spotted a magnificent red sedan chair carried by 8 bearers, and the onlookers jostled eagerly to catch a glimpse of the bride, only to be halted by the guards. Nevertheless, they pressed forward, undeterred. The 10th prince, adorned in wedding attire, rode a white horse, his chest decorated with a striking red flower, occasionally glancing to the sides and offering courteous smiles. At this, Luoyu formed her hands into a heart shape, while Chu Yurui wearily rolled her eyes. As Luoyu beheld the expression on Chu Yurui's face, she lowered her hands and let out a soft sigh, saying, that day's scene truly drew throngs of people into the streets. Even now, it is a topic of extensive discussion. However, just as the crowd surged forward, a cloud of dust arose in the distance, and the sound of galloping hooves grew nearer, revealing a faint silhouette ahead. The more Luoyu spoke, the more animated she became, rising to her feet and placing one foot upon the stool. An act somewhat lacking in decorum, yet she seemed oblivious to it. Seizing a small box from the table, she slapped it down and continued. That young man appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, yet he donned crimson garments akin to those of the 10th royal uncle. Chu Yurui twitched at the corner of her mouth. How had this tale become increasingly fantastical? A mysterious smile graced Luoyu's lips as she arched an eyebrow and asked, My lady, can you guess who this person is? With her chin resting on her hand, Chu Yurui replied without a moment's thought, Su Huai. Who else but the esteemed Su minister would be so ostentatious? Luoyu's expression fell into one of disappointment, her lips curling in a pout as she remarked, How dull. You guessed far too quickly. She lowered her foot from the stool, wiped it down and sat back down. Continuing with a grin, however, what transpires next, I assure you, my lady, will baffle you. As the crimson figure became increasingly distinct, the guards ahead failed to impede him. Even while mounted, Su Darren skillfully maneuvered past the guards and swiftly reached the side of the 10th royal uncle. Taking a bite of fruit, Luo Yu continued. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent, as if the atmosphere had thickened. All eyes fixed on Su Darren, who stood there in silence, leaving everyone perplexed. Yet observing Su Darren in his red attire, the citizens began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating whether he had come to claim a bride. Su Darren's steed halted beside the 10th royal uncle, and for a considerable time, he stared at the bridal sedan without uttering a word, both men enveloped in silence. The 10th royal uncle made no motion to instruct the guards to escort Su Darren away. Suddenly, breaking the stillness, Su Darren spoke, "Come with me." Chu Yurue could discern that Luo Yu was straining to suppress her laughter. Fruit in hand forgotten, why lady? Haha, can you guess what happened next? Gazing at Luo Yu's expression, Chu Yurue's instincts told her that the situation was far from simple. If indeed the 10th royal uncle and Su Huai both held affections for the same woman, would their relationship still be so amicable? Luo Yu leaned over the table, laughing heartily for what felt like an eternity, yet she had yet to reveal what transpired next. Finally catching her breath, she swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Well, haha, it's just that." After uttering those words, the citizens were convinced that Su Darren had come to claim the 10th royal uncle's bride, inwardly criticizing him for his audacity. Little did they expect that at that moment, a deep male voice replied, "Very well." Pfft. Chu Yurue spat her tea, disregarding her composure. "What did you say? The 10th royal uncle. And Su Huai?" "Indeed." Luo Yu nodded with a face full of sorrow. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the two departed swiftly, leaving behind a joyous bridal sedan chair. Wandering into the horizon. 3 months passed, and upon their return to the palace, His Majesty never again broached the subject of the 10th prince's marriage. Lord Su remained closely by the 10th prince's side, their relationship becoming an open secret within the palace. After finally concluding her tale, Luo Yu took a sip of water. Chu Yuru felt as though her worldview had been entirely reshaped by Luo Yu's revelations. No wonder, during the last birthday banquet, a group of officials had remarked about not noticing Lord Su seated beside the 10th prince. It seemed the rumors were not without foundation, considering the 10th prince would soon reach the age of maturity yet remained unmarried. Perhaps he indeed harbored an affinity for men. Chihua, who had been reluctantly dragged by Luo Yu to listen to her story, observed her finishing and began to tidy up. She interjected, "The palace is rife with rumors. Misunderstandings are bound to occur. It would be best to regard it as mere entertainment." Chu Yuru pondered deeply as she watched Chihua's departing figure. After all, the 10th prince had disclosed neither the name of the lady he had chosen nor any other details. Who could say if there was truly someone within that sedan chair? That night, as Chu Yuru extinguished her lamp in preparation for sleep, she noticed the Bai Su laying on her desk emitting a faint glow, reminiscent of fireflies swirling around. The Bai Su Lang was the bamboo flute gifted to her by the June of Ziyun. Rising from her couch, she draped a cloak over her shoulders. The moment her hand brushed against the Bai Su Lang, the light dimmed, and the glow above the flute coalesced into several characters. "Meet in the bamboo grove." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuru tied the Bai Su Lang around her waist and stepped outside towards the bamboo grove. In the shadows, several hidden guards exchanged knowing glances, splitting into two groups as before, two heading towards the Wang residence of Zhongxiu, while the other two accompanied Chu Yuru to the bamboo grove. Within the grove, Chu Yuru soon discerned a figure clad in a lake green long robe, the June of Ziyun, sitting as he had on the day they first met, a chin resting before him, yet untouched. His complexion appeared much improved, though he sat in silence, looking somewhat distracted. "Is your chin still in disrepair?" Chu Yuru jested. "Hand me the jade curtain hook," the June of Ziyun replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Likely due to his frailty, yet his words caused Chu Yuru to frown. "With all due respect, I am unaware of what you mean by the jade curtain hook," she responded with a light laugh. Rising, the June of Ziyun shook off the fallen leaves from his attire and sighed, "Give it to me. That item holds no significance for you." Chu Yuru blinked, her right hand forming a fist. "The jade curtain hook was something I discovered at Lomiju. It is my mother's heirloom and rightfully belongs to me. Why should you desire it?" The June of Ziyun did not turn, his gaze fixed on the distance. His expression pained, "Do you know the Chin'e Hall?" Upon hearing him mention the Chin'e Hall, Chu Yurue immediately began to rummage through her personal space. She recalled that she had once seen a book that referenced the Chin'e Hall, though that was many years ago. and the text contained only a brief passage. Chu Yurui had not considered it of any significance and had thus overlooked it. Now, upon hearing Lord Ziyun mention it again, she hastily retrieved the book to revisit that particular excerpt. Chapter 67. Past events. Qian'e, the goddess of lunar operations, rides upon the sun's steeds, with Qian'e as her charioteer. The Qian'e Hall, established 280 years ago by the Hall Master Yu Zihui, is renowned alongside the Taowu, Xiaobi, and Xian halls as one of the four great halls. Chu Yurui meticulously recited the details of the Qian'e Hall from the book, swiftly seizing upon the name of its founder, Yu. If she was not mistaken, her mother also. Noticing Chu Yurui's complexion gradually pale, Lord Ziyun lowered his gaze and remarked, "The jade curtain hook is the token of the Qian'e Hall's master. Your mother also bears the surname Yu, and her given name is Wan Yi. Have you truly considered this? Wearing it, are you prepared for the consequences?" Abruptly, Chu Yurui raised her head and replied, "Ah, how can I know whether you are worthy of my trust?" She sensed the situation growing increasingly convoluted. The death of her parents, the disappearance of her brother, the emergence of the four great halls, each aspect intermingled, suffocating her with uncertainty. The arrival of strangers, all professing to act in her best interest, left her bewildered, particularly since she had lost fragments of her past, rendering her unsure of whom to believe. Receiving Chu Yurui's skepticism, Lord Ziyun did not exhibit anger. Instead, he spoke with calm deliberation. "I once went by the name Yin Mujuan and was the master of the Xiaobi Hall. However, in the present day, such titles hold little significance. The Xiaobi Hall has long since ceased to exist, much like Qian'e and Xian, now mere wisps of memory. The bamboo flute you hold is known as Bishu Lang, the token of the Xiaobi Hall that I fear for your safety, hence I bestow it upon you." Chu Yurui withdrew the bamboo flute, offering it back to Lord Ziyun, stating, "Since it is the token of the Xiaobi Hall, what purpose does it serve me?" As she attempted to return it, he did not accept it. After a prolonged internal struggle, he ultimately refrained from voicing the events of many years past. He thought to himself that Chu Yurui was merely someone who bore a resemblance to her, with no reason to entangle an unrelated individual in the grievances of the past. Yet that person already knew, and firmly believed that Chu Yurui was indeed his Arue. Taking a deep breath, Lord Ziyun closed his eyes and said, "I understand that our acquaintance is brief, and you have no reason to trust me. However, the jade curtain hook truly must not remain in your possession. Hand it to me. I shall see to its disposition." Chu Yurui, filled with doubt, extracted the jade curtain hook from her sleeve. Yet upon seeing the dim red glow emanating from it, Lord Ziyun froze for a moment. So, it appears, he was indeed a step too late. Chu Yurui's blood had already touched the jade curtain hook. A look of disbelief spread across Lord Ziyun's face as he finally raised his hand and sighed. "Very well." Chu Yurui observed his expression shift in a rather perplexing manner. Just as she prepared to speak, another individual raised a hand to brush aside the bamboo leaves resting on Zijun's shoulder, fixing a pair of striking Danfeng eyes directly upon Chu Yurui. The purple attire, illuminated by the moonlight, took on a softer hue. Almost in unison, they exclaimed, "Ban Yuan." However, in contrast, Chu Yurui's voice bore a calmness. Recalling the last exchange meeting where she had inadvertently embarrassed herself, a faint smile graced her lips, mingled with a tinge of curiosity about the relationship between that person and Zijun. Zijun was aware that Ban Yuan was bound for Shaiyang Kingdom, yet was at a loss as to why he appeared here now. She feared he might be allied with that individual. Thus a hint of concern flickered in her gaze. Leaning against the bamboo, Ban Yuan raised his eyes and remarked, "A gentleman does not usurp another's desires. Since that lady, Chu, is unwilling to grant you the jade curtain hook, why must you press her? Is that not so, Mu Jun?" Zijun trembled slightly, retorting, "What concern is it of yours?" Ban Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Chu Yurui, who met his stare without hesitation. Suddenly, Ban Yuan chuckled lightly. "Ah, even your eyes are so strikingly similar." Lowering his head to smooth his hair ends, he leaned closer to Zijun and whispered, "Mu Jun, you once said that the cycles of the world are governed by cause and effect. If she truly cannot survive in this realm, not even a celestial deity could erase her name from the book of life and death. Perhaps you should ease your mind and simply watch a performance with me." A smile tugged at the corners of Ban Yuan's lips, and for reasons unknown, a chill crept into Chu Yurui's heart. She rolled over, nearly tumbling from her couch, and upon opening her eyes, found herself in her own room. Lifting the covers, she discovered the Bai Su Lang tied around her waist and the jade curtain hook still in place. She distinctly recalled venturing into the bamboo grove the previous night. What had transpired afterward? Why was she now in her own quarters? Has the young lady awoken? Chi Hua arrived early as usual, serving breakfast and noticing Chu Yurue lost in thought. "Him." Chu Yurue merely responded with a murmur. Remaining silent, Chi Hua poured water into the wash basin, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chu Yurue still could not fathom how she had returned. Could it have been a dream? Rising to don her shoes, she approached Chi Hua and inquired, "Has Ling Feng not yet returned?" Sister Ling Feng is currently investigating the whereabouts of young Master Chu, but it seems there has been little progress. Chi Hua noticed the disappointment etched on Chu Yurue's face and quickly offered reassurance. "Do not fret too much, for it is possible that young Master Chu is hiding in a safe location, which is why Sister Ling Feng cannot locate him." Did not news from Chu Cheng also indicate no sightings of young Master Chu? Upon hearing this, Chu Yurue's heart lightened slightly. Though concern lingered, Chi Hua arranged the breakfast and stepped out of the room, only to be met with a commotion outside. Unmistakably the voice of Luo Yu. "What are you doing here?" Luo Yu's tone was filled with astonishment. "That's what I wish to ask you, you brat. What are you doing here?" A youthful voice, tinged with mischief, responded, and soon enough, Luo Yu was embroiled in a lively quarrel. "Why can't I be here? Who are you calling a brat? Do you dare to break my legs? Come on then, who's afraid of whom?" As Chi Hua stepped outside, she was greeted by the sight of two figures engaged in a fierce scuffle. Hastily, she approached, eager to intervene, yet hesitant to draw too close, so she called out from the side, "Luo Yu, cease at once." Luo Yu, drawing her sword with a flourish, turned with indignation. "Why am I the only one commanded to stop?" Before Chi Hua could articulate her response, the clash of their swords rang out, startling Chu Yuru, who was partaking in her morning meal within. Upon stepping outside, she observed the two sparring but refrained from voicing a halt. As she could not discern the youth's features, leaving her unaware of his identity, a gust of wind swept by, and Luo Yu nimbly evaded the thrust of the sword, her garments swirling gracefully. With a deft leap, she gained the upper hand, using the hilt of her sword to pin the young man against the wall. He turned his head with a frown, clearly dissatisfied. Luo Yu released her grip on the hilt and took 2 steps back, remarking, "Well, it has been a while since we last met. Your skills have certainly improved." The young man lifted his chin, proudly declaring, "Of course. Have you forgotten who my master is?" Chapter 68. The prince's reminiscence. The young man turned and immediately caught sight of Chu Yuru standing at the door. His eyes sparkled with recognition as he tossed a bundle to Luo Yu. When their gazes met, Chu Yuru found herself momentarily entranced by the youth's face. It wasn't until he rushed to her side and embraced her that she regained her senses. "Sister!" Chu Yuyuan exclaimed, releasing her from his hold. Luo Yu, nearly losing her balance, gasped, "What? Sister? Is he the young Master Chu that the lady has searched for so long?" Chu Yuru was at a loss for words. Having no family in her past life, or rather, those she had did not deserve the title of kin, now, witnessing the one she had so ardently sought standing before her, brimming with vitality, she felt an authentic joy blossoming from within, not only for herself but also for the past Chu Yuru. Perhaps, unbeknownst to her, they had merged into one. She reached out to ruffle Chu Yuyuan's hair and smiled. "It is enough that you are back." A myriad of sentiments condensed into those 4 simple words. "It is enough that you are back." Though Chu Yuyuan's hair was tied up, he had grown to nearly the same height as Chu Yuru. Rubbing his head, he pouted, "Sister, I am no longer a child. Why do you still treat me as such?" Chu Yuru stifled her laughter. "How would you like me to treat you then?" Chu Yuan pondered for a moment. Remaining silent, he entered the house without reservation, pulled up a chair, and began recounting his experiences from the past few months to Chu Yuru. Naturally, he deliberately omitted the name of the master who had saved him, remaining tight-lipped despite Chu Yuru's probing. Aware that everyone harbors their own secrets, she refrained from pressing further. After conversing for a while, Chu Yuyuan suddenly inquired about Luo Yu. Chu Yuru, likewise withholding the truth, merely mentioned that Luo Yu was occupied with matters at Longqing courtyard. Chu Yuyuan then took the opportunity to jest about Luo Yu, and soon they were sparring once more. Before long, Chu Yuyuan dashed inside, covering his face and whining, "Sister, that troublesome girl is bullying me." With a smile concealing her amusement, Chu Yuru remarked, "You should let Luo Yu be. She is still 2 years your junior." As Fong entered the door, Luo Yu, upon hearing these words, cast a triumphant glance at Chu Yuyuan, who lamented with a sorrowful expression, "Sister, whose sister are you, exactly?" Simultaneously, he silently vowed to himself that once he had learned a few more moves from his master, he would not believe he could not best her. Within the Futsu pavilion, Lian Yiqing, holding a brush, sneezed, causing his hand to tremble and ink to splatter across the rice paper. Just then, Xiaoming entered the room. having tidied her belongings, and inquired, "Master, is everything all right?" Lien Yiching swiftly pulled the soiled paper from the desk, replacing it with a fresh sheet as he resumed writing. "It's nothing. Perhaps I have caught a slight chill. I do not understand, Master, why you instructed young Master Chu not to reveal your identity. Did you not express your feelings to Miss Chu? Why not seize the moment and teach her to be grateful?" Though Lien Yiching's brush remained in motion, his mind wandered elsewhere as he responded to Chiu Ming's query. He preferred not to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Why articulate it? Chiu Ming hesitated. Yet there would inevitably come a day when the truth could not be concealed. Earlier that morning, as young Master Chu departed, he had inquired whether he could return to Futsu Pavilion for further martial training. Master had contemplated for a while before replying that he could come once a month for lessons. Lien Yiching's lips curled slightly. Then, he would teach her when he felt it was time to repay this favor. In May, the flowers danced lightly upon the willows, and the shimmering rays of sunlight greeted the vibrant sun. The lilacs in Dingzhou had bloomed once more, the verdant trees lush, and the weather gradually warming, prompting people to don lighter garments. The air was filled with the occasional chirping of birds. Within the Ding Wangfu, everything was orderly. A new month had commenced, and the servants began their bustling preparations for breakfast at dawn. Many years prior, on an evening shrouded in silence, the Mu residence was enveloped in an eerie stillness. A young man lingered outside the door, pacing back and forth with a furrowed brow, as the daylight waned and the lanterns hanging from the eaves flickered to life. An unsettling ambience descended upon the Mu household. One by one, maidservants emerged carrying basins of water. He leaned in for a closer look and was nearly struck senseless. Was it blood that stained those basins? All from her? Was childbirth truly so terrifying? He stood rooted in place, his heart racing. When he had resolved to enter the delivery room, a maidservant dashed out in a flurry, exclaiming, "The princess is in labor, and it appears we may only be able to save one." What? He was taken aback, disregarding the attempts of those nearby to restrain him, and bolted into the delivery room. The once formidable presence of the woman he knew was now reduced to a pallid figure lying on the bed, drenched in sweat, her hair disheveled, devoid of her former authority. The midwife shouted for her to push, yet she had long since exhausted her strength. Turning her head, she half opened her eyes, able to discern the silhouette nearby, and attempted to speak, but no words escaped her lips. It was as if he understood her unspoken thoughts, and he approached her bedside, taking her hand in his, saying, "It's all right, I am here." In that moment, he felt an unspoken connection between them. Yet she sought to break free from his grasp, ultimately closing her eyes again, whispering, "Let me go." He trembled, waiting for her next words. "Hua Shi, I, Mu Lingjun, have never asked anything of you. But now that I implore you, save the child, and take good care of him." After a considerable effort to complete her sentence, Mu Lingjun found herself devoid of the strength to even catch her breath. She turned her head away, seemingly unwilling to engage further with him. Hua Shi rose abruptly, a sorrowful smile flickering across her face before she regained her former composure, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Do not even think about it." With a swift flick of her sleeve, she commanded, "Find the best physician from the Imperial Medical Department for this prince. I shall personally escort both the child and the princess back to the manor." Having suffered a miscarriage once before, her health was already precarious, and this delivery posed an immense risk. You understand why she is named Lingjun. Do you recall the dying words of Master Liaoqing? She continued, "A venomous woman, envious, a bewitching concubine. Every ill reputation has been heaped upon me. What difference does it make if I am further accused of needless slaughter? Hua Shi, a concubine who bullies the legitimate wife, according to the Huaxiang laws, deserves to be dragged out and beaten to death. Teaching her a lesson is justified both by sentiment and propriety. This child should not exist, even if he does. I cannot predict when he might meet with misfortune. It would be better to end it before his birth. You and I were united for mutual benefit. The matters of marriage, dictated by our parents and matchmakers, are beyond my resistance. From now on, I shall assist you in reclaiming your throne, and you shall release me. We will owe each other nothing thereafter." As footsteps approached, a maid raised the curtain, only to be startled by the sudden opening of Hua Shi's eyes, prompting her to kneel in haste. Hua Shi closed her eyes again, her head spinning, and for reasons unknown, memories of the past flooded her mind. A dream so vivid and prolonged that she had not experienced in many years. Adjusting her attire, a young servant respectfully announced, "Your Highness, the princess requests your presence in the hall for breakfast." The young master is also present. Chapter 69. Taking office in the palace. Upon entering the hall, Hua Shi adjusted her garments and indeed found Mu Lingjun waiting for him, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Just as she was about to step through the door, Mu Lingjun had already risen to bow. "Your Highness," she greeted. He extended his hand to assist her, remarking that as husband and wife, such formalities were unnecessary. Mu Lingjun lowered her head, saying nothing, but swiftly withdrew her hand, sensing the atmosphere grow tense. Hua Yuanqing, seated at the table, hurriedly leaped from his chair and respectfully greeted, "Good morning, father." Hua Shi clenched his fists awkwardly, furrowing his brow. Good morning." The maids in the hall arranged the tableware, and the three took their seats. Hua Yuanqing dutifully bowed his head to eat, while Hua Shi merely moved his chopsticks, signaling that they could begin. He watched Hua Yuanqing eat with a sense of melancholy. The boy was so busy with matters concerning Dingzhou that he had neglected his own child, who had grown so much in what felt like an instant, and he realized he had spent so little time with him. His gaze shifted to Mu Lingjun, noticing her pause and serving herself. Yet she feigned ignorance and continued her meal. "It has been quite a while since the princess dined with this prince. What brings you the time today?" Hua Shi inquired, placing food into Mu Lingjun's bowl. Mu Lingjun hesitated momentarily before responding, as calm as if discussing the weather. "Your Highness is preoccupied with state affairs and spends nights elsewhere. Naturally, I cannot summon you." Hua Shi raised an eyebrow, inquiring if the princess was indeed concerned about the prince. However, Mu Lingjun abruptly interrupted Hua Shi, stating that the imperial edict had been issued at the end of last month, and the top scholar was none other than Fu Ke from Yunyang, who also served as the master of Qingshang Palace. Upon finishing her words, Mu Lingjun cast a glance at Hua Yuanqing, prompting Hua Yuanqing to immediately cease his actions. "Father, I have finished my tasks and shall take my leave," he declared. Hua Shi frowned, pondering the urgency of the matter, especially considering the Grand Tutor had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, Mu Lingjun remarked, "The young master has not performed well in his studies this month. He ought to make up for it." Hua Shi nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. Truth be told, it had been quite a while since the family had gathered to partake in breakfast together. He had presumed Mu Lingjun had come to discuss other matters, yet it turned out to be political affairs once more. Suppressing his disappointment, Hua Shi donned a neutral expression, observing Hua Yuanqing exit the hall. Turning back, his eyes were now filled with frost. The legitimate daughter of the Chu family, what tempest could a woman stir? If she could secure that top scholar for herself, the influence in Dingzhou would undoubtedly swell considerably. Hua Shi inquired, "Have you ascertained the identity of that individual?" Fu Ke, a native of Yunyang, had established Qingshang Palace in the 25th year of Yuanxi, assuming the role of master. Not only was he the top scholar, but he had also achieved the distinction of being a three-time champion. Within Qingshang Palace, there were over 1,000 students, and for the past 5 years, he had traveled to various locales to impart knowledge, earning the admiration of the populace. 7 months prior, while lecturing in Yunyang, he chanced upon a fox spirit, who claimed that his teachings bore the essence of Emojia's non-aggression philosophy. As for the true identity of the fox spirit, and what exactly Emojia entailed, it remained shrouded in mystery. Yu Lingjun's cool voice resonated through the hall. Her earnestness in investigating Fu Ke was evident, each word delivered without pause. Suddenly, Hua Shi recalled a certain phrase, "I will assist you in reclaiming the throne, and in return, you will let me go. Thereafter, we shall owe each other nothing." Did she truly wish to depart? Taking a deep breath, Hua Shi placed his left hand upon the table. The fox spirit. Had it not been for her elusive nature, he would genuinely consider bringing her under his wing. Initially, he had believed her to possess only exceptional medical skills, not realizing her understanding extended beyond that. While scholars may lack the martial prowess to wield a spear and lead armies for their sovereign, the direction of public opinion they control is of paramount importance and immutable. However, Fu Ke had already been appointed to the position of Grand Academician and would commence duties in the palace by early May. Being situated far in Dingzhou, how could they possibly win him over? Hua Shi queried. Yu Lingjun tapped her fingers upon the table and replied, "His Majesty has permitted Fu Ke to lecture at the end of each month. In May, when he arrives in Dingzhou, the prince shall personally go to welcome Fu Quebec. This not only fosters goodwill, but also demonstrates the prince's dedication to learning, thus inspiring a scholarly atmosphere in Dingzhou, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action." Meanwhile, in the Bai residence, Bai Qi Shu stood before the mirror, while Bai Ji held the official attire beside him. Bai Wei adjusted his garments, and upon gazing at his own reflection, Bai Qi Shu nearly failed to recognize himself. Adorned in a dark red court robe, embroidered with herons in the center, he looked rather comical in his earnestness. Just as he was lost in thought, Bai Ji reminded him of the time, prompting him to mount the carriage for his visit to the palace. As Fong ascended the carriage, Bai Qishu abruptly turned his head, calling out to Bai Wei and Bai Ji. Now that I have taken on an official role at court, I must focus my energies on my duties. Please pay close attention to matters at home, especially concerning the two esteemed elders, Li and Wang. The accounts should be reviewed bi-weekly. Regarding the accounts of the Shihua Pavilion, should I be absent from the residence, instruct the steward to hand them over to Elder Wu. Bai Wei and Bai Ji exchanged glances, and after fully grasping Bai Qishu's instructions, they watched the carriage depart. The young master seems quite preoccupied of late, having entrusted so many responsibilities to us. Is there something significant brewing within the family? Once again standing at the palace gates, Bai Qishu's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. The former assistant minister had been promoted to deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, briefed him on various matters, and then departed. After a long day at the ministry, Bai Qishu stretched lazily and stepped out of the palace, where Bai Wei and Bai Ji awaited by the carriage. Young Master Bai, as he emerged from the palace gates, a voice called from behind. Turning, Bai Qishu beheld Princess Ningyang, the very one he had rescued from the Wuchalu, her hair slightly disheveled, likely from her hurried departure, the sound of her hairpin jingling as she moved. This humble official pays his respects to the princess, Bai Qishu greeted with his customary politeness. Observing the surroundings, Princess Ningyang noted the absence of her maidservants. Bai Wei, Bai Ji, you may return now, she instructed. The two exchanged a glance before departing. Inside the carriage, Princess Ningyang bit her lip, and as Bai Qishu remained silent, he wondered why she had intercepted him at the palace gates. After a moment, gathering her courage, she broke the silence. Today, I happened to overhear that the Empress plans to send someone to Shaoyang for a marriage alliance. The words she hesitated to utter lingered unspoken, yet Bai Qishu discerned their implication. Was it true that what Bai Wei and Bai Ji had mentioned previously was coming to fruition? Princess Ningyang was indeed destined to become a political pawn, sent to Shaoyang. However, Bai Qishu could not fathom why she sought him out. After a thoughtful pause, he inquired, "What does the princess imply?" "I naturally wish to avoid marrying him." The words hung in the air unvoiced, for she dared not express them. Born into the Yun family, she had been taught the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting from a young age, regarded by others as a paragon of talent. Yet, what difference did it make? Now she could not even dictate her own fate. Forever bound by the identity of a princess, she longed to escape, but what then? What would become of her family? Chapter 70. Ningyang seeks assistance. Upon receiving the news, Ningyang felt a wave of despair wash over her. She thought to herself, if only she had been born into a humble family, she might have found a worthy partner, sharing a life together. Yet, she had concealed her intentions from Huaxiang and sought out Bai Qishu. Convinced he could assist her, now, however, regret gnawed at her. What if she became a burden to him? Glancing up unintentionally, she met Bai Qishu's clear gaze, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Bai Qishu, with a smile curving his lips, gently lifted her chin with his folding fan, playfully remarking, "Could it be that the princess has taken a liking to this humble official?" It was merely a jest, yet it inadvertently stirred the depths of someone's heart. Princess Ningyang found herself momentarily stunned, and the two remained in that ambiguous posture. Suddenly, the sounds of commotion erupted from outside the carriage, followed by the voice of a young servant exclaiming, "Sir Su, you cannot enter." Before the words could fully escape his lips, the carriage curtain was drawn aside by Su Huai, who was taken aback upon witnessing the scene between the two inside. Just moments prior, he had intended to seek out Bai Qishu to inquire about any uncertainties he might have in his new position, only to be met with this unexpected tableau of romantic entanglement. Ah, the charming scholar and the enchanting maiden, their affections entwined. How delightful! Suppressing the anger bubbling within, Su Huai awkwardly remarked, "Ah, it appears I have intruded upon the intimate affair between the esteemed Bai Yuanwei and Princess Ningyang. I shall take my leave." With that, he swept away, his path a flurry of agitation, even he himself unaware of the reason for his ire. Inside the carriage, Bai Qishu rubbed his nose, bemused by Su Huai's explosive demeanor. Had he consumed firecrackers today? Such a tempestuous exit. If anyone should be incensed for having their moment interrupted, it ought to be her. It was merely a jest, albeit one that may have inadvertently offended the princess. He hastened to apologize. "I hope the princess will not take offense at my thoughtless words. What folly to provoke such a situation." A flicker of disappointment crossed Princess Ningyang's gaze, yet she forced a smile and replied, "It is of no consequence. I merely came to converse with my esteemed lord. The hour grows late. I must take my leave." Despite her efforts to mask her melancholy, It was evident to Bai Qishu. Abruptly, he lifted the carriage curtain and called out to her retreating figure, "Should the princess be unwilling, I shall make every effort to respect your wishes." At that moment, she, being a woman herself, could empathize with the anguish of having to undertake something against one's will. Upon hearing his words, the clouds of doubt that shrouded Princess Ningyang's heart dissipated. Regardless of the outcome, the mere presence of his assurance filled her with contentment. Bai Qishu was no saint, and his promise to assist the princess was not without personal motives. After all, she was once considered the legitimate daughter of the Yun family. Thus, helping her was, in part, a gesture for himself and his own lineage. Moreover, as a woman of delicate constitution, aiding her also provided him with a sense of security. Beside the carriage, Bai Wei and Bai Ji observed as Su Huai stormed away, momentarily bewildered, when Bai Qishu commanded, "Let us return to the estate." After a brief pause, he glanced at Su Huai's receding figure and added, "What has gotten into him today? Could it be that he sought me out, yet I failed to greet him properly, thus inciting his displeasure?" Bai Wei smirked slightly, sensing an undercurrent of jealousy in Su Huai's words, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, opting instead to reassure him, "Do not fret, my lord. Sir Su is not one to bear a grudge over trifles." Bai Ji sighed inwardly, pondering the intricacies of her lord's feelings. If he were truly perceptive, how could he overlook such blatant hints? Yet, if he were as carefree as he appeared, how could he so accurately pinpoint the minutiae in their ledgers? What if her lord and Sir Su genuinely harbored mutual affections? The revelation of her lord's identity would spell treason, a crime punishable by death. As the carriage rolled onward, Bai Qishu finally found a moment to relax, contemplating the upcoming day of rest. With his official duties resuming, hosting a banquet to entertain his colleagues was undoubtedly in order. However, the manner in which the banquet should be arranged, and the expenses involved, is a matter worthy of contemplation. If the venue is somewhat modest, it may appear to colleagues that one is stingy. Conversely, if it is grander, one may be deemed extravagant in the eyes of the emperor. After a lengthy discussion with Bai Wei and Bai Ji, Bai Qishu ultimately decided to keep things simple. The following day, although it was a day of rest, it also marked the memorial day for Bai Qishu's father. Thus, he arose early, donned plain garments, and went to the ancestral hall to kneel in prayer for a while, followed by the transcription of Buddhist scriptures. When Bai Qishu emerged, he walked unsteadily. Bai Wei and Bai Ji, concerned for him, urged him to return to his chamber to rest, but Bai Qishu, feeling lethargic, sat down on the steps of the courtyard to chat with Bai Wei. Observing this, Bai Ji went back to fetch some food. As the two were engaged in playful banter, an old woman suddenly scolded, "You little minx," in broad daylight, instead of attending to the lord and ladies in the courtyard. "You are here idling away, living quite the merry life." Bai Wei looked up, not recognizing the old woman, but noticed she was accompanied by 4 maidservants and 2 carriages laden with numerous cosmetic cases, suggesting that a lady was seated inside the palanquin. Bai Qishu glanced down at his own simple attire and realized why the old woman mistook him for a servant. However, he was puzzled about the identity of this group. As Bai Wei rose, preparing to confront the old woman, Bai Qishu quickly intervened. Bai Wei had always followed Bai Qishu and now, as the head of the household, was addressed as lady by others. She had never endured such disrespect before. Moreover, it was one thing for the old woman to insult her, but to include her husband in the affront was truly beyond comprehension. "Look at your eyes bulging as if you intend to devour me. You ought to promptly inform the master that my 2 ladies have arrived," the old woman commanded imperiously. Bai Wei raised her hand, nearly striking the woman, but Bai Qishu stepped in front of her with a smile, saying, "Pray tell, which 2 ladies do you refer to?" The old woman, seeing his agreeable demeanor and good looks, replied, "Why, it must be Ladies Li Zhan and Wang Huai. Both of their fathers are esteemed figures in the Bai household. You must be new here." Bai Qishu inwardly scoffed at how quickly the 2 elders had come to lay claim to her, yet maintained a calm facade, saying, "I am but a lowly servant. Unworthy of recognizing the ladies, I shall go and make the announcement at once." Turning on his heel, Bai Qishu adopted a serious expression, returned to his quarters, changed his clothes, and instructed Bai Ji not to bring any food. In the study, Bai Qishu sat at his desk, preparing to seek out Bai Ji when Bai Wei pulled her back, unaware of the reason for her anger. She merely inquired how to arrange for the 2 ladies. Bai Wei, seated in a chair, retorted, "Arrange what? Let them stand in the wind for a while." Bai Qishu chuckled, "You are becoming increasingly audacious. After all, they are the beloved daughters of 2 esteemed elders and ought to be regarded as my sisters. Once they arrive in Anping, I must extend proper hospitality. Are you not aware of the intentions of the 2 elders, my lord? You still have the leisure to jest," Bai Ji said, setting down the food tray with a worried expression. Bai Wei stood up. Did you not see how haughty that old woman was? She looked as if she could tip her nose skyward. Upon saying this, she mimicked the old woman, causing Bai Qishu to burst into laughter. Spitting out his tea, after organizing her thoughts, Bai Qishu remarked, "Is it not a delight to have friends come from afar? Let us arrange for the two ladies to be hosted at Nanyuan, where they shall be well taken care of." Nanyuan, sit not where, Bai Ji hesitated to speak. Bai Qishu poured himself another cup of tea and sighed. Ah, my few younger sisters do not get along well. Idling away in Nanyuan would be of little use. It would be better to gather a few more people, allowing them to engage in some lively games. Oh, no, I mean to play mahjong, which would be enjoyable. Bai Wei and Bai Ji exchanged glances with their husband, feeling an inexplicable chill behind them. Chapter 71. The courtyard of begonias, originally intended as a 3-day respite, Bai Qishu wished to indulge in a leisurely slumber. However, she was roused in the early morning by Bai Ji, who informed her that the two elders had been waiting outside for quite some time. After completing her morning routine, Bai Qishu indeed found the two esteemed elders engaged in tea and conversation in the hall. The young servant had already exchanged numerous cups of tea, yet the elders remained seated behind the screen. Bai Qishu understood. Had this been any other day, her prolonged absence would have surely caused them to lose their patience. With their hidden agendas, Bai Qishu greeted them with a smile, curious about the purpose of their morning visit. Elderly squinted his eyes and chuckled. Our esteemed head of the family has just assumed office. The affairs of the palace are numerous, compounded by domestic matters, which must have consumed much of your energy. I see that your complexion has grown quite haggard these past few days. Elder Wang chimed in beside him, echoing, indeed, indeed. Bai Qishu smirked inwardly, unconvinced that the two elders had come purely out of concern for her well-being. If they were truly worried, they would have allowed her a restful night's sleep rather than intruding so early to proclaim, "Ah, head of the family, you have worked hard. It is my honor to alleviate the emperor's burdens," Bai Qishu stated, her demeanor unwavering, leaving both elders Li and Wang in an awkward silence, unsure how to respond. Outside the window, a few petals drifted down. Suddenly, Elder Wang seemed to recall something and began to pace in the hall, stating, "The weeping begonia at Nanyuan has bloomed. These past few days, the head of the family has had no leisure to compose poetry with the other gentlemen. Since you happen to have some free time today, why not take a stroll in the garden at Nanyuan to refresh your spirits?" Upon hearing the mention of Nanyuan, Bai Wei and Bai Ji immediately understood the elders' intentions and prepared to concoct an excuse to shield Bai Qishu. Yet they witnessed Bai Qishu calmly approach the door, saying, "Very well, let us treat this as a diversion." The pear blossoms gracefully weighed down the begonia blooms. Nanyuan was abundant in flora, with the clouds parting and birds flitting about. Following the winding path to a secluded spot revealed the delightful sight of blooming begonias, clusters resembling red ribbons adorning the trees, standing out vividly against the green leaves. As the group ambled along, preparing to turn a corner, a young servant suddenly emerged from behind the moon gate, greeting Bai Qishu and her party respectfully, yet only addressing elders Li and Wang with news of an account that required re-evaluation. The two elders exchanged a glance with Bai Qishu, their expressions betraying their initial intent to enjoy a leisurely outing with her, now thwarted by this unexpected interruption. With an understanding gesture, Bai Qishu waved her hand, indicating that if the two elders had matters to attend to, they should not delay. The two bowed and departed hastily. The begonia at Bai Ji is unparalleled across the realm, each branch seemingly stained with the blood of a scarlet beast. Amidst the blossoming crabapple trees, the melodious strains of a guqin intertwine with the crisp notes of a flute. Through the dense foliage, two figures emerge, one clad in azure, ethereal as clouds, the other in delicate pink. Reminiscent of blooming flowers, Bai Qishu chuckles softly, considering himself fortunate to witness such a splendid display of beauty. An exquisite contest of blossoms. Yet, he wonders whether their admiration is directed at his visage or his status. Bai Wei and Bai Ji suppressed their laughter, having anticipated that Bai Qishu would turn and depart. Though their surprise, he remains rooted in place, listening intently for a considerable time before solemnly critiquing. There was a misplaced note in the middle. The transition was too abrupt. Unversed in the nuances of music, Bai Wei and Bai Ji stand behind him, perplexed by his remarks. The two ladies, Li and Wang, had little inclination to perform. They had already spotted Bai Qishu through the leaves. As the melody concluded, they feigned a discussion, praising one another's talents while modestly downplaying their own flute skills. All the while awaiting Bai Qishu's appearance, their hearts set on captivating him with their music. To their dismay, he turned on his heel and departed, his sleeve sweeping the air without disturbing a single leaf. Once their conversation concluded, they found no trace of Baichishu left behind. Having witnessed numerous performances of such romantic tales, where beautiful maidens play instruments and scholarly gentlemen are enraptured, Baichishu had grown indifferent. Moreover, with some knowledge of musical instruments from a past life, he deemed such trivial skills beneath his notice. Subsequently, the two ladies sought out Baichishu several times. Although he managed to evade them by claiming to be preoccupied with ledger duties, he could not continuously hide behind paperwork. Growing weary of their persistent visits, he poured himself a cup of tea, musing that their idleness was excessive, as the threshold of his abode was nearly worn down by their frequent visits. Preparing to step out for a respite, he hesitated, fearing an accidental encounter with the two ladies around the corner. It was then that a muffled sobbing reached his ears, accompanied by a scolding voice. Bai Wei recalled the irate matron who had berated her a few days prior, and her temper flared. Stepping outside, she exclaimed, "Do you not recognize whose residence this is? How dare you come here to reprimand a maidservant? Is this a display of power?" The matron, feeling wronged, had carried her anger into Baichishu's dwelling, exclaiming, "I am to blame. I am to blame enough, enough." Baichishu interjected. Stepping forward, he could not abide the sight of a girl in tears and gently inquired, "What is the matter? From which household do you hail?" The young maidservant, still weeping, spoke in fragmented phrases, I am from the second mistress's quarters. Today, while serving tea, I accidentally dropped the teapot, and the mistress wishes to cast me out. I beg the master to save me. If I am turned away from the estate, what will become of my younger brother?" The maidservant appeared no more than 15 or 16, her tear-streaked face a picture of innocence and vulnerability. To be expelled for merely breaking a teapot revealed the temperament of her mistress. Baichishu sighed, realizing this incident stemmed from the second mistress's wrath, misdirected towards the young maidservant. The matron, being rather astute, immediately knelt down and wept, pleading, "Master, you must stand up for my mistress. Though her temper may be somewhat ill-natured and she has scolded this maid, it is all because. Because of what?" Baichishu was well aware of the answer. It was merely the petty squabbles and covert rivalries that often arise among sisters, each unwilling to concede to the other. Even in mere verbal sparring, striving to outdo one another, it seemed that his half-sisters had engaged in yet another quarrel. While Baichilu-in could be considered a legitimate daughter, she was born into a collateral branch, her mother being Baichishu's concubine, and she had no siblings aside from her, which had fostered her spoiled nature. There were several other illegitimate daughters in the collateral line, known as Qin, Qifn, and Qifing. The eldest among them was relatively gentle and was already married. However, the remaining two, Qifn and Qifing, were no less troublesome. Baichishu found it amusing that while the legitimate male line was dwindling, the collateral branch was rife with discord. The matron hesitantly continued, "The cousin of the third young mistress has gained favor with the Duke of Ding and came to flaunt it in the second young mistress's quarters, which incited her ire." Enough, Baichishu interjected, waving his hand to indicate his disinterest in hearing more. Just from the beginning, he could conjure up an entire narrative of sisterly strife. "You go and inform Sister Luan that this girl shall remain in my chamber. It is better that she does not see what transpires." The young maid, upon hearing this, was incredulous, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, her face still streaked with tears. "Thank you, master, thank you." And no sooner had the matron departed than Baiji entered, accompanied by several maids and attendants carrying boxes of fabrics and jewelry. "Master, this month's allowance." Baichishu's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if recalling something delightful. "This month's allowance shall be distributed by me personally." Bai Wei and Baiji exchanged glances, uncertain of what scheme Baichishu was concocting. Chapter 72. The arrival of Li Wang in the capital. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed from the south courtyard. In the chambers of Baichilu-in, 2 rows of maids knelt in silence, afraid to breathe, lest the sudden wrath be unleashed upon them. Baichilu-in, gazing at the freshly delivered fabrics that she had just hurled to the ground, still felt no sense of relief and lifted her skirts to stomp on them once more. The maids trembled, their eyes averted from Baichilu-in, lamenting the fate of the pristine fabrics that she treated with such disdain. After her outburst, she settled into her chair, sipped her tea, and exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful! Now that Qifn has found favor, you all come to bully me. What is the Duke of Ding, after all? The son of the former crown prince, and if he still draws breath today, it is solely out of the emperor's benevolence. What if her cousin has gained the duke's favor? Even so, she remains a mere illegitimate daughter. Is there a day when she might ride roughshod over me?" With that, she slammed her hand on the table and scoffed, "Knowing full well I detest pink, Yet you insist on sending me pink fabrics. Your intentions are clear. Crimson. I demand crimson. Bai Qilu and glared at the head maid beside her. The head maid stood with her hands at her sides, hesitatingly replied, "See crimson. There is only one bolt this time. The master said it should first be delivered to the two young mistresses' rooms." Bai Qilu shot up, pointing an accusatory finger at the maid as she scolded, "You speak nonsense. Which occasion has it not been that I was the first to select items in my chamber? When has it ever been their turn? It must surely be you. It must be you who arrived late and hastily concocted an excuse to placate me. I, a mere servant, dare not." Upon hearing Bai Qilu's words, the head maid immediately knelt down to offer an explanation. Just then, an announcement from outside declared the arrival of the second madam, and Bai Qilu, feeling a wave of grievance, could not help but pour out her woes to her. The second madam, well aware of her daughter's willful nature, felt a pang of discomfort within her heart. Casting a glance at the kneeling maids, she waved her hand, bidding them to withdraw, and took Bai Qilu's hand in a gesture of comfort, saying, "Why do you quarrel with them? What are their standings? And what is yours? Are you not afraid of diminishing your own worth?" After speaking, she turned to the head maid and inquired, "That piece of fabric, was it truly sent to the side chamber?" The head maid hastily clarified, "Not at all. It was delivered to the two ladies, Li and Wang." The second madam's expression shifted dramatically. "Oh, it is the beloved daughters of the two elders. When did they arrive? I was entirely unaware." Seeing the second madam at her side, Bai Qilu ceased her commotion, feeling a sense of relief, and replied, "They just arrived yesterday." The second madam gently caressed Bai Qilu's hand, saying, "They are guests after all. Let us show them some courtesy. You used to play on the swings together as children. Why must you fall out over such trivial matters?" Although the second madam was related by blood, she held the position of matriarch, older than Bai Qilu and possessing greater experience and wisdom. She understood the significance of the two elders. They were the right and left arms of the family head. These sisters had not seen each other for a long time, and now, at this moment, the two ladies had come to the capital, leading her to surmise the implications. One of these two might very well become the future matriarch, and thus it was imperative to extend them a warm welcome. Yet, while Bai Qilu outwardly accepted this reasoning, her heart remained discontent. After the second madam departed, she vented her frustrations, scoffing at the notion of treating guests preferentially, exclaiming, "How obvious their intentions were. Even before they crossed the threshold, they were already vying for possessions. Such a sister-in-law I do not desire." The more Bai Qilu pondered, the more her heart became tumultuous. She instructed the maids to tidy up, resolved to seek out Li Zhen and Wang Huai. Upon reaching the door, the maids informed her that the two ladies had gone to the family head. Bai Qilu spat in disdain at those deceitful vixens. Just as she was about to return to her chamber, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she grinned, saying, "Let us also pay a visit to third brother." Before the Bai residence, the household servants looked on in perplexity at Su Huai, who was pacing back and forth. This esteemed assistant minister Su had arrived early at the gate, but had not requested them to announce his presence. Instead, he wandered restlessly, causing their eyes to grow weary from watching. Su Huai's heart was a tumult of emotions, troubled by the anger he had expressed the other day at the palace gates. In recent days, he had reacted too impulsively, and he could not fathom why. Upon seeing Bai Qishu and Princess Ningyang together, he felt such deep-seated discomfort. Would this emotional turmoil lead her to be displeased with him? The young servant accompanying Su Huai to the Bai residence observed his master's face, shifting from red to green in confusion, and quietly inquired, "My lord, shall we not enter?" Coughing to mask his discomposure, Su Huai feigned seriousness and addressed the household servant at the gate. "Please inform them that Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Su Huai, has come to pay a visit." Su Huai made his way towards Bai Qishu's residence, mentally repeating to himself, "I am here on official business. I am here on official business. Remain calm. Remain calm." Although it seemed that the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Works had no pressing matters to discuss lately. Meanwhile, within Bai Qishu's chamber, chaos reigned supreme, as she found herself in a state of utter disarray. She had anticipated that Bai Qishuan and Li Zhen, along with Wang Huai, would engage in a brawl over their conflicts, allowing her to reap the benefits. However, it appeared that Bai Qishu had donned the guise of a man for so long that her thought process had diverged from that of women altogether. To her astonishment, the three of them had congregated at Bai Qishu's abode for tea. A picturesque scene of tranquil days and serene moments unfolded before her eyes, yet Bai Qishu now yearned to flee. Before her sat Li Zhen, adorned in a striking crimson garment, meticulously crafted from fine fabric and embellished with the embroidery of a phoenix rising from the ashes, a bold display indeed. Beside her was Bai Qixuan, whose smile was as chilling as her countenance, exuding an air of foreboding. While she spoke of the fragrant tea leaves, her body inched closer to Li Jun. The atmosphere seemed to thicken with tension. Suddenly, a loud splatter echoed as tea from Bai Qixuan's cup splashed all over Li Jun, the liquid spreading across her lower attire, transforming the embroidered phoenix into a bedraggled mess. Oh dear! Bai Qixuan feigned surprise, hastily producing a handkerchief to wipe Li Jun, lamenting, "It is entirely my fault for being so careless and staining my sister's new outfit." The dyed handkerchief, whether due to poor quality or some other reason, saw purple hues bleed into the fabric, creating a chaotic patchwork of red and purple. Li Jun, feeling as though she had been publicly humiliated, struggled to suppress her ire, forcing a smile as she replied, "No matter." The three women were performing a drama of their own. Alas, Bai Qixu, as an audience member, had little inclination to witness the unfolding spectacle. Turning her head, she caught sight of Su Huai just stepping through the door. Su Huai gazed in bewilderment at the trio of women within the room, and then at Bai Qixu, who had distanced herself from them. He sensed that a confrontation was imminent, but remained silent. Unsure of what to inquire about, however, Bai Qixu greeted him with palpable excitement. "Ah, Su brother. How I have awaited your arrival." Su Huai was taken aback by Bai Qixu's sudden exuberance, remaining rooted at the entrance in a state of confusion. Before he could gather his thoughts, Bai Qixu seized his sleeve and hurriedly led him away, exclaiming, "Sisters, I have official matters to discuss with Deputy Minister Su. Do continue your tea, do continue." Li Jian and Wang Huai attempted to follow, but Bai Qixuan obstructed their path. Casting aside her handkerchief with a scornful laugh, she remarked, "Sisters, since Sangu has matters to attend to, it would be best not to disturb him, would it not?" Realizing that Bai Qixuan was not to be trifled with, Li Jian and Wang Huai hesitated, but Bai Qixuan continued, "Since you two are guests, allow me to play the gracious host and entertain you." The two women stiffened, a chill creeping over them as they exchanged glances. Bai Qixu, breathless, finally arrived at the garden behind the residence. Standing beside the stone bench in the garden, Bai Qixu propped one hand on the stone table and took a seat on the bench. Reflecting inwardly, "It is often said that women are like tigers, and indeed, the ancients did not deceive me." Yet, she momentarily forgot that she too was a woman. Upon seeing her finally come to a halt, Su Huai settled onto the stone bench opposite her, taking a moment to catch his breath. "Why did you run so hastily? As if there were a ravenous ghost chasing you," he remarked. Bai Qixu stood and performed a slight bow, expressing her gratitude. "I must thank you, Su brother, for coming to my aid today. Had it not been for your timely arrival at my residence, I would never have thought to employ such a straightforward and unassailable excuse to extricate myself from them." Su Huai, half-jokingly replied, "I thought I might have interrupted your delightful affairs. Surely, you would have despised me, ah? Ha ha." Bai Qixu chuckled awkwardly, patting Su Huai on the shoulder. "How could that be? I would be remiss to dislike you. Su brother, I hold you in high regard." Yu Huai's face flushed crimson, and at that moment, all he could hear was her declaration of affection. Bai Qixu remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor, sincerely thanking him and pouring a cup of tea, only to find him lost in thought. She waved her hand before him, calling out, "Su brother?" Startled, Su Huai snapped back to reality, hurriedly accepting the tea she offered and muttering a thank you, berating himself internally for being so restless. Their conversation flowed with ease, but as twilight approached, Su Huai exited the gates of the estate. A vague recollection nagged at him. Had he forgotten something? Ah, yes. He was supposed to discuss business matters. What was that? You inquire about the nature of their discussions? Su Huai sheepishly admitted. He had forgotten. Yet, buoyed by Bai Qixu's words of affection, he walked with a newfound spring in his step. The young servant by the carriage, nearly succumbing to slumber, finally spotted Su Huai's figure as he emerged from the Bai residence. Su Huai strode out with an air of confidence, the wind rustling his sleeves, just as he prepared to mount the carriage when suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A crisp and jarring rip, the fabric tearing. It turned out that Su Huai's sleeve had become ensnared in the wheel. Caught off guard, he yanked it free, severing the material. The servant hurried over, clearing the fabric from the wheel, staring at Su Huai in disbelief. "My lord, your sleeve is torn. Your sleeve is torn. It is torn." The words echoed in Su Huai's mind, and in a moment of frustration, he delivered a light smack to the servant's head, exclaiming, "You are the one with a torn sleeve. Your entire family is full of torn sleeves." The servant, feeling wronged, offered an apology, but inwardly mused, I never mentioned torn sleeves. What has gotten into my lord today? Seated within the carriage, Su Huai wore a look of despondency, his thoughts spiraling, repeating, I have a torn sleeve. I truly have a torn sleeve. Could it be that my aversion to women is the reason I hesitate to marry? He pondered this aloud to his father. Would his father break his legs in response? A flicker of understanding dawned upon Su Huai. No wonder he felt inexplicable joy from a mere gesture or word from her. No wonder he experienced heartache at the thought of her demise. No wonder he finds himself troubled by the fear of his involvement in a conspiracy, only to inadvertently cause him displeasure through his eagerness for swift success. It is perplexing, for it is evident that he harbors affection. Often, an inexplicable and marvelous sensation arises within, a feeling that eludes articulation. Perhaps it is simply fondness. Yet, Su Huai hesitates, for there exists an abundance of impossibilities between them. Not to mention their shared gender. Even if Bai Qishu were a woman, they both belong to esteemed families. A union between such families inevitably invites suspicion from the Emperor of Huaxiang. A wise individual would never choose such a path. Although Su Huai appears to be a frivolous youth, he comprehends the underlying truths. If he were to cherish Bai Qishu, what would the fox spirit say? He has only encountered the fox spirit once. Perhaps to say, she was veiled in white, and he never truly glimpsed her visage. Yet he remains unable to forget her. Su Huai's heart is a tangled mess, and upon returning home, he finds little joy. Just as he prepares to retire for the night, a servant knocks at the door, announcing that Su Huai's half-brother has sent a vase, which he spotted in Bai Qishu's shop a few days prior. Finding it delightful, he thought Su Huai would appreciate it. Hence he sent it over. Su Huai is not particularly inclined towards material possessions, merely holding an appreciation for such items. Yet upon hearing it was purchased from Bai Qishu's shop, he hurriedly instructed the servant to bring it in. The wooden box in the servant's hands is crafted from the finest sandalwood, its scent enveloping him and immediately soothing his spirit. The lock of the box is adorned with dark purple tassels, and merely gazing at it fills Su Huai with an irresistible fondness. Upon opening the box, a pure white porcelain vase lies quietly within, its hue immaculate, its lines graceful, with ink wash artistry gracing its center. Su Huai finds it marvelous. In the past, he had only seen vases adorned with flowers or poetic verses, yet this vase depicts a figure, which upon closer inspection, appears almost ethereal. From afar, it resembles an orchid, exuding a subtle fragrance. Up close, it seems like a person, dancing gracefully. Inscribed on the back of the vase is a poem. The quiet lady is beautiful, awaiting me at the corner of the city. To love yet not see, I ponder and hesitate. Upon reading this verse, Su Huai's hand trembles as he clutches the vase. The quiet lady is beautiful. Is it Qishu? Or is it Qishu? Su Huai gazes blankly at the vase in his hand, the inscription glaring in his mind, and a bold yet seemingly unreal thought emerges. Could this Bai family's young master possibly be a delicate maiden? The following morning, atop the loft of Jiuzhai, Ling Jiu stands elegantly against the wind, her skirt billowing gracefully. This tea house, its origins unknown, appeared in Anping at some point, and even Su Huai stumbled upon it by chance. Some say the proprietress is a madwoman, perpetually clutching a mirror while standing in the loft all day long. Others assert she is a specter, for this tea house has been in existence for over a century, yet she shows no signs of aging. There are whispers that she is a charlatan, claiming to aid anyone in acquiring their desires, yet at a cost equal to their wish, even their life. Nevertheless, Su Huai regards her merely as a friend, a confidant. Ling Jiu continues to gaze at the mirror in her hand, and as Su Huai steps through the threshold, she greets him. You have arrived. Su Huai is somewhat taken aback, wondering how she always seems to predict his visits with such accuracy. Ling Jiu picked up the mirror and gazed down at the lively scene below, smiling as she remarked, Today marks the day of the Scholar's Garden festivities. How does my lord find the time to idly sit in Jiuzhai? After speaking, she stepped into the room, arranged the tea set, brewed the tea, and poured it, creating a sight that was truly delightful to behold. Su Huai sat opposite Ling Jiu, accepting the tea she offered and placing it on the table. Responding, the imperial examinations have concluded, and the Ministry of Rites has also found leisure. As a nominal deputy minister, I find it a rare moment to rest, so why should I indulge in that revelry? Is there anyone of note present? Ling Jiu lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed upon Su Huai, inquiring. Su Huai, having just picked up the teacup, trembled slightly, causing a few drops of tea to spill onto the table. The steam wafted gently, rendering Ling Jiu's face ethereal and dreamlike. Su Huai was astonished by Ling Jiu's seemingly penetrating insight, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance, saying, "My dear wife, your conjectures are remarkably astute." Ling Jiao unfastened the mirror from her waist, brushing a cloth over it, and for reasons unknown, the previously flawless surface was now marred by numerous cracks. "What I speak is the truth. I never rely on mere speculation. What resides in my lord's heart inevitably manifests on his countenance, much like this mirror," she continued. "Observing my lord's heart stirred by the red phoenix star, could it be that he has developed affections for someone?" Outside, two sparrows took flight, playfully chasing one another. Xu Huai felt a stir within and, finding solace, replied, "You speak rightly, my dear." Ling Jiao, noticing his hesitance, added, "Since entering, my lord has been furrowing his brow. From my perspective, my lord is likely feeling love unfulfilled, restless and hesitant." As her words fell, Xu Huai was taken aback. Ling Jia's remarks reminded him of the line from the poem by Jing and Qi Shu. He was bewildered to realize that his heart had become consumed by Qi Shu. Yet he felt a profound internal conflict, tinged with resistance. Xu Huai now perceived that, compared to his situation, the plight of the 10th prince was trivial. The barriers between him and Qi Shu were not merely those of power struggles, but also societal gossip. A single word from the common folk could lead to their utter ruin. Ling Jiao glanced at the mirror resting on the table and raised her gaze to ask, "My lord, do you know what a Jiao wishes to convey? Is it that a shattered mirror cannot be mended?" Xu Huai pondered for a moment but remained perplexed, recalling only a common saying. Ling Jiao shook her head, stating that the mirror encapsulated her lord's own obsessions. "People say I have lived for a century. However, it is not I who have lived, but my obsessions. I await a single person." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and Xu Huai quietly listened as Ling Jiao spoke, recognizing that everyone harbors their own stories. Now that my lord has found his destined partner, he should cherish her well, lest he end up like a Jiao, waiting until now. Should it succeed, it would mean that the lovers have finally united. Should it fail, he would still be able to feign joy and bestow his blessings on the day of her marriage. Regardless of success or failure, it is far better than both keeping their feelings buried, thus wasting a lifetime. Ling Jia's words echoed in his ears as he stepped out of Jiuzha. Xu Huai adjusted his robe and, as Ling Jia suggested, resolved to take a chance, even if it meant defying the expectations of the world. Before the grand entrance of the Bai residence, Qi Shu encountered Li Zhan, who had come with Fong, and there stood the very woman who had publicly berated Bai Wei on that fateful day. As their eyes met, Qi Shu discerned that the woman's countenance was as unappealing as if she had ingested a fly. Today was the day for the elders to convene, yet it remained a mystery as to why these two had also arrived. Maintaining his composure amidst the unexpected, Qi Shu addressed the woman at Li Zhan's side. "Why does my sister keep company with this aged servant? She appears quite elderly, her legs not particularly agile, and she trembles upon seeing me. Could it be that she harbors some hidden ailment?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the woman nearly fell to her knees in fright. Bai Wei, standing beside Qi Shu, merely smirked, perhaps relishing the irony of the situation. Having once incited her husband's ire, she now witnessed the object of her scorn. Li Zhan, oblivious to the underlying tension, awkwardly replied, "She has never met Brother Shu before. Thus yet I have encountered her previously, and the memory lingers vividly." Qi Shu interjected lightly, leaving the woman utterly flummoxed. Qi Shu prided himself on his amiable demeanor, treating even the servants with kindness, not out of inherent benevolence, but from the understanding that genuine goodwill is cultivated over time, not simply bestowed. However, this did not imply that he could be easily manipulated like a soft fruit. While the servants might indulge in idleness, it was this woman who had dared to insult those at his side. With that, Qi Shu ceased his commentary and turned to enter the hall, where the three elder statesmen and the collateral heirs had already assembled. Elder Wu, who had once assisted Qi Shu's grandfather, was now in his twilight years, and Qi Shu held him in high esteem, referring to him as a father figure. Yet, Elder Wu, now aged, had relegated most household matters to the other two elders, only attending to significant discussions. As they took their seats, Li Zhan and Wang Huai gracefully entered the hall, prompting Elder Wu to furrow his brow upon their arrival. After deliberating over accounts and various household affairs, Elder Li unexpectedly remarked, "It is indeed a blessing that the master of the house presides over our affairs." A chorus of agreement echoed in response. Qi Shu internally scoffed, anticipating the elder's next pronouncement. As predicted, Elder Wang immediately chimed in, "Yet the master cannot solely devote himself to the household. Now that he has reached the age of manhood, it is time to consider marriage." Just as Qi Shu prepared to interject, Elder Wu rapped his cane against the floor, startling those present. How old is Qishu? When our esteemed patriarch departed, he implored the Bai descendants to strive for progress. What folly is it to concern oneself with marriage at such a time? Bai Qishu stifled a laugh and lowered his head. You speak wisely, father. The two elders exchanged awkward glances. We merely wish for the master to contemplate this matter. After all, isn't it customary to establish a family before pursuing a career? Bah, establishing a family indeed. Is it not the case that there must be a chicken before there can be an egg? Elder Wu, supported by Bai Qishu, rose from his seat, leaving the two elders speechless in their bewilderment. At the rear, Li Zhan and Wang Huai perceived something amiss and hurried forward to assist Elder Wu, who, due to his advanced age, found it unseemly to succumb to ire. Calm yourself, they urged. Elder Wu furrowed his brow, retreating a step to take a seat, declaring, I am in good health. Rather, I fear the impractical designs of certain individuals. Bai Qishu chuckled lightly, addressing the elder, Father, your two younger sisters are merely concerned for your well-being. He then turned to the assembly in the hall, stating, You may not yet be acquainted with these two sisters. The two elder statesmen were taken aback, uncertain of Bai Qishu's intentions. However, upon hearing him introduce Li Zhen and Wang Huai, they exhaled in relief. Perhaps that day when he invited Bai Qishu to listen to their musical talents was indeed fortuitous. I have known these two sisters since childhood. We are akin to childhood sweethearts. The two elders exchanged glances. The minds of those present in the hall began to stir with thoughts. Perhaps the Bai residents would soon have a matriarch. I have always regarded them as my younger sisters. The two elders contemplated rushing forth to silence Bai Qishu, yet it was too late. As the adage goes, an elder brother is like a father. With the two sisters now in the capital, I hold both the responsibility and obligation to arrange their matrimonial affairs. I have only recently come of age, and thus, my own marriage can be postponed. However, the two sisters cannot afford to wait any longer. Bai Qishu declared this with utmost seriousness, wearing an expression that suggested, Look how magnanimous I am in seeking suitors for you while neglecting my own prospects. Where is your gratitude? Upon hearing this, Li Zhan and Wang Huai's faces blanched, their gazes shifting to the two elders, who were reluctant to be casually arranged for marriage by Bai Qishu. Chapter 75. Establishing authority at home, master of the household. With the fate of their daughters seemingly poised to fall under Bai Qishu's control, the two elders would not acquiesce. They swiftly intervened, unwilling to suffer a loss of both daughters and resources. Elder Li quickly rose, stating, What the master suggests is quite true, yet the thoughts of young ladies are inscrutable. I have brought them here today, inadvertently causing you trouble. Bai Qishu maintained his smile, thinking he could simply escape after arranging marriages. It was not so simple. Had they forgotten that the Bai family still had a head? His voice turned cold, his countenance shrouded in frost. Why are the two elders in such a hurry? I had not received news of my younger sister's arrival in the capital, which is why I had neglected them. However, just yesterday, I encountered a familiar face of Elder Li's from Jianglin. Elder Li's heart sank. Aside from his daughter, there were no other acquaintances from his hometown. Could it be? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Jianglin, situated in the southern part of Huaxiang, bordered the territory of Hanli. 3 years prior, Elder Li had acquired a certain poison from a peddler in Jianglin, leading to Bai Qishu's severe illness at that time. Now, the fact that Bai Qishu could locate that peddler among the vast sea of people was enough to instill dread in the hearts of the two elders. Elder Wang had also been involved in that affair. Naturally, the two elders alone could not stir up much trouble. Should the matter be investigated further, collateral relations would inevitably come into play. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with silence, and Bai Qishu did not bring forth the individual for confrontation. Others were busy smoothing things over. The master of the house had to attend to duties in the palace while also managing various affairs at home, so the matter of marriage could be postponed for the time being. The two ladies were undoubtedly of celestial beauty, and the master would surely treat them like sisters, caring for them tenderly. Once this was said, the two elders finally breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating the immediate return of Li Zhen and Wang Huai to Jianglin. In truth, Bai Qishu possessed no extraordinary abilities. In such a vast world, how easy could it be to find someone? Moreover, it was a person she had never even met. It was merely her extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs that allowed her to clarify their origins after her arrival. Thus, the farce came to an end, and Bai Qishu established her authority at home, ensuring they understood that this young master, seemingly gentle and easy to deceive, was far from it. Returning to her study, Bai Qishu penned a letter with Chu Yurue, preparing to send it to Long Qinjuan, as she wished to discuss matters concerning Princess Ningyang with Chu Yurue, Long Qinjuan. Approaching the end of the month, Chu Yuanyu and still remembered his agreement with Lien Yiqing and was about to sneak out of the courtyard to Fuchs when he opened the door and saw the solemn-faced Xue. Naturally, Chu Yuanyuan did not recognize her. Seeing her clad in tight-fitting attire and sporting a hat, he assumed she meant trouble and quickly raised his guard, readying himself for a confrontation. Similarly surprised, Luoyue, who was also attempting to sneak out to listen to a story, exclaimed, "Sister Xue, what brings you back?" "I have urgent matters to discuss with the master," Xue replied. Ignoring the two and striding into the room, at tea that moment, Chu Yurue was having her meal. Upon seeing Xue return from Tushin Pavilion, she sensed that it was likely bad news, as expected. Xue produced a dart, roughly the length of her palm, adorned with a red tassel and engraved with the image of an eagle. "This dart was discovered by my subordinate 7 days ago on a pillar outside Tushin Pavilion, along with a letter." With that, Xue handed the letter to Chu Yurue, which bore the same eagle insignia on its envelope. "Autumn Inspection Division," Chu Yurue murmured, recognizing the eagle as the emblem of the Autumn Inspection Division, sanctioned by the late emperor. Opening the letter, she found its contents revealing that Xian Songjing hoped to invite Mei Junsu to the capital for a discussion. The words Tushin Pavilion, Mei Junsu would soon reach the ears of Emperor Huaxiang. A sudden realization struck Chu Yurue. Lien Yiqing was correct. The Autumn Inspection Division had always been loyal only to the emperor, so why would they take the time to seek out a person from the martial world for a discussion? This invitation to the capital was likely the emperor's idea. Rising, Chu Yurue set out to consult with Lien Yiqing, but as she walked through the streets of Anping, she found herself somewhat disoriented. She not only did not know what Lien Yiqing looked like, but she also had no idea where Fuchs was located. If one were to say she was carefree, it was true that every step she took since her arrival had been filled with contemplation. If one were to say she was suspicious, it was evident that she knew nothing of Lien Yiqing yet chose to trust him. Perhaps, unbeknownst to herself, she had begun to develop feelings for him. Not finding Lien Yiqing did not dishearten Chu Yurue. She looked up and spotted Shi Huazhai not far away. After a moment's thought, she decided to enter point 5 months prior, upon her arrival in Anping. Shi Huazhai had been the first establishment she visited. Though the time was brief, Chu Yurue felt as though a millennium had passed. Today, Bai Qishu fortuitously arrived at the Shihua studio to check the accounts and encountered Chu Yurue. "I happen to have matters to discuss with you, and your presence is timely. It saves them the trouble of running back and forth to deliver messages." In the elegant chamber, the two sat facing each other, while Chu Yurue was oblivious to the reason Bai Qishu sought her out. Although they had recognized each other during Bai Qishu's coronation ceremony, their contact had since dwindled. Yet both understood a fundamental truth. True friends are not inseparable shadows, but rather can engage in light-hearted conversation even after years apart. Conversing with Chu Yurue, Bai Qishu felt no reservations and spoke candidly. "Since my appointment, I have encountered Princess Ningyang in the palace. You must be aware of the impending marriage alliance between Huaxiang and Xiaoyang." Chu Yurue had only heard of Princess Ningyang from Prince Ping during the last birthday banquet, and had once wondered why a lady from a prominent family would be conferred the title of princess. In retrospect, it seemed the empress was hastily seeking a substitute, fearing her daughter would marry far away. "She does not wish to marry," Chu Yurue stated calmly, her tone startling Bai Qishu. "No one yearns for a distant marriage, especially not a young woman. What they desire is merely to find a worthy partner and spend their lives together." Bai Qishu lifted her gaze. "Indeed, I wish to assist her." However, Chu Yurue did not concur with her intentions. Ningyang is not an ordinary woman. She is, in name, the daughter of Emperor Huaxiang. If she were to go missing during the marriage alliance, it would not only be a personal tragedy but could also lead to discord between the nations of Huaxiang and Xiaoyang. Unlike Bai Qishu, who shone brightly, Chu Yurue had always known how to conceal her brilliance. In her previous life, where Nanchuan was the proprietor of an antique shop, she was an operative who still engaged with people daily, whereas Mei Junsu could only exist in the shadows, mechanically executing missions and eliminating each unfamiliar face. After a pause, Chu Yurue added, "Moreover, you are akin to a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, struggling to ensure your own safety. As a woman, should this matter come to light, it could result in a grave punishment." Bai Qishu furrowed her brow in silence, gazing quietly at the passers-by outside the window of the elegant chamber. After a considerable time, she sighed. "I understand. I appreciate your help, Junsu, but I shall seek assistance from others regarding this matter." With that, she exited the chamber, feeling somewhat desolate. Chu Yurue felt regret within, yet found herself powerless. From a pragmatic standpoint, aiding Princess Ningyang, who was once the legitimate daughter of the Yun family, would indeed benefit the 4 great clans. However, the risks were too great, and Chu Yurue was unwilling to engage in an endeavor fraught with uncertainty. Though she realized she had become rather utilitarian in her thinking, she had never perceived herself in such a manner before. Unbeknownst to her, she had undergone a profound transformation. A heart as unyielding as stone would eventually succumb to the persistent drip of water. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Chu Yurue meandered through the bustling streets of Anping, initially intending to discuss matters concerning the Autumn Inspection Bureau with Nan Sun. But the conversation had been abruptly cast aside due to a disagreement. The thoroughfare was alive with a throng of pedestrians, while children congregated in small groups before shops, purchasing candied hawthorn or toys. Suddenly, Chu Yurue's sharp eyes caught sight of a horse racing towards her from a distance, dust billowing in its wake. Upon hearing the horse's whinny, the pedestrians hastily scrambled to the sides of the road. Some collided with roadside stalls, while others, caught off guard, lost their footing and fell. The child who had just been buying candied hawthorn was rendered incapable of reacting in time. As the hooves of the horse bore down upon him, amidst the crowd, Chu Yurue heard a mother's anguished cry. "My child!" In a moment's notice, just as the horse was about to trample the boy, a figure darted from the side, and a silver thread from the mechanism on their arm struck the horse on the head, startling it and causing it to veer towards the wall. Chu Yurue swiftly scooped the child from the middle of the road, cradling him close to her, and quickly sought refuge by the roadside. The distraught mother rushed over, embracing her child and weeping uncontrollably at the heart-stopping scene. The entire episode had unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the boy still in a daze, rooted to the spot. "Thank you, milady, thank you, milady." Chu Yurue replied calmly, "It is of no consequence. I am in the process of rescuing the child." Her skirt had torn. Had she not been hindered by her attire, her actions would have been swifter. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the rider, having lost control of the reins when the horse abruptly turned, was unceremoniously thrown from the saddle, landing in a heap of dust and dirt. The horse finally came to a halt, but the street remained in disarray, with vendors preparing to tend to their stalls. Yet, two more riders soon appeared at the corner, dismounting hurriedly to assist the fallen woman in pink who lay wailing on the ground. Her face was grazed, and in a fit of anger, she flung aside the handkerchief offered by a guard. Amidst the chaos, her gaze locked onto the perpetrator, Chu Yurue, who stood unfazed at the side of the road. The woman, Qi Jiying, approached Chu Yurue with a glare, while the child behind her clutched his mother's garment tightly, timidly whispering, "Mother, I am afraid." The mother merely patted his head, hesitant to voice her concerns. Chu Yurue met the woman's gaze with unwavering resolve. Qi Jiying, pointing an accusatory finger at her, exclaimed, You wretched commoner. Not only did you frighten my horse, but you also caused me to fall." Furrowing her brow, Chu Yurue brushed aside the woman's hand, questioning whether she was aware of the rudeness of pointing at others while speaking. "Milady, are you not aware that this road in Anping is exceedingly narrow, and riding is not permitted?" Qi Jiying, incensed by the dismissal of her hand, countered with defiance, sneering, "Who do you think you are? When did it become your place to reprimand me?" The haughty and overbearing tone of Qi Jiying incited a wave of discontent among the onlookers, who began to speculate about her identity, astonished by her audacity. Initially, they conducted their business as usual, but everything was thrown into disarray due to her equestrian pursuits. The onlookers, witnessing Chu Yurue being berated by Qi Jiying, felt an urge to intervene, yet hesitated at the thought of the woman's tone. Qi Jiying continued her tirade with fervor, while Chu Yurue remained silent. On the bustling streets of Anping, Qi Jiying resembled a shrew rather than a princess. "Madam, perhaps you could take a moment to rest and offer an apology to the people, as it would provide them with some closure," Chu Yurue remarked calmly after Qi Jiying finished her verbal assault. As if the unseemly remarks made by Qi Jiying bore no relevance to her. Frustration enveloped Qi Jiying, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Ineffectual yet exhausting. "Ha? Apologize to these commoners? On what grounds? Do you know my station? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Preposterous. It is you, the commoner, who ought to apologize to Her Highness the Princess." The guards beside Qi Jiying quickly echoed her sentiment. Clarifying the woman's identity, Chu Yurue stepped back, feigning surprised. "Ah, so it is the Princess of Shaiyang. Humph, are you afraid now? It is too late." Qi Jiying ordered her guards to seize Chu Yurue, yet they hesitated upon meeting her gaze, which conveyed an indescribable sense of dread. "Useless fools." Qi Jiying scolded them, brandishing her whip towards Chu Yurue, causing the crowd to hold their breath in apprehension for her safety. However, Chu Yurue deftly snatched the whip from Qi Jiying's grasp with ease. "You, the princess, come to Huaxiang and label me a commoner. If I am a commoner, Then are the citizens of Huaxiang also commoners? Does your highness consider my lord a commoner as well? Do not slander me. Qi Jing retorted swiftly. This Chu Yurue, so cunning, had escalated a trivial matter into a significant issue. What began as a casual insult had now provided her with leverage. Should this reach the ears of the emperor of Huaxiang, it could spell disaster for her. What of the princess? What of her indeed? This is the territory of Huaxiang. She repeatedly calls us commoners, and we shall expel her. A voice rang out, and the previously silent crowd erupted in a chorus of agreement. Expel her! Expel her! Inside the tavern, Lien Yiqing observed the chaos below, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Yurue. Shortly after, Qiuming ascended the stairs, reporting, Master, I have followed your instructions and uttered that phrase. Lien Yiqing nodded, recognizing that the crowd's emotions were spiraling out of control. If this continued, it could incite a riot, which would not bode well for Chu Yurue's reputation. Amidst the turmoil, Qi Jing fled in disgrace, mentally tallying a score against Chu Yurue. Once the princess of Xiaoyang departed, the populace erupted in cheers, showering Chu Yurue with accolades. However, she did not linger on the streets. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted Lien Yiqing atop the loft. A glance could span a millennium, as the two locked eyes, silent yet fully aware of each other's unspoken thoughts. Chu Yuru entered a room within the tavern, and Qiuming, with discernment, gracefully withdrew. You are fully aware that she is Princess Xiaoyang, yet you openly oppose her, causing her to lose face before so many. Are you not concerned about tomorrow's cleansing banquet? Lien Yiqing inquired, having previously worried that Qi Jing would use her status to suppress Chu Chu. Yet, he was taken aback when Chu Chu, upon learning of her identity as Princess Xiaoyang, not only exhibited no fear but astutely wielded the power of public opinion to compel her retreat. This exemplifies the fickleness of human sentiment. Those who understand the hearts of people know how to govern a nation. Chu Yuru chuckled lightly, responding with an air of ease. What do I have to fear? Am I to be afraid that she will bring this matter to His Majesty's attention? In that case, would she not be the one to suffer the consequences? Lien Yiqing remained noncommittal indeed. Chu Chu had considered the situation thoroughly, acting with prudence rather than impulsiveness. What does it matter? Even if the heavens were to fall, there remains the 10th prince to shield her within the court. On another spacious street in Anping, a carriage glided smoothly, inside which Shi Suxian had not known a moment's peace since leaving Shuang Mountain Villa. Upon arriving in the bustling Anping, her excitement only heightened. The sounds of children playing mingled with the cries of street vendors outside, prompting Shi Suxian to surreptitiously lift a corner of the carriage curtain, peering out. Indeed, the customs of Huaxiang differ somewhat from those of Hanli or Hanli. Just as Shi Suxian began to take in the sights, the curtain was abruptly lowered by her companion, Qinglan. Your Highness, it is not permissible for women to casually lift the curtain when outside in Hanli etiquette. Shi Suxian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Qinglan's action, pouting slightly as she muttered, the etiquette of Hanli also states that unmarried women should not ride with men. Qinglan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, eventually managing to stammer, this subordinate shall take my leave. Shi Suxian quickly grasped his hand, Little Lan. I was merely jesting. Do not take offense. If you leave, who will protect me? You cannot neglect the matters entrusted to you by the emperor brother. Indeed, from a young age, he had been assigned to protect Shi Suxian, watching her grow from a little princess into a young lady. Shi Suxian had always relied on him, yet now he was to personally escort her to Anping, to marry a man she had never met. She once remarked, Little Lan, the emperor brother instructed you to guard me for a lifetime, not to accompany me in marriage. A lifetime? How long is that? No one could know. Nevertheless, let him protect her for as long as he could. Little Lan? Little Lan? Noticing him lost in thought, Shi Suxian waved her hand in front of him, which finally roused Qinglan from his reverie. Looking down, he saw Shi Suxian clutching her sleeve, causing his face to flush. He hastily instructed the driver to halt, declaring that it was too warm inside the carriage and he needed to step out for some fresh air. Uncertain of his sudden change in demeanor, Shi Suxian sighed within the carriage, gazing at the increasingly distant city gates, her heart awash with unnamable sentiments, in the midst of clinking goblets and mingling guests. The palace was abuzz with the familiar grandeur of days gone by. The legitimate daughter of the Chu family, she too was on the guest list for the cleansing banquet. Chu Yuzhen had married into the Pingwang estate, bringing along prayer beads as her dowry, while Chu Yuru entered the palace accompanied by Qi Hua. Compared to the last occasion, Chu Yuru had become significantly more acquainted with the palace, and consequently, encountered far fewer troubles. This banquet was not arranged according to rank, but rather separated by gender. The intentions of Emperor Huaxiang were readily apparent to Chu Yuru. In front of her sat two unfamiliar faces, two young women in the bloom of youth. One wore a crimson round-collared robe, its sleeves tied with red cords, and her cascading tresses, unlike those of the Huaxiang women who styled their hair in intricate buns or adorned it with hairpins, were simply held in place by a golden crown. From a distance, she resembled a charming young gentleman. The woman beside her was similarly attired, though her garment was of a purple hue, and her headpiece was also made of jade. Chu Yuru surmised that these two must be the princesses of Tongyu Kingdom, Su Xiuli and Su Shiyuan. Before the banquet commenced, Chu Yuru glanced across the table, only to be struck by the sight of Chu Yuzhen, who was dressed as a maidservant, standing beside the current Ping Wang. One could only bring a single maid into the palace, and even the esteemed Ping Wang was no exception. A cold smile flickered within Chu Yuru's heart. It was evident that Ping Wang held Chu Yuzhen in considerable regard, bringing her into the palace irrespective of the circumstances. Alas, Chu Yuzhen was not Ping Wang's legitimate consort. Apart from masquerading as a maid, it seemed she had little other recourse to present herself formally before the assembly. Tilting her body slightly, she noticed Bai Qishu and Su Huai engaged in whispered conversation behind Ping Wang, their words shrouded in secrecy. Suddenly, Bai Qishu lifted her head, and the two exchanged a smile. However, before the warmth of that smile could settle, Chu Yuru's view was obstructed by a figure clad in pink. As she looked up to discern the newcomer, she found herself confronted by the imposing Qi Jiying, who shot her a glare before seating herself beside Shi Suxian. Observing Qi Jiying's expression, Bai Qishu felt a pang of concern for Chu Yuru. With the seating arrangement segregated by gender, a realization struck Bai Qishu. This gathering was not merely a welcoming banquet, but rather an elaborate matchmaking event, one that was evidently predetermined. Currently disguised as a male, Bai Qishu felt little concern, even if an engagement had been arranged. However, Jun Su was in a different predicament. Contemplating this, Bai Qishu became increasingly restless, shifting in her seat. Beside her, Su Huai regarded her with bewilderment, inquiring if Bai was unwell. Huh? Bai Qishu belatedly realized how undignified her movements had been and quickly straightened herself. No, it's not that. I'm perfectly fine, Su Huai, having noticed her earlier distraction, expressed disbelief. He toyed with a teacup in hand and remarked casually, I heard that your two younger sisters arrived at the Bai residence a few days ago. It seems that good fortune is approaching for you. Hence your preoccupation here, is it not? Bai Qishu stared at Su Huai in confusion, bewildered as to how this related to Li Jian and Wang Huai. She was merely concerned about Jun Su. Why was Su Huai bringing up those two troublesome relatives again? After all her efforts to send those two off, he had to mention them once more. Taking a sip of tea, Bai Qishu waved her hand dismissively. Su Xiong, are you jesting? I am still quite young and have no such inclinations at present. Moreover, I do not fancy such types. Su Huai's hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup. Then what type do you prefer? Surely not someone like Chu Yuru. Just then, a figure clad in vibrant yellow approached from outside, prompting Bai Qishu to chuckle lightly and reply earnestly, someone who is not too handsome would be easier to manage. With a sudden burst, Su Huai inadvertently spat out his tea, prompting Yunjing ahead to cast him a bewildered glance. Su Huai quickly offered his apologies. He had truly never encountered anyone who sought a spouse based on unattractiveness. Wait a moment, if unattractiveness was the criterion, did that mean his own good looks rendered him devoid of opportunities? The commotion in the hall was abruptly silenced by the proclamation of Your Majesty has arrived from the eunuch. As the Emperor Huaxiang made his entrance, flanked by Empress Huaxiang and the regal King Zhongqiu in his resplendent dragon robe, the assembly promptly rose to pay their respects at the center of the hall. As Chu Yurue stood, her skirt snagged on the table, but fortunately, Qi Hua was attentive enough to assist her. However, as she bowed, she found herself standing next to Chu Yuzhen. Just as the crowd was about to lower themselves in reverence, Chu Yurue noticed a foot protruding before her. Feigning ignorance, she decisively stepped down, inadvertently crushing it. A shrill scream erupted from Chu Yuzhen, drawing the attention of all, including Chu Yurue, who feigned innocence. You? How dare you step on me? The words had barely formed in Chu Yuzhen's mind when she realized the precariousness of her situation, clad as she was in the garb of a servant. Sister, I did not realize you were present at this palace banquet. Why the attire of a maid? The more Chu Yurue inquired, the more Chu Yuzhen felt herself the target of ridicule. Why? Was it not due to the distinctions of birth? What was unfolding? The Emperor Huaxiang at the head spoke, while others remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yet, amidst the reverence for the emperor, a shout echoed, a blatant disrespect to the sovereign. Chu Yurue hastily bowed. It is all my fault. But before she could complete her thought, Chu Yuzhen abruptly knelt, exclaiming, "This servant deserves death. I inadvertently tripped the third miss. I am merely inviting my own misfortune." She could not allow Chu Yurue to reveal her identity as Chu Yuzhen. Should that happen, she would not only lose face but also be accused of plotting against her sister. Now, she could only swallow her indignation. The Emperor Huaxiang furrowed his brow, noting the presence of Prince Ping beside Chu Yuzhen, and remarked, "Sheeping, your maid seems rather ill-mannered this time." The hall was rife with noise, a complete lack of decorum. Prince Ping, upon hearing this, lowered his head and replied, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I brought her along for her diligence. I humbly ask for your forgiveness on her behalf." He then turned to Chu Yurue, saying, "The third Miss surely would not hold such a trivial matter against her, would she?" Trivial? Had Chu Yurue been in a hurry earlier, she would have been the one to embarrass herself in the hall point. One could not help but wonder if Chu Yuzhen had spent too much time with Prince Ping. Her wit dulled. Previously, she had been sufficiently cautious, yet now she had unwittingly laid her schemes bare for all to witness. With Prince Ping's words, if Chu Yurue continued to press the matter, it would seem excessively petty. Just as she prepared to grant him an avenue for retreat, the usually taciturn 10th royal uncle finally spoke. "How could your maid stand shoulder to shoulder with you during the bow?" Hua and Su's voice was calm, their tone as unwavering as a predetermined decree, leaving no room for doubt. If they were to show leniency towards her, would it not imply to the people of the four nations that Huaxiang had fallen into chaos? The emperor's uncle, this. The Prince of Ping had not anticipated that Hua and Su would speak, a sentiment shared by others present. It is worth noting that aside from the most significant court banquets, the 10th uncle seldom made an appearance, and even when he did, he merely sat in silence like a revered statue, rarely uttering a word. Yet today, he spoke on behalf of the daughter of the Chu family. The emperor of Huaxiang did not wish to squander time on such trivial matters, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, commanded, "Take her away and administer 10 lashes." The matter was dropped, his gaze shifting towards Hua and Su, who seemed genuinely concerned with the decorum of the state and their desire to punish Chu Yuzhen. In truth, Hua and Su had already recognized Chu Yuzhen, though they were unaware of what had transpired moments prior. Nevertheless, they believed that their beloved would never harm anyone, and that was sufficient. Due to their trust, they would always stand by her side. A mere interlude could not disrupt the proceedings of the banquet. After the guests paid their respects, they took their seats, the sound of bells and drums resonating as the dancers twirled gracefully. And following a splendid display of song and dance, no one remembered the maidservant who had been taken away for punishment. As dusk descended, the palace attendants lit lamps, and the emperor of Huaxiang, in high spirits, listened to tales like a child, gazing at his ministers within the hall, dreamlike and ethereal. Perhaps only at this moment could he forget the troubles of imperial power struggles, and only now would the souls of the brothers he had condemned not intrude upon his dreams. The Prince of Ping spoke ceaselessly. "I have heard that in the previous dynasty, there was a palace maid who inscribed poetry upon a crimson leaf, which was carried by the stream beyond the palace walls, picked up by an official, years later, when the maid was released from the palace to marry, your Majesty. Is it not a delightful coincidence that she wed the very official who had found the leaf?" The emperor of Huaxiang clapped his hands in laughter. "Marvelous, truly a match made by heaven." At this moment, the chief eunuch interjected. "Your Majesty, the hour has come." The emperor, realizing this, replied, "Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten." Straightening his robe, he addressed the assembly. "Today, you are fortunate indeed. Come, let us witness the fireworks banquet by the riverside together." "Thank you, your Majesty." As Chu Yurue departed, her gaze brushed past the smiling Prince of Ping, and she could not help but feel pity for Chu Yuzhen, who had been punished while the prince remained indifferent, oblivious to why Chu Yuzhen sought to conspire beside him. Yet upon reflection, she recalled that Chu Yuzhen was indeed her adversary, so why dwell on such matters? A grand procession moved through the covered walkway, and it was summer. The night's cicadas added a touch of tranquility to the palace. The attendants carried lamps at the front, and the crowd strolled leisurely, as if merely indulging in post-dinner digestion. At the walkway's end, the stairs were somewhat steep, prompting the chief eunuch to call forth several attendants to carry lamps and caution those behind to tread carefully. The maidservants were still forbidden from walking alongside their masters. As Chi Hua worried that a similar incident might recur, she felt a sudden shove, a forceful push intended to cast her into peril. Chu Yurue, seeking to save herself with a silver thread, found that the multitude around her made such a maneuver easily detectable. As her body tilted downward, the height from which she might fall was such that a fatal outcome was nearly certain. A heart-stopping moment ensued as she was suddenly grasped by the wrist just as she was about to stumble. "Jun-Su, be careful," came the warning, "Michim." Upon turning, Chu Yu-Rui caught sight of Qi Zhiying's evasive gaze. How delightful it was to realize that so many around her wished for her demise. Fortunately, Chu Yu-Rui refrained from uttering a sound, and the Emperor Hua Xiong, walking ahead, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The onlookers merely assumed she had lost her footing, and Su Huai extended a lantern to her. Chu Yu-Rui expressed her gratitude, slowed her pace, and purposefully walked beside Qi Zhiying, who, fearing her discovery of the push, remained silent throughout their journey. By D, what did you just call her? By Qi Shu, having pulled Chu Yu-Rui along, hurried to catch up with the group, only to be halted by Su Huai's inquiry. By Qi Shu, startled, chuckled nervously, I called her Sanyangzi, nonsense, you clearly called her Jun-Su, Su Huai countered, recalling vividly that Bai Qi Shu had called her Jun-Su while intoxicated. Could it be that he harbored feelings for Chu Yu-Rui? The naming conventions among women of the age of marriage were merely a customary formality among friends. There was no need for such astonishment. Bai Qi Shu shot him a sideways glance and hastily moved ahead, anxious to evade further questioning. As the night unfolded along the riverside, lanterns flickered in the dimness, and painted boats lay idle upon the lake's surface, adorned with floating lotus lanterns that twinkled like stars, illuminating the once somber riverbank. A waning moon hung in the sky, its light twinkling like eyes. The guests took their seats, huddled around Emperor Hua Xiong, appearing much like a venerable patriarch surrounded by his numerous descendants. Fireworks erupted in the sky, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors, each moment of brilliance forever etched in the hearts of onlookers, eliciting gasps of awe with every explosion. Alas, Yuan Xing would not witness these fireworks, for he had already departed, knowing he should have lingered longer. Gazing at the fireworks, Emperor Hua Xiong couldn't help but reminisce about the young prince far away in Dingzhou. Prince Ping, standing beside him, leaned in and remarked, "Brother, the affairs in Dingzhou must have been pressing, hence the hurried departure. If your majesty yearns for the young prince, why not invite the princess and the young prince to reside in Ping? The surroundings here are quite beautiful." Emperor Hua Xiong chuckled softly, his eyes fixed on the fireworks, and sighed. "Ah, I had intended to keep them in Ping, but the princess misunderstood my intentions and marked her face to signify her resolve to depart. If I were to insist further, would that not lead to familial discord?" Chu Yu-Rui remained unaware of past events and could not comprehend the exchange between Prince Ping and Emperor Hua Xiong. However, she discerned the emperor's reluctance to revisit bygone matters. Just as Prince Ping was about to speak again, a gentle sound of the pipa drifted from afar along the riverbank, steady and unhurried, like pearls cascading into a jade platter. Emperor Hua Xiong discreetly signaled to Prince Ping to refrain from further discourse, lest he incite the emperor's displeasure. Prince Ping fell silent, and the gathering listened intently to the ethereal strains of the pipa. A painted boat glided gracefully to the river's edge, its decorative tassels swaying gently, and as they drew closer, they could hear the melodious hum of a song. A woman, her hair fashioned in a falling homespun, clad in a gown as white as pear blossoms, with sleeves adorned by lotuses that emerged unsullied from the mud, danced alone upon the boat, resembling a celestial being from the heavens. At the moment when the pipa's melody rose to a crescendo, the flowing sleeves were gracefully tossed, and the solitary dancer upon the painted boat resembled a blossoming lotus. As the final notes resonated, the pipa fell silent, and the fluttering sleeves serendipitously descended, akin to petals drifting to the ground. Behind the dancer, fireworks erupted once more, and at that instant, the lotus lanterns upon the river reflected nothing but her solitary silhouette. How splendid! This performance of flowing sleeves was ethereal and exquisite, eliciting continuous applause and admiration from the audience. The painted boat, fortunate enough to drift close to the riverbank, saw the lady gracefully bow, removing her veil to reveal eyes as clear as a spring, gazing upon the emperor of Huaxiang. Chu Yu-Rui suddenly felt a chill behind her. She turned her head to glimpse Hu Hisu, whose countenance was as dark as charred coal. Hu Hisu's eyes pierced through to Lien Fei's heart like blades, and though she felt a twinge of trepidation, she summoned her courage to meet his gaze. Lien Fei's dance was indeed as graceful as a startled swan and as fluid as a drifting dragon. Hu Xiong, with a smile devoid of warmth, uttered words of praise for Lien Fei's enchanting dance, yet harbored resentment within. The emperor of Huaxiang discerned the underlying tone of his words, yet pretended not to hear, taking Lien Fei's hand and stating, "Lien Fei, you have put forth great effort. But what did effort truly signify? Was it the diligence in preparing her dance, or the deliberate choice to perform at this very moment. Just a single phrase, a mere glance from the emperor, could set Lin Fei's heart in turmoil. She suddenly recalled Hu Hisu's ominous words from years past, how he had caused her demise, and how her fate would inevitably mirror that in the years to come. Lin Fei remained unaware of the woman who stood between the emperor of Huaxiang and Hu Hisu, yet she understood that this was undoubtedly a forbidden territory. With willow-like brows, a vermilion mole, pouting lips, and eyes shimmering like water, her visage bore an uncanny resemblance to her own from years gone by. Yet that version of herself was lost forever, never to return, nor would she ever possess the same grace as the current Lin Fei. The emperor of Huaxiang waved his hand, granting her a reward. Lin Fei accepted the prize, feeling a twinge of grievance as she withdrew. Meanwhile, Hu Xiang clenched her fist in secret and exchanged a few words with a lady-in-waiting, who, upon receiving her command, quietly departed. In that moment of pause, Crown Prince Xiaoyang adjusted his robes and remarked, "The last time I beheld such a splendid display of fireworks was on New Year's Eve. This riverside spectacle truly leaves me in a WE.as the host." The emperor of Huaxiang naturally felt pleased by this compliment and responded courteously. However, the crown prince took a step closer, as if to discuss a matter of significance with the emperor. "Your Majesty, your intentions are evident. Even I, the crown prince of Xiaoyang, can perceive them. Gathering us here today, I suspect it is not merely to witness the fireworks along the river." These words startled all present, including Chu Yurue. The emperor of Huaxiang remained non-committal, quietly awaiting the continuation from Qi Zhiheng. For 2 decades, Hu Xiang and Xiaoyang had coexisted in harmony, devoid of conflict. Surely, the two nations had forged a profound bond. And how splendid it would be if they could solidify this relationship further. Qi Zhiheng smiled and performed a bow, stating, "To speak candidly, I am utterly besotted with Princess Ningyang. My journey from Xiaoyang to Huaxiang was precisely to implore the emperor for his gracious consent in this matter." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Ningyang, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly displayed a flustered expression, her eyes seeking the comforting gaze of Bai Qishu behind the crowd. Yet, amidst the throngs of people, she could only catch a glimpse of Bai Qishu's garments, unable to discern her expression. Ning Yang's fate rested solely in the hands of the Emperor Huaxiang. The emperor was well aware that the crown prince of Xiaoyang had come for a political marriage, and he had long since formulated his own plans. He chuckled softly, the lines on his forehead deepening, resembling a benevolent father contemplating the marriage of his daughter. Since time immemorial, has it not been the case that talented individuals are paired with fair maidens? The crown prince of Xiaoyang's intentions resonate deeply with my own. Although Ningyang is the adopted daughter of the empress, she is also a princess of Huaxiang. This marriage, I shall entrust to the Ministry of Rites for meticulous arrangements. With that, he leaned slightly forward and called out, "Su Qing." Upon hearing the emperor's summons, Su Huai stepped forward promptly, responding, "Your servant is here." Lord Dou, the former left minister, has only recently stepped down, and the new left minister has just arrived at the Ministry of Rites. As for you, the right minister, it seems you cannot escape this time. Ah ha ha. The emperor spoke half in jest, seemingly reproaching Su Huai for his previous indifference to court matters. Su Huai bowed and replied, "Your servant is apprehensive. The matters entrusted by your majesty will be attended to with utmost diligence. That is for the best." The emperor's eyes sparkled with amusement as he cast a meaningful glance at Bai Qishu, who stood beside Su Huai. As the banquet concluded, Bai Qishu called out to the departing Hua Hasu, "Ninth uncle, please wait." Seizing the moment when no one was around, she hurriedly caught up with Hua Hasu. Seemingly anticipating her approach, Hua Hasu maintained a leisurely pace until she called out to him, at which point he finally halted. "Ah, it is the head of the Bai family." Hua Hasu maintained an air of calm, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, at such a late hour, "Why does the head of the Bai family linger with this prince?" Bai Qishu's lips twitched, as if she bore the burden of a reputation for following others. Clearing her throat twice, she bowed and said, "Ninth uncle, may I request a moment of your time?" Hua Hasu stood still for a moment before accompanying Bai Qishu to a private room in a nearby tavern, not far from the riverbank. Once seated, Bai Qishu rose again to offer a respectful greeting, stating, "I understand that ninth uncle prefers to get straight to the point. Therefore, I shall not conceal my intentions. I called out to you after the banquet for the sake of Princess Ningyang." Hua Hasu stirred the tea in his cup, letting out a light chuckle. This prince is unaware of the meaning behind the head of the Bai family's words. From Bai Qishu's tone, it was evident that she intended to involve herself in the matter concerning Princess Ningyang's marriage. Although her relationship with the princess was not particularly close, she wished to assist her. Her approach to him compelled Hua Hasu to ponder cautiously the true motives behind her actions. Bai Qishu did not believe that someone as astute as Hua Hasu would fail to grasp her purpose for seeking his counsel. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to take a gamble. Indeed, while Hua Hasu exuded a cool demeanor and shunned alliances, appearing to be supremely proud, Bai Qishu felt he was different from the ineffectual officials in the court, which was precisely why she sought his aid. Hua Hasu possesses ample capability to assist Princess Ningyang in avoiding a marriage to Xiong. As he toyed with the teacup in his hand, his gaze remained averted from Bai Qishu. Suddenly, the cup tilted, spilling tea across the table, which soon trickled over the edge and onto the floor. Although the head of the Bai family could easily empty the cup, the aftermath would be irreparable. How could Bai Qishu not discern the implications behind those words? Indeed, if Princess Ningyang were to refrain from marrying into Xiaoyang, then who would? Hua Hasu set down the now empty teacup and, turning his back to Bai Qishu, proclaimed, "The matter of marriage alliances is no trifling affair. It is not within the power of the Bai Patriarch's whims to dictate actions. Should the relations between our two nations become strained, it is the common folk who will suffer. The common folk, always the common folk. They see only the grander world. What concern is there for the fate of a single woman?" Bai Qishu wished to make one last effort, stating, "I am but an unworthy individual, yet I have heard that the 10th prince shares a close bond with the regent of Xiaoyang." Hua Hasu turned back, asserting, "Even if my ties with the regent were as strong as brotherhood, he remains the regent of Xiaoyang and would never suddenly shift his loyalties toward Huaxiang. There is no need for further discussion. The hour grows late, and I suspect there are matters yet to be addressed within the Bai family. I shall take my leave." With that, he departed the tavern without a backward glance. The rejection mirrored that of before, exhibiting the same line of reasoning. Both he and Jun Su had deliberated thoroughly, analyzing the power dynamics among the nations and the implications of such actions. How rational, yet this emotionless rationality instilled a sense of dread. Bai Qishu gazed at the tea stains on the ground, lost in contemplation. In truth, Hua Hasu yearned to aid Princess Ningyang. Hahowever, his true intention was to teach a lesson to the crown prince of Xiaoyang, and he awaited the perfect opportunity. On the following day, Su Huaifei urged Hua Hasu to accompany him to a tea house, inquiring about what Bai Qishu had said to him the previous night. Growing weary of the questioning, Hua Hasu retorted, "What did he say?" "Merely that he does not harbor feelings for you." Hu Huai's face flushed crimson, and he cleared his throat, stating, "I am speaking of serious matters. As what I say not serious." Hua Hasu's counter left Su Huai speechless. Just then, a commotion erupted from the ground floor of the tea house. A group of foreign women, armed with knives, entered the establishment, their demeanor so fierce that one might mistake them for bandits come to rob. Hua Hasu stood by the staircase on the second floor, listening to their boisterous banter and observing their unrestrained manner of dining, and suddenly he found himself at a loss for words. Su Huai, noticing his silent contemplation, assumed he was unaware of their identities. With a snap of his fan, he pointed out, "That table over there belongs to a minor nation under Huaxiang's dominion. They must possess some status. The woman in the center is likely a princess from a foreign land." Hua Hasu nodded slightly, for the moment he had awaited had arrived. The foreign princess truly was. Hua Hasu furrowed his brow. Unable to articulate further, Su Huai speculated that he was searching for a fitting descriptor. Indeed, she was a woman of exceptional prowess. PFF, unable to contain himself, Su Huai erupted in laughter, drawing the attention of the foreign individuals toward them. Quickly, he adjusted his expression, waiting for their gazes to shift elsewhere before continuing his discourse. Upon hearing that the princess from the distant land learned archery and horseback, riding at the tender age of 10, and could fell a man by the age of 15, earning her the moniker Yasha, Su Huai found himself unable to suppress his laughter while attempting to continue his narrative. Hua Hasu, however, remained unfazed. Questioning what was so amusing, Su Huai tapped his palm with the fan he held, exclaiming, "The most significant point is that this princess has a fondness for Prince Xiaoyang. I find it humorous that even someone like Qi Zhiheng has admirers." Without hesitation, Hua Hasu doused his enthusiasm with cold water, remarking that it was far better than the affections of certain individuals who found love unattainable. Immediately deflated, Su Huai turned to see Hua Hasu leaning against the railing, grinning ominously. "Are you all right?" Su Huai shook his fan, feeling a chill run down his spine at the sight of his smile. There is an old saying in Huaxiang, "To come without reciprocation is impolite." The essence of Huaxiang lies in the principle of reciprocity. At the last birthday banquet of His Majesty, the thoughtful gift prepared by Prince Xiaoyang truly surprised me. Now that Prince Xiaoyang is filled with joy, I must ensure that I return the favor with a grand gift. The Princess Ningyang is after all my niece. Hence, at this wedding, Consider it my role as an elder who is reluctant to part with the princess. Thus I shall arrange matters with you at the Ministry of Rites. Hua Hasu's gaze fell upon the princess from the distant land. Qi Zhiheng. I hope this grand gift meets your satisfaction. I in the Bai residence. Bai Qishu stared at the densely packed characters on the ledger, failing to comprehend a single word. He was so absorbed that he didn't even notice the ink from his brush spreading across the rice paper until Bai Wei knocked on his door, snapping him back to reality. What is it? He inquired. My lord, the 10th prince has just arrived and is in the main hall. Recalling how decisively Hua Hasu had rejected his request the previous day, Bai Qishu could not fathom that he had come concerning Princess Ningyang. With a cold chuckle, he mused, it is not even the end of the month yet, and the King of Hell has come to collect debts. It seems I am not particularly well received. And no sooner had he spoken than Hua Hasu entered the study. Bai Qishu's expression contorted as if he had swallowed mustard, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, realizing that the 10th prince had certainly overheard his previous remark. Nonsense, nonsense, Bai Qishu plastered on a fade of hospitality. It is an honor for the 10th prince to visit the Bai residence, illuminating our humble abode. The two did not proceed to the main hall for discussions, primarily because the 10th prince had entered the study without Bai Qishu's consent. Please wait a moment, 10th prince. Bai Qishu performed a respectful bow and instructed Bai Ji, inform the accountant to bring last month's ledger. Before Bai Ji could respond, Hua Hasu interrupted, casually taking a seat at the desk and pouring himself a cup of tea. There is no need for concern, Bai family head. I am not here today as the King of Hell to audit your accounts. Bai Qishu's face was a canvas of disbelief. If the 10th prince was not there to audit, what could possibly warrant such a personal visit? Noticing Bai Qishu's bewildered gaze, Hua Hasu exchanged a knowing glance, prompting Bai Qishu to finally grasp his intent and dismiss Bai Wei and Bai Ji from the study. Might it be that today, the 10th prince has come to accompany me, Bai Qishu, for tea? Bai Qishu inquired tentatively, her gaze fixed upon the teacup in Hua Hasu's hand. What do you think? Hua Hasu did not respond to her query, but rather returned the question to her like a tossed embroidered ball. Bai Qishu felt a surge of exasperation within. If I knew, would I even need to ask you? Hua Hasu took a sip of tea, and it appeared that the head of the Bai family was not genuinely inclined to assist Princess Ningyang. Having mentioned the matter just yesterday, she seemed to have forgotten it today. Bai Qishu was taken aback yet elated. Sitting beside Hua Hasu, she asked, so does this mean the 10th prince is indeed willing to assist me with this favor? Hua Hasu remained silent. However, Bai Qishu, rubbing her hands together in anticipation, thought that such a significant scoop warranted thorough discussion. Just as Hua Hasu set down his teacup, he caught sight of Bai Qishu's eager expression, which startled him. After all, they were conspiring to help the princess escape her marriage. What was with Bai Qishu's exuberance? What shall we do next? She asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Hua Hasu. For a fleeting moment, Hua Hasu felt a brief mental lapse, but soon regained his composure. The head of the Bai family merely needed to prepare a carriage to fetch Ningyang. As for everything else, there was no need for her to fret. Bai Qishu had initially devised numerous plans in her mind, only to have the 10th prince tell her that all she needed to do was prepare a carriage to take Princess Ningyang away. She stood in the study, bewildered for a moment, until Bai Wei and Bai Ji entered, announcing that the 10th prince had departed. Bai Qishu sighed, realizing that having power and influence was indeed advantageous. As June's lotus blossoms filled the lake with their fragrance, and the red garments and green fans reflected upon the clear waters, the day of Princess Ningyang's wedding dawned with splendid sunshine. The lotus flowers in the pond bloomed resplendently, and beside her sat Emperor Huaxiang and Empress Huaxiang. As she leaned forward, she could see the assembled civil and military officials below, adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, with a bridal procession extending for miles. Such honor was something an ordinary woman would scarcely experience in her lifetime. Yet Ningyang was privileged to partake in this grandeur. However, she ought to have been a lady of a noble family, perhaps entangled in familial intrigues, perhaps destined to endure a husband with multiple wives. Yet, it was far better than being away from her homeland. The auspicious time has come, intoned the eunuch, his voice resonating softly with the breeze, piercing Ningyang's heart. Step by step, she descended the stairs, gazing at the rows of officials bowing in perfect alignment. Rendered speechless, a pair of scissors tied with a red ribbon was handed to her. How she wished to conclude her life right then and there, yet she hesitated. With a snap, a lock of her hair fell into the waiting hand of a palace maid, and a strand was placed into a brocade box to be presented to Empress Huaxiang. As the princess departed for marriage, she was to leave a lock of hair in her homeland as a testament to her longing for her roots. Among the military officials, Yun Jing parted his lips, yet ultimately remained silent. The one who should have been reveling in the Yun residence, Yun Yuan, had captivated attention at the palace banquet with a poem, embellished by others' praises, and thus transformed from Yun Yuan to the adopted daughter of Empress Huaxiang. Although termed an adopted daughter, she was, in truth, a substitute bride. Princess Anyang, with her noble status and yet to reach maturity, became the prime candidate for this role. As the joyous sedan chair of Ningyang approached, the figure it left behind was marked by an unmistakable resolve. She feared that should she glance back, tears would inevitably flow. She had countless attachments, her beloved parents, her cherished homeland. The crowd remained silent, while Su Huai, the Vice Minister of Rights, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances within the sedan chair ahead. Once again, it was a grand spectacle, reminiscent of the wedding of the 10th prince several years prior, a topic seldom broached, accompanied by tales of which Chu Yuru had never heard. Amidst the throng, Chu Yuru cast her gaze towards the sedan chair occupied by the vice minister, furrowing her brow as an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. As the bridal procession traversed Anping Street, the streets were filled with throngs of spectators, soldiers struggling to keep at bay the eager onlookers, who lauded Princess Ningyang for her profound sense of duty, willing to marry far beyond her borders for the sake of diplomatic relations. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring dust that obscured vision, prompting the crowd to recoil. In that moment, another bridal sedan chair emerged from an unknown direction. Chu Yuru initially assumed it to be another ordinary celebration. However, upon observing the identical adornments of the two chairs, comprehension dawned upon her. This was no mere coincidence. If news of this reached Nanchuan, the ramifications could be dire. Desiring to advance, Chu Yuru found herself stymied by the throng, her efforts rendered futile. The two bridal sedan chairs were unwittingly exchanged amid the swirling sands. A disquieting stillness enveloped Ningyang, and as the bridal procession veered from the main road, an unsettling instinct compelled her to lift the curtain of her chair. To her astonishment, she beheld Bai Chishu seated on the lawn beneath a willow tree. Awaiting her arrival, upon sighting the bridal chair, Bai Chishu hastily rose, neglecting to brush off the dust from his attire, and rushed to the side of the chair. The formerly listless visage of Ningyang now radiated with vitality. She knew she had not erred in her choice of ally. "Thank you, Bai Lang Jun, for your assistance." Ningyang gazed at Bai Chishu, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Chishu glanced at a carriage behind him and urged, "Your Highness, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Time is of the essence. Please, take that carriage. The driver will escort you to safety." Ningyang was momentarily taken aback, as the realization of Bai Chishu's intent to facilitate her escape dawned upon her. A surge of anxiety prompted her to inquire, "But what about you?" "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall be fine." Bai Chishu was unperturbed by the potential consequences. After all, should calamity strike, there were greater powers at play. With the 10th prince ahead and Su Huai behind, she was merely a subordinate official of the Ministry of Works. Any blame would scarcely fall upon her. "Your Highness, there is no time for hesitation. Please, board the carriage swiftly." Observing her resplendent bridal attire, with the hem trailing long behind her, he added, "Inside the carriage, there are plain garments. Change quickly to avoid being recognized upon your departure from the city." Standing before the carriage, Ningyang performed a deep bow, leaving Bai Chishu feeling somewhat embarrassed. "From this moment forth, I am no longer a princess. I am Yun Yuan. Lang Jun, your assistance will be etched in my heart for a lifetime." As the carriage rolled onward, the weight of concern still lingered in Bai Chishu's heart. More challenges awaited her resolution ahead. Author's note. Please refer to Chapter 82. The Crown Prince's Wedding, 15 days later. At the Shaiyang Crown Prince's residence, Qi Zhiheng was in high spirits, donned in celebratory attire, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Princess Ningyang. The selection of a concubine for the Crown Prince was no trivial matter, especially considering that this bride hailed from Huaxiang. Within the Grand Hall, the atmosphere mirrored that of Huaxiang, with numerous officials in attendance. Princess Shaiyang sat to the right of Crown Prince Shaiyang, while directly opposite her was the regent of Shaiyang. The regent, named Qiangan, was in the prime of his life, having forged a deep friendship with Huasi and Su during their visit to Shaiyang. He wore a dark-hued robe adorned with a tiger motif. His tall stature and chiseled features commanding attention. A piece of jade, reminiscent of mutton fat, was tied around his waist, and he donned snow-blue boots intricately embroidered with vivid Qilin designs. At this juncture, Qiangan, like others, sat quietly in the hall, awaiting the arrival of Princess Ningyang from Huaxiang. An aide approached him, whispering a few words, to which Qiangan responded with a slight smile, squinting his eyes in acknowledgement. The The process of selecting a concubine was intricate, yet Qiangan exhibited no impatience. As dusk fell, a commotion arose outside, followed by the distinct calls of eunuchs echoing within the palace. The atmosphere in the crown prince's residence became lively as Qi Zhiheng hastily instructed those around him to receive the palanquin. For Qi Zhiheng, his status as crown prince rendered the presence of multiple concubines unremarkable, especially as he was destined to be the ruler of the nation. Furthermore, Princess Ningyang was of pleasant demeanor and gentle disposition. Thus, he bore no objections to this political marriage. It served to strengthen ties with Huaxiang, while also granting him a charming companion. What was there not to rejoice in? As cups clinked and praises filled the air, Qi Zhiheng felt as though his ears would soon callous from the incessant flattery. Even as night fell, the crown prince's residence remained ablaze with light. Qi Zhiheng waved his hand, reeking of alcohol, instructing the ministers to take their leave, but was taken aback upon seeing Qiangan entering. "Your Highness, newly wedded, how enviable you are that I extend my heartfelt congratulations," Qi Zhiheng remarked with a cold chuckle. "You envy me?" He, having indulged a bit too much in drink, pointed at his own nose, his face flushed, and took a step back, almost losing his balance. "What could you possibly envy about me? You are the regent now. In the future, when I ascend the throne, who knows who will be pulling my strings?" He laughed heartily. Qiangan chose not to engage in the argument, recognizing Qi Zhiheng's inebriation and opting to refrain from further dialogue. The crown prince is quite hopeless, he thought, and with that, he departed from the crown prince's residence. At the regent's residence, the cicadas chirped incessantly as Qiangan disembarked from the palanquin. A servant lifted the curtain and announced, "My lord, Miss Zili has arrived again." Qiangan glanced at the 2 lanterns hanging at the entrance, yet before he could speak, a lady in an herbal green skirt emerged from behind the door, exclaiming, "Brother Qian is back." Qiangan did not respond to her, but instead reprimanded the 2 maidservants trailing behind her. "It is quite late. Why are you allowing her to run about?" The 2 maidservants lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. "Why, you Zili promptly interjected. "I came of my own accord, bringing pastries. I hope Brother Qian will like them." "Eat them yourself. I have matters to attend to. It is late, and it would not be convenient for you to return alone. Tomorrow morning, I shall have some of my guards escort you back," Qiangan stated, stepping away from the carriage and heading straight for the study, leaving no room for further conversation with Uzili. Uzili felt a sense of grievance in her heart. After much anticipation, she finally had the chance to see him, yet he greeted her with such a lukewarm demeanor. The 2 maidservants consoled her, asserting that the regent was a man of cool exterior but warm heart, and had just been considering the princess's feelings. Upon hearing these words, Uzili's heart felt somewhat soothed. The warmth of the hibiscus tint enveloped the room. Qi Zhiheng stumbled his way towards the chamber, attempting to shake off the maidservants who offered to support him, exclaiming, "I am not drunk." "Not drunk?" This left the maidservants hesitant to approach him with a creak. The door swung open as Qi Zhiheng entered, and upon gazing at the bride seated on the bed, he found himself questioning whether it was the alcohol that muddled his mind. As the bride appeared to tower over him, he staggered toward her, and though the bride was aware of his entrance, she remained silent. "Your Highness," the maidservant presented the wedding scale to Qi Zhiheng, but he swatted it away, barking, "Get out. All of you are just here to bring me misfortune." The maidservant, bewildered by her perceived transgression, hurriedly retreated, trembling in fear. Qi Zhiheng was still seething over Qi Zhiqian's earlier remarks. He, the legitimate heir, had been overshadowed. While Qi Zhiqian had faded into obscurity, it was meant to be him ascending the throne of this nation. Yet, who would have thought that Qi Zhiqian was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing? It seemed that he had been entangled with the 10th prince from Huaxiang for an unknown duration. It was said that over a decade ago, the emperors of Huaxiang and Shaiyang were the closest of friends, only to sever ties over a woman, never to reconcile. Now, the 10th prince was allied with the regent, leaving Qi Zhiheng feeling like nothing more than a marionette, stripped of power. All authority lay firmly in the hands of Regent Qi Zhiqian. Consumed by anger, Qi Zhiheng abruptly lifted the bride's red veil, plunging the room into a heavy silence. He blinked, sensing something was amiss. This Princess Ningyang bore a striking resemblance to a woman who was undeniably formidable. As he hesitated, the bride boldly wrapped her arms around Qi Zhiheng's neck, the crimson curtains billowing in the wind, the candlelight flickering, and a sultry voice resonating in the air. The maidservants on night watch outside blushed, lowering their heads as they retreated with their lanterns. Early the next morning, Qi Zhiheng awoke with a slight headache, recalling the events of the previous night and his indulgence in drink. As he prepared to rise, he discovered an arm resting on his chest. an arm with bronze skin, sturdier than that of an ordinary woman. Qi Zhiheng turned his head mechanically, and upon glimpsing the bride's visage, he was so startled that he fell from the bed, grasping the edge for support. This could not possibly be Princess Ningyang. Although his encounters with her were few, he was certain that this person could not be her. If not Princess Ningyang, then who could she be? Qi Zhiheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, hastily donning a robe and shouting, "Quick, someone come!" A throng of maidservants and eunuchs entered the room, too timid to glance around. Qi Zhiheng gritted his teeth, demanding, "Where are the people from Huaxiang who sent the bride yesterday? Bring them to me at once." A eunuch stammered, "Your Highness, the Minister Su from Huaxiang mentioned that he has matters to attend to in Huaxiang and cannot spare the time. Thus he hurried back overnight. If His Royal Highness requires anything, he may inquire with the few servants he left behind." Qi Zhiheng shattered the teaware in frustration, exclaiming, "Then hurry and summon them to my presence." "Yes, yes, yes." The young eunuch scrambled out of the room, hastening towards the embassy. Chapter 83. The turmoil of the emaciated immortal within the chamber. A commotion ensued, causing Qi Zhiheng to recoil 3 steps, staring at the person emerging from the room. "Who are you? How did you end up in my bed?" The woman blushed, replying, "How can your Highness pose such a question? Just yesterday, who was it that shared such intimate moments with me?" Silence. Qi Zhiheng glared at the woman, who towered over him, commanding, "Someone, seize her. How dare she trespass into the prince's residence, utterly disregarding the law?" Just as those beside him prepared to act, a voice boomed from outside, "Who dares to lay a hand on our princess?" A group of guards appeared, looking particularly diminutive in comparison. Qi Zhiheng swallowed hard, refraining from allowing his companions to act rashly, and inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" The leading man spoke, "The Crown Prince of Shaiyang has formed an alliance with our Qin Yang through marriage to our princess. It is quite absurd that you remain unaware of our identity. Though Qin Yang may be a small nation with few citizens, it does not permit the Crown Prince of Shaiyang to treat it with such disdain." The man's words struck Qi Zhiheng like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned as he processed whom he was marrying. Qin Yang, a vassal state of Huaxiang, was notorious for its fierce princess, who could overpower a man by the age of 15. The notion that she would be the sole inhabitant of his inner courtyard was unacceptable. Ignoring those behind him, Qi Zhiheng strode out of the room, only to collide with the regent, who was making his way to the prince's residence. "Your Highness, newlywed bliss seems to have you in quite a hurry." "Where are you off to?" Qi Zhiqian remarked, as if deliberately blocking his path. Seeing that Qi Zhiqian had unexpectedly arrived at the prince's residence, Qi Zhiheng realized that the regent was also involved in this matter. "Humph, I need not report my whereabouts to you." The regent merely governed. After all, Qi Zhiqian watched his departing figure, thinking, "Crown Prince, though Qin Yang is a minor state, its influence is not to be underestimated. The people of Qin Yang, hailing from the north, are robust and formidable. One man could rival 10. Whatever plans you have, you must consider them carefully." Qi Zhiheng's steps faltered, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritting in anger. "You, Hua Hasu, I merely made a few jibes at the banquet, and this is how you repay me. What regent, what 10th uncle? You have your own formidable ally beside you." One day, he would relish the sight of their speechless expressions. As July arrived, the weather grew increasingly warm. Within the Lingqing garden, Luo Yu fanned herself yet still felt the heat. Chu Yurue observed her restless pacing and remarked, "Enough. A tranquil heart brings natural coolness. Is your incessant wandering not making you feel even warmer?" Alas. Luo Yu sat upon a stool, letting out a sigh as she observed Qi Hua fanning the water in the teacup to cool it. Chu Yurue took a sip of tea and remarked, "Why is it so quiet today?" "Quiet?" Luo Yu listened to the cicadas' cries outside, their incessant buzzing irritating her, yet San Yangzi had the audacity to claim it was quiet. Chu Yurue, timid and reticent, spoke only after another sip of tea. "Did you not notice that there is one less insect today? How could the lady possibly know how many insects are outside?" Luo Yu, blunt and unthinking, asked without hesitation. Qi Hua, fanning herself with a smirk, replied, "What the lady means is the insects inside." It was only then that Luo Yu realized Chu Yurue was referring to herself and Chu Yuan. Ever since Chu Yuan arrived at Longqing Courtyard, the two had been engaged in playful bickering. Si Lang Jun would venture out once a month, though it remained a mystery where he went. The last time Luo Yu encountered Chu Yuan, she had intended to inquire about his destination, but he had slipped away in an instant. Chu Yurue did not wish to delve deeper into the matter, much like she refrained from asking Chu Yuan about the identity of his master, for he was already grown and should be capable of pursuing his own affairs. Princess Ningyang had departed from Huaxiang nearly a month ago, and at this rate, she had likely reached Xiaoyang. Yet, for reasons unknown, there had been no news from the Crown Prince of Xiaoyang. How could she fail to discern that the recent exchange of auspicious bridal sedan chairs had been meticulously orchestrated? After pondering for a while, it was clear that if Nan Sun had single-handedly planned it, it would not have been executed with such precision. She must have enlisted the assistance of others. Who then was the substitute bride? Amidst her tangled thoughts, Ying Shui dashed back, bearing startling news. Master, there are rumors circulating about Chuxian Pavilion, claiming that you intend to submit to the Emperor of Huaxiang and disband the pavilion. Now, everyone is in a state of panic, and I can no longer keep it under control. What? The three were taken aback. Chu Yurua had presumed that all was well at Chuxian Pavilion, merely waiting for Ling Feng to return with news from Chucheng. Yet, before Ling Feng could return, Ying Shui had brought back news of turmoil within the pavilion. It seemed she would need to return to Chucheng once more. Unlike the last time, with Chu Yuzhen absent from Longqing Courtyard, she felt less scrutiny, and with Qi Hua and her other assistants by her side, Chu Yurua need not be as concerned as before. Without delay, she instructed Luo Yu to remain, while Qi Hua stayed behind to look after Chu Yu Yuan, and promptly set off with Ying Shui towards Chuxian Pavilion. After a 10-day journey, they finally arrived. The once raucous crowd outside fell silent upon seeing the masked Chu Yurua. The pavilion master entrusted Chuxian Pavilion to my stewardship, yet due to matters in the capital, I have been unable to attend to it regularly. Oh, you all believe the pavilion is leaderless? Dressed in a crimson robe with a dark skirt, her hair bound with a dark red ribbon, she exuded an air of martial prowess. The assembled individuals within Chuxian Pavilion were left speechless. Chu Yurua had anticipated the internal strife, for the unexpected transfer of authority from Zhan Shunian had taken them by surprise. Had it not been for her presenting the pavilion's token and Ying Shui's testimony, they might have suspected that Chu Yurua had slain their master. Yet, she had not expected matters to escalate so swiftly. Sitting in a chair, she surveyed the room and inquired, "Is everyone from Chuxian Pavilion gathered here?" Upon returning to the master, the others, having heard of the master's arrival today, gathered forth. Chu Yuru nodded. Although it is said that rumors cease with the wise, once they escalate to an uncontrollable level, they can easily become a cacophony that tarnishes reputations and erodes trust. Therefore, it is imperative to quell these rumors, and the foremost step in doing so is to identify the purveyors of such gossip. The gathered individuals initially presumed that Chu Yuru had come to rectify matters at the Chuxian Pavilion, yet to their surprise, she merely sat in the hall for a brief period before taking a stroll and subsequently instructing them to depart, not even broaching the subject of the pavilion's allegiance to the court. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chu Yuru summoned Ying Shui, stating, "Are there any trustworthy individuals remaining within the Chuxian Pavilion? Bring them forth. I have matters to discuss." Following her command, Ying Shui contemplated several names of reliable persons and soon summoned them before Chu Yuru. Each of them had served within the Chuxian Pavilion for many years, and it was presumed that their familiarity with the pavilion surpassed even her own. Chu Yuru addressed them, expressing a desire for their assistance. The few individuals felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Chu Yuru's words, and one of them replied, "Young Pavilion Master, what are you saying? Since we have been employed at the Chuxian Pavilion, we are naturally bound to heed your directives." Chu Yuru smiled gently, explaining that what she required of them was quite simple, to investigate the living quarters of the pavilion's residents. Puzzled, one individual inquired, "Young Pavilion Master, forgive my candor, but given the current atmosphere of unease within the pavilion, with whispers circulating about the Pavilion Master, should we not prioritize clarifying these rumors?" Chu Yuru shook her head, responding, "You have acknowledged the prevailing anxiety. With so many murmuring about me, my authority within this pavilion remains under scrutiny. Do you truly believe that clarifying these rumors would bear fruit?" At a loss for words, the individuals who had intended to persuade Chu Yuru fell silent. Though uncertain of her motives, they ultimately complied with her request. The following morning, they returned with reports, confirming indeed the presence of spies within the Chuxian Pavilion, and their intelligence was remarkably precise. Upon hearing their accounts, Chu Yuru nodded in acknowledgement, rising to accompany Ying Shui to observe the location of their operations. Though referred to as a pavilion, the Chuxian Pavilion was quite expansive, divided into multiple levels, with the lower tier concealing spies among the populace. Upon reaching a particular room, Ying Shui was about to announce Chu Yuru's arrival, but she gestured for silence, quietly observing through the window the individual inside who was organizing documents. A person clad in a duck-egg blue short robe inadvertently caught sight of Chu Yuru. Upon meeting her gaze, he swiftly lowered his head. Curious about the identity of this individual and his recent activities, Chu Yuru sensed a flicker of evasion in his expression and inquired further. Ingxue, glancing at the man and contemplating, replied, "That individual is named Li Wan. He arrived not long ago and has been diligently sorting documents within the Tushan Pavilion. Do you sense something amiss, master?" Chu Yuru found it peculiar that an organization dedicated to intelligence gathering would so casually admit newcomers. Ingxue elucidated, "Your Excellency, there is something you may not be aware of. The Tushan Pavilion does not easily permit individuals to join. However, this person is a relative of one within the pavilion, possesses commendable capabilities, and is the sole relative available for a search. Given the dire circumstances, he was thus granted entry." Chu Yurue nodded in acknowledgement and inquired when the rumors began to circulate. After posing a series of questions, a smile graced her lips, for it seemed she grasped the situation. Since these were mere rumors, they could not have emerged from a vacuum. As she pursued the investigation further, she discovered that while the individual was indeed related to someone in the Tushan Pavilion, he had recently been employed under Chu Su. With a cold smirk, Chu Yurue realized that her previous display of prowess in combat had inadvertently exposed the pavilion, prompting Chu Su's attention. It was remarkable how swiftly news traveled. Just days prior, she had received a missive from the Chocha division, and now Chu Su had dispatched someone to disseminate rumors about the pavilion. This served a dual purpose: to undermine the Tushan Pavilion and eliminate any concerns he harbored while simultaneously seeking to gain favor with the Emperor Huaxiang. The aim was to dismantle the pavilion and strike at its very core. The following morning, Chu Yurue promptly summoned everyone within the pavilion. Addressing Li Wan, she rose and called out, "Where's Li Wan?" Startled by the mention of his name, Li Wan trembled and stepped forward, bowing his head as he replied, "This subordinate is present. Is it true that you declared the Tushan Pavilion has submitted to His Majesty?" Chu Yurue's tone became calm, her gaze fixed on Li Wan, compelling him to speak the truth. Li Wan stammered, "This subordinate, I merely heard it through the grapevine." "A mere rumor." Chu Yurue interjected loudly, "It is precisely because it is a rumor that you felt compelled to spread this baseless information. It is due to these hearsay that you disregarded the consequences. It is because of such rumors that you have repeated this falsehood time and again until it seems a reality." Li Wan stood frozen, paralyzed by Chu Yurue's words, unsure of how to respond. She moved to the center of the gathering, circling Li Wan, lost for words. "Allow me to articulate for you. A month ago, you, Li Wan, were serving under the capable Chu Su in Chu City. Because I triumphed at the martial arts competition, Chu Su assigned you to infiltrate the Tushan Pavilion and observe." Noticing a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, she continued, "Not long ago, Chu Su received word, thanks to the information you provided, that the Chocha division wished for Chu Yurue to visit the capital. Thus, a scheme was born. He instructed you to spread false information within the Tushan Pavilion, inciting discord to ensure its collapse, thereby neutralizing any threat the pavilion posed to him. Am I correct?" The crowd seemed to awaken to the truth. It was all merely a fabrication. Yet, as rumors spread, they transformed into a perceived reality. Fortunately, Chu Yurue arrived just in time. Otherwise, Chu Su's scheme might have succeeded. With a feigned sigh of regret, she remarked, "What a pity. The unity among the members of the Tushan Pavilion is commendable. Even in the face of frivolous chatter, I trust that our collective loyalty remains unshaken. Does it not?" The words of Chu Yurue left the crowd feeling flushed. At last, the truth had been unveiled, and Li Wan faced his just deserts. The Tushan Pavilion returned to its tranquil state. However, Chu Su's cunning scheme had unsettled Chu Yurue, completely disrupting her previous plans. She and Ingxue chose a private room in a tea house. Seizing a fleeting moment of leisure, gazing at the shops lining the street below, most of which bore the character Chu. What was her master planning next? Ingxue assumed that Chu Yurue had matters to attend to in the capital and thus inquired whether she intended to return to Anping. Were the shops below all under the name of Chu Su? Chu Yurue did not respond to Ingxue's question but instead inquired about the shops below. Ingxue's eyes dimmed. They ought to belong to her master. Chu Yurue nodded, her expression unchanged. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, block them. When water comes, damn it. Yet Chu Yurue, after blocking, intended to outmaneuver him further. This was in accordance with the etiquette of Huaxiang, reciprocity and courtesy. The two descended from the tea house, and Chu Yurue casually entered a porcelain shop bearing the Chu character. To her surprise, the business was dismal, while the shop across the street, also selling porcelain, thrived. Pretending to browse, she inquired about the prices and feigned astonishment as she remarked to Ingxue, "I see this shop's porcelain is of decent quality, and the prices are even somewhat lower than those across the street. How can it be that this place is so desolate while that one flourishes? It truly baffles me." The shopkeeper, overhearing Chu Yurue's remarks, replied coldly, "You must be an outsider, esteemed guest. The owner of the shop across possesses many tricks. He is reputed as a commercial genius. Since he opened his store on this street, we have all suffered from a lack of business. Chu Yurue set down the porcelain she had been holding and replied reassuringly, in commerce, there is no honesty without deceit. The shopkeeper ought to be aware of this. After hearing your words, I truly wish to meet the owner of that establishment. The shopkeeper paused in his calculations. You wish to meet him? I fear you may not have that opportunity. His name is Lien Yu. He is often frail and has quite an eccentric temperament, preferring not to meet strangers. Chu Yurue nodded, casually selecting a piece of porcelain. Thank you, shopkeeper. Ing Shui, let us take our leave. Once outside the shop, Chu Yurue promptly inquired of Ing Shui about Lien Yu. Ing Shui contemplated briefly and replied, indeed, there exists such a commercial prodigy, known as young Master Lien Yu. His character aligns closely with what the shopkeeper described. Oh, you know where he resides? Master, do you intend to pay him a visit? Ing Shui, perplexed by Chu Yurue's question regarding Lien Yu's residence, was left in a state of curiosity about her intentions. Chu Yurue smiled and countered, what do you think? Lien Yu's residence was adorned in a manner that diverged from the typical garishness of common merchants, resembling that of a cultured gentleman, surrounded by a plethora of greenery. Upon seeing visitors approach, the household servant came forward, inquiring, may I ask what brings you, esteemed gentleman? Oh, I am Mei Jun Su. I have heard that young Master Lien Yu's porcelain is unparalleled, and I wish to come and see for myself who is capable of managing a shop so successfully. Chu Yuru exchanged a courteous remark with her servants. Upon sharing a glance, the two servants replied, young master, we truly apologize, but if you wish to purchase porcelain, you may go directly to the shop. However, if you seek to meet our master, it may prove rather inconvenient. Our master has not been in good health and has been receiving no visitors. Please take your leave. Despite encountering this soft rebuff, Chu Yuru did not harbor any resentment. The next day, she returned to the estate, and on the fourth day, Master, that young gentleman has come again, reported a servant. Once more? Lien Yu replied calmly, his fingers meticulously polishing the shattered rim of a porcelain vase. It was the 9th day. She must have some pressing matters to discuss. Allow her to enter, he instructed gently, setting the vase before a painting. Guided by the servants, Chu Yuru finally met the much-rumored Lien Yu. Indeed, he appeared frail and delicate. Clad in a stone-blue, crossover-sleeved garment, the fabric bore not intricate patterns but rather the free-spirited strokes of cursive calligraphy. Chu Yuru had never encountered anyone who inscribed words upon their attire, finding it quite intriguing. Part of his hair was adorned with a jade crown, while the rest cascaded down, lending him an air of scholarly elegance. Observing the room's decor, which was filled with an abundance of porcelain aside from the essential furnishings, she soon spotted the very vase Lien Yu had positioned in front of the painting. Though the vase's rim was broken, he had placed it in the most prominent position. As her gaze drifted upward, she noticed that the painting, depicting a woman, lacked discernible facial features. Pray tell, what brings Mei Langjun to seek my presence? Chu Yuru pondered. When Lien Yu spoke up, he did not apologize for the inconvenience caused by his illness, but rather inquired directly about her purpose. Looking into his eyes, she discerned a lack of the cunning often associated with merchants. I wish to discuss a business proposition with you, young Master Lien, Chu Yuru stated. Lien Yu settled into a chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Since Mei Langjun has come to negotiate, I presume you have done your due diligence regarding my background. Chu Yuru was uncertain of his intent behind the statement, and after a moment of reflection replied, as the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Indeed, knowing oneself and the enemy is wise, Lien Yu conceded, but my shop is currently thriving, and I have no desire to engage in further business at this time. Please take your leave. Please take your leave. Before Chu Yuru could finish her next sentence, she was met with a dismissal, an experience she had never encountered since her arrival. Exiting, Ing Shui glanced at the estate's entrance and remarked, Master, that young Master Lien seems quite proud. Conversing with him in this manner may yield no fruitful results. I do not comprehend why you are so intent on meeting him. Sighing, Chu Yuru mused that every entity has its nemesis, and she remained unconvinced that she could not handle Lien Yu. I must proceed, for the sake of profit. Leaving Ing Shui standing in place, she contemplated, profit? Has the master run out of funds? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Yuru replied, there is still money to be had, but a little more would certainly be welcome. As Ing Shui was about to say something further, a figure in the distance captured Chu Yurue's attention. It was Lien Yiqing. Upon recognizing Lien Yiqing, Chu Yurue called out his name. Ever since their last encounter at the tavern, the two had been apart for quite some time, and she could not fathom why Lien Yiqing had returned to Chu City. Lien Yiqing turned around and spotted Chu Yurui amidst the crowd. It was only when he reached her side that he softly called out, "Chu Chu." Chu Yurui no longer cared what he called her. Upon hearing Chu Chu, she merely responded with an acknowledgement and took Lien Yiqing to a quiet tea house. The two sat across from one another, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Lien Yiqing's earlier haste, Chu Yurui inquired, "What brings you here to Chu City?" After sipping his tea, Lien Yiqing replied, "I did not come to Chu City. Rather, I passed through while returning." Passed through? This revelation left Chu Yurui perplexed, as she had assumed Lien Yiqing had remained in Anping. Perceiving her confusion, Lien Yiqing clarified, "I went to Shaiyang." The mention of Shaiyang immediately sparked Chu Yurui's thoughts, recalling the recent incident involving the changing of wedding palanquins. Fearing that the matter might expose Bai Qishu to danger, she hastily asked, "Did you hear any news while in Shaiyang?" Truth be told, upon seeing the concern in Chu Yurui's eyes, Lien Yiqing felt a twinge of jealousy. Her worry for the news from Shaiyang was undoubtedly tied to the marriage of Princess Ningyang, and he surmised that she was anxious for Bai Qishu's well-being. Although he knew that the regent would safeguard against any trouble arising from the marriage substitution, Lien Yiqing found himself reluctant to divulge the information. Seeing his hesitation, Chu Yurui gently patted Lien Yiqing's shoulder and said, "Lien Yiqing, I am asking you a question." Ah, the tone. Once he was addressed as Your Excellency, and now she simply called him by name, even going so far as to touch him. Truly, once one attains something, they often fail to cherish it, Lien Yiqing thought to himself, feeling a sense of grievance. Deliberately teasing her, Lien Yiqing said, "What news could I possibly have? During my time in Shaiyang, I heard a significant piece of information. The Prince of Shaiyang's bride, Princess Ningyang, has astonishingly transformed into a princess of the Qinyang kingdom overnight." Piffed, Chu Yurui spewed her tea upon hearing the name Qinyang. She recalled having seen that name in a book. The Qinyang kingdom, situated to the north of Huaxiang, was known for its skilled hunters. Regardless of age, its people excelled in archery and horsemanship. In the 7th year of the Yuanqi era, the emperor of Huaxiang led an expedition northward to subdue Qinyang, achieving victory and subsequently bringing Qinyang under Huaxiang's dominion as a vassal state. If her assumptions were correct, the inhabitants of that hunting and pastoral society must be quite formidable. Although Chu Yurui had never encountered the princess of Qinyang, she had read about her moniker, Yasha. Just hearing that title allowed her to conjure an image of what she must be like. However, the bride had been brazenly switched, and the Prince of Shaiyang could not possibly be unaware. Why had there been no reaction thus far? What about the Prince of Shaiyang? Chu Yurui wondered aloud, her mind swirling with questions. Lien Yiqing glanced at his teacup, unable to suppress his laughter. What could he do? With a beauty by his side and in the throes of newlywed bliss, he is undoubtedly quite content. Chu Yurui sensed that he was certainly concealing something. Grasping Lien Yiqing's sleeve earnestly, she declared, "I must discuss an important matter with you. You are aware that the Crown Prince of Shaiyang is to marry Princess Ningyang." Lien Yiqing set down his teacup, replying, "I too am addressing a significant issue. Although the Crown Prince of Shaiyang has wed a princess from the kingdom of Qinyang, it is a legitimate union. Moreover, the kingdom of Qinyang places great emphasis on loyalty. Even when confronted by a powerful nation, they will fiercely retaliate against any injustices inflicted upon their people. Furthermore, the regent is a man of reason. He undoubtedly comprehends what actions are appropriate and what are not, as for the Crown Prince of Shaiyang. This time he is like a mute eating bitter gall, unable to voice his suffering." Upon seeing Chu Yurui's anxious demeanor, Lien Yiqing finally revealed the truth. His visit to Shaiyang was, in fact, to assist Princess Ningyang in escaping her marriage. Does this mean that Nanxuan is safe? Hearing Lien Yiqing's words, Chu Yurui felt a sudden lightness in her heart. With the regent's pressure, the Crown Prince of Shaiyang would have to swallow his grievances in silence, ensuring Bai Qishu's safety. Lien Yiqing was taken aback by Chu Yurui's immediate mention of Nansen. It struck him as odd. Although Bai Qishu had already taken on his adult name, which should have prompted her to address him by it, even Su Huai continued to call him by his given name. Yet, Chu Yurui referred to him as Nanxuan with such endearment. After reveling in her joy, Chu Yurui noticed Lien Yiqing wearing a deliberately stern expression. She moved to sit beside him, leaning in and playfully blinking her eyes. Lien Yiqing maintained his stoic demeanor. "Lien Yiqing?" He remained unyielding. "You can't possibly be feeling jealous, can you?" The thought amused Chu Yurui. After all, Nanxuan had been disguised as a boy since her arrival, and their close relationship was well known to Lien Yiqing. Yet, instead of confronting her, he seemed to sulk in silence. Jealous? Perhaps that was a fair assessment. Lien Yiqing averted his gaze, awkwardly stating, "No, I am simply eating my meal." Unable to suppress a chuckle, Chu Yurui quickly composed herself and replied earnestly, There are certain matters I cannot clarify with you at this moment, such as my relationship with Nanchuan, or why I consistently refer to her as Nansen. It is akin to how you now don a mask to avoid confronting me directly. I require some time. The complexities and burdens of past events weighed heavily on her, and although she was reluctant to revisit them, she still yearned for an honest rapport with Lien Yiching. Very well, I shall await you. I too look forward to the day when I can share my innermost thoughts with you. A single word of waiting sufficed. Though they were not intimately acquainted, their shared trust allowed them to sense the diminishing distance between them. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door swung open to reveal Yingshui, my lord. Chu Yurui rose and inquired, has something transpired at Tushin Pavilion? Again? Trouble at Tushin Pavilion? What has happened? Lien Yiching, newly arrived in Chucheng, felt a surge of concern for her. Yingshui waved her hand. No, it is Ling Feng who has returned. Just then, Ling Feng, clad in a vigorous outfit, entered the room. Our subordinates have discovered that Chu Su has sent individuals to infiltrate Tushin Pavilion, spreading rumors intended to cause its disintegration. Yet there has been no activity in the capital. Although the message was discovered, it was not reported to the master in a timely manner, causing the master to personally journey to Chu City, nearly jeopardizing a significant matter. Please, punish me, my lord. Chu Yurui assisted Ling Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, since the matter has already been resolved, there is no need to dwell on the question of punishment. Chu City and Anping are indeed quite distant. Even with swift horses, it would take 10 days to arrive. Your actions have been commendable. Only then did Ling Feng rise, cupping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Chu Su is dealing with the Chuxian Pavilion, and the Crown Prince of Xiang wishes to ally with the King of Ping. Both in the martial world and the court, the situation is beginning to stir. Lien Yiching did not expect that during the time he spent apart from Chu Chu, he would miss so many developments. Chu Chu's decisive and vigorous methods were truly impressive, rivaling those of any man. This reminded him of their first meeting, when he regarded Chu Yurui as merely a typical woman pursuing fame and fortune, embroiled in intrigue. However, it was her words. What if I wished to showcase my ambitions in the court? That left a profound impression on him. Now, with the court in a state of upheaval, if we liken the great rock soaring to the heavenly pool in the south on the winds of June, it seems that the phoenix, Chu Yurui, has finally encountered the gale that will lift her to heights of 90,000 miles. Yet, since Chu Su has already taken action, it would be unwise for us to remain passive any longer. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Having already lost the initiative, if we wish to topple Chu Su, we must seek assistance from others. Chu Yurui voiced her thoughts to Yingshui and Ling Feng, then nudged Lien Yiching with her elbow, asking for his opinion. Lien Yiching, sitting upright, slowly uttered 2 words. Very well at that moment, his inner thoughts were, come to me, for I am the one who can lend you a helping hand. Unaware of Lien Yiching's excitement, Chu Yurui continued to elaborate on her plans, and this person who could assist us was none other than Lien. Lien Yiching, unable to take his eyes off Chu Yurui, felt exhilarated, thinking, that's right. It is I, young Master Yu.as Chu Yurui finally concluded her words. Lien Yiching nearly toppled from his seat, exclaiming, young Master Lien. Where did young Master Lien come from? Chu Yurui, taken aback by his astonished expression, was momentarily at a loss for words. Even if he were unfamiliar with young Master Lien, there was no need for such a reaction, was there? Chapter 87. The restoration of the vase. Suddenly, Lien Yiching asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Does he have the surname Lien? Chu Yurui nodded, affirming, yes. What about his ancestor's surname? Chu Yurui was slightly bewildered by this line of questioning. If he had the surname Lien, naturally his ancestors shared the same surname. Why are you asking such strange questions today? Lien Yiching, as if uncovering a significant secret, replied solemnly. That may not necessarily be the case. Chu Yurui furrowed her brows, unsure of what Lien Yiching meant by that. What does the master intend to do? After listening to Chu Yurui's plan, Ling Feng inquired, I have heard that young Master Lien you only arrived in Chu City a few months ago to engage in business. While he is indeed a commercial prodigy, his temperament is rather eccentric, and he is not fond of meeting strangers. If our master seeks his assistance, might it be somewhat challenging? Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Chu Yurui, who had previously been eager to take action, wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. You speak truly. I waited at his residence for a full 9 days before he permitted me entry. Once inside, I exchanged only a few words with him, and before I knew it, he issued an order for me to leave. It is said that dealing with certain individuals can sometimes be advantageous. As long as one caters to their whims, they may become amenable to one's requests. However, at present, Chu Yurue could only glean information about Lien Yu through the words of others, let alone discern his preferences. When one seeks assistance, it is only natural to appeal to their inclinations. Lien Yiqing's words served as a revelation, and an epiphany struck Chu Yurue as she suddenly recalled the broken vase she had seen at Lien Yu's estate yesterday. Along with the portrait of a faceless woman. Lien Yu, it appears, has long since come of age, yet his household lacks any female presence. Observing his countenance, he appeared haggard, but did not seem to suffer from any illness. "I've got it!" Chu Yurue exclaimed suddenly, startling everyone around her. "What have you discovered?" Lien Yiqing had never witnessed her so animated before, yet Chu Yurue chose not to answer him, teasingly withholding her revelation. "Yingxue, you previously worked at Tsushin Pavilion. You must be quite familiar with the Chu City area, correct?" Chu Yurue inquired. Yingxue nodded, though she did not comprehend the connection between her knowledge of Chu City and Chu Yurue's request for assistance from young Master Lien Yu. With her back turned to the three, Chu Yurue retrieved paper and pen from her spatial pouch, and shortly thereafter, sketched the damaged vase she had seen at Lien Yu's residence. She presented the drawing to Yingxue, stating, "I would like you to seek out the finest porcelain craftsmen within Chu City and commission them to recreate this vase. Spare no expense in ensuring its restoration." Examining the drawing, Yingxue recalled the vase displayed at Lien Yu's estate and promptly stored the illustration. "I will attend to this immediately, my lord." Chu Yurue nodded. It seemed Lien Yu harbored a mental block. Should this issue be resolved favorably, persuading him to assist her would become considerably easier. Conversely, if approached poorly, the outcome might extend beyond merely being asked to leave. After all, this course of action would be akin to pouring salt into an open wound. Nevertheless, Chu Yurue felt compelled to take the risk. Since Chu Su believed her to be easily manipulated, she intended to demonstrate that she, Chu Yurue, was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. After waiting in Chu City for another 3 days with Lien Yiqing, Yingxue returned from her errands. "My lord, there is a porcelain shop in the western part of the city, known for its quality wares, but the craftsman there is quite elderly and his eyesight is failing. Do you think having him create the vase might hinder your endeavors?" Yingxue relayed her findings from the past few days. Although there were countless porcelain shops in Chu City, the majority merely dealt in the trade of imported goods, making the existence of a skilled craftsman a rarity. Upon hearing this, Chu Yurue rose and exchanged a glance with Lien Yiqing before declaring, "I wish to meet that elderly gentleman." Guided by Yingxue, they initially believed their destination would be reached swiftly, yet little did they anticipate that the shop was situated in a remarkably secluded location. After much wandering, the trio finally spotted the modest establishment nestled within a narrow alley. It was no small feat for Yingxue to have searched for so long. This shop could not be compared to the bustling porcelain stores lining the vibrant streets. It lacked any embellishments and could at best be described as merely a room rather than a proper shop. An elderly man, clad in coarse linen garments, sat at the entrance, skillfully carving patterns into a porcelain blank. It seemed that age had dulled his senses, as he was oblivious to the sound of their approaching footsteps until they stood beside him, prompting him to look up in astonishment. It must be said that the mask on Lien Yiqing's face startled the old man. Yingxue hastily explained, "Old sir, do you remember me? I visited you yesterday." The old man gazed at Yingxue for a moment before nodding slowly. "Ah, yes, I remember you, indeed." Chu Yurue did not exhibit impatience at the old man's slow reaction. Instead, she, like him, settled down at the entrance and inquired, "Old sir, do you think you could recreate the vase from the drawing?" The old man set down the porcelain blank, a smile spreading across his wrinkled face. "It is not that I boast of my skills, but I have been learning this craft alongside my father since I was a youth. What porcelain cannot I create?" Upon saying this, he seemed to recall something and sighed, yet alas, the youth of today. So restless and impetuous, who would wish to learn this art? One can earn a fortune in business within a month, whereas crafting porcelain, merely the engraving alone may take a month. Chu Yurue and Lien Yiqing exchanged silence. Noticing their quietude, the old man continued, "I have examined the drawing. The design is quite simple. Was it that the young man accidentally broke it and seeks to restore it?" Chu Yurue smiled lightly, harboring great admiration for the elder. Although his eyesight was poor, his mind was as clear as a polished mirror. Indeed, it seemed that the porcelain could not be restored, and she would have to request the old man to create a new one. Chu Yurue rose and performed a respectful bow, prompting the old man to shakily rise as well. "You honor me far too much," he replied, before coughing twice. Stooped and frail, he slowly made his way into the interior, which was filled with an array of porcelain blanks, finished pieces, and semi-finished products, each a testament to the old man's dedication. "Do you have the time to wait?" The old man turned slowly, regarding Chu Yurue. "I am but a frail old man, My movements are sluggish, and I fear I may delay your affairs. Chu Yurue respectfully replied, We are here precisely because we admire your spirit, and thus we sought your craftsmanship. The old man chuckled heartily, Very well, for your kind words, I shall oblige. Elated, Chu Yurue expressed her gratitude. Thank you, old Siard. As they exited the alley, Lien Yiqing remained puzzled as to why Chu Yurue was so intent on spending time on a vase. His mind was preoccupied with contemplating whether Lien Yu had any connection to the Hellion family. Rather than returning to Zuixian Pavilion, Chu Yurue opted to find an inn to temporarily reside in, as there was little pressing matter in the capital at present. During these days, her sole focus would be to await the completion of the vase, after which she would seek out Lien Yu. Chu Su harbored grand ambitions to topple his rival, yet little did he anticipate that Chu Yurue was also scheming in the shadows. Just then, the increasingly bored Chu Yurue received a piece of news brought by Ling Feng. Chapter 88. The appearance of Chu Su Master. Today, while passing by the Suxian Pavilion, I noticed an individual lurking suspiciously around the premises. Thus, I apprehended him for questioning. He merely handed me a letter before making a swift escape. Ling Feng reported, presenting the letter the man had given him to Chu Yurue. Chu Yurue accepted the missive, observing that the envelope bore no inscription. Just as she was about to open it, Lien Yiqing, who had been peering out the window, abruptly turned and descended the stairs. Approaching the window, Chu Yurue glimpsed a man loitering outside the tea house, who hurriedly approached Lien Yiqing upon seeing him descend and handed him a letter. It seemed likely that both letters originated from the same source. Lien Yiqing returned upstairs and placed the letter upon the table. It bore the same envelope, devoid of any markings. Chu Yurue exchanged a glance with Lien Yiqing, and both proceeded to unseal their envelopes, confirming their suspicions. It was indeed a correspondence from Chu Su. The letter expressed his admiration for Mei Jun Su and Lien Yiqing, who had shown brilliantly during the martial arts competition in Chu City. Regrettably, their hasty departure had deprived him of the opportunity for a more extensive discourse. He now wished to extend an invitation for them to visit Shu Ying Mountain Villa as esteemed guests. A cold smile graced Chu Yurue's lips. Mere moments ago, he had contemplated dismantling her Suxian Pavilion, and upon the failure of his scheme, he sought to win them over instead. This attempt at persuasion was one thing. But to involve Lien Yiqing as well, did he truly believe Lien Yiqing would be swayed by the benefits he offered? After perusing the letter, Chu Yurue raised her gaze to Lien Yiqing, remarking, He invites us for a discussion? I wonder what schemes that old rogue is concocting now. Lien Yiqing furrowed his brow. Undoubtedly, Chu Su was aware of Chu Yizhen's marriage to the Prince of Ping. In recent days, the prince had shown little activity in the capital, aside from frequent correspondence with the Crown Prince of Xianyang. Was Chu Su's invitation intended to bolster his own power, or to assist the prince? Perhaps only by attending would they uncover the truth. With her chin resting on her hand, Chu Yurue mused. It was glaringly evident that he was laying a trap for them. Tio Go would be akin to willingly leaping into a fiery pit. Yet to remain behind placed them in a position of vulnerability. The dilemma remained, to go or not to go. We? Lien Yiqing echoed the two words from Chu Yurue's statement. Chu Yurue nodded in agreement, only to belatedly realize that Lien Yiqing had misinterpreted the crux of her concern. Ying Shui and Ling Feng, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter. Through their days of interaction, they had assumed that this esteemed Lien Pavilion master was solely preoccupied with his own affairs, even worrying about why he would harbor feelings for Chu Yurue. Yet, it was clear to them both that Lien Yiqing's heart was captivated by Chu Yurue, even while his mind was consumed with thoughts of Fu Chu Pavilion. But as the saying goes, the one embroiled in the situation is often blind to the truth, while the observer sees clearly. The following morning, the duo set forth towards Shu Ying Mountain Villa, returning once more to their abode. Chu Yurue was filled with myriad emotions. The last time she visited this place was in the vibrant month of March, amidst blooming flowers and the cheerful chirping of birds, where Shu Ying Mountain Villa was alive with vitality, further enlivened by the throngs of martial artists who had gathered for the competition. Now, in the season of late summer, the trees are lush and the grass is abundant, as sunlight filters through the branches, casting a myriad of shadows. Before the entrance of Shuang Villa, the maidservant, without waiting for the two to step forward and introduce themselves, interjected. You must be Lord Lien and Lord Mei. Am I correct? Chu Yuru and Lien Yiqing exchanged glances, confirming her assumption. The maidservant curtsied and led the way, stating, You are esteemed guests. The master has instructed us to ensure your stay is most agreeable. Please, follow me. Chu Yuru lingered for a moment, and noticing her daze, Lien Yiqing gently tugged at her sleeve. It was as if she had just regained her senses, following the maidservant ahead. Both Chu Yuru and Lien Yiqing discerned that the maidservant guiding them was not the ordinary attendant they encountered previously. She was clearly a skilled individual. In his letter, Chu Su had mentioned inviting them, yet today, they were met with only a single maidservant for their reception, which raised a significant question. A gentle breeze swept by, and before Lien Yiqing could react, Chu Yuru abruptly turned, her hands encircling his neck. That moment, their proximity was intimate enough for Lien Yiqing to catch a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from Chu Yuru. Before he could comprehend the situation, her lips met his, her nimble tongue slipping into his mouth, and he could distinctly sense his body stiffening. So she was merely delivering medicine to him. A blush crept beneath her mask. The maidservant, hearing commotion behind her, turned to find the two engaged in a kiss. Surely, the world must have crumbled. In broad daylight, two men. Yet, she was merely a guide, tasked with leading them to their destination with an expression of indifference. After a considerable time of walking, they reached an endpoint without sighting Chu Su. Before either could voice an inquiry, the ground beneath Lien Yiqing and Chu Yuru suddenly gave way, and they plummeted into a concealed chamber. A sharp scream echoed, prompting the maidservant to glance down. Reassured by the sight before her, she turned and departed. Inside the dark chamber, visibility was non-existent. Upon hearing the scream, Lien Yiqing's heart raced with concern for Chu Yuru, fearing she might be in peril. Ignoring the pain from the fall, he hastened to his feet. Yet, all around him was darkness, and he could not locate Chu Yuru. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the gloom, blinding him momentarily. As his eyes adjusted, he discerned that it was Chu Yuru suspended by a rope, holding an object that emitted a glow, mockingly smiling at him. Chu Yuru untied herself from the rope. From the moment she entered Shuang Villa, she sensed something amiss. The air carried the scent of medicinal herbs. Fortunately, she had brought the antidote from Nanshuan, but directly handing it to Lien Yiqing would risk discovery by the maidservant, which explained the scene that had just unfolded. The maidservant had led them to the end without sighting Chu Su, indicating that the room likely contained other mechanisms. Chu Yuru anticipated that Chu Su would employ such tactics to intimidate them. Not only did she avoid injury, but she also exaggerated her scream to appease the maidservant. Lien Yiqing, relieved to see Chu Yuru unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief, his curiosity piqued by the glowing object in her hand. Chu Yuru handed him the flashlight, urging him to lead the way forward. Indeed, upon obtaining what one desires, one often fails to cherish it, effortlessly commanding oneself with such proficiency. Lien Yiqing shrugged, following Chu Yuru's suggestion to venture forth and explore the path ahead. This contraption, known as a flashlight, though devoid of flames, shone far brighter than a candle. As she pondered, the candles affixed to the walls suddenly ignited, casting the shadows of both Lien Yiqing and Chu Yuru upon the walls. The flickering flames revealing a stone chair at the end of the dim passage, upon which sat none other than Chu Su. Raising his hands, Chu Su smiled and exclaimed, "Esteemed Headmaster Lien and Headmaster may have traveled from afar. I have failed to extend a proper welcome." Chapter 89. Silencing witnesses. Although he spoke of a lack of proper hospitality, Chu Su remained immobile, seated regally in the elevated chair, as though he were the sovereign of this domain. To prevent recognition, Chu Yuru had donned a mask prior to their arrival, while Lien Yiqing, well known as the head of Futsu Pavilion, was accustomed to veiling his face, thus eliciting no surprise from Chu Su. Lien Yiqing found himself perplexed by Chu Su's machinations, and both parties remained at an impasse. Stepping forward, Chu Yuru smirked disdainfully and remarked, "Is this truly the manner in which Lord Chu receives his guests?" Chu Su suddenly laughed and said, "A wise bird selects its roost. Should the two esteemed headmasters choose the right phoenix tree, they shall undoubtedly rise above the rest." Chu Yuru smiled slightly. "I apologize, but as a mere martial man, I do not comprehend. Kindly speak in plain terms." She could distinctly observe the twitch of Chu Su's lips, followed by a piercing gaze as he squinted and inquired, "Do the esteemed headmasters now feel a warmth within, as if flames are scorching your insides?" Lien Yiqing frowned, realizing that Chu Chu's earlier behavior was not without reason. It appeared she had sensed Chu Su's treachery long before. Contrary to Chu Su's assertion, he felt not the heat he described, but rather a refreshing coolness. Yet, he couldn't help but notice Chu Chu bent over in apparent agony. Was such an act truly necessary? Assuming his scheme had succeeded, Chu Su began to negotiate with the two. Earlier, as the esteemed headmasters traversed this path, you inhaled a substance known as Yuziki. As seasoned figures in the martial world, you must be somewhat acquainted with this drug. Should an antidote not be procured within half a month, it will result in your demise through a bloody end. What do you intend to achieve? Chu Yurue feigned distress, while Lien Yiqing remained silent, brows furrowed. Chu Su erupted in laughter, rising from his chair and sauntering toward them, remarking that conversing with reasonable individuals was indeed effortless. Turning away, he stroked his beard and continued, "My daughter accompanied the legitimate daughter, Sanyang, to Omping several months ago. I trust you are aware of this. We, who are often preoccupied with our own affairs, hardly have the leisure to concern ourselves with the affairs of Lord Chu's household." Lien Yiqing replied gently, eliciting a disapproving expression from Chu Su. "Why would I pay attention to Chu Yuzhen, a mere illegitimate daughter?" Chu Su cleared his throat and stated solemnly, "My daughter and His Highness the Ping Wang were once mutually enamored, destined for a beautiful union, yet alas, the scheming San Yang intervened, forcing my daughter to settle for a position as a concubine." Upon hearing this, Chu Yurue's expression morphed into one of incredulity. What schemes had she contrived? How adeptly did Chu Su cast the blame upon her shoulders? If Prince Ping were genuinely fond of Chu Yuzhen, would he still permit her to occupy the status of a concubine? It is apparent to anyone that Prince Ping is solely captivated by Chu Yuzhen's cunning strategies, yet only she remains blissfully unaware. Observing the silence between the two, Chu Su continued, "However, since the matter has reached an irreversible juncture, I hope both of you will assist my daughter in the capital alongside His Highness the Prince, but do remember not to harm the life of Chu Yurua if you harbor such hatred for her. Why not eliminate her swiftly?" Lien Yiqing was subtly probing Chu Su's intentions. Chu Su understood that once Chu Yuzhen and Chu Yurua's relationship was irreparably damaged, she would certainly take action against Chu Yurua. Yet he insisted that her life must not be endangered. He would not entertain the notion that Chu Su possessed any shred of conscience. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Her life is too precious for me to take action." Indeed, there were others behind Chu Su. Lien Yiqing nearly lunged at him, ready to seize him by the throat and demand to know the identity of those pulling the strings, but he was halted by a glance from Chu Yurua. After exiting the secret chamber, the maidservants arranged for them to reside in a guest room. Chu Su, believing that the two had genuinely fallen under the influence of the jade fat tears, did not arrange for anyone else to monitor them, thus providing Lien Yiqing and Chu Yurua with an opportunity. That night, Chu Yurua tossed and turned on her bed, unable to find slumber, pondering who desired her demise. Who could harbor such animosity towards a lady of the boudoir? Moonlight streamed through the window slats, prompting Chu Yurua to sit up, don her garments, slip on her shoes, and approach the door. After a moment's hesitation, she opened it to find Lien Yiqing poised to knock. Both were momentarily taken aback. "I have something to discuss with you," they spoke in unison. "You go first." "Madame Tao," they exclaimed simultaneously. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, as if they had unwittingly synchronized their actions. On their way back, Chu Yurua spotted Tao Ji, whom she had encountered previously in the garden. According to Jiang Yi's account, Tao Ji was a maid purchased by Chu Yurua's mother. During her time in Chu City, Tao Ji had always been by her side, and due to the sibling bond between Chu Yurua and Chu Yuyuan, Tao Ji had grown increasingly close to Chu Yuyuan. However, since the passing of Chu Yurua's parents, Tao Ji had distanced herself from Chu Yuan and caught the attention of Chu Yul, becoming his concubine. Chu Yurua's recollection. Tao Ji indeed had been a steadfast companion, not the fickle character Jiang Yi described. Though their encounter today was brief, the manner in which Tao Ji regarded her was strikingly different, as if she wished to convey something profound. After exchanging thoughts with Lien Yiqing, Chu Yurua prepared to seek out Tao Ji for clarification. Before they could leave, the sound of hurried footsteps reached their ears, followed shortly by cries of alarm. "There's a flood! There's a flood!" Startled, Chu Yurua thought to herself that something was amiss and hastily seized a young servant. Inquiring, "Where is the fire?" I don't know." The servant clearly intended to withhold information. Just as Chu Yurua was about to press further, Lien Yiqing seized the young man's collar. "You want to speak? Then I shall beat the truth out of you. Please spare me, Master Lien. Please spare me." Observing the servant's terrified expression, Chu Yurua whispered to Lien Yiqing, "That's enough. Your demeanor is truly frightening." Lien Yiqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Was he not assisting Chu Chu in her quest for clues? Yet, she remained ungrateful. Moreover, considering that he was wearing a mask, how could she possibly know that his expression was one of horror? "The fire is in the residence of Madame Tao Ji," he murmured. Indeed, this was a grave revelation. The puppeteer behind the scenes sought to silence their witness. Without further delay, Lien Yiqing hurried towards Tao Ji's abode. To avoid detection, the two circumvented to the rear. It was now late at night. Although they were somewhat concealed within the underbrush, visibility was poor. The flames continued to spread ominously, and in the distance, it appeared that Chu Yuru stood in front of Tao Ji's dwelling, wailing incessantly, despite the futile attempts of the servants beside him to console him. Meanwhile, those tasked with extinguishing the flames were clearly distracted, stalling for time. A life was at stake. Were they truly going to stand idly by and watch her perish in the blaze? At that moment, Chu had yet to appear. It was highly likely that he was inextricably linked to this affair. Fire, once again, fire. Chu Yuru felt a throbbing pain begin to manifest in her head. Noticing her distress, Lien Yiching supported her, asking, "Are you all right, Chu Chu?" Chu Yuru shook her head pounding as memories of her parents flooded back. After a brief respite, Chu Yuru and Lien Yiching lay concealed in the underbrush, not far from Taoji's residence. Once she felt steadied, Chu Yuru rose, intent on approaching the inferno. While others recoiled from the flames, she ventured in the opposite direction. "Chu Chu, it's dangerous," Lien Yiching exclaimed, attempting to grasp her arm. Despite the many individuals attempting to quell the fire, it only intensified. It was evident that entering now would be tantamount to seeking death. Chu Yuru shook off his hold, resolute in her belief that the truth behind her parents' tragic demise lay within. "One must enter the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub," she declared, her silhouette reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from the ashes. No, she had already faced death once. What more was there to fear? Lien Yiching quickened his pace to match hers. "I will accompany you." They exchanged a knowing smile. When had it begun that he found support in her, and she in him? Previously, Lien Yiching had thought solitude to be less burdensome. Yet now he realized that two could journey further together. "Why not bring out that flashlight of yours to light our way?" he suggested, surveying the encroaching darkness. However, Chu Yuru produced a pair of night vision goggles from her spatial pouch and handed them to him. Lien Yiching fumbled with the unfamiliar device, uncertain of its purpose. "Allow me to show you," she offered, preparing to assist him in donning the goggles, but paused upon noticing his mask. "I forgot you were still wearing a mask." In that instant, Lien Yiching felt an urge to reveal everything to her, to confess that he was the esteemed Lord Zhongtu of the court. Yet recollecting Chu Yuru's distant demeanor upon seeing Lord Zhongtu rendered the words stuck in his throat. Ultimately, he could not remove the mask. It was not merely an ordinary disguise, but a veil shrouding the truths of his heart. "No need," he replied, gazing at the still-burning house. "Saving lives is our priority." Chu Yuru, without much thought, resolved that since she had promised to trust Lien Yiching, she would do so. She took the night vision goggles and dashed towards Taoji's residence. After considerable effort, both she and Lien Yiching managed to enter the house, where a fierce blaze raged, making them feel as though they were being roasted in a steamer. Chu Yuru could no longer discern which part of the house was the main hall and which was the bedroom. She had never felt such confusion. Despite knowing that someone was inside, she could not find her. It was as if the person engulfed by the flames rendered her utterly despondent, desperately wishing to escape the inferno yet being relentlessly consumed by it. Taoji. Upon discovering Taoji, Chu Yuru found her collapsed on the ground, presumably having inhaled a significant amount of smoke. Struggling for fresh air, her mind became clouded. Compared to the last time Chu Yuru had seen her, Taoji had lost her former radiance, her face covered in soot, and she lacked the strength to speak. Chu Yuru reached for Taoji's pulse, but Taoji suddenly gripped her arm tightly, forcing Chu Yuru to lean forward. "Third lady. Trust. Support." Taoji strained to utter a few words, her features contorted, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She wished to convey everything to Chu Yuru, yet she could not articulate a single word. Chu Yuru trembled. Taoji recognized her even with the mask, indicating that during their last encounter, Taoji had indeed known that Mai Junsu was Chu Yuru. But what did those two words mean? Chu Yuru repeated. "Happiness." Taoji furrowed her brow, summoning her last ounce of strength. "Be careful. Support." Before she could finish, Taoji's grip on Chu Yuru's hand suddenly slackened. Before Chu Yuru could react, Lien Yiching pulled her back a few steps. Just above where Chu Yuru had stood, a beam unexpectedly crashed down. Had she been a moment slower, she would have met the same fate as Taoji, perishing in the flames. The anguished scream of Taoji pierced the air, as if it would shatter Chu Yuanyuan's eardrums. Chu Yuanyuan abruptly sat up from his bed, drenched in sweat. After catching his breath, he realized he had been dreaming. The scenes within the dream felt so vivid. The fire seemed to be burning right beside him. He had been in Anping for quite some time and wondered how Taoji was faring. Upon exiting his room, he nearly collided with Luoyue, who was rushing past. "What is the cause of your haste?" Luoyue inquired, not even glancing at the path ahead. Seeing Luoyue, Chu Yuanyuan exclaimed, "You, little rascal, what are you doing here? Who else could it be? The mistress and sister Lingfeng have gone out." leaving only us and Sister Chihua in the Tsongqing courtyard. Luoyue regarded him with an expression of incredulity, as he had already learned days ago that the third lady had returned to Chucheng. Why was he acting as if he were in a daze, so slow to comprehend? The peach blossoms have fallen, Chu Yuanyuan suddenly declared, noticing the leaves of the peach tree turning an increasingly vibrant green, so lush that it was almost suffocating. Luoyue glanced at the peach tree in the courtyard, unimpressed. Indeed, it is already summer, and the fruit is about to set. How could the peach blossoms remain? Chu Yuanyuan suddenly recalled the dream he had. Gripping Luoyue's shoulders with a hint of madness, do you not know? Taoji has died. Luoyu gazed at Chu Yuan in a state of bewilderment and inquired, who is Taoji? Suddenly, Chu Yuan released his hands, his demeanor reflecting a hint of despondency as he lamented, when will my sister return? I yearn to visit Chu City. At that moment, Chi Hua, who was tidying up the small courtyard, overheard Chu Yuan's desire to go to Chu City. Recalling the instructions given by Chu Ruo, she hurriedly offered words of comfort. Chu City is quite a distance from Anping. It is only natural for the lady to return later. There is no need for my lord to fret. However, upon hearing this, Chu Yuan became as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof, pacing anxiously. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and declared, no, I must seek out my master. With that, he dashed out, prompting Chi Hua to urge Luoyu to follow him, fearing he might encounter some mishap. Chu Yuan made his way to Fuchu Pavilion, entirely oblivious to Luoyu trailing closely behind. Upon arriving, he knocked at the door for an extended period, only to be greeted by Qiuming. Elder brother Qiuming, where is my master? Chu Yuan eagerly inquired. Instead of answering his question, Qiuming bypassed him and pulled Luoyu into view, demanding, who are you? You little brat, why are you here again? If there's nothing of importance, refrain from causing a commotion. Recognizing Luoyu, Chu Yuan hastily explained the situation to Qiuming, who then released her. Luoyu pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. If it weren't for the lady instructing me and Chi Hua to keep an eye on you, I would have no desire to trail behind you instead of enjoying the performance. Chu Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Elder brother Qiuming informed Chu Yuan that his master had recently departed for Chu City and had yet to return. Upon hearing that Lian Yiqing had also gone to Chu City, Chu Yuan's previously dim eyes brightened with hope. Has my master also gone to Chu City? Elder brother Qiuming, could you possibly send a message to my master, asking him to search for my sister? Chu Yuan implored. Recalling his last visit to Chu City when he encountered Chu Ruo, who was dressed in male attire but without a mask, Qiuming reassured Chu Yuan that he would convey the message. With Qiuming's promise, Chu Yuan felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Contemplating that since Lian Yiqing had not yet been located, and he had little to occupy himself with at Fuchu Pavilion, he turned to head back to Longqing Courtyard. Throughout his journey, Chu Yuan sensed he was being followed. When he turned to look, he caught sight of the sneaky Luoyu. Noticing that Chu Yuan was staring at her, she quickly turned her back to a nearby shop, pretending to browse for rouge. Chu Yuan appeared oblivious, continuing on his way, only to abruptly spin around. Luoyu, caught off guard, nearly stumbled, prompting an uncontrollable smile to break across Chu Yuan's face. Rolling her eyes, Luoyu huffed, what are you laughing at? As Chu Yuan approached her, he remarked, you were just discovered by elder brother Qiuming. Why hide? I am aware you have been following me all along. I was just worried about my sister and Taoji, and that is why I spoke so harshly. I apologize, he said, sheepishly scratching his head. Luoyu, taken aback by Chu Yuan's apology, stared at him in disbelief. Was this truly the same Chu Yuan who called her little brat every day? She softly replied, it's nothing. The lady did not mention anything before heading to Chu City, but she is accompanied by Sister Ling Feng for protection, so she will be safe. Even the most tumultuous disputes between two children are seldom held in their hearts for long. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan smiled joyfully and said, let us return to the cage of clear dreams. A dream is merely a dream. Taoji will surely live well, and he will find an opportunity to bring her to the cage of clear dreams, so she will no longer suffer in Chu City. However, halfway through his journey, Chu Yuan suddenly noticed that Luoyu had vanished from his side. As noon approached, the streets grew busier, and despite gazing for a considerable time, he could not catch sight of Luoyu, which caused him an inexplicable sense of panic. Fortunately, as he navigated through the crowd, he eventually spotted her by a pastry shop, intently gazing at the appealing red date and yam cake displayed there. When Chu Yuan approached and called out to her, Luoyu snapped back to reality. In that moment, even amidst the clamor of the crowd, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. Luoyu, slightly embarrassed, lowered her head and quickly grasped Chu Yuanyuan's hand, exclaiming, "Let us go." Yet, Chu Yuanyuan did not leave the pastry shop with her. Instead, he produced his coin pouch and handed a few copper coins to the shopkeeper, saying, "Please wrap up some of those red date and yam cakes for me." The shopkeeper, eager for business, promptly wrapped the pastries in lotus leaves and handed them to Chu Yuanyuan. With a mischievous grin, he said to Luo Yu, "I shall eat them before your very eyes, Yu," she retorted, just as they noticed a boy dashing down the street with pastries in hand, pursued closely by a girl. The door to the cage of clear dreams was nearly battered down when Chi Hua opened it to find the breathless Chu Yuanyuan. "Sister Chi Hua, why did you take so long to open the door?" Before he could finish, Chi Hua caught sight of Luo Yu leaping down from the wall. Nowhere to run. Chu Yuanyuan was caught red-handed, yet he bore no anger. Instead, he casually sat down on the stone steps and offered the pastries to Luo Yu, saying, "All right, my dear, I was merely teasing you. Why be so upset? Have a pastry." Luo Yu crossed her arms, her cheeks flushed, whether from anger or exhaustion from the chase. She turned her head away and huffed. "Who wants your pastries?" With that, she turned and entered the house. Chi Hua glanced at Chu Yuanyuan, inquiring, "What mischief have you been up to this time?" Noticing Luo Yu's displeasure, Chu Yuanyuan stood up, feeling somewhat bewildered. "I was merely joking with her." Shuang Mountain Villa. Chu Yurua sat in a daze within her chamber. Taoji was gone, perished in the inferno that had engulfed them. She had clearly possessed the means to escape, yet was incapacitated by some unknown substance, rendered too weak to utter a word. Memories of their time together began to surface, revealing that Taoji had once been the daughter of a wealthy household, skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but had fallen into servitude due to her family's decline. Out of pity, Chu Yurua's mother had brought her to Shuang Mountain Villa. The mastermind behind it all was so close to being revealed. Yet with Taoji's death, all leads had been severed. What did those two words uttered by Taoji before her demise truly signify? She had warned her to be cautious of Fu, but cautious of what? The phonetic ambiguity left the meaning uncertain. If those two words were to be understood separately, then what Taoji meant was undoubtedly trust. Perhaps all the secrets lie concealed within that letter. Lien Yiqing observed Chu Yurua's furrowed brow, yearning to offer her solace yet at a loss for words. Just as he pondered the meaning behind Tao's words, Chu Yurue slammed her hand upon the table, declaring that clues would not present themselves unbidden. Since they had been destroyed, they would have to seek them out themselves. Seek out Chu Su? Lien Yiqing questioned. Would they dare to directly inquire about the identity of the puppet master? Could such a cunning and wily individual ever speak the truth? Like a gust of wind, Chu Yurue acted decisively. She loathed being in a passive state. With Chu Yuanyuan already located, she felt no lingering concerns. The thought of engaging in a battle of wits with Chu Su was tiresome. Perhaps it would be simpler to capture him, throw him in a sack, and beat him until he confessed. Upon arriving at Chu Su's residence, they discovered the vicinity devoid of any servants, the silence broken only by the sound of cicadas. A glance exchanged between Chu Yurue and Lien Yiqing revealed an unmistakable sense of unease. They approached the grand entrance stealthily, and through a crack in the door, Chu Yurue glimpsed the mysterious figure donning a straw hat. It was he. Memories flooded back to her previous visit to Shuang Villa, where that character named Banyuan had been fixated on her during their sparring match. Yet, at some point, he had vanished as if he had been swallowed by the earth. From within the room came the voice of the enigmatic figure, who appeared to thrive in shadows, his features obscured by the hat, his voice imbued with an icy chill. "You certainly have a knack for scheming, allying with two lords, and deliberately coaxing that woman named Tao to divulge information. All in an attempt to turn against me." As he spoke, he produced a letter from his sleeve, addressing Chu Su. The once arrogant Chu Su from the secret chamber now resembled a humble ant before this man. Trembling, he fawned, "I would never dare. I merely wished to secure a bright future for my daughter, and would never dream of opposing you, my lord." "Humph," the figure scoffed coldly. "What if I had not obtained this letter? Were you hoping to use her as a pawn to exact revenge on me?" Chu Su quaked even more violently. Outside, Chu Yurue was utterly puzzled, unable to grasp the meaning behind the man's words. Chapter 92. A return to Lien's manor. Chu Yurue distinctly observed the mysterious figure conjuring a flame from thin air, reducing the previously intact letter to mere ashes. Witnessing the destruction of the letter, her heart raced with agitation, yet Lien Yiqing's firm grip on her steadied her. She wished to converse with him, but the enigmatic man cast a glance in their direction. Chu Yurue widened her eyes, and the two dared not make a sound. After all, They were surrounded by Chu Su's people within Shuang Villa, and it was impossible for them to enact the heroic feats of a lone hero against 100 foes. Chu Su had been listening intently to the man's discourse when he suddenly caught sight of the figure's gaze directed outside. Tentatively, he inquired, "Should I step outside to take a look?" "No need." The mysterious figure abruptly raised his voice. "While we converse, I trust there are no dim-witted souls eavesdropping." Both Chu Yurue and Lien Yiqing were taken aback, as the words seemed deliberately aimed at them. As Lien Yiqing contemplated deeply in her heart, it became apparent that the two individuals had likely been discovered. Remaining here would yield no further information. Since Chu Su had that mysterious person to suppress matters, they need not concern themselves with the affairs of Chu City for the time being. At this moment, Ying Xue arrived with news, stating that the old man they had sought some time ago had completed the vase he was commissioned to make. Chu Yurue and Lien Yiqing gracefully waved their sleeves and departed without a trace, while Chu Su continued to endure an experience akin to a battlefield of demons. The mysterious figure, having noticed the departure of Chu Yurue and Lien Yiqing, warned Chu Su, "What did I tell you 8 years ago? I instructed you not to harm her life, yet you, in your folly, set them both ablaze. Fortunately, Yuani is not the person I am looking for. Now, Chu Yurue must not be touched. Should she lose even a single hair, I will hold you accountable." Chu Su performed a bow, lowering his head in respectful acknowledgement. "Yes, moreover." The figure, initially poised to turn away, halted abruptly, saying, "Do you think your jade fat tears went unnoticed by them? Do you believe you can control Lien Yiqing and Chu Yurue? One must not underestimate their cunning, for they have turned the tables upon you." With a resounding slam, the door was shut by the mysterious figure. Chu Su's gaze darkened, and with a flick of his sleeve, he inwardly fumed, thinking that they were individuals who should have perished long ago, now brazenly flaunting their superiority before him. The vase, with its graceful lines, was a sight to behold, and the intricate patterns depicted upon it were indeed worthy of a master craftsman. Upon seeing the finished product, Chu Yurue could not help but exclaim in admiration. Although she possessed little profound knowledge of porcelain, her past life in Nanzhou, where antique shops flourished, had granted her a discerning eye. She could at least discern quality from mediocrity. The old man, hearing her praise, chuckled heartily, his eyes narrowing into slits. He waved his hand dismissively and, slowly taking a seat in his rattan chair, remarked, "Ah, I am old and my sight has waned. My hands tremble when drawing lines. I fear I may hinder the esteemed gentleman's endeavors. As long as you are pleased, that is enough. Yet, to be called a master craftsman, that truly burdens this old man." Lien Yiqing handed the vase to Ying Xue, instructing her to wrap it carefully, while firmly disagreeing with the old man's humble assertion. The elder had dedicated himself to this craft long ago and had persevered to this day. Even in solitude, he had not relinquished his passion. How could he not bear the title of master craftsman? Hearing Lien Yiqing's words, Chu Yurue found them entirely reasonable. She took out a pouch of silver and said to the old man, "Elder, your hard work in crafting this vase deserves this token of my esteem." However, the old man appeared displeased at her offer. "I believe the gentleman appreciated my craftsmanship, which is why he entrusted this vase to me. To think that the gentleman is just an ordinary person." Chu Yurue felt a stiffness in her hand as she held the pouch. In the past, she had scoffed at the lofty words of certain literati, who spoke of simplicity in their food and drink, referring to money as Kong Fong Xiong and dismissing it as an external matter. Yet now, standing before such an elegant figure, who recited no poetry nor composed any verses, but simply created masterpiece after masterpiece with his own hands, she felt a newfound respect blossom within her heart. However, how could one have the audacity to instruct another in crafting a vase out of sheer generosity? Chu Yurue resolutely insisted on offering silver coins to the elder, asserting that his craftsmanship was worth its weight in gold. Yet, she was halted by Lien Yiqing, who shook his head in disapproval. Lien Yiqing bent slightly and said, "If the elder is determined not to accept, then allow me to express our gratitude with a few jars of fine wine from my home, which I shall deliver on a later date." Upon hearing the mention of wine, the elder's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he patted Lien Yiqing's shoulder and remarked to Chu Yurue, "This young gentleman truly understands me." As the three exited the alley, Chu Yurue cradled the wrapped vase in her arms and turned to compliment Lien Yiqing. "Lien Yiqing, you are quite remarkable. How did you know the elder had a fondness for wine?" Lien Yiqing chuckled. "The elder's home is barren of treasures. The only valuable items are likely his unfinished wares. Yet, there are peanuts on the table every day, which are surely a delightful accompaniment to wine." He would never reveal to Chu Yurue that he visited the elder daily to observe the vase's creation, inadvertently discovering the elder's preference. Chu Yurue halted in her tracks, astonished. You go there every day? Yet you never asked me why I wish to make this vase. Whatever Chu chooses to undertake, I shall wholeheartedly support her without questioning her motives, Lien Yiqing replied, also stopping and gazing intently at Chu Yurue. No matter her actions or the opposition she faced, he would unwaveringly stand by her side. Noticing the dazed expression on her face, Lien Yiqing suddenly grinned mischievously. Do you think I am admirable? Should I be rewarded for my insight? Chu Yurue rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Just as Lien Yiqing thought she was angry and intended to chase after her, she unexpectedly pivoted back and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, pecked him lightly on the cheek before swiftly departing. Yingxue, accompanying them, wisely maintained her silence, relieved that there were not many people around. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing if observed on the bustling street. The young servant outside Lien Yufu had been pondering why the gentleman Mei, who had visited his master days ago, had not returned for quite some time. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Chu Yurue, who was not only accompanied by Yingxue, but also by Lien Yiqing. The servant hurriedly adjusted his attire and descended the stone steps. Bowing to Chu Yurue, Mei Langjun, I sincerely apologize. My master is unable to receive guests at the moment. Please return. As he spoke, he extended his hand, signaling an end to the visit. Chu Yurue clarified, Today, I have not come to see Lien Yugongzi, but merely to deliver a gift. I kindly request that you allow me to do so. Upon realizing she was there to present a gift, the servant hesitated to refuse. After accepting the gift box, he observed as Chu Yurue and her companions departed, feeling somewhat perplexed about their intentions. Chapter 93. A conspiracy between two. My lord, that Mei Langjun. You told her I am unable to receive guests. Lien Yu had yet to hear the servant's complete words before he waved his hand, signaling the servant to exit while he stood before the painting, lost in thought for a considerable time. The servant presented the gift box to Lien Yu, stating, It is not as such. Mei Langjun merely came to present you with a gift, saying that you would naturally wish to meet her upon seeing it. Lien Yu gazed at the box handed to him by the servant, genuinely intrigued by its contents. What could possibly inspire Mei Junsu to possess such unwavering confidence in her anticipated meeting with him? Upon unveiling the gift box, his eyes fell upon a vase, identical in every respect to the shattered one that had previously adorned the painting. Lien Yu's hand trembled involuntarily, and he closed his eyes, murmuring, Please invite her in. The servant hesitated, responding, But Mei Langjun has just departed. As Lien Yu extracted the vase, he discovered a piece of white silk at the bottom of the box, neatly inscribed with a poem, 10 years of life and death, 2 realms apart. Unthinkable, yet hard to forget, 1,000 miles to a lonely grave, nowhere to speak of the desolation. Though we meet again, we may not recognize each other, dust upon our faces, hair frosted with age. At night, a fleeting dream takes me back home, a small window. She is just getting ready. We exchange no words, only countless tears. Year after year, in the place that rends my heart, on the night of the bright moon. At the short pine hill, upon reading the poem, Lien Yu felt as though his heart had been struck. Memories of yesteryears flooded his mind, and he furrowed his brow, sitting down in discomfort. Noticing his haggard expression, the servant hurriedly prepared a cup of tea for him. Since she is certain I will meet her, she cannot have gone far. Go and fetch her back, he commanded. The servant, having received his orders, exited the room in search of Chu Yurue, and indeed found the 3 still lingering outside the estate. Fearing to delay, he promptly ushered them inside. However, Lien Yu seemed oblivious to Lien Yiqing and Yingxue, directing his attention solely to Chu Yurue, inquiring, I wish to understand the meaning behind the poem placed beneath the vase. Chu Yurue composed her thoughts before responding, That is a lament penned by a poet for his deceased wife. Lien Yu suddenly smiled. Do you not realize, my dear sir, that in doing so, you are merely pricking at another's wound? Are you not afraid I might cast you out once more? Upon hearing this, Lien Yiqing leaned forward slightly, but Chu Yurue restrained him, replying, If Lien Yugongzi truly felt wounded, he would not be inclined to meet with me now. Gazing at the vase she had previously gifted Lien Yu, Chu Yurue continued, In the year you came of age, you departed the estate with your wife to venture into commerce, building your fortune from nothing, specializing in porcelain. Regardless of the hardships you faced, your wife remained steadfast by your side, unwavering in her support. Now, having finally achieved some success, it is tragic that she, having borne the burdens of life, succumbed to illness and passed away unexpectedly. Unable to confront reality, You have been left languishing before this broken vase, consumed by nostalgia. Lianyu inhaled deeply, recalling the lines, "At night, a fleeting dream takes me back home, a small window. She is just getting ready. We exchange no words, only countless tears." How beautifully it was written. Only in dreams could he behold her, and even then, he found himself at a loss for words, merely shedding endless tears. Once, he had been a distant cousin within his family. Achieving little among them, it took immense courage for him to embark on a commercial endeavor, enduring scornful gazes and disdain for his choice to engage in trade, yet his wife had always encouraged him with a smile, urging him to pursue his desires without concern for others' opinions. Business, however, is not as simple as one might wish. He faced countless obstacles, navigating dealings with a myriad of individuals, becoming increasingly shrewd and worldly. Fortunately, he had a virtuous wife. Each time he returned home, her warm meals brought him immense satisfaction. On that day, as he was on his way to procure goods, he caught sight of a remarkably exquisite vase, adorned with beautiful paintings, and decided to gift it to her. She cherished it and displayed it within her room. Once, he too was a scion of a scholarly family, and during his leisure time, he would often recreate a piece of art. Though their journey was fraught with challenges, they supported one another and managed to persevere. However, on one occasion, he lost his temper over a trivial matter and inadvertently struck the vase, chipping its rim. Fortunately, after reconciling, she retained the vase as a memento. Just as their business began to flourish and their fortunes improved, fate dealt a cruel blow as she succumbed to a grave illness. Despite his relentless search for renowned physicians, she ultimately departed from this world. Now, he found himself alone in Chu City, still regarded as a commercial prodigy, amassing a fortune in the millions in his spare time. He would paint, yet ever since her passing, the women in his artworks bore no features. She was no longer in this world, and thus, no one else could ever grace his canvases. This is why Chu Yurue was struck by the sight of that peculiar painting and the chipped vase. When Lianyu heard Chu Yurue's conjectures, which were nearly spot on, he closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. This year marked the 10th anniversary of her demise. Chu Yurue remained silent, recognizing that she could not abruptly shift the conversation elsewhere. Lianyu needed time to process. Lian Yicheng, aware of this, inquired about his family name. Naturally, it was Lian. Chu Yurue was perplexed as to why Lian Yicheng fixated on the surname upon hearing Lian Yu's name. Was he perhaps attempting to trace the family lineage? It was possible they were once related a century ago. Lian Yicheng, having gleaned from Chu Yurue's detailed knowledge of Lian Yu's affairs, suspected that she had indeed employed some influence from Tushin Pavilion to investigate him, leading him to ask further, "Did you uncover anything?" Chu Yurue shook her head, puzzled by Lian Yicheng's peculiar focus. Lian Yicheng's expression darkened. It seemed he would have to conduct the inquiry himself. Lian Yu's emotions appear to have calmed somewhat as he sighed. "I am grateful for this gift from Maligned. It allows me to feel as though she is still by my side." Chu Yurue consoled him. "Your profound affection, young Master Lian, is truly moving. Yet, I fear that by neglecting your own well-being, you would only bring sorrow to her spirit above." She refrained from uttering the usual platitudes about mourning, as such words often come from those who have not experienced the deep anguish of loss. Akin to a knife piercing through the heart, slicing deeper with each stroke, Lian Yu lamented. "If only Mei Langjun could navigate the business world with ease. Perhaps my reputation as a genius would be rendered insignificant." Chu Yurue smiled, choosing not to respond. Matters of commerce were best left to Nanchuan. However, she pondered what grand designs Mei Langjun had in mind, so confidently asserting that she could be of assistance. Lian Yu remarked, observing that Chu Yurue's attire did not resemble that of a merchant. Chu Yurue humbly replied, "I am but a humble player in the game of human relations. When it comes to business matters, I must rely on young Master Lian." After sharing her thoughts openly with Lian Yu, Lian Yicheng noticed that Chu Yurue was increasingly resembling a shrewd merchant, particularly in the expressions she wore during their conversation, which were indescribably cunning. Chapter 94. The audience with Jun Su Chiyurui had resided in Chuqing for nearly a month, and just before her departure, she left behind a grand gift for Chus. A few days prior to her exit from Chuqing, an unforeseen issue arose with the shops under Chus' name. Lacking acumen in commercial matters, and after heeding the advice of others, he reluctantly sold off the majority of his shops, despite his financial apprehensions. Consequently, Tushin Pavilion acquired these establishments under the pretext of Ingxue, and thereafter, Chiyurui entrusted the management of these shops to Lingfeng. Upon returning to Anping, Chiyurui entered the capital under the guise of Mei Junsu. The day she returned to Anping coincided with the beginning of August, as the fragrant scent of osmanthus wafted through the air. reminding her that the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. The reason Chiyurui adopted the identity of Mei Junsu was primarily due to the letter from the Autumn Inspection Bureau. Observing the emperor donning a mask was undoubtedly a sign of disrespect towards Emperor Huaxiang. And to evade any potential gossip, Chiyurui altered her appearance slightly. It was unclear how Lien Yiqing had come by this information, but upon learning that Chiyurui was to meet Emperor Huaxiang, he sensed trouble and repeatedly cautioned her to exercise utmost caution. Their conversation was fortuitously witnessed by Chiyuyuan, who, upon seeing his master, was overcome with excitement and nearly called out, only to be silenced by a glance from Lien Yiqing. Chiyurui regarded the two of them with curiosity and introduced, "This is Lord Lien," before turning to Lien Yiqing to say, "This is my younger brother, Chiyuyuan." Still grappling with the notion of being introduced as Lord Lien, Chiyuyuan took the hint and departed. The following day, news spread through the capital that Mei Junsu of Tushin Pavilion had entered the palace to meet His Majesty. The Prince of Ping, who had remained inactive in Anping, took note of this news and summoned Chuzan to deliberate on the matter. Tushin Pavilion? Who is Mei Junsu? The fact that Emperor Huaxiang had sent a message via the Autumn Inspection Bureau for her to come to the capital meant she was no ordinary individual. Chuzan brewed a pot of tea for him and stood beside the prince, reassuring him, "Your Highness need not worry. I have heard that Mei Junsu is the adopted son of the old master of Tushin Pavilion and showcased remarkable prowess at the martial arts tournament held by his father months ago, thus earning attention from His Majesty." Yet the prince remained unconvinced. He had heard of Tushin Pavilion, but could a mere figure from the martial world elicit such concern from the emperor solely due to her martial prowess? That seemed implausible. Chuzan handed the brewed tea to the prince, asserting that regardless of her extraordinary martial abilities, she would ultimately serve our interests. Chuzan's gaze was sharp as she recalled the letter from Chus, believing that both Mei Junsu and Lien Yiqing had fallen into a trap, which explained their confidence. Within Bailan Palace, the soldiers of Shuani Pavilion stood in orderly ranks on either side, and the distance from the palace gate to Bailan Palace was substantial. With each step Chiyurui took beside a eunuch, he would call out towards the palace, "Tushin Pavilion, Mei Junsu requests an audience with His Majesty." For an ordinary person, such a display might invoke trepidation, yet Chiyurui walked with poise. Having emerged from the depths of despair in her past life, the silent soldiers posed no intimidation to her. Upon entering the hall, Chiyurui briskly approached, bowed, and proclaimed, "Commoner Mei Junsu pays her respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Emperor Huaxiang gazed at the petite Mei Junsu, struggling to reconcile her delicate stature with the prowess that had earned her the top prize in the martial arena. Turning his attention to Xin Songjing, he remarked, "Xin Qing, I have long heard tales of Mei Langjun's impressive display at the Chu City martial competition several months ago. Upon witnessing her today, it is indeed evident that she is extraordinary." The emperor then looked towards Chu Yurue and inquired, "Yet, I am curious to know whose martial skills surpass the other." Upon hearing this, Chu Yurue's heart raced. Had the emperor summoned her merely to observe a contest between herself and Xin Songjing? She bowed respectfully, stating, "It is but a trivial skill. I dare not exhibit it in the presence of Your Majesty." Xin Songjing stepped forward, reassuring, "There is no need for Mei Guju to be apprehensive. His Majesty delights in both the literary and martial arts. Today is merely an opportunity for observation, a minor exchange, nothing to be overly concerned about." Gazing into the emperor's eyes, Chu Yurue clasped her fists and replied, "Then I shall perform before the esteemed presence of the Lord Guan. Allow me to present my humble skills." With that, Mei Junsu straightened, watching as Xin Songjing leapt down. Xin Songjing unsheathed his sword, addressing Chu Yurue, "Mei Guju is in need of a weapon." Chu Yurue smiled. "My weapon is already in hand." Xin Songjing scrutinized her for some time, only to see her hands empty. However, since Chu Yurue claimed to possess a weapon, he refrained from further comment. With swords drawn, the atmosphere became charged. Xin Songjing's sword energy surged like the wind, showing no inclination to relent, as he thrust directly towards Chu Yurue. She felt the brush of his blade against her left arm, a silver thread flickering forth, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, she deftly evaded his strike. With a swift motion, her fingers adorned with sharp tips, Chu Yurue bent low to avoid Xin Songjing's subsequent attack. Seizing the moment while he was still unprepared, she grasped the hem of his cloak and yanked it backward, while her left hand instinctively locked around his throat, her blade poised perilously close to Xin Songjing's jugular. Xin Songjing slowly lowered his hand, conceding, "I have lost." Mei Junsu released her grip, acknowledging, "I yield." The Emperor Huaxiang, observing Mei Junsu's enigmatic agility, narrowed his eyes in contemplation. He recalled how Xian Songjing had recently uncovered a connection between the fire at the tribute office and the long-lost Tao Wu Hall from 3 centuries past, compelling him to reassess the so-called practitioners of the martial world. Clapping his hands, the emperor declared, "Excellent. Mei Gu Zhu is indeed unparalleled in martial skill." Chu Yurui, however, did not display any signs of triumph. Instead, she appeared quite anxious, attributing her success to the leniency of Xian Duran. Xian Songjing interjected, "Mei Gu Zhu need not be modest. Your Majesty can surely discern her true capabilities." Just as Chu Yurui prepared to respond, the emperor spoke again. "Though Mei Gu Zhu possesses extraordinary martial prowess, why do you wander the world of Jianghu? Why not seek a stable position and lead a tranquil life?" Chu Yurui's heart skipped a beat. Was the emperor offering her an official title? How many officials in the Huaxiang kingdom are merely figureheads? If this continues, how long can the Huaxiang kingdom endure? Chu Yurui would never acquiesce to such a demand. Not only was she residing beneath the emperor's very feet, being discovered would constitute a crime against the throne, but living with 2 identities had already left her utterly exhausted. One must always approach conversation with a touch of artistry. It would be utterly inappropriate to address Emperor Huaxiang with a blunt, "No, I do not wish to take this position. Your Majesty, please bestow this office upon another." Chu Yurui, fully aware of the perilous nature of serving a sovereign, had meticulously prepared her words in her mind and respectfully replied, "As a mere commoner from the countryside, to be favored by your Majesty is a blessing that my family could not attain in 3 generations. However, I have grown accustomed to a life of leisure outside these walls, and am not fond of constraints, fearing that I may one day inadvertently displease your Majesty. My life holds little value, but I am concerned for your Majesty's well-being." Upon hearing her veiled refusal, Emperor Huaxiang placed his hand upon the table before him, and the soldiers flanking him instinctively leveled their spears at Chu Yurui. A cold smile crept across her heart. Was it true that Emperor Huaxiang wished for her demise here today? Chapter 95. A critical juncture. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a eunuch's voice echoed from outside, proclaiming, "Prince Zhongqiu has arrived." Before Emperor Huaxiang could respond, the dignified figure of Hua Hasu, clad in a purple python robe, entered the hall and bowed respectfully. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty." Emperor Huaxiang, filled with curiosity, noted that Hua Hasu had been absent for several days, often making excuses to avoid the palace. Yet today he had taken the initiative to come to the Biling Palace. He gestured for him to rise, saying, "It has been some time since I last laid eyes upon you. How time flies! The late emperor had 10 sons, and now only you and I remain." Hua Hasu's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Your humble servant has been preoccupied with tax matters, hence my infrequent visits to the palace. However, upon my arrival today, I find the atmosphere within these walls significantly more solemn." Turning his gaze to Mei Junshu, he feigned surprise. "Could this be the esteemed Mei Junshu, whom my elder brother often speaks of?" Chu Yurui felt a flicker of unease under Hua Hasu's penetrating gaze. Though she remained composed in the presence of Emperor Huaxiang, she felt distinctly vulnerable before the Prince Zhongqiu, as if he could see through her very soul. Adhering to the customs, she performed the requisite bow. "Your humble servant pays her respects to the 10th prince." Her formal greeting was devoid of any warmth, a subtle detachment that Hua Hasu noted. The reason he refrained from revealing his true identity as Lien Yiqing to Chu Yurui lay in this very nuance. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, acutely aware that his current status as a prince required vigilance, lest he become the subject of gossip or attract Emperor Huaxiang's scrutiny. Emperor Huaxiang, discerning the implications in Hua Hasu's words, noted the increased guard presence within the palace today, a precaution taken to prevent Mei Junshu from fleeing. In that fleeting moment, he had contemplated eliminating her to avert future troubles. Though such dark thoughts crossed his mind, he maintained a faade of nonchalance, saying, "10th brother, do not jest. There is nothing amiss. Today, I invited Mei Junshu to witness her remarkable martial prowess, but alas, you have arrived too late to witness the splendid display." Hua Hasu shook his head lightly, responding, "No, I have arrived precisely at the right moment." Emperor Huaxiang's heart raced at this insinuation. Did Hua Hasu have connections with the world of martial heroes? The passage of time had not dulled his memory of the fierce glare directed at him when he had sent Hua Hasu to Shaiyang. Perhaps he made a mistake from the very beginning, which is why he now seeks to atone for it, accommodating him in every way. Yet, he desires no power, wishing only to be a leisurely prince. Ultimately, the Emperor Huaxiang instructed Mei Jun to depart, leaving Chu Yurui bewildered upon returning to Longqing Garden, unaware of the circumstances that transpired. The 10th prince had aided her numerous times, and today's serendipity was astonishing. If it were not mere coincidence, how could the 10th prince have known she was to meet the Emperor Huaxiang today? And if it were coincidence, it was indeed too fortuitous. After much contemplation, Chu Yurue sought out Lian Yiqing, who simply remarked, "Since there is nothing amiss, why trouble yourself with his motives for assisting you?" Chu Yurue found this response uncharacteristic of Lian Yiqing's usual demeanor, leading her to a singular conclusion. The 10th prince harbored feelings for her. Yet, she swiftly dismissed this thought, pondering how absurd it was. Wasn't he the 10th prince often seen in the company of Su Huai? Reflecting on Su Huai, she realized he had not been seen by the 10th prince's side for quite some time, frequently visiting the Bai residence instead. Calculating the days, she noted it was already August, and the weather had grown increasingly warm. Since her last visit to Chu City on business, she had not called upon Nanchuan in ages. With this in mind, Chu Yurue instructed Chihua to prepare a sedan chair and set off for the Bai residence. The household servant at the Bai residence recognized her, and since Bai Chishu had instructed that Chu Yurue need not announce her arrival, she entered with great ease. Upon reaching the study, she spotted the twin sisters Bai Wei and Bai Ji seated in the corridor. They rose to greet her, saying, "It is Lady Chu San who has arrived." Observing the pair, Chu Yurue noted only subtle differences. Without careful scrutiny, one might easily confuse them as your lord present, she inquired, assuming Bai Chishu would be in the study, and thus made her way directly there. Bai Ji replied, "My lord is inside discussing important matters with Minister Su." Bai Chishu had returned in haste today, and she was unaware of what transpired during the morning court session. When questioned, she remained silent until Su Huai arrived, at which point her demeanor transformed, radiating joy like a clear day. Chu Yurue stifled a laugh. She could discern Su Huai's affections for Bai Chishu. Previously, Nanchuan had often complained to her about Su Huai's frequent visits to her residence, almost treating it as his second home, yet lately, Chu Yurue had heard no such grievances. Perhaps it was because she had not seen Bai Chishu for some time. As soon as Bai Ji finished speaking, Bai Chishu, having overheard the commotion, promptly rose to open the door, exclaiming, "Come in quickly." Upon entering the study, Chu Yurue was met with Su Huai's sorrowful gaze, prompting her to quirk her lips. "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment." Bai Chishu pulled Chu Yurue to sit down, hurriedly waving his hands. No, your timing is impeccable, truly perfect." Chu Yurue deliberately cast a provocative glance at Su Huai. Wondering what the minister was discussing with Nanchuan, Bai Chishu began, but was swiftly interrupted by Su Huai. "Matters of the court are not for a lady such as you to meddle in." Such a tone, it made her ponder who that audacious monkey was who had attempted to ingratiate himself with her during the birthday banquet. Upon hearing these words, Bai Chishu felt a surge of displeasure. She was irked not only by Su Huai's demeanor towards Chu Yuru, but also by his belittling remark regarding women. What was wrong with being a woman? She herself was a woman, and here she stood in the court. "The third lady is my friend. You needn't speak so harshly." The latter statement lingered unspoken on Bai Chishu's lips. After all, during her tenure thus far, Su Huai had been of great assistance to her, and it would be ungracious to sever ties so abruptly. Moreover, recalling the incident of her fall from the horse, had it not been for Su Huai's protection, she might have suffered a severe concussion. Su Huai, feeling a sense of grievance, was troubled by Bai Chishu's opposition due to Chu Yuru's it was not a pleasant feeling. Observing the situation, Chu Yuru sensed that she might have overstepped. Her original intention had been to bring them together, and the thought of inadvertently becoming a historical villain weighed heavily on her. Thus, she remarked, "What Su Xianglong says is true. As a mere woman, I indeed find it ill-suited to discuss state affairs. I merely came today to ascertain whether Nansun has encountered any troubles. I happened to overhear Bai Wei and Bai Ji mentioning that you hastily entered the study after the morning court session, and only smiled upon Su Xianglong's arrival, as a friend. How could I not express my concern?" Chu Yuru believed that her words had clearly indicated her relationship with Nansun. Regarding Su Huai, being a young man elevated to the position of Xianglong, he must possess considerable acumen. And as for Nansun, having worked alongside her in past endeavors, she was adept at navigating any situation. Yet, it was perplexing that such two astute individuals could remain oblivious to one another's affections. Chapter 96. The construction of the palace. Upon hearing Chu Yuru's comment that she only smiled upon seeing Su Huai, Bai Chishu hastily retorted, "You speak nonsense." Chu Yuru merely smiled in response and said, "By the way, I am still unaware of what troubles you." Bai Chishu straightened her posture. "With summer now upon us, His Majesty wishes to construct a new palace for the purpose of summer retreats next year. Today, during the morning court session, I was promoted to the role of Minister of Works and entrusted with full responsibility for the palace's construction. Ordinarily, a person elevated to such a position and bestowed with the emperor's favor would be overjoyed, but Bai Qishu harbored a different sentiment. A higher rank also entailed greater responsibilities, and the burdens upon her shoulders would inevitably increase. She feared that one day she might find herself overwhelmed, unable to manage all her duties. Furthermore, the emperor's command for her to oversee this endeavor implied that any issues arising during construction would ultimately fall upon her shoulders. Thus, she sought Su Huai's counsel. It was alarming to realize how much she did not know. Even when constructing palaces for royal individuals, there were numerous and scrupulous individuals seeking to cut corners for personal gain. Should such malpractice go unnoticed, it might be rectified after a few years. However, if discovered, it would lead to severe consequences. Su Huai, having served in government for many years, was aware of these undercurrents, yet he had chosen to remain uninvolved, as it had no direct bearing on him, being the Vice Minister of Rights. However, the situation had changed. With the emperor specifically appointing Bai Qishu to oversee the palace's construction, it was imperative that he remind her to exercise caution. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Chu Yurue furrowed her brow. Hu Shilang spoke with sound logic. The undertaking of constructing a palace was fraught with complexity and intricate procedures, leaving no room for carelessness. Nanzuan, it would be prudent for you to diligently oversee the work in these days. While it may be exhausting, it will help avert unnecessary troubles. Bai Qishu nodded in agreement, stating, I share your sentiments. Even if it is tiring, it is but for a single month. After this month, the construction of the palace will be paused, as the beginning of September marks the customary autumn hunting expedition led by His Majesty, where he shall take all his ministers for a hunt. Chu Yurue had never heard of such a customary autumn hunt, and thus felt intrigued. Can I partake in the autumn hunt as well? She inquired as Yu Huai nodded. This year coincides with the Hanli, and with the envoy from the Tangyu kingdom arriving, it is likely to be more bustling than in previous years. After deliberating on matters concerning the palace's construction, the trio shifted their focus to discussions about the autumn hunt. Before long, the construction commenced, and Bai Qishu arrived punctually at the palace to oversee the work in an effort to assist Bai Qishu. Chu Yurue contemplated summoning Ingxue back from Tushin Pavilion temporarily. However, she reconsidered, realizing that the situation at Tushin Pavilion had only just stabilized. Repeating past mistakes would surely lead to complications. With a mischievous smile, Chu Yurue glanced at the beams above, deciding to leave the matters of espionage to her retainers. The 4 shadow guards exchanged glances. Originally dispatched by the 10th prince to protect Chu Yurue, they found her to be quite self-sufficient, and now, it appeared they could all transition into the role of scouts. On the 3rd of August, the groundbreaking took place on an auspicious day. Upon entering the palace, Bai Qishu noticed a group awaiting at the construction site. Several officials from the Ministry of Works, along with a notably favored eunuch, Zhao Gonggong, who stood beside Emperor Huaxiang, approached Bai Qishu to offer their respects. Bai Qishu felt somewhat embarrassed, believing she had arrived early, only to discover that they had all arrived before her in ancient times. The construction of a mere house could not commence without careful consideration, let alone the building of a palace for the emperor. Prior to breaking ground, a series of ceremonies consumed a significant amount of time. Whips cracked, incense was burned, and after a multitude of elaborate rituals had transpired, work finally began. Although Bai Qishu held the title of Deputy Minister of Works and was not obliged to remain at the site daily, she adhered to Chu Yurue's advice and made it a point to inspect the progress regularly. The officials from the Ministry of Works primarily monitored the workers' progress, while the actual transportation of materials was overseen by Zhao Gonggong, the emperor's trusted aide. During one of her inspections, Bai Qishu encountered Zhao Gonggong and approached him, saying, Zhao Gonggong, it has been several days since we commenced work, yet the remaining materials have yet to arrive at Anping. Will this not delay the progress of the palace's construction? Zhao Gonggong chuckled. Deputy Minister Bai, you need not worry. His Majesty has allotted you a full year for the palace's construction. Why the haste? After saying this, he glanced at the feathered duster in his hand and added, Rest assured, Deputy Minister Bai, rest assured? How could she feel at ease? As the saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must be prepared. She was rapidly depleting her stock of timber, yet the remaining materials were still en route, having been on the road for half a month already, and still yet to arrive. Although Emperor Huaxiang had not explicitly stated a deadline for completion, the apparent leniency did not alleviate her concerns. The intricate carvings on the wood would require ample time, and it would be unthinkable to have the carvers idly seated, doing nothing at all. Bai Qishu intercepted the departing Grand Eunuch Zhao, saying, Grand Eunuch Zhao, I implore you to provide a definitive answer. Where? Pray tell, has the remaining timber gone? Zhao feigned difficulty, exclaiming, "Alas, Sir Bai, you must understand that we are in the midst of summer. The common folk tasked with transporting the timber are laboring under duress, and delays are to be expected. Theo, extend your understanding, Sir Bai." Bai Chishu felt an overwhelming urge to kick him, thinking, "Your emperor seeks to construct a palace, burdening the people with labor and expense, and yet you dare to shift the blame onto him?" While the two were embroiled in their exchange, a few young eunuchs merrily carried stools, trailing behind a figure not far off. Bai Chishu focused his gaze and realized it was Prince Ping. Though he was uncertain of his purpose here, upon noticing Prince Ping's arrival, Zhao hurriedly approached to pay his respects, saying, "This old servant greets His Highness, Prince Ping." Bai Chishu silently rolled his eyes. Hua Shiping, observing Bai Chishu, mockingly remarked, "Sir Bai, with such a penchant for haste, do you not understand that meticulous work takes time?" Bai Chishu gritted his teeth as he watched Prince Ping comfortably seated while he himself had stood under the scorching sun for the better part of the morning. Inwardly cursing, "I am wholly responsible for the palace construction. What concern is it of yours? Wait a moment, it does seem that your family's timber is indeed being utilized." Bai Chishu clasped his hands in salute, stating, "I am well aware that haste makes waste, much like how your highness cannot hastily claim the embrace of a fair maiden." Bai Chishu, you. Hua Shiping rose angrily from his chair, declaring, "This prince kindly advised you not to be so harsh on the common folk in your eagerness to claim credit. If you choose to disregard my counsel, that is your choice, but to launch a personal attack upon me is sheer audacity." Bai Chishu quickly retreated a step, exclaiming, "How could I dare? I merely jested. Surely, your highness can have anyone you desire. Even the daughter of the Chu family has been wed to you now. You are but a fledgling in our contest." Enraged, Prince Ping hurled his fan to the ground, saying, "Bai Chishu, your disposition may be tolerable in commerce, but in the realm of politics, prepare for your demise, for one day your words may bring calamity upon you." Bai Chishu smiled serenely as he watched Prince Ping storm away, muttering, "My duties are pressing, so I shall not escort His Highness further. Safe travels, Your Highness." Chapter 97. Bai Chishu supervises the construction at the Huaxiang State Post Inn. Qi Jing continued to prattle on about the misdeeds of Chu Yurue. "Royal brother, why did you not come to my aid at the last palace banquet? You cannot fathom the arrogance of that Chu Yurue, who humiliated me before so many." Qi Jiheng soothed her, saying, "Royal brother understands your deep-seated animosity towards Chu Yurue, but at present, we cannot afford to provoke her." Upon hearing Qi Jiheng's words, Qi Jing leaped from her seat, exclaiming, "Why can we not provoke her? She is merely a daughter of a minor noble house. How could her worth possibly surpass mine?" "Her worth indeed far exceeds yours." Qi Jiheng was about to elaborate when a low, resonant voice unexpectedly interrupted, startling Qi Jing. Unbeknownst to her, the figure before her, shrouded in a conical hat, had entered the inn silently and without notice. As soon as Qi Jiheng laid eyes on the newcomer, he instantly donned a different facade. Just as he was about to speak, Qi Jing interjected, "Who are you to dare intrude upon the post station and interrupt the words of this princess?" Beneath the brim of his hat, he merely smirked, paying no heed to Qi Jing's provocative remarks. Instead, he seated himself comfortably and addressed Qi Jiheng. "I have long warned you that your sister might one day become your downfall." Qi Jing was poised to retort, but Qi Jiheng issued an order for the servants to escort her away. Although Qi Jing was his biological sister, whom he often indulged, he would not permit her involvement in matters of great importance. Once Qi Jing had departed, Qi Jiheng positioned himself opposite the stranger. Ensuring that no one else was eavesdropping, he inquired, "What should be our next course of action?" The stranger let out a cold chuckle. "You conspire with the Prince of Ping behind my back." The statement was delivered with unwavering certainty, causing Qi Jiheng to flinch inwardly. Their actions had been so clandestine, yet it appeared they had not escaped the stranger's notice. Indeed, Qi Jiheng had resolved to ally with the Prince of Ping several months prior during the Emperor Huaxiang's birthday banquet, present. He was merely a powerless and marginalized crown prince, while the Prince of Ping wielded influence over the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Justice, all of which had been suppressed by Emperor Huaxiang. The moment he showed even the slightest inclination, the emperor would retaliate, favoring the 10th imperial uncle. It was often whispered in the palace that, should the emperor pass away, the throne might well be passed to his younger brother. Thus, the two had decided to join forces. After all, the 10th imperial uncle and the regent shared a close camaraderie. If they could simultaneously topple both, Qi Jiheng would stand to gain significantly. Contemplating the stranger's mindset, Qi Jiheng sensed an air of disapproval in his tone. His Highness the Prince of Ping harbors lofty ambitions, and he is indeed a kindred spirit. That is why I chose to ally with him. May I inquire about your esteemed opinion? Qi Zhiheng asked. Kindred spirit, the mysterious figure echoed, internally scornful. What a farce to call it a kinship of ideals. It was more akin to a shared stench. If your Highness seeks to strengthen your power, I have no objections. However, I hope you will not, like Chu Su, overestimate your own cleverness and simplify matters to such a degree. The mysterious figure glanced at the teacup in his hand, well aware that neither Huasher nor the regent were easy adversaries. Gently stroking the teacup, the stranger added, nonetheless, these matters do not concern me. What truly concerns me is when Bai Qishu and Lian Yiqing will cease to exist in this world in Zhiheng's eyes. Bai Qishu was merely the head of a prominent family, while Lian Yiqing was nothing more than a wandering soul. He could not fathom what grievances these two had caused the stranger that warranted such elaborate schemes for their demise. However, recognizing that the stranger was the only one with sufficient power to assist him, Qi Zhiheng acquiesced to his wishes and inquired, "Then, what would you have me do?" The enigmatic figure adjusted his hat and remarked, "I trust you are aware that Bai Qishu has recently been appointed by Emperor Huaxiang to oversee the palace construction. Accompanying the supervision was the esteemed eunuch Zhao, who maintained a favorable relationship with Prince Ping. Upon conducting some inquiries, I discovered that although eunuch Zhao enjoyed the trust of Emperor Huaxiang, he had long been in the employ of Prince Ping. Moreover, he possessed a fatal flaw, an insatiable greed for trivial gains." The enigmatic figure chuckled softly, remarking that individuals with ulterior motives are the easiest to manipulate. The profits from this palace construction would be substantial. He was confident that eunuch Zhao would not remain indifferent. It is evident what course of action you ought to undertake next. On a sweltering summer day, despite carrying a fan at her waist, Bai Qishu had never once opened it. The remaining timber had finally arrived, prompting Bai Qishu to step out from beneath the eaves, where she encountered eunuch Zhao. Upon recognizing Bai Qishu, Zhao felt a pang of unease. This assistant minister was far too proactive. Seemingly eager to oversee the work every day, a mere pretense would suffice. There was no need for such fervor. Nevertheless, he maintained a cordial demeanor, saying, "Assistant Minister Bai, why are you out in this scorching heat? You mustn't overexert yourself. Please, retreat indoors where some fruits await you." The sun blazed fiercely, forcing Bai Qishu to squint. Raising her hand to shield her forehead, she replied, "I am not as delicate as you suggest. How could a little sun exposure harm me? What of the workers laboring tirelessly under this relentless sun?" Eunuch Zhao remained silent, yet Bai Qishu seized the opportunity to circumvent him and approach the intricately carved timber. She crouched beside the cart, disregarding any semblance of decorum, and tilted her head toward Zhao, saying, "Eunuch Zhao, I possess several shops and have a discerning eye for authenticity." Zhao smiled innocently, responding, "I am well aware of your discerning abilities, Assistant Minister Bai, which is precisely why I would never dare to deceive you with inferior timber." Bai Qishu rapped her knuckles against the wood and circled around it, finally nodding in approval. "Let us bring it inside." Eunuch Zhao exhaled in relief, preparing to instruct the workers to lift the timber, only to catch sight of Su Huai, adorned in official robes. Upon entering, Su Huai seemed oblivious to the presence of others and made a beeline for Bai Qishu. "Tomorrow is a day of rest. The project may pause briefly. Point 1 building has already been completed. The efficiency is truly commendable." Bai Qishu contemplated the upcoming day of respite and intended to arrange for the workers to rest. However, just then, among the group transporting timber, one individual stumbled and fell, causing the wood on his shoulder to tumble down. Fortunately, those nearby managed to evade the falling timber without injury. Bai Qishu hurriedly rushed to inspect the carvings on the fallen wood, which was destined for the entrance of the side hall, an area of utmost visibility. Any error was unacceptable. Upon close examination, the dragon on the timber appeared vividly alive, soaring through the clouds. Su Huai also approached, crouching opposite Bai Qishu. Following the intricate pattern with her gaze, Bai Qishu's heart raced. Indeed, Jun Su's suspicions had proven accurate. There were those who sought to undermine others through the minutiae of their work. Chapter 98. The Mid-Autumn Festival approaches. What kind of work ethic is this? Eunuch Zhao exclaimed upon witnessing the two individuals drop the timber, quickly rushing over to admonish them. "This is premium timber. If you damage it, you will owe a debt that could cost you your lives." "Very well, Zhao Gonggong." Bai Qishu rose, furrowing his brow. "The timber showed no signs of damage, yet I have now discerned a matter of greater significance." Upon hearing Bai Qishu's words, Zhao Gonggong's expression reflected a modicum of surprise as he approached Bai Qishu and inquired, "What important issue has Sir Bai uncovered?" Bai Qishu turned, gesturing towards the timber on the ground. "This pattern, The intricacy of its carving is truly lifelike. Su Huai's unexpected exclamation of admiration interrupted by Qishu, undoubtedly the work of the skilled artisan Zhao Gonggong had diligently sought after. Bai Qishu intended to respond, but Su Huai tugged at her sleeve from behind. Noticing Su Huai's remark, Zhao Gonggong hastily adopted a humble demeanor, stating, as a servant to His Majesty, "I cannot afford to be careless in any regard." Su Huai nodded in approval, recognizing the sweltering heat and the potential for carelessness. "Xiao Si, please distribute the fruits within to the workers," Su Huai commanded the attendant beside her. Xiao Si nodded and hurried inside to carry out her instructions. However, upon hearing of the fruit distribution, Zhao Gonggong sought to intervene, but Su Huai preempted him, saying, "Enough, Zhao Gonggong, you two must rest. It suffices that I and Qishu are here." Zhao Gonggong bowed, with both esteemed officials present. How could this old servant dare to rest? Su Huai then circled around the timber yet to be unloaded from the cart, scrutinizing it closely. Bai Qishu, uncertain of his intentions, observed Zhao Gonggong as his anxiety peaked at the sight of Su Huai inspecting the timber. Su Huai looked up, beckoning Bai Qishu closer. Bai Qishu approached her side, leaving Zhao Gonggong in a state of indecision. Bai Qishu waved her hand, saying, "Instruct everyone to take a short respite." As the group settled, Bai Qishu pulled Su Huai aside. "Su Huai, do you realize that the dragon carved on that pillar has only 4 claws? This clearly signifies a grave danger for me. The 5-clawed dragon is reserved for the emperor, while only collateral relatives or princes are depicted with 4. This pillar, placed in such a prominent position, if discovered by Emperor Huaxiang, what conclusions might he draw? Would he not perceive it as a suggestion that he is not the rightful heir, but rather has ascended the throne over the corpses of his brothers? Even if this matter is well known, the victor claims the throne. Who dares to speak of it openly?" Su Huai, upon hearing her mention the dragon's claws, wore a grave expression. "I too observed that pattern." "Then why did you interrupt me?" Bai Qishu inquired, somewhat displeased. Su Huai glanced towards Zhao Gonggong's figure. Although Zhao Gonggong was highly regarded by His Majesty, it is prudent to exercise caution in the absence of full understanding. It dawned on Bai Qishu that her impatience had indeed been excessive, and that navigating the political arena was fraught with difficulty. "I have taken a closer look just now. Aside from the timber that just fell, the patterns on the other pieces are correct, suggesting the possibility of deliberate malice. The pressing concern is to rectify the erroneous pattern without delay. As for the remaining matters, if Qishu can place her trust in me, I shall take care of them." Su Huai declared, "If the sculptor intended this, why is it that only one pillar bears the flaw? If the sculptor's actions were unintentional, why is it precisely the most conspicuous pillar that exhibits the flaw? These matters require further investigation." Bai Qishu cast a grateful glance at Su Huai, clasping his hand and expressing, "Su Huai, I cannot thank you enough. I have been so busy lately that I scarcely have a moment to breathe. Without you, I truly would be at a loss." Feeling the warmth of Bai Qishu's hand in his grasp brought Su Huai a sense of comfort. Bai Qishu frequently dealt with medicinal substances, and to mask the potent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine that clung to him, his garments were infused with the scent of fragrant herbs, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Bai Qishu's hand was soft, leaving Su Huai momentarily entranced, and he remained rooted in place even after Bai Qishu resumed his supervisory duties. The following day, Bai Qishu continued his oversight as usual. He noticed eunuch Zhao circling around the wooden beam from the previous day for quite some time. Today, that beam had been transformed into a pillar. Just as eunuch Zhao prepared to touch the intricate carvings atop it, he was startled by Bai Qishu's sudden call. "Eunuch Zhao!" Bai Qishu deliberately shouted at him while he was engrossed in his observation, greeting him with a good morning. Eunuch Zhao stiffly turned towards Bai Qishu. Managing a strained smile, "Ah, Bai Shilang, you are here quite early." Bai Qishu strode towards eunuch Zhao with purpose, feigning a casual glance at the pillar and inquiring, "What is it that you are observing?" "Eunuch Zhao?" Eunuch Zhao found himself momentarily speechless, his hand holding the whisk starting to perspire. Suddenly, his eyes darted as he replied, "This humble servant is merely admiring the exquisite patterns on the pillar. The craftsmanship is truly remarkable, extraordinarily so." Bai Qishu stood silently beside eunuch Zhao, observing as he earnestly extolled the pillar, and after the latter had finished his elaborate praise, Bai Qishu stroked his chin and inquired, "Have you concluded?" Eunuch Zhao nodded. "If you have finished, let us commence work." Bai Qishu then entered the side hall, estimating that, at this rate, the hall would be completed by the day's end. Furthermore, to enhance the quality of the furnishings and avoid the procurement of forgeries, all decor would be sourced exclusively from Bai Qishu's establishment for the Imperial Palace. 3 days later, Bai Qishu was busily overseeing the transport of goods, instructing the workers to handle the porcelain and paintings with utmost care, cautioning them to avoid any damage. Meanwhile, Prince Ping had risen early, stating his intention to enter the palace to pay respects to the empress. Emperor Huaxiang was resting in the empress's chamber when he saw Prince Ping entering to greet her, remarking, "With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, it is commendable that you remember to visit your mother." Prince Huaxiang replied respectfully, "I was indeed contemplating the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival, which is a time for family reunions. Should we invite Prince Ding and the others to return to Anping for a visit?" The emperor's gaze was scrutinizing. The most taboo thing for a ruler is for someone to speculate on his thoughts. "Do you truly wish for them to return?" Prince Huaxiang clasped his hands, stating, "Your Majesty, you dote on the young prince. Why not seize this opportunity for a gathering?" Emperor Huaxiang rubbed his temples and squinted. "You speak wisely. However, Dingzhou is remote, and it would be too late to notify them now. It would be unreasonable to cause them further fatigue. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I shall send someone to Dingzhou to bring them some gifts. As for Anping, let us keep it simple." Hua Shiping nodded slightly in agreement, indicating that the construction of the side palace would be completed today, making it a fitting venue for the Mid-Autumn Festival. "I wonder what your Majesty thinks of this." Emperor Huaxiang straightened his posture, and his movements were surprisingly swift. "Indeed, I did not misjudge this person. Very well, let it be as you suggest. I too wish to see how the palace is being constructed." Hua Shiping gradually retreated from the hall, unnoticed by anyone, a smile of concealed delight playing upon his lips. Chapter 99. A perilous situation. That vase is to be placed on the table. Alas, that painting should not be hung there. Bai Qi Shu paced restlessly within the nearly completed side palace, while Su Huai beside him longed to speak but found no opportunity. Suddenly, Zhao Gong Gong rushed in, nearly tripping over the threshold. "Bai Shilang, are all the items properly arranged? What of the remaining paintings?" Bai Qi Shu noticed that the walls within the room were still bare, and with Zhao Gong Gong urging him on, he hastily inquired with the servants responsible for the arrangements, "Bai Shilang, Bai Shilang." Just as Bai Qi Shu's words fell, a panting servant rushed in, explaining that due to the sweltering heat, one of their number had fainted, thus delaying the arrival of the remaining paintings. Bai Qi Shu was about to reassure them not to panic when Zhao Gong Gong, raising his voice, exclaimed, "Fainted? How could he be so delicate? The emperor will arrive shortly for inspection. Can we afford any delays? How do you conduct your business?" Bai Qi Shu paid no heed to the pointedness in Zhao Gong Gong's words, sweeping his sleeve aside. "I shall go take a look." Zhao Gong Gong hastily grabbed Bai Qi Shu, saying, "Bai Shilang, considering your esteemed position, it would suffice for you to await the emperor's arrival here." "Humph." Bai Qi Shu scoffed coldly, shaking off his hand, allowing the servant to lead him in search of the transporters, with Su Huai following closely behind. Along the way, they encountered numerous palace maidens carrying paintings, vases, and other decorative items. Bai Qi Shu, preoccupied with observing the maidens, pondered what they were engaged in, and in a moment of distraction, collided with one, causing the painting she held to scatter across the ground. The maiden lamented her misfortune, exclaiming, "I am doomed, I am doomed." Without a moment to retrieve the fallen art, she hurriedly knelt to apologize. Bai Qi Shu helped her to her feet and, along with Su Huai, began to gather the scattered works. One of the paintings had unfurled, and as Bai Qi Shu picked it up, he inquired, "What were you doing, my lady?" The maiden replied, "Just moments ago, I learned that the person transporting the items had succumbed to heat stroke." Zhao Gong Gong, knowing that the emperor would be arriving for inspection soon, ordered the palace sisters to each carry some items to the newly constructed palace. Bai Qi Shu carefully rolled up the last of the scattered paintings and placed it into the maiden's arms. She expressed her gratitude and hurried off towards the side palace. Having just run a considerable distance, Bai Qi Shu felt beads of sweat pooling in his palms and intended to unfold his hands to retrieve a handkerchief, only to discover an unexpected purple stain on his pale blue robe, which appeared as if he had just emerged from a dye vat. "Return," Bai Qi Shu called out to the maiden, who had not gone far. Upon hearing his voice, she halted in her tracks. Su Hua cast a worried glance at Bai Qi Shu and inquired, "What troubles you?" Without uttering a word, Bai Qi Shu unwrapped the scrolls held by the palace maid, gently brushing his hand across them. The once vivid images instantly became blurred. How could such paintings, clearly crafted with inferior dyes, find their way onto a carriage destined for the palace? Alarm surged within Bai Qi Shu as he hastily disregarded any explanations for Su Hua and dashed toward the side hall. Fervently hoping that the Emperor Huaxiang had not yet arrived, as he approached the side hall, Bai Qi Shu caught sight of the emperor's canopy from a distance. Abandoning all decorum, he squeezed his way behind Huaxiang. Just as the emperor stepped into the hall, "Your Majesty," Bai Qishu called out. Huaxiang turned and upon seeing Bai Qishu, remarked to the eunuch Zhao at his side, I was just about to inquire why. With such splendid construction of this side hall, I hadn't seen Bai Qing here to take credit. Before he could finish speaking to Zhao, Bai Qishu had already arrived. Bai Qishu forced a smile, though his heart raced and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, you flatter me. The side hall has only just been completed, and the furnishings are still incomplete. I fear they may not meet your expectations. Huaxiang chuckled, playfully responding, then, Zhao Gonggong, why did you bring me here? Are you deliberately opposing Bai Qing? Zhao hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, how could an old servant dare? It is merely that Sir Bai has expended considerable effort overseeing the construction these past days, yet has not sought recognition. I felt it necessary to inform Your Majesty, so you might understand that Sir Bai is indeed a talented individual. After speaking, Zhao glanced at Bai Qishu and turned to gesture invitingly. Your Majesty, not only is the exterior of this side hall splendid, but the interior arrangements are quite meticulous as well, all orchestrated by Sir Bai. To save Your Majesty some funds, he even sourced many of the items from his own shops. With each word Zhao uttered, Bai Qishu sensed a reminder to Huaxiang that everything within was tied to her, and any errors would inevitably fall upon her shoulders. However, Huaxiang had already entered the hall. It would be inappropriate to suggest, Your Majesty, the paintings here are rather unsightly. They may offend your eyes. Perhaps it would be best for you to step outside until I can replace them? Upon hearing Zhao's remarks, Huaxiang turned to Bai Qishu, asking, Is that so, Bai Qing? Since these items were sourced from your shops, as the ruler of this nation, how could I take advantage of my subjects and impose this expense upon you? Bai Qishu was left with no choice but to buy time, hoping to prevent Huaxiang from discovering the inferior paintings mingled among the decor. Yet Zhao seemed intent on opposing Bai Qishu, stating to Huaxiang, Your Majesty, do take a look at this painting. It is indeed rendered with lifelike detail, small bridges, flowing water, and the misty mountains. Even this room seems to have gained a touch of coolness. Huaxiang, following Zhao's gesture, approached the painting on the wall, leaned in to scrutinize it, and nodded, Indeed. It is a fine piece. I wonder which esteemed artist created it. As Bai Qishu watched the emperor extend his hand to touch the painting, he hurriedly exclaimed, Your Majesty. The Emperor Huaxiang was startled by the sudden shout, his hand trembling as he turned to regard Bai Qishu with a furrowed brow, inquiring, What now? Bai Qishu found herself momentarily at a loss for words, seeking assistance from Su Huai. However, Su Huai remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Biting her lip, Bai Qishu adopted a demeanor of resolute defiance and said, Your Majesty, the side hall has just been completed, and there is still much dust that has yet to be cleared. I am concerned for your health. Thus, it would be wise for Your Majesty to refrain from lingering here. The Emperor Huaxiang cast a sidelong glance at eunuch Zhao, who, upon realizing he was being observed, hastily lowered his head. A cold smile crept into Huaxiang's heart. One was insistent on dragging him to the side hall, while another was eager to send him away. If he could not discern these intentions, how could he have emerged victorious in the fierce battles for the throne in years past? Yet, the influence of the Bai family had indeed grown considerably. Moreover, his spies had reported that Princess Ningyang had the audacity to flee her wedding, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Were it not for the silence of Crown Prince Xiaoyang, he was certain he could trace the clues back to Bai Qishu. Even though he understood that this matter was somewhat entangled with Hua and Su, the first to bear the brunt of his wrath would not be Hua or Su. Chapter 100. Qishu enters the prison disregarding Bai Qishu's plea. The Emperor Huaxiang strode over to the painting, nodding in agreement with eunuch Zhao's words, Indeed. It is remarkably lifelike, splendid. With that, he reached out to touch the painting, causing Bai Qishu's heart to leap into her throat. As time seemed to come to a standstill, the emperor, observing the vibrant colors on his hand, abruptly turned and knocked the vase off the table. With a crash, the previously flawless vase shattered into countless pieces, startling those within the room, who immediately knelt in fear of the emperor's sudden wrath. Huaxiang slowly approached Bai Qishu, looking down at her from his elevated position. Lady Bai, is this the painting you have brought to me? How could I have placed such trust in you, only to discover you have engaged in such treasonous conduct? Your Majesty. I thought the incident occurred so unexpectedly, Bai Qishu stammered, entirely unaware of the origins of these inferior artworks or who had infiltrated them into the palace. Yet, the evidence now clearly implicated her, and it was imperative that she clarify this matter to Emperor Huaxiang. To her dismay, Huaxiang's fury transformed into a mocking laughter as he raised his hand and smashed the teacup before her, the tea splattering across Bai Qishu. Guards! Bai Qishu has committed treason against the throne. She is to be imprisoned immediately, pending punishment. Your Majesty. Su Huai quickly knelt before the emperor, attempting to offer a defense for Bai Qishu, but was met only with Huaxiang's icy retort. Anyone who dares to plead for her will share her punishment. His Majesty departs. The eunuch's voice faded into the distance, leaving Su Huai helplessly watching as Bai Qishu was taken away. In her previous life, she had never endured such humiliation. Since arriving in this foreign realm, she had already tempered her behavior considerably now. Handling the elders required careful consideration of various factions. Serving in court necessitated navigating the whims of influential figures. To assist the emperor in constructing palaces only to be branded a traitor was hardly preferable to a life of leisure in the Lingqing garden. Luo Yu had intended to step outside to listen to a book, but before she could reach the threshold of her residence, she was startled by a series of urgent knocks on the door, as though the knocker would not relent until the door was forced open. As she hurriedly ran and called out, "Who is it? So anxious." "I am coming." Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Baiji, panting heavily. "Sister Baiji, why have you come to Longqing Garden?" Luo Yu inquired, perplexed. Without pausing to respond, Baiji swiftly bypassed Luo Yu, seeking out Chu Yuo.is, the third mistress here? "I have urgent matters." Luo Yu pointed towards Jui residence, where the third mistress resided. Baiji hastened towards it. Inside Jui residence, Chu Yurua was engaged in conversation with Chu Yuyuan when Baiji burst in, followed closely by the breathless Luo Yu. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Baiji, her voice tinged with desperation, exclaimed, "Third mistress, save my husband." A chill gripped Chu Yurua's heart. The troubling scenario she had feared had finally materialized. She approached Baiji, placing her hands on her shoulders in an attempt to instill calm. "What has happened to Nan Son?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Baiji replied, "This morning, news arrived from the palace stating that my husband has been accused of treason and is now imprisoned." Baiji's words struck Chu Yurua like a heavy stone, leaving her breathless. Treason? Had Emperor Huaxiang discovered Bai Qishu's true identity? A sense of urgency consumed Chu Yurua as she realized Baiji could not enter the palace to ascertain the specifics. Being merely a minor noblewoman, what authority did she possess to plead for Bai Qishu? It was imperative to comprehend what Bai Qishu had done to provoke the emperor's wrath and incur such a grave charge. Observing Baiji's panicked demeanor, Chu Yurua sensed her increasing agitation. "Third mistress, I do not know who is spreading this news, but the Bai household is in disarray, with both the direct and collateral branches in turmoil and the three elders at odds.